Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, fresh off a 3-day weekend in which we saw our Astros win 3 out of 4 against Seattle, the first-place team, pulled to within a game and a half of those Mariners. Not play yesterday. Kind of a weird schedule. You would think that Major League Baseball would like to show off all their teams on something to do on Memorial Day, on a holiday. But that's just the way that it worked out. Major League Baseball, their promotion department, really, I don't know. I've always thought you're doing it wrong. Like NBA takes over Christmas, right? Although now the NFL just said, "Screw you, we're going to take Christmas too," and we'll destroy you on Christmas. By the way, we just do what we want. That's your league, the big bully. And then, so I always thought Labor Day or Memorial Day, 4th of July, you really need to take that over Major League Baseball, and they just don't. I mean, for whatever reason. But neither here nor there. Our Astros won 3 out of 4. Christian Walker woke up, and what a game. Each of those games had a little something. The first game, 9-2, everybody's hitting. The bottom of the order was just awesome. Victor Caratini had 3 hits. Dubon was awesome. He had a couple of hits and an RBI. Pena had a couple of. Jose Altuve with 4 RBIs and 2 home runs. That any good? Waking up his bat? That was pretty damn good.
That was great.
And then Brian Abreu came in, and, he's been great. Early on, the first couple of outings, he was awful, and then he has been just spectacular. But he gave it up on Friday night. That was a tough one. He got beat up, and they lose 5-3. Framber came back on Saturday and was great. Threw 101 pitches and shut him down. And the Astros win that one 2-1. If they don't get great, I'm gonna tell you this, Lance. With all these injuries and this pitching staff, this is they're getting better pitching than anybody in baseball, and. Them and the Yankees are just crushing it pitching wise. And by the way, the Astros bats are coming alive, and yet they all have all these injuries, and yet here they are just pitching their ass off. You got to give it up for this bullpen. I was giving Dubin and Ord and Okert the business a little bit, but everybody's been great. It's just been spectacular.
It's been Framber has really rounded back into shape after a couple of tough starts. His last 4, dating back to May 7th, 7 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run, 8 innings, 6 hits, 1 earned run, 7 innings, 6 hits, 3 earned runs, 6 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run. Those are his last 4 outings. During that time frame, he's had 27 strikeouts to 8 walks. He has given up 1 home run over that time frame, the 28 innings. He's been tremendous the last 4. We know despite Hunter's rough, was it his last start or the start before? I think his last start. He was, or start before. Hunter was, he had a rough outing, but Hunter Brown has been one of the best pitchers in Major League Baseball this year. Once you get to 3, 4, and 5, they've been good, and that's kind of changed because of injury. They've been good enough. They kept you in it, but the bullpen has been, you're talking about the bullpen. The bullpen has been phenomenal. I mean, the bullpen has really been phenomenal. If you look at it in the aggregate and in the entirety, they've been tremendous.
Yeah.
They rarely, it's not like starters leave the game in the bullpen like, oh, here come these slap nuts. Goodbye, lead. Because there's not usually that big of a lead if there is a lead. Because the bats have been relatively quiet this year. They've woken up over time. But for the most part, they've been quiet. But over the course of the whole season, the bullpen has kept you in damn near every game, it seems like.
Yeah. No, it's been great. And you got to have, listen, you make fun. Ort has been really good.
Mm-hmm.
Ort has been really, really good. Okert has been really, really good. Sean Dubin has been really, really good. King, Brian Abreu, Hader's been the best in baseball. This is this is fantastic what they're doing. They lead the league. They're second in the league in WHIP, or they're tied for the lead. in WHIP, a second in on base, just behind the Yankees. They're fourth in strikeouts. They are. They're not giving up many. Well, let's see, where are they in walks? They're giving up more walks than usual. They're up there. They're 11th in walks. They're eighth in home runs. Earned run average. They're. I mean, this has been just fantastic. Just fantastic what this team is doing.
Their bullpen. Here's their stats for the bullpen. They're second in Major League Baseball bullpen wise. They have a 2.75. San Francisco Giants have the top at 2.62. Their WHIP is a 1.13 from a Major League standpoint. That's third best WHIP for bullpen stats. They've allowed 14 home runs, which is third best in the league. From a strikeout standpoint, they are they've got to be pretty high. Well, no, not as high as I thought. Well, I mean, it's still pretty good. They're seventh.
Yeah,
they're seventh in strikeouts, but I don't have their innings pitched here, but it's got to be a lot lower innings pitched because they've allowed some of the fewest hits. Their third lowest hits allowed over this time frame in terms of home runs allowed. I think I told you, yeah, they're tied for third. So this is a team that is really the bullpen. I mean, it's not been a typical Astro year, although it kind of has been with the way that they start. We remember the totality of a season. We forget how it starts because, frankly, they've been so good. We don't really care how it starts. We've gotten spoiled. Right now, the Astros bats have been not good to start the season. They've gradually rounded into shape. The starting pitching has been slightly above, I would say above average, slightly above average in terms of what we're used to. And the bullpen has been excellent. And you're starting to knock some runs in with men on base, which is, has been a problem for the Astros for years and years. Even when they're winning championships, it seems like the runners in scoring position, because it kept coming up every time Machete was up. It was like, oh, look at this. Man, at second and third, 2 outs, bases loaded, 2 outs. It's a Machete. Great. But, yeah, but, it helps because you have a Jake Myers who is just having a season that, you just could never envision. I mean, he's been one of the guys that's you have a winning record probably because Jake Myers and Isaac Paredes, honestly. The way those guys have hit for a majority of the season, Paredes has really hit other than the first, 2.5 weeks. He's pretty much hit the rest of the year.
Yeah. The Astros have moved up to 9th in batting average. They're still low in slugging, home runs, but they're 9th now in batting average. They've been hitting the ball this month. It really turned it around for the offense. Everybody's contributing. It was good to see Christian Walker with the walk-off the other day. Dude has really been struggling. He's a Gold Glove first baseman. He hasn't played like a Gold Glove first baseman this year. This has been a tough transition for him. So it was really, really nice to see him come through. The guy, he's a guy that they've got to have. They got to have Christian. Well, you can't have the kind of first base play that the Astros have had between him and Abreu. The way that they came here and the way that he has started, he has got to be much better. You've got to get some production. You haven't had production out of first base in 3 years, and so it's going to be vital for him to be. And it's just always so good to beat Seattle. I don't know what it is about Seattle. I really dislike them. Scott Service is gone. He was such a bleep starter. I mean, he always wanted to start something. He was always pulling some BS. I'm glad I hate to see a man lose his job, but I'm glad he's not there. I don't know where is Scott Service. Does anybody know where Scott Service? Does anybody care where Scott Service is?
No one cares.
No one cares. No. So listen, Scott Service is gone, but the Seattle still sucks.
He's a coach for the San Diego Padres.
And look at them fighting each other in the locker room. They were fighting each other in the locker room the other night because they've been getting their ass kicked. They finally came back last night and won a game late, but they had a fight in the locker room over leadership. Somebody said, was talking about how crappy their leadership is, and let's go. Say that kind of stuff. See what happens with Manny Machado. See how that works out for you. Okay? And so, yeah, Scott Service is starting bleeping in his own locker room. Scott Service was probably the one that said something. I don't know. You don't know. No one knows. No one knows.
The only person you hate worse than Jalen Green and Jalen Petrie is Scott Service.
I can't stand Scott Service. I can't. No, Joe Kelly.
Oh yeah, Joe. Yeah, but he doesn't. He's not really. We don't ever
Joe
talk
Kelly
about Joe Kelly. I don't even know if he pitches in the majors anymore.
I think he does.
Yeah, well, you can't hate somebody who doesn't really
he's
play
in the same
anymore.
city. If I should see him at the grocery store, okay,
you would buy him. You would scan his groceries for him.
I would
beep
scan his groceries.
Beep.
I'll throw his cart over. Okay. Yeah. Don't bring.
You don't want any smoke with Joe Kelly.
Oh, Joe Kelly is so. Joe Kelly he's a BR. Okay. No, can't stand Joe Kelly. Cannot stand him. He and all the Dodgers. Somebody said I was playing golf, and the guy goes, "So you're a Dodger fan now?" I said, and I right back, bleep the Dodgers. That's my least favorite team ever, and always will be, because of what a little BRs they've been.
Video or it didn't happen. You got to start videoing everything.
I got what?
Yeah, you got a video when you say
video or it didn't happen. Is that what you just said? Okay. No,
we don't know if you've become a Dodger fan and a Joe Kelly fan.
Am I 12? No, I'm not 12. Okay. I don't video everything that I do.
What are you talking about? That's in society. You have to video everything. And then people will say, oh, that was scripted. Scripted. Yeah. Even if you told a Dodger fan, bleep the Dodgers, they'd say scripted.
Yeah. No, I got a good laugh out of that.
Literally, people believe not only did we not land on the moon, they don't believe in the Holocaust. They don't believe that the earth is round. I can't believe what I see on the internet now. I'm like, oh my God, we have completely fallen apart as a society. Everything's fake. Nothing's real. Like, holy crap.
Right. Well, Dinus, we've had this for a while.
The conspiracy. Yeah, but we used to make fun of those people. Like, those people would know not to talk. As soon as Carl Everett opened his mouth about dinosaurs, we're like, oh my God.
Carl Everett.
What a dummy. Now this is just like a normal day on Twitter.
And then you know what? Then he went viral, which there was no such thing as viral then.
Yeah, you were an idiot. And and stupid people would go quote unquote viral just because we would be talking about them on sports talk shows. Because if you were dumb, we'd made sure everyone knew that we thought you were dumb. Now we just let dumb people go unchecked and we let them spread their dumbness. But people should be put in jail for being stupid.
That was before there was viral, and yet even then, somebody took a deep dive and we found out how Carl Everett treated his children. And
that's right.
Yeah. And so,
we've always been a nosy people.
Dragged. He got dragged before anybody got dragged.
Yeah, I know. Well, we're a nosy people.
We are a nosy people. There's no question. All right. Well, breaking it here, we got, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? I've got mine already. I hope you have yours. Since it is Tuesday, not Monday, we're going to have to adjust a little bit. I know those of you out there, this is going to be a little freaky for you, but it's the first day of the work week. So that's when we do.
Oh, hey! Quick! ESPN's doing a segment. We need to do this. Who will win the Browns starting quarterback job?
Because of a 3-win team.
Because everyone's talking about the Browns right now. So let's make Ryan Clark's on TV. I don't know if you know that Ryan Clark is on TV.
Yeah.
And by the way, he got dragged a little bit too.
Oh,
I mean, this is we live in a junior high society. We're not serious at all.
Oh my God, he was crying on his podcast.
We're not serious at all.
No, we're not a serious people.
We got grown men who fight like literally. I used to see these little catty arguments in junior high. This is embarrassing.
Yeah. Let's break. 713-780-3776. Who will be the Browns starting quarterback when we come back?
Yeah, when we come back. This is what everyone's talking about.
Right. That's what we got.
The pulse of the pulse of the nation.
What I'm talking about right now is Game Day Men's Health. How about I got a text this weekend to see how I was doing? That's the kind of – it's unbelievable how good they are. It is unbelievable how they care, what's going on with the – I really, really, really can't believe how much better Game Day Men's Health is than the other guys. I've been doing testosterone replacement for years and years now. And because I needed it. I needed testosterone replacement. And so I went and I figured, this is how it is. Well, And then I went to Game Day Men's Health, and it's just different. They just care more, and they have the peptides. They have any kind of solution for whatever it is that you're looking for. What are your goals? Where do you want to be? What is it that you want to do for your body? How do you want to be better? All of the things, and there's nothing that they can't help you with, okay? You want to be bigger, stronger, thinner. You want to be whatever it is that you want to be. Game Day Men's Health has the peptides and the program for you. They have experts that know what they're doing. They have labs on location, a free evaluation. It's just different. Testosterone replacement is all over this city. It's just different at Game Day Men's Health. So you're looking for a great way to get that testosterone replacement therapy. I'm telling you, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell them you heard it right here, GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. The number, if you want to hang out with us here on the show, you are more than welcome to do that. We had a blip in the Oklahoma City series over the weekend, but then it got back to normal. Minnesota, what did they win by 42?
It was a killer. It's funny because we come back and we've got, it's kind of like when we have Astros, we've had Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You know, you had a whole bevy of games for us to discuss that we haven't gotten to, and we had a blowout that doesn't even matter anymore.
Yeah,
because they're now down 3-1 after the game. I got to tell you, I don't know about you, but I watch in absolute amazement Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and I saw some incredible James Harden seasons, but Shai Gilgeous-Alexander to me is just, as a scorer, James could set other guys up too and get more assists, although Shai had a lot of assists yesterday. He had an incredible stat line. Shai is an even better scorer than James because he's a foul merchant, but he is really good at finishing at the rim. He's got an incredible mid-range game. He's slippery, and he's like a slippery little eel when he gets inside the paint. And his ability to make shots is just unparalleled. He is so freaking good right now.
Yeah. The Clippers, man. Just what a
1 year.
disastrous
I know.
trade. What a disastrous trade. Do you think Luka's looking at this and going and having some self-realization? He and James Harden and, all the guys that are just Olay defense are just, I mean, I know Luka made it to the finals last year, but they weren't winning anything. I kind of think that Nico Harrison was right, if you want to know.
Oh, no, I've always thought he was right not to pay the $370. He just made a bad, like, you got to get an unbelievable package of young talent that was the thing, is it was just a terrible, I don't know that we ever, did you ever, I thought we kind of were both on board with, it was always about not having to pay $370 million to a lazy guy.
To me, it was more about, I want to win a championship.
Yeah. And Luka's never going to be a two-way player, which is fine as long as you're an absolute committed monster on the offensive end, which he's not. Like, he's just fat and lazy. Did you see the video over the weekend that surfaced of it said pre-American food Luka? And when he was a rookie, did you see that Luka? Oh my God. I mean, he's much quicker. He's flying around dunking on people. It's not even recognizable. He's not even recognizable. And if this year with the Lakers and the pressure of being, with all the stuff, like, because it doesn't happen just mid-season. Like Luka's got all off season. If we don't see him come back and trim down and quicker and then you'll know that this is just, he likes basketball. He doesn't love it. You know what I mean? Like, his legacy is not as important to him. If his legacy is important, you're right. Watching Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, watching Jalen Brunson, watching Tyrese Halliburton. These dudes should not be as good as Luka, although Shai has turned into as good.
Well, and look what happens when your main guy. Look at the Rockets in Jalen in the postseason. The one game, and then all these really disappointing games.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Shai. Look at Anthony Edwards last night. He doesn't even participate. He had 13 shots. He Jalen Green that game up.
Yeah.
He just, what? I don't think I had a bad game. I really didn't get any shots.
That's what it looks like when a defense.
That's a bad game.
But that's what it looks like when a defense works to take you away. This idea that they put Jordan rules on Jalen Green. I did not notice any away from the ball, face guarding, double teaming on Jalen Green. Jalen just was passive. Anthony Edwards, like, okay, you had a good game in game 3, but this is a problematic series for Anthony Edwards. For being the quote unquote new face of the league, this has been a pretty damning series for him.
Well, what else has been, I'll tell you what you need to win a championship is Caruso. Holy
what
crap.
A weasel.
Holy crap.
What an effective weasel.
Can defend. Julius Randle has no chance against Caruso.
Julius Randle has 1990s New York Knicks written all over him. God, it's like watching. It's so painful to watch him back people down. It's like I'm watching Anthony Mason all over again. Like, oh my God, this guy's terrible to watch.
Well, you know what? He'd been shining right up until he found Caruso.
Yeah.
Right up until Caruso got in his life, and then it was over for him. he's got nothing. He's got, and Anthony Edwards too.
Yeah.
I mean, talk about, that's who. You don't think Ime would love having Caruso on this team?
Dude, so they ask a question, is Oklahoma City, well, I'll throw the word sneaky. Are they kind of a sneaky super team in the making?
Yeah.
I think they might be, because Jalen Williams is much better than he was. Look, Shai became much better than he was supposed to be. And you can tell it's because of work. The way he makes shots means that he has put tremendous time in the gym. Like, that doesn't happen unless you get a real feel for the backboard. You get a feel for all the ways to make shots. Only comes from repetition. Then you look at Jalen Williams, who can now shoot from 3. He had a great day shooting from 3 yesterday, but he can also take you off the dribble and stop and hit mid-range. Then you got Chet, who just does his business. He'll get some rebounds, get some blocks. He gets clean-up dunks, stuff like that. He's still kind of light in the ass, but that's fine. Hartenstein is a guy that you can replace at any time and get another Hartenstein somewhere. But I'm starting to think, and you look at all the players surrounding them, you mess around and let them Sam Presti make a couple of more moves or get the right draft pick in there, we could be looking at the Spurs all over again, where you just have a long run with really good players who are better than they were supposed to be.
The Spurs had a triumvirate. This is not. This just really isn't. I mean, I guess Jalen Williams is
Jalen's going to become something that we didn't expect.
Yeah, he may be their
but why I say that, John, is like Tony and Manu were not supposed to become as good as they were. Tim Duncan, yes. Tim Duncan, sure. I mean, he's the first pick. But those guys became something they weren't. The fact is, Jalen Williams and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander becoming something that no one really expected. And I think they are. I'm looking at the Rockets, and I'm looking at Wallace, and I'm looking at everything that as you mentioned, Caruso and how they're built. And I'm like, man, the Rockets still have some work to do to catch them. They really do.
They got a lot of work to do. Well, you don't have. Listen, it starts with Shai, and you just don't have.
Yeah,
that.
You're right.
That's what you got to have. I mean, look at the difference. I mean, look at the teams that are left. They got Tyrese, they got Jalen Brunson, they got.
But those
Shai,
guys all became that, John.
Anthony Edwards.
They all became those kind of. I mean, Anthony Edwards had that kind of talent, but Jalen Brunson became that. He's not physically gifted. Tyrese Halliburton was not. People hate Tyrese Halliburton. They want him to fail so bad, and he just won't fail. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has made himself like these guys are all self-made. When you look at this, do you see someone with the Rockets? It's either, and we're talking about Amen, Alperen, or Jalen Green.
Well, it's supposed to be Jalen. It's supposed to be
right, but can any of these guys become? Because I'm kind of doubting that a post can, you can kind of take a post players away. He's not a primary ball handler, so it's hard for a post player to become the dominant player. Even though Jokic, but he steps away and gets the ball way far away from the basket. He's kind of an outlier. You're right. And that's why I think the Rockets are going to look at trading, because I just think they're going to look at a series, look at Indianapolis, look at even the Knicks with Brunson, most importantly, look at SGA, and they're going to say, we need a primary who we can count on to be the guy. And whether it's this year or not, like, I don't know that Jalen can ever, I just have my doubts that Jalen's ever going to be that guy. I think you could potentially win a championship with a gang effort of just a bunch of guys playing hard defense, and you never know who steps up and has the big game for you. But man, the tried and true way is just having a dude. Yep.
And right now that you know what, we're seeing what the Rockets are lacking, and that's what the Rockets are.
And by the way, have you guys noticed how many zesty Karl Anthony Towns videos there are out now?
Oh my God.
It's like that's all my timeline is, and I'm thinking, has my algorithm locked in on me watching zesty Karl Anthony Towns videos?
And Karl Anthony Towns imitations and
oh my, you like the Knicks fan I sent out there? These are Knicks fans, his fans. They're like, give me your favorite zesty Karl Anthony Towns imitation. Oh my God, what are they doing? No, we can't do that. Stop.
About 15 minutes away from what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? That's about 15 minutes away. Thank you, Game Day Men's Health. And thank you, Zadok Jewelers, for being you.
Oh, Zadok Jewelers. I'm sitting here typing something. Zadok Jewelers, thank you very much. I was looking at a Longhorn pendant. I was looking at gifts under $1,000. They have just a very specific link. I clicked that. I wanted to see, because my wife's done homeschooling, so I'm looking at potentially getting her some jewelry for for all the work that she did with my daughter over the years, who's going to be going into I can't believe my daughter's going to high school, but she is. My wife's done an amazing job with homeschooling. So, it's a perfect example of, they've got push gifts, which are when, men want to give their wife a gift for having a baby. It's not an easy thing to do. Most of us wouldn't want to do it, men. And so that's a brand of gift that people get. This is something very specific, something that means a lot to our family. And so Zadok is probably the direction I'm going to go to find something special for my wife. So I was looking around. I know she loves earrings. I know she loves the Longhorns. I found a Longhorn pendant that I'm taking a look at. Don't tell her, Nikki, don't be a snitch. But this is Zadok is a place to go where you can find the gifts that you're looking for special occasions. And it can be obviously for a diamond engagement ring, but it can just be for Mother's Day, for a birthday, for anniversary, or for whatever it is that you want to make sure and tell her that she's special. Zadok is the home of top flight Houston jewelry. They're boutique location for so many designers, and that's why you get unique pieces there, whether it's luxury watches, diamond earrings, bracelets, tennis bracelets. I don't care. They've got it all. 28,000 square feet. You know they're going to have what you're looking for, and experts there to help you no matter your budget. Go to Zadig.com. That's Zadig.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 on Tuesday. We got What Did You Learn This Weekend in one sentence, brought to you at Game Day Men's Health, coming up in just about 10 minutes here.
You know what I'm going to play? What's been on our timeline? The zesty cat videos. Cat being Karl Anthony Towns.
Zesty cat videos?
Well, I saw the other day what top 5 Karl Anthony Towns moments, but they were not basketball. They were in interviews, and he's pretty sassy. I think that's a fair word for him. Sassy.
Zesty's a good word.
Zesty's a good word. I prefer sassy's kind of old school. He's playing, he's been good for the Knicks. He's very talented. The way he talks has people laughing and creating memes and videos and whatnot. And his own fans, Knicks fans, we're going to say it's his own fans. It's not like they've had him for a long time, but he was a T-Wolf for so many years, but he's a Knick now, and Knicks, he's helped the Knicks get somewhere where much further than they've gone in a long time. So Knicks fans, I assume, are fans of Karl Anthony Towns. But they're also realists. And I guess they've seen him talk a lot. They've seen a lot of videos of him over the years, and certainly this year, I guess. And so there's kind of a man on the street asking questions. He's got a microphone and he's asking, what is he asking, Delp? What's your favorite Karl Anthony Towns saying?
Here's the thing, John. Did you watch it in Glory Boys when he sent it?
I watched some of it and I was just like, oh, this is hard. It's hard.
Lance is using words just to dance around Knicks fans saying Karl Anthony Towns sounds like a over the top gay man.
Well, I mean,
that's what they're doing. That's
I don't
what they're
know
doing.
That.
So
I don't know for sure.
I have I guess I've gotten to a point where we can play it. So I mean, I know you don't care, but I'm just telling you this is what it is. Do you want to hear just a bunch of Knicks fans putting on gay impressions?
Well, no. Play Karl Anthony Towns.
But he doesn't sound like this.
Oh,
he doesn't sound.
Oh, I disagree.
He doesn't sound like he has a bit of an affect, but it doesn't sound like this.
Well, this is over the top.
Yes, it is just dudes doing something like Will and Grace, pretty much.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I saw a video over the weekend where it's not super far off.
It's just dudes doing the one that one thing that you can do when you're doing a gay impression. It's pretty much what they're doing. It's the same thing for everybody for the most part. So, John, you haven't heard. You said you heard some of it. So it's up to you because Lance is all in. I'm like, well, whatever. Okay, there it is. And now, well, I can't here it is.
Can I get your zestiest cat impression? Oh my God.
Cat impression? Oh my God.
Best cat impression.
Oh my God. After all that.
You give me one?
After all that, and after all that.
Oh. And after all that, you're just moving closer to the locker room. Let me get your zestiest Karl Anthony impression.
What the After all that.
Stop. Zestiest Karl Anthony impression.
Yes. Phil. After all that. Oh my God. As you see.
Okay. You get the point.
Far off, actually,
you get the point.
Now, wait, I sent Bill an actual video.
I've heard him speak. I understand where it's coming from.
Well, let's let the people decide.
I don't have it right now. I have to get it ready.
I Googled it to your Gmail. I sent it to your Gmail account. So it's easy. And it's nothing's cussing. You could play it directly off of there. And we could see, because obviously they're saying the same phrases because they've heard him say this
like
phrase.
That, actually. He does sound like that. Oh, my God.
Yes.
Who was it that showed up and he did that?
I don't know what that was in. I don't know what that was in. I don't know the context.
Somebody showed up and he was like, "Oh my God!" It was zesty. He was zesty. That's all. That's fine. But
affectation.
I don't
Stop bringing those words to this.
Actually, those people aren't far off. They're not far off.
They're not.
I mean, a bit of an exaggeration, but
yeah, that's what I said. It's a bit of an exaggeration.
Is it though?
Yes. I mean, he has one thing where he says they all that thing, but the rest of it's like, hey.
Well, I thought the first two that we're gonna hear, they work in their way backwards. I'm like, oh, those are the ones that everyone picked up on,
and they just get progressively more over the top. Here is what Lance sent and what Karl.
This is Karl Anthony Towns.
Bro, they asked me in media about you. What? They really did. What? It's crazy because after all that,
Karl Anthony Towns. Oh yeah, they can't see you, man.
Is it better?
Yeah, give it away.
Right. Karl Anthony Towns, baby. Yeah,
that's him.
SEC.
Towns.
Oh, Towns. Oh my God.
Yeah, he did say after all that.
Oh my God! Listen, there's a reason that the man on the street, they know it too. Apparently, that's something in New York.
Yeah, that's
'Cause
the thing in New York.
That's going around.
But they like Karl Anthony Towns. He's helped them. Now they're 2-1. They got a big win in Indiana. Big win, and it was spurred by a coaching decision by Tom Thibodeau. Thibodeau, who doesn't use his bench and just lets his starters roll. He actually attacked late in the game in the fourth quarter, midway through the fourth, with a press. He started pressing, had 3 men come forward and press in the backcourt to take away the shot clock, and it was enormously effective in the comeback.
Well, I don't know why that's such a. I mean, come on, do whatever it takes to win. That's what. If the Rockets when the Rockets have a lead, just press them because they're going to fall apart. Because how many times did we see that in the postseason?
Yeah, and I don't get.
Just press them.
Yeah, they didn't have a primary ball handler who could get up the court and into early offense. See, that's the thing. All of basketball now is based on early offense. It's based on early offense and giving yourself the most time to look for open threes. And so if you take away the first 7 seconds, 8 seconds, that's huge.
Yeah.
Because you now have really limited the amount of options for the offense.
All right. What'd you learn this weekend in one sentence? 713-780-3776. That's coming up next right here. So get in. I got mine already. I learned something over the weekend that I did not really know. But 713-780-3776 is the number. And let's get in. What did you learn this weekend? Because you had a 3-day weekend, so you learned something. You definitely learned something. So why don't you get in and let's go. 713-780-3776. What'd you learn this weekend? Brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. I'm talking right now about GimmeTheVin.com. I'm talking about $25,000 a month. John Clay Wolf says you don't even have to sell me your car, and I'll give you a chance at the $25,000 at a piece of the $25,000. He's giving away $25,000 a month, and I don't know how he's doing it in increments, whatever. One guy I know he tweeted it out. John Clay Wolf bought his car, gave him more than anybody else would, and then gave him another $14,000 on top of it because he gets – when you sell your car to John Clay Wolf, you get 1,000 ballots in the hopper. If you go to the website and you just mail in an entry, you get 250 ballots in the hopper. So if you sell your car, you have a much better chance. And that's just right because you're a client of John Clay Wolf. But he says everybody's got a shot. Let's go. Go to GimmeTheVin.com and see. GimmeTheVin.com is where you sell your car. It's unbelievable how good it is. Unbelievable how much John Clay Wolf pays for vehicles. That's why he's the number one car buyer in the country. John Clay Wolf giving you money. GimmeTheVin.com. That's GimmeTheVin.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, let's go. 713-780-3776. What did you learn this weekend? Brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. 713, line open. Let's go. Get in a hurry. 713-780-3776. I'm going to start. While it's kind of neat to have birds build a nest in a light fixture on your patio and see them have baby birds, they are the grossest people that poop all over themselves, the nest, and everything else around them. That's what I learned this weekend.
I had no idea about that.
Yes. Gross. Yeah.
I had no
Took
idea
me
about
a while
that.
to
What
clean
did I
that crap
learn
up.
this weekend?
Yeah.
What did I learn this long, extended weekend? Did I learn anything about food, drink, family? No. Oh, I can't say that one on the air.
Well, all right.
Man,
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
You ought to think about it before we get to the segment. But okay.
Del,
did you learn anything?
There is a brand of underwear out there that will get your wife to take notice.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
A brand of underwear out there
Yeah. I'll tell you
that
the
will
name.
get your wife to take notice. Okay. All right. You don't want to mention that brand, but
Yeah,
okay.
I will, but I
You had your one sentence. That's it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Just know
yeah.
that there is a brand of underwear
Yeah, I
out
have
there.
to find it.
Del, did you learn anything this weekend?
Not a thing.
You didn't learn anything
I
this weekend.
turned my learning part of my brain off. I didn't want to learn a damn thing.
You didn't want to do a thing.
No. Oh, what did I learn? Nah, nothing.
Nothing. You didn't learn anything.
Nothing.
All right. Ocho. 713-780-3776. Ocho is here. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence, Ocho?
Yeah, I learned that in Indonesia, you can get the death penalty for possession of marijuana.
Wow.
Where?
Indonesia.
Wow. They don't play.
The death penalty. That sounds a little.
And here in Houston, I can drive by a car with my windows up at 65 miles an hour and smell weed in somebody's car because they smoke so much.
Yeah. Oh, no. We're different here. We're not giving out the death sentence for smoking weed
Not
anymore.
typically.
We used to. Now, it might as well have been a death sentence. The number of years people were put in prison for smoking weed.
Yeah.
Might as well been a death penalty. But we don't, it's not really, that's not what we do anymore, okay? Now we get a ticket. And even then, we don't even get that anymore, to tell you the truth.
Not really.
Del, who's next?
La Raza, what have you learned?
La Raza, ¿qué pasó, mijo?
Johnny Wood Holly, Lance Schnitzel,
Oh, hello.
Delvin C.
Gentlemen, good morning.
Right out there, gentlemen, good morning. First and foremost, I just want to say, R.I.P. to the legend of Jose Grillon on Fox 26, may rest in peace. And also, I want to say, hey guys, I had a question. What's the short name for Nicholas?
Nick.
All right. I found out that Steve Kerr named his son Nicholas.
No, sir. I saw that over the weekend.
Well, I didn't see that.
I saw a video. Okay. Tell him, La Raza. Go ahead. Finish.
No, he only got one sentence. We have to tell John.
Okay.
So at the end of
Are you sure okay?
At the end of every SNL season,
that's right.
Weekend Update, the hosts write each other's jokes. So it's Colin and Michael, and shout out to Colin. Scarlett Johansson made another appearance, his wife, on the show. But apparently, Michael wrote this joke for Colin. I really like Steve Kerr, but something along the lines. I like Steve Kerr, but I don't love Nick, his son, because I'm not because I forgot how did he put it. He pretty much said
His son is named Nick.
his son is named Nick Kerr, and he says, "I don't love Nick Kerr.
I'm not a
because
Nick
I'm not a Nick Kerr lover." Yes,
is what he said.
Yes, and you have to write.
Yeah, he wrote that for Colin Jost to say that.
He always puts him.
Yeah. So
God, the racial stuff that he gives Colin Jost,
it's unbelievable.
Is unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, when he did the Superman movie about, oh my gosh, that was unbelievable. Oh my God, Nick Kerr.
Yeah,
that's awful. Steve should have thought that one out.
Well, I mean,
right?
I don't know. You just want to name your son something. You had the foresight to know someone at some point was going to change it into this. I don't know.
No.
I don't know if I can blame him for that one. Nicholas seems like a normal name to name.
Is
your
that
kid.
Even his son's name, or did they just make up a son's
name? I believe
name?
that is the name of his kid. Yeah.
Wow, his kid went viral on Saturday Night Live.
Mm-hmm. Where he'll learn something. He learned that Lance wears Skims underwear.
Nah, it's not Skims.
You wearing the Kim Kardashian brand of underwear?
No.
Is that what your wife took notice of?
I'll have to see.
It's the one that all the NBA players will wear. Some of them will wear, and then it becomes a talking point in the locker room where it's a lot of guys snickering about because it's
Skims
because it shows off everything.
Yeah.
And so the guys will laugh at each other.
It's like an NFL combine.
Yeah, like Shea. I think Shea wears them, and I think Donovan Mitchell is a spokesperson for him. Either way, maybe Lance has a different brand. Let's go to Tom. Tom, what have you learned?
Morning, gentlemen. I learned when a woman tells you she's going to need some time before she gets physical, that normally means 24 hours.
Well, hello. Okay.
Wow.
24 hours. That's
time
a time
frame is a little different.
24 minutes is time frame too.
It's a time frame.
They're all time frame. Anything. If it takes 2 seconds, that's a time frame.
Good. 24 hours, huh?
24 hours.
I'm going to need some time.
For prep work or recovery?
Gotta
What's
do
he
some
mean?
studying.
I don't know.
What's he mean by that?
Got to do some studying up.
Studying up on Tom and his moves? What's she studying up on?
You don't know.
Having sex with Tom is like calculus?
Well, you don't know. I have no idea.
You're right. Thank God I don't know.
That's right. No, we don't know.
Let's move to Keith. Keith, what have you learned?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. I relearned that my ex-wife is still a bitch.
What?
Bitch.
Wow.
What?
Wow. The kids are on their way to school, and here you are talking about your ex-wife.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
ugly. I saw somebody who has a pretty decent ex-wife, although I don't know that I'd ever forgive her. And that's John Hamm's ex-wife in Friends and Neighbors.
Your Friends and Neighbors, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know that I'd ever forgive her, but they made her more likable. That's a good show.
Friends and Neighbors?
By the way, Step One is the name of the underwear. Step One.
Did she buy those for you? Did you buy them for yourself?
I found them and then
He just hurt his shoulder by stretching, by the way.
Been hurt.
That's the noise you just heard.
I heard him playing disco.
He was stretching his arms, and then he went into the pain.
It's a rotator cuff thing. It's going to be fine. I'm sure it'll self-heal.
Step one?
Step one, trust.
Well,
the front
is there padding in there for you? Is that what happened?
No.
It does highlight.
I'm telling you, the front
it does
pouch
highlight
is just,
a certain area.
Yeah, it's just the best underwear. My wife's like, come here for a second. I'm like, well, I'm just trying to mind my own business. But okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
It is a underwear that will showcase whatever you have.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah.
Get over it.
It's like contouring.
Nice.
Like when women contour their face. That's what these underwear do for you.
That's what it does. It's 100%.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, as the point remains, like if you ain't got nothing,
it's supposed to be to just to give you a little,
just accentuate,
just some room.
Yeah. Just to let it be known this is what you're working with is all. That's all.
You're going a little extra.
I mean, I'm the one you made me look it up.
Yeah.
I had to look up what's going on.
And what's the first underwear that they show?
Well, boxer briefs is what I saw.
Yeah, but what's the name of them? On the front page.
I didn't go to the website. I just typed in Step One underwear and got the images.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all.
It's like they're not even really trying to hide it on the website. Because I don't even remember how I got the first pair. It was kind of a joke pair. There's like strawberries on it. And so I'm like, oh man, these are good. And so I said, let me go order some more. So I had to go look at what the brand was and all that. I went to the website. It's like, man, this whole website just kind of reeks of sex.
It reeks of sex.
Yeah.
And they have women's underwear too, so women can buy them too.
Really?
Yeah, the first ones are called
Go ahead.
they're called Black Mambas.
They're called Black Mambas.
That's the first
and it's
one
a black guy in some black underwear.
Yeah. Yeah. And then the other one, you have some for thinner legs.
Yeah.
If you got wider legs, yeah, they got them all for you.
Yeah.
Then it's odd that there's a kid holding up a pair of underwear as well for
everybody.
They're for everyone. Yes.
They got women's too, but I know what they're really for. That's what I learned this week, and I'm like, man, I'm gonna go ahead and order. I ordered 4 more.
I'm ordering some now. I'm ordering some right now.
Step ones.
All right, we got any more, Del?
We do. Vamped enough. Let's go with AMF. What did you learn?
Morning, gentlemen.
What's up?
This weekend, I learned that my new favorite actress to hate is Maeve.
Oh, she's the worst.
Helen Mirren on that show's the worst.
Yeah,
she is such a troublemaker.
She's a bad
awful.
person. She is an awful person. Yep.
What a great actress. Because I watched her simultaneously with 1923 and Mobland. And in one, she's this down-ass wife who's got she's a great shot, first of all. And she's Irish, but this Irish is a bad Irish. In that one, she was the good Irish, even though I also found Americans really hated the Irish back then.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Them and the Italians. When the Italians got here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Downtrodden. I need reparations.
Maybe you'll do better off than the people who've been pushing for the last 250 years.
Anything else, Del?
Yeah, we got a full board before we wrap it up. Let's go to Ryan. Ryan, what have you learned?
I learned this past weekend when you're with your ex-girlfriend and she tells you not to worry about her ex-boyfriend, that's a complete lie after y'all break up.
Oh, yeah, it always was a lie.
Oh, yeah.
It always was a lie. You can never trust that.
If you ever get to the point where you start to worry, then you're probably done for. Like
one way or the other.
Yeah, like considering I don't know how old Ryan is, but he's not like some young 20-something where jealousy is a thing, or a big thing. But if you're like a real normal man and you're starting to worry, okay, it's probably over. Wrap it up. Pack it up, guys.
Yeah, if you're worried about the ex, yeah.
Yep.
All right,
she's let it be a thing. All right.
A couple more in here.
Yeah, let's go to, Tom on the headset. What have you learned?
Hey, good morning, guys. I learned that after watching American Music Awards, I'm convinced J-Lo hit Diddy's gun in her culo.
Stop.
Wow.
Stop.
Wow.
Now we got a new Tom.
Wow.
Tom on a headset. J-Lo didn't hide a gun in the culo. Stop it.
Wow.
We don't even say those things on the radio.
You said worse.
No, but
You said much worse. Much worse. Much worse.
2 more before we go.
Couple more, Del.
Let's go to Matt. Matt, what have you learned?
Hello?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. I learned this weekend that all employees want to do is get over there, get around there, and take the money from the man.
What? He's talking about Zen, the pouches of nicotine?
Yeah.
Did he say Zen?
I don't know what that's in reference
money
to.
from the man. I don't know.
what that means.
Almost sounded like Conor McGregor.
Yeah. We got one more. Elliot, what have you learned?
Elliot.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's
Sorry
up?
about that. I learned there's a YouTube video of Gilbert and a young Johnny T walking on the field at Minute Maid Park, meeting Bagwell and interviewing Clemens.
Yeah, it's actually there.
That is. Yep.
It's actually there.
Yep.
That's Gilbert. That's Gilbert
happened.
who could ride his bike still
Yeah.
and would ride all over the place.
Roger was great with him. Roger
Mm-hmm.
was great with him. He was really good. Hey, Gilbert. That was great.
How did you talk to Roger to set that up, by the way?
Yeah.
Did Roger know who Gilbert was, or did you
He
kind of
did.
just give him he
Knew
knew?
he knew who Gilbert was, yeah.
How did he know who Gilbert was?
Because Gilbert probably hounded him for years before.
Oh, yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah. I mean, he was a celebrity. So Gilbert had some contact with Gilbert. There was no question about that. No, that's go look that up on YouTube. Gilbert interviewing. Was it Bagwell too? I don't even remember. I know,
Real
I know
quick, he got to say hi to Bagwell. I think he was at the batting cage standing there.
Yeah. All right, thanks. That's real nice. Well done, Game Day Men's Health. Thank you for bringing us. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Well done, everybody. After the holiday. Right now, talking about the Golden Nugget. Man, how about a 3-day weekend there? How if you just came back from there?
I can help you on this one. My boy Robbie from a famous restaurant here. We were talking about me and you and Dell are going to the Golden Nugget in about a week or so, maybe a little more than a week.
June
and
9th.
He's like, man, those rooms are nice. They're nicer than the places we stay in Vegas.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you, you and I know they always treat us really well there. But the hotel is like it's brand new, and it's not. But they keep it up so nice. It is so clean. It is so nice. They've done such an unbelievable job. I mean, this is billions that they put into this thing, people. It is really, really nice. The pool is awesome. The golf course is awesome. The restaurants are awesome. The nightclub, the concert hall. I mean, go find a concert that go to goldennuggetlc.com and see the list of entertainers that are going to be there. Pick a great weekend and go. You don't have to go all the way to Las Vegas to find Vegas-style entertainment. It's 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. They were packed this weekend because it's a holiday weekend, and it's just awesome. Have all those people there, everybody gamble. It's just so much fun. Join us June 9th and 10th. We'll be out there. We want you to come on out and hang with us at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. GoldenNuggetLC.com. Just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. GoldenNuggetLC.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Our Astros took 3 out of 4, pulled within a game and a half of Seattle. How awesome was that weekend? That was great. Now the A's come to town. And normally that would be, it's the A's. The A's aren't a bad baseball team. You got a two game series against them. And they come in here, and you got Hunter Brown on the mound. Hunter Brown needs a little bounce back after his last outing, and hopefully he gets that tonight. And then they play tomorrow afternoon as well. And then Thursday, Tampa comes in for a 4-game set: Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I wonder why they got 2 games against the Athletics and then 4 against Tampa. You would think they'd make it 3-3, but no, they didn't do that. So nice day off after 17 straight games. The Astros still in a bit of, their pitching has been great, but still in a bit of a bind because they've got it's Hunter Brown, Lance McCullers, Ryan Gusto, and Valdez and Fromber. And those are your 4 starters now. And you've got that 5th spot open. You ideally you have 6. They're down to 4 starters, and one of them is Ryan Gusto. So it's interesting. Although Colton Gordon it's probably going to be Colton Gordon on Thursday, right?
Yeah,
dude was pretty good. He only threw 80-some pitches. They gave him 5 innings, and he was all right. He gave up 3 runs, but he's been fine. He's been fine. And you had the start by Walter, and then Walter goes down to the minors, and he pitches his ass off down there too. So I think he's had 4 straight. He's got 4 straight outings where he hasn't given up a run, Walter. And one of them was with the big club. So that's nice. That's nice. So we'll see what they do pitching wise as we move on. Just another guy on the IL with an elbow. It's amazing. It is amazing. Eric Getty and that thumb is like the biggest secret in baseball. Do we know any?
Well, why is it he broke it?
I know he broke it, but when is he coming back?
It usually takes 2 months. I remember when.
Whoa, are we going on 2 months now?
No.
Isn't this 2 months now?
No.
It feels like a year and a half he's been out too.
Well, he actually is nearing return here, I guess. Eric Getty, Jordan too. Joe Espada shared positive news. He said it's a good sign when Alvarez is running the bases. Spence, we expect to be out of that splinter, whatever that thing is, and then he can start playing catch if we get clearance from the doctor. That's okay. That sounds like it's still a ways away because he's still got to get his arm built up. Because you remember it was his pitching hand. So Alvarez has been on the injured list since May 5th. An MRI revealed the injury was merely a muscle strain, but Joe Espada was optimistic. On Friday, Slugger went through a series of base running drills on the field, so gets him a little bit closer. As far as Eric Getty's concerned, that one is he has been you're right. It's getting close to 2 months. Yeah. Early April's when Spencer Eric Getty was struck by the foul ball. So he's actually gripping and going through some exercises in that area. He's scheduled to see the doctor next week and expects to receive clearance to participate in baseball activities. So that still sounds like we're at least 2 weeks away on Eric Getty. Oh, wait.
On top of getting better,
hold on.
It's actually again.
It's been healing fine, but he's been out a little while now, so it's going to take him a little time to get back, says Dana Brown. Hopefully we can get him somewhere in the month of July. In the month of July. Did you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you.
Because he's going to have to go through a complete spring training-like thing since he's been out for so long. So, no, he's going to get out of his splinter soon. And then we'll see him in July. That's going to be basically 3 months. So I would tuck away your Spencer Eric Getty excitement.
Yeah, July, August, September. You're going to have him back for hopefully 2.5 months or so. That'll be. That's fine. At least there's an end in sight. Unlike McCullers. Listen, and big ups to McCullers the way that he pitched last time out. That was nice. You gotta have him. You really gotta have him pitching. With all of the injuries, dude has got to pick it. They've got to be really, really good again. And you know what? They've been getting it. They've been getting it. They've been getting great pitching. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable what all of these injuries, what they've been doing. Now you got the A's and you got Hunter on the mound. I mean, I'll bet you Hunter's pissed after that last start against Tampa. I'll bet he's pissed.
Yeah.
He got lit up in that little bandbox with that wind blowing out to right field, and he was like a pop-up. It looked like the second baseman was going to get it, and that's a homer. Dude dropped his bat, dropped his head. He was like, oh, I think it was low. It was low or low, one of them. And he looked disgusted after he hit it. Oh, it's a home run. Oh, my God. That's got to piss off a pitcher to no end. 713-780-3776. Anything that you guys want to talk about, you are more than welcome to get in here with us and hang here. This is something that we didn't get to last week. The Texans' strength of schedule. The Texans have the 18th ranked schedule in the NFL, which is a little bit, well, it depends on what divisions you're playing, obviously, right? With their opponents' combined win total last year, 139. They're playing the West and the West again this time. They're playing the West, AFC West, and the NFC West.
Okay.
Is that attractive? I think that's attractive. I mean, you got to play the Chiefs every year.
I don't want attractive. I want easy.
Yeah,
I'll say
it's 18th. How if you're playing a first place schedule and you got the 18th ranked schedule?
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
That's good enough. That you can't expect better than that.
Now, based on predictions, the Texans are playing the fourth hardest schedule this year, but based on their opponent's projected win total this year. Who's going to be? I guess San Diego was a playoff team last year, beat their ass, right? Are the Raiders going to be better this year?
I think they potentially will be.
Yeah, right.
I mean, they could be. I don't know that there's anything. Well, yeah, they have Geno Smith. They should be better, I would think.
Okay, so the Rams are going to be pretty good. We know that, right?
Yep.
The Rams are going to be tough. We know that about them.
Mm-hmm.
The Buccaneers?
I mean, they won the division.
Yeah.
Yeah, they won the division, so yeah, I would imagine.
Are the Jaguars? What about the division? The Jaguars, the Colts, and the Titans. I don't think they're going to be very good.
No, I don't see where the heat comes from. Honestly,
the
Colts. It's not going to be Duval.
You think Duval's going to be good?
Duval.
Hell, are you just playing that, or do you actually think Duval is going to be good?
He just wanted to say Duval.
I just think we have to respect the level of talent that's coming to the division, particularly on the coaching side. We've got Liam Cohen, and the guy was, carrying Sean McVay's coffee to him every morning, and now he's the coach of the Jags. And he's given us this. And look,
Duval.
We have criticized coaches who've had weird pressers.
Yep.
And unless you're Adam Gase, a lot of those guys have turned out to be better than we thought. Dan Campbell, chief among them.
Yeah, but we did have crazy eyes in New York.
I said outside of Adam Gase, who had been a disaster someplace else. We already had proof he wasn't a good coach.
Yeah. Because Detroit, his initial press conference. Cardinals, his initial press conference. Mike McDaniels in Miami, didn't we have something about his?
He wasn't a very confident. He wasn't a very confident speaker, so there's some pauses and stuff like that. Those guys have generally played.
Yeah,
that kind of has gone well. So despite the nonsense of this,
Duval.
I mean, it may be a predictor of a good coach. So you just never know. And can
Dan Campbell cutting off your knees, right, or whatever. What was
McDaniel
kneecaps,
somewhat rambling performances at his opener. Yeah, you just never know.
But you don't want any smoke with the Lions.
No.
Are the Seahawks going to be better? I don't think so.
They weren't bad last year. They just weren't playoff good. So they'll probably be the same.
They also lost Geno for Darnold.
They'll probably be about the same.
I don't know.
8-9 win team, maybe.
Listen, Sam Darnold was in a great situation in Minnesota. I'm not sure that that's the same situation with the Seahawks. He was when you have all of those weapons like he had in Minnesota. I'm not sure that Sam Darnold is going to be that same guy. We'll see. The Ravens are going to be better.
They'll be about the same.
They don't have to be better, do they?
No, they could be coming off a 2-win season. I would still take them over the Texans. They always beat the crap. Lamar beats the crap out of the Texans.
That's what he does.
It is.
49ers are going to be better, right?
You would.
I don't know about that. Well, they weren't great last year.
They were bad.
Yeah, they may be better, but they may still be below the. Their window may have closed a little bit.
Doesn't he though win every other year?
Well, he wins when guys aren't beat up.
Yeah.
You go back through his history. We're talking about Shanahan. When his teams are beat up, he's awful. He doesn't raise them above expectations when they're all banged up. But when they're good, and healthy, they're at the top. So maybe we get a medium this year. They're bringing guys back. They're paying guys, so guys should be happy. Warner got his money. Brock got his money. Kittle got his money. Yeah, all those guys got their money. So there shouldn't be the issues we had for them going into last year where contracts were a problem. Although I'm sure
they were poor.
Yeah.
The players were so poor they couldn't afford ramen.
They're upset. I thought the Bengals or the 49ers here. You mean San Francisco prices. But I think that's a 9-win team maybe. Should we be expecting the 49ers to be bad?
I think, you never know. They could just be really, really, really good. I'm expecting a bounce back. I'm expecting a bounce back from them. The Broncos should be better. Bo Nix has got another year.
Or did they overperform expectations?
Yeah, they're one of those ones that now year 2, let's see if he gets a little CJ Stroud treatment.
That's true.
Where life gets a little tougher for him.
Yeah. But he's got Peyton. I mean, he's got Sean Payton. So, I mean, I don't know.
There wasn't a lot on Bo Nix's plate. I mean, yes, he played well, but he didn't put stuff on his plate. You saw a lot of stuff around the line of scrimmage, short passes. I wonder if with the year, people adapt and force them to be a more down the field team because Peyton put in an offense that played to his strengths. And if CJ, who was great, has to suffer through it. But I think the difference is the Broncos don't have a bad offensive line. I don't think they will have the issues on their offensive line that the Texans did in year 2 for CJ. So that might be Bo Nix's saving grace if he struggles.
Yep. The Bills are going to be really good. I mean, although they get them at Houston again. The Bills have to come here again, which is the Texans have been good against the Bills.
It's not the hardest matchup for them. Like it's not like the Ravens, the Ravens are their Golden State Warriors. Just can't do anything about it.
Nope. And then you got the Cardinals, who figured to be a pretty good football team, but let's see by the end of the year where they are. You get them December 14th. I don't know why that would make any difference, but
you know why? Because if there's
a
new downloadable version of Call of Duty, where's Kyler going to be?
Kyler's going to be playing.
No, I mean, he'll be playing the game. How focused will he be in December? And the Cardinals feel like a team that if they're out of the playoffs picture, can't quit. I feel like with Kyler at the helm, that feels like a team who may not show up.
The problem is they might be a borderline team.
Well, I guess that'll be determined by how the 49ers are. We expect the Rams to be in the playoffs. So, and we see them week 1. 49ers. So maybe the Cardinals are the third best team in that division, maybe fighting for 2.
I tell you what, with Devontae Adams now, the Rams could be a problem.
Depending on how much he has left, yes. Because their front is a problem. I mean, their defensive line is really, really tough. They've got some scrappy. Man, Les Snead's done a great job. Did you see the video of them drafting Jarquez Hunter that came out over the weekend? Those draft, I don't watch them enough. Those videos of draft room, like war room stuff from actual NFL drafts is so fascinating. And he and Les Snead and McVay are working just side by side. Like that's a perfect combination of head coach and GM. A lot of time there's friction between those two positions. Those dudes are locked in together, and man, has Snead done a great job with those draft picks.
All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. We're going to talk a little underdog. That's what we need to talk about, Lance.
Let's talk about underdog fantasy. Did you know we got something a little new that underdog wants to talk about, and that is you got the NBA playoffs, obviously, ton of NBA playoff stuff. Yesterday was a great time to have higher than. So you take a look at the series and you really get a feel for me, which is why I have so much success when you have playoff series, is because you kind of get a feel for the flow of the series. So for me, I liked higher on Jalen Williams. I thought it was going to be a big bounce back for for Oklahoma City. So I went higher on Jalen Williams points and rebounds, and it was an easy winner. I went higher also on total points, 14.4. Went higher on Chet Holmgren, and then I went lower on Anthony Edwards because I thought the game would be the opposite of the game before, and that's exactly what happened. So there are winners right there. You know, this is a great opportunity for you to play on one of the fastest growing apps that's out there. The app has 100,000 5-star reviews. Millions of players have won billions already when you add up all the winnings, and it's a great way to follow along with the games that you're already watching. If you're watching NBA playoffs, or maybe you're not as interested in the playoffs, watch how much more interested you'll be if you start playing underdog fantasy and you play the daily pick'em. You're going to have so much fun taking your sports knowledge and making real money with it. You can win up to 1,000 times your original play, and you can start with just $1, just one simple dollar to play. Make your initial deposit. Use promo code Lance. And you're going to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. That's promo code Lance. You must be 18 or older. And present to state where Underdog Fantasy operates, terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
You are listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right. I'm going to get to this Ariante Ursary story and see, get your reaction to it, Lance. But first, let's get Jeremiah in here. He wants to talk on the radio. Hey, Jeremiah.
Hey, question for you guys. I just wanted to, with this Alex Bregman similar 2021 quad injury, being out with significant time, would you take his production early in the season, knowing that he had this injury so early?
Good question. Probably so. Because it's not going to be, I mean, it is considered significant, but man, did he have tremendous productivity. Yeah, because for the Astros in years past, it's always been about what can you do for me at the end of the season? Like the idea is you're going to be in the playoffs. So if he's going to be back at his best self, which I guess we don't know after that long of a potential layoff. Yeah, I would say I would say I'd take this. Yeah, because we never get this.
I don't understand the question. Because he was good at the beginning of the season, we'll take the injury?
Yeah, would you trade off the injuries, knowing what you know? Would you
I'll
still
take
be
Isaac Paredes and what he's doing?
Yeah,
Isak,
I guess so.
No, I'll take Isak. Isak is going to be here now.
You're right. It's just an emotional answer for me. Because, number one, I never see Alex Bregman with this kind of start, and usually he's better at the end of the season. So, yeah. It's similar to the one that cost him the 2 months in 21. So, that's a lot.
That's a lot.
That's a lot, man. Missing 2 months is a lot of baseball.
Well, and I'll take a guy who's here and producing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right.
Yeah. I mean, I don't.
He didn't ask that specifically, but that's
I don't
really
get the question. I don't get it.
Yeah. Would you take it? Would you take that start? Yeah. I mean, it kind of is. I mean, what else can it be other than would you be okay with having him miss 2 months of injury if you knew he was going to have a start like that? But I mean, missing 2 months of injury, you're talking close to 50 games. I mean, that's a significant amount of baseball.
Yeah. No, thanks. I'll take what we got. I'm good. I'm good right here. So there's a story out on Yahoo Sports. The Texans tried to move up 20 spots for Ariante Ursary.
20 spots?
Yeah, they tried to pull the trigger. They tried to pull the trigger with the Patriots, but the Patriots weren't biting. Patriots declined to take Houston's offer of the 58th and 79th pick and a third rounder in 2026.
To move up to what number?
To move up to 38?
No, Texans. Just ask me and I'll tell you he isn't going that high.
Well, he didn't. I mean, they moved up 10 spots and still got him.
Mm-hmm.
And didn't have to give up as much with the Raiders.
Yeah, I didn't hear his name in the first 10 picks. That was not something that was going to happen. I kind of knew the players who were going to go on the turn, and he was not one of them. And Billy O'Brien's right tackle, blanking on his name now, from Boston College, Ozzie Trapillo. He was not one of them either. That's curious. They really. Here's what D'Amico said with Ariante. We had a guy who brings that physicality, that mindset that I really think helps offensive linemen be good at their job. He's done a great job at playing left tackle and still has room to grow and develop. And he will be a left tackle. That's where the Texans plan on starting him out. Mm-hmm.
But he said he's willing to do whatever the coaches ask him to do. That's the type of guy I am, he said. Whenever I get out there, I'm going to give it my all to protect CJ.
Mm-hmm.
That's a little – I mean, do they think apparently they think they got their left tackle for years to come here.
Well, we'll see. I mean, obviously, if you're trying to move up like that, you feel like you've got a chance to get your starting left tackle of the future in the second round. You get excited about that because that's not something that usually happens. The downside is if a player ends up being above average, you have to pay him early and probably a pretty good toll. But if you get it fixed, if you get it fixed, that's great. I mean, it's not broken currently because we haven't played a season without Laramie Tunsil in years, but it will be broken once the season starts, probably a little bit broken. So we'll find out. We'll find out on him. So he's one of these guys that is not a great knee bender. He's a little bit of a waist bender, but he comes up with really impressive athletic numbers. His athletic numbers are really impressive. It just, when you watch him on the field, he's not a real loose, fluid type of athlete. So we'll see. I was never super impressed, but I did think he was a second rounder, and I gave him the equivalent of kind of an average starter grade. I gave him a 62, which is an average NFL starter. And when I say a 62, that's like, maybe of the left tackles, somewhere between probably 15 and probably between 14 and 20 in that neighborhood, which is okay. It's okay. At 14, you're a lot better off than 20. Let me put it that way.
Under, over number of games Ariante Ursary starts for the Texans this year.
Oh, man, that's a good question. I'm going to say 4.5 is the number I'll set.
Yeah, we saw Blake Fisher plenty last year.
We did, but we could get Blake Fisher right side, Ursary left side. I think Cam Robinson will have I think Cam. So it's probably, my guess is Titus Howard. The favorite is Howard playing back at guard, Fisher at right tackle, and Cam Robinson at left tackle. At least he'll get I'm just assuming, because he's been an NFL starter and he's a veteran, that he would beat out the rookie. But I also expect the rookie at some point to probably get in the game either through injury or through just average play.
Yeah.
By
I mean, I didn't expect Blake Fisher to play as much as he played last year.
No.
But you're forced into it. And Ariante, and it will be at left tackle. Ariante Ursary is going to play?
Yeah, probably so. I mean, Blake Fisher didn't play much left tackle at all in college.
Well, I'll tell you this.
And Titus Howard hasn't played much either.
Cam Robinson, what I've been reading about, it's a little scary.
What have you been reading about?
Well, I mean, just his play of late. This is going to be scary.
You mean his play like in the NFL or in
the
camp?
NFL? Yeah.
Yeah, no, he was a former first rounder, but there's a reason that he's on a 1-year deal
and been moving around a little bit. So yeah, and that and Ed and Lakin and
John, relax. Did you not hear Nick Caserio last week when a fan expressed their concern about the offensive line? He said, "You guys are probably more concerned about it than we are."
Mm-hmm.
We are.
Well,
he appears very confident in that line. I would ask, look, it was a fan event, so I say kudos to them for allowing the fans to ask questions and they answer them. But my question would have been, were you concerned last year? Because I imagine you would have told me you weren't concerned last year either. And now look at you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm going to tell you this. We are going to see by midseason a configuration of this offensive line that we did not expect. Because there's a lot of guys that are just throwing a bunch of stuff against the wall. And it's going to be like, oh, wow, Blake Fisher is where and Ariante is where, and what's Juice doing, and what Titus is moved from what and done what.
Well, that's the thing. You're right, because now that you say it, there's so many players. Like Juice can play center or guard. Howard can play right tackle or left guard. Blake Fisher, we may see him right tackle or left tackle. Lakin Tomlinson's guard only,
yeah.
but Ed Ingram's guard only.
Which side?
Probably right, but I don't know. I mean, maybe it could bounce around. Who knows?
And
but there's going to be some shifting.
And where's Patterson going to play? And where's Juice going to play?
Yeah, there's going to be some shifting.
And you're getting it right off the bat with the Rams.
Mm-hmm.
That this is, and you're going to go, wow, that hasn't improved. There's going to be a lot of shuffling with this offensive line this year. But Nick Caley's calling a good play, so that's the difference.
Yeah,
that's going to be
the real key.
Predicting a lot of shuffling before the year even begins doesn't give me a great feeling.
No, there's nothing great about this feeling that we have.
No, but when you start remembering all the good plays.
Why would you feel great about this offensive line?
But when you start thinking about the good plays that Nick is going to call,
that's right.
It kind of makes you feel better.
And when you
because
start
his wide receiver, what is it called, his route combinations, his route schemes and combinations.
Well, his
are going
adjustments.
It'll be
His
the good ones
adjustments,
and
too.
adjustments. They'll be the good ones.
You guys feel nervous about it. We're gonna hear Nick Cassero when we come back.
Is he yelling at the media again?
No, he answered a fan's question, and as I told you, not concerned.
Not concerned. Good.
We'll hear from him about his
He
lack
doesn't
of
really
concern.
want to hear any of your concerns. I've noticed that Nick is really feeling himself lately in this whole year, where he's not really, after winning 2 division championship, after winning the division twice, he really doesn't have time for any of your shenanigans, any of your negativity, any of your concerns. He's not really interested in you as a media member or a fan with concerns. That's not his concern, is your concerns. Not his concern.
If you have concerns over an accident, who do you call?
John Daspit Law Firm. Go to daspitlaw.com, daspitlaw.com. They're the ones fighting for people who have been badly injured in an accident. It could be at the workplace. It could be a slip and fall somewhere. I saw somebody slip on a pool of blood and hit their head on the ground, and then their blood got mixed up with the dead person's blood, and then now John Hamm is arrested for murder. Okay, and had he called John Daspit potentially, now I don't know if Daspit would want to get involved in that and your friends and neighbors, the show I'm watching, but maybe the outcome would have been different. I just know that John Daspit is the guy to call when you have injuries that require, hospital stays, medical attention. If you're afraid to go to the hospital because you don't have insurance, maybe you don't have health insurance, your health insurance is bad, you got a huge deductible. Well, that's okay. John Daspit says, get there. We'll make sure it gets taken care of, gets paid, get the CAT scans, MRIs, x-rays, everything you need to get. Let's get it all looked at, because the insurance company is going to pay for it, because you're not at fault and you didn't ask to be injured. So he'll get your pain and suffering compensated for, your time missed from work. Obviously, all your bills are going to be taken care of. All you have to do is go to daspitlaw.com or call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW. That's the number for John Daspit.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
The lady earlier asked about the offensive line protecting Stroud. Poor thing is just running for his life. So, I'm serious, I'm sorry. So, but your first picks wasn't an offensive lineman. Please explain.
Yeah, I'm happy to explain it. Yeah, the draft it's an inexact science. So we rank the players, we stack the board, the players come off the board at different points. I would say we try to move around the board. We try to move up, I would say, multiple. I mean, look, you guys know us. We pretty much trade every draft pick that we have. So, but we try to move up and down the board. Sometimes there's a trade partner that works itself out. Sometimes there isn't. So the way it worked itself out, we ended up moving on to 25. We picked Jaden at 34, and then we picked Ursary at 48 or 49, who was one of the top-ranked tackles in the draft that we liked. So, again, it's never about one pick. It's never about one player. I think the offensive line in and of itself is about 5 guys playing as one. So, again, I would say for D'Amico and I, we're not concerned about it. So if we're not concerned about it, you guys certainly shouldn't be concerned about it either.
Okay. Well, as long as you say so, Nick.
What's he going to say?
Well,
yeah, man, we really
that
screwed
poor
the
thing
pooch
is,
here.
oh, bless his heart. He's running for his life, that poor thing.
I
He
like that
called
guy.
C.J. Stroud a poor thing
Poor
like
thing.
an old Southern woman.
I know. I love that.
He gave him the Paula Dean treatment.
Yeah.
Bless his little heart.
That's what I always say.
Oh, bless his
I'm not going
heart.
to say that. I'm not going to say it. Poor
Heavens to
thing.
Betsy. He's running for his precious life. Bless his
Poor thing.
heart.
Well,
Jesus, take the
do you
wheel.
not- did you
Jesus,
not-
take the wheel, Jesus.
Did you not feel that way for CJ last year?
I didn't feel like that.
I did. Poor thing.
My internal voice was not an old Southern woman who
Mine
makes
was.
delicious apple pies. That's not my internal voice. Yours is an old Southern woman?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, bless your heart then.
Yeah. Bless your heart. That sounds like something Lance Berkman said. Well, bless
Sounds like
his
something my
heart.
brother says to be smart aleck to people on Twitter. It's my brother uses that when he wants to call somebody stupid on Twitter. He
Bless
just
your
says,
heart.
"Oh, bless your." It's usually when somebody's being negative about the Astros, some other fan base. He goes, "Oh, bless your heart."
Your brother loves to fight people on Twitter now.
He is like,
He does.
I don't
like
see him do it as
He
much
likes
now.
the fight guy on
Yeah,
Twitter.
I mean,
There's no question.
he's the contrarian who's ready to go to work on you.
Milos Uzan coming back.
Yeah.
How about that?
Welcome back.
I like the way the NBA does this. Let you go work out, go to Chicago, be in the combine workouts. That let everybody see. Let's see where you are compared to everybody else. Let's sit down with your agent and talk to him where you're going to be picked, and then go, nah, I'm going back. I like it. I like that. The NBA is.
I think it works for basketball.
It's for yeah.
It's not great for football because of how many rounds there are and how many players. But NBA, you only have 30. You only have 60 picks.
Yeah.
So I like it for basketball. I think it's easier for basketball. I don't love the fact that, from what I was told talking to an NBA guy, he said the real concern they're having now is that players are trying to use them for leverage on NIL deals, and it should be for people who you want to come out or not. I mean, don't play games. If you want to come out, come out. Don't try to have an agent use this as a leverage tactic against University of Houston or whatever. Don't do that.
Use everything you got.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan
That's
of that.
their
I mean,
job.
if all your thing is just money, then I get it. If it's all
you're,
about money,
if you're
but,
an agent, yeah, that's your job.
but that should be, because what they'll do is they'll take it away. If you start, because the NBA doesn't have to do that. If the NBA will say, okay, if they're just using it as leverage, we'll make a hard, firm deadline that's before the where once you're in, you're in. They could easily do that as well. So you got to be careful that you don't start trying to play the NBA, because the NBA won't make it a firm
make
deadline.
that rule. College does.
Well, no. The NBA can say no. The NBA has to be the one to dictate that you can't. We lock you in here, isn't it? Aren't they the ones?
College could just say you can come back.
Well, then college can lock it out and say no.
College could lock it.
Yeah,
Yeah, and that's the one who's losing. College is losing.
Yeah, it might be a smart thing for colleges to say we're not going to allow you to do this anymore. Not if you're just going to use this as a leverage tactic, because they're already you already have agents colluding illegally behind the scenes to fix prices on colleges, which is making it a little bit more difficult. By the way, shout out to my son's good friend who he lost his scholarship to Grand Canyon because they just shut down men's volleyball because they're putting all the money in basketball, and he got a scholarship to Max got a scholarship to BYU for indoor volleyball. So good for him. Yeah, that kid can play when he went to Carnegie High School, who has no indoor volleyball team, and he gets a scholarship to two different scholarships to very good indoor volleyball programs. So that guy's a legit player. I would have had him playing basketball. He was on the basketball team and got limited time, and he can jump out of the gym. I'm like, you're not coming out until you foul out. I would have had him playing every second.
Dell, you want us to break already? You're a bad person. I mean,
already?
Yeah. Right.
8:49.
Well, that's because you didn't stop us.
You shouldn't. Well, you know what? If you're worried about breaks, you shouldn't be.
No.
Well, he's more worried about breaks.
If you're worried about breaks,
one
you
of us.
shouldn't be. Okay, because I can promise you, me and John aren't worried about breaks.
John's always worried about breaks.
I'm always worried about breaks.
See, I use my D'Amico. I use my Nick Casario.
Understood.
Me and John aren't worried about breaks.
And just like when Nick said it, I don't buy it.
I'm worried about because I want to talk about Champion Energy. I want to talk about you and your electricity. I want to talk about how you're getting it. I've gotten mine. I still have my Champion Energy account at the house because we haven't sold the house, so we got to have the electricity on. And the way that I get electricity in my house for the last 17, 18 years is Champion Energy. Champion Energy has been fantastic for me. All right, I honestly think I'm paying less than all of you out there because I've saved thousands upon thousands of dollars because I've been with Champion. If you're somebody that's looking at your electricity bill every month going, what the bleep is going on here? Well, I'll tell you what the bleep is going on. You're not with Champion. Champion.energy/1560. See what they could do for you. Champion.energy/1560.
Let's talk about John Daspit and helping people who have been injured there along the coastline. I know a lot of you out there have friends, family members who may work at refineries, offshore in the oil business, and it's hard work. It's laborious work, number one, but also it's dangerous work. And if you work in a dangerous job, there could be injuries that you suffer that could entail loss of limb, loss of certainly the ability to work over a short or long period of time, hospital bills. There's even loss of life. And John Daspit, for every one of those elements I just brought up, John Daspit's here to help you and to help the and help people who have been injured in that line of work get the best compensation for time missed from work, for all the hospital bills that are going to pile up, and of course for your pain and suffering, which can be substantial, especially if we're talking about loss of limb or, God forbid, loss of life, where it turns into something where John's got to look out for a family in their future. So let's make sure that the first phone call that you make is to John Daspit so that he can help you, or at least set you in the right direction from a consulting standpoint. 713 call now. That's 713 call now, or go to daspitlaw.com.
Who's on hold? All right, welcome back on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Who's on hold, though? Oh, okay. Before we get to that, did you guys happen to see the French president, Emmanuel Macron, get hit by his wife as they were getting off the plane?
Yeah, I saw it.
You saw that?
You couldn't see the wife, but yeah, I saw it.
You saw her push him.
Marriage. I didn't think, I just thought like,
marriage.
Okay.
Well, did you see? She's 72 years old. She's 24 years older than he is.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they met when he was 15 and she was almost 40.
Dang. Okay.
And they got married, and he's the president now. He said it was a playful push, but he got pushed in the face. And something that I don't think the media's picked much up on, but there was a stewardess who was, and that's how they say it in France, the stewardess. She was in front of them. She had her uniform ripped, and there was blood on her shoulder. She had a bloody shoulder with her uniform, her stewardess uniform ripped.
What?
Yeah. This was a physical flight that they took. Yeah. I mean, she's getting off. She seems to be of Asian descent, and but right in front of them when they're deplaning after he said it was a playful push by his wife, the stewardess is got her uniform ripped, and there's blood on her shoulder. It's man, that
is this real?
Yeah.
Well, I have to check. I have to vet it for AI.
Macron is,
because I see what you're talking about, but I have to vet it for AI first.
She is 72, and she's spicy.
So they were married in 2007.
Right.
18 years ago. So he's 47 now.
She's 50. She was 54.
And he was, what, 29?
Yeah. She's 24 years older than him.
Yeah, the thought of marrying a 54-year-old at the age of 29.
Turns you on?
No, not marrying.
Granny?
Not marrying.
Of all people, Del.
There's a difference. Not marrying. There's no appeal to marrying the 54-year-old. The other stuff, it's 15 minutes, whatever. But a lifelong commitment, nah. Better man than me. Don't look.
24 years old.
And then you get into the whole. When did he meet her?
But that happens. But we don't even blink when that's a man.
What do you mean?
We don't even blink when a man is.
Well, not with a 15-year-old. Yes, we do. With a 15.
Well, yeah, but what about when she's? Well, yeah, they blinked with Woody Allen and Jerry Seinfeld, but nothing ever came. They still went about their business. If you tell me that a 70-year-old man has a 50-year-old wife, a 74-year-old man has a 50-year-old wife, we don't even think twice.
Yeah, but when there's 40 and 15, that's different.
Well, yeah,
But
I didn't know.
But he's
them back
referencing
then.
what I brought up, the initial 29.
Well, he said they knew. Did they get that? They
Yeah, I don't
hooked
know.
up then,
I don't know
John, or
about.
did they know each
I don't know
other?
about that part. That's they just met
Oh,
at
they
that point.
met.
I don't know about their interactions.
I don't know about. I mean,
But
yeah,
29, huh? I'm trying to think. My mind at 29. Yeah, no chance, buddy.
no, yeah,
No
that's
chance. No chance.
No.
I'm not mature enough now. I definitely wasn't.
29 with a 54-year-old. Wow. No.
How old is JT?
JT's 28.
Oh, can you imagine, John?
No.
A year from now.
I can't imagine JT's mother.
No. Same thing.
No.
With, all I can think of is with Alec, with a 44-year-old.
Yeah.
His mom doesn't even like anybody his age. Doesn't matter.
Let alone
24
years old.
Yeah, that ain't gonna work.
Yeah, but that
they can have drinks together, but it's not with her baby. Forget about it.
All right, Gilbert's here. Let's see what's going on with Gilbert.
I got to go do something real quick.
No,
What?
Gilbert's here.
Oh, okay.
You got a Shaq moment?
Hey, Gilbert.
Wait. Gilbert's watching TV. What show is Gilbert watching? Do we have any tickets to give away?
No.
Whoever can guess what show Gilbert's watching.
We don't have anything. What's the level of cable or streaming do they have in that place? What
Just
could he be
regular,
watching? Regular old TV? Basic cable? Okay.
He watches a lot of TV Land.
All he wants to watch is like TV Land stuff. It's Andy Griffith shows.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not hard to predict.
No.
Jack, can he find Three's Company?
Jake and the Fat Man. Yeah.
Magnum PI?
Magnum. Yeah.
Okay.
Gilbert's a Magnum guy. Absolutely.
Well,
all right.
He's not an on-the-air guy right now.
No, he's not. That's good. Okay. We catching up now?
No, we are way on time. We got until 7, 12, or 9:12.
Oh, you combined?
Yeah.
Right combiner? Oh, look at you. You're
You did?
becoming an
Look at
elite
you.
producer.
Look how smart you are.
I don't like the tone
Like our
of that.
friend Sean
I don't like the
Mapes.
tones of those comments, honestly.
Look how smart you are.
Sean Mapes, I believe, is out again today.
What's the deal? How long is signing day?
No, he positioned his
there a new
little
streaming
vacation
show?
around Memorial Day.
He Palillo'd.
You know what?
Yeah.
That's pretty smart.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
you do.
You got you a nice long.
I really
weekend.
would like to start
Nice
working
long
4
week.
days a week. I kind of like that.
What?
Yeah. The 4-day work week feels
I gotta
like
tell
it's-
you, I'm kind of a fan too. If you want
Yeah.
to know the truth.
That's
every
a big
Monday
surprise.
we should be off except during the football
So you want to be
season.
like a play? Like we go dark on Mondays?
Yeah,
4-day
like every
work week.
until the football season hits, obviously.
Can we get that off starting in mid-June when it's just strictly baseball, right after the draft, right after the NBA draft, because the Rockets have 2
that's fine.
picks.
We can do that.
So you don't want to be here for a potential Rockets trade. Actually, you would, because we're only
Yeah,
working
I
4
would.
days. So
we
4
can
days.
just on the fly decide if we're going to work or not.
So if it happens over the weekend, we'll come in.
And then we can take a Tuesday.
Okay. So
When
that's
is
what you.
this-
How do you? Who are we proposing this to?
Just the people.
When is this draft thing?
I think is it the 24th? I think June 24th.
Oh,
Or something like that.
We could vacation till we could go 4-day weeks till then. Yeah. Okay. That's the next. There's no. This is we should have 4-day weeks now every week. It's the summer.
June 25th. It's a 2-day draft, by the way.
A 2-day. Wait a minute. There's 2
Wait,
rounds.
the NBA draft's 2 days now?
They're trying to.
Oh, that's right. They're trying to copy the.
Yeah, because
They're so stupid.
Because you guys did it. You guys did it with the Christmas Day
All
stuff.
those players. This is the dumbest.
No, you guys did it with the Christmas Day stuff. They're trying to get their 2 days in too.
It's the dumbest thing.
I don't know how they're gonna.
Now the NFL's going to, at some point, they're going to come in and do a secondary draft on June just to take away the draft from the NBA too. They're going to come in with their own draft. They'll do it on NBA draft day just to try to smother the NBA.
Adam
They're
Silver.
trying to smother and kill the NBA right
Yeah.
now. The scheduling from the NFL.
If the NFL is going to put Christmas Day games on Wednesday just to screw the NBA, there is no day that's not open. There's no day. No day that the NFL won't steal.
Oh, by the way, that's not a bloody shoulder. That's a scarf. I saw it because I was like, man, this does look like a bloody shoulder. And I saw another video. I'm like, okay, that's a scarf.
Oh, damn it.
It's not a torn thing and a bloody shoulder.
It looks like she's got a bloody
At first
shoulder.
I thought that, but then I saw another video. I'm like, oh, it's clearly a scarf. Okay. Yeah, the NFL has already shown, look, we'll play a game on a Wednesday.
Yeah.
A day that really makes literally no sense for any team, just so we can take that blanket and smother the NBA.
Yeah, there's no day that they won't steal from the NBA.
So the
No day.
NBA is not doing it specifically to have a second day on TV. It's because they want to give teams time to make trades throughout the draft. Because some of that stuff is unofficial until this and this and this. So they want it to be a gap, so you can make a trade. You can figure out things. They think it's not great for how the operation goes because it's all condensed into one day.
Well, but I mean, this NBA draft is uninteresting after the first pick. It's, I mean,
were you interested in last year's draft?
But it was a deeper draft.
Yeah, when the
It
Rockets
was Saar and Ricochet. You were interested in watching those guys?
No, that top end was stinky.
No.
Well,
Who are
this
the guys
one is
that-
one guy, and
Well-
they're going to take 2 days for it?
I don't. Well, the one guy is supposed to be the generational prospect, whatever. But as far as the strength of the actual draft, I believe this one is a better draft than last year's draft.
Well, I mean, the Rockets have the 10th pick. I mean,
no, that's good. I'm excited about that.
Yeah, Reed Shepherd wouldn't be picked in a top 5, at least the top 3 of this draft this year, would he?
No.
This wasn't. Last year's draft was not a good one.
No, it wasn't a good draft. This year's draft is better. Rockets have a 10th pick. It's not so much the 10th pick as so much as it's a commodity. So are you going to pick somebody, which means that somebody else will be shipped out almost assuredly? Or you're going to use it to move? Like the Rockets are one of the more interesting teams on draft day alone.
Unless it's the 7-2 dude, I don't see anybody seeing any. There's no reason to take us the 10th pick.
Well, unless you plan on moving unless you have another plan to move with Tari Eason potentially moving and can't or Jabari Smith or if that's part of your next plot, if you're playing chess and you say, look, these are one of these guys that we're going to move before our next contract, that would make some sense.
Well, I will say this. Look at the teams that are left. It's about wheeling and dealing. I mean, all of their stars in the playoffs have been on other teams, and you made moves. Indiana, practically their whole team has been moved. They were wheeling and dealing, bringing guys in. Shea and Jalen Williams brought in. I mean, it's not. There are very few Golden States now that this is the team you drafted, and we're going to win championships with it. There's moves.
Oklahoma State's as close. I mean, Oklahoma City's as close to you get to it because they pulled in their top player after 1 year with another team. But Lou Dort's man-made, Jalen Williams. I mean, Presti put that team together. Through bits and pieces, through some draft, and
but
some trade.
The biggest pieces are our acquisitions, not drafts.
Well, which biggest pieces?
Shea and Jalen.
Is Jalen a trade too?
Yeah.
Where did he come from?
Wasn't he in that, or did they?
Oh, you mean the pick? One of the picks that they got from the Clippers was led to Jalen Williams.
Yeah, but Jalen was drafted.
Yeah, he was drafted by OKC.
Yeah, no, he was drafted. He's homegrown.
Yeah,
Chet's homegrown. Lou Dort is homegrown.
But they still they traded for that pick.
Well, yeah, but they made the pick.
Right.
They made he's been a Oklahoma City Thunder. So,
but you mean
Sam Presti,
Caruso and Hartenstein,
really
those are
good.
All of them.
Yeah.
Jalen Brunson and Cat.
Yeah,
and Josh Hart, and
not Cat, but
yeah. Well, Cat was a trade.
Cat was.
You're talking about for the Knicks.
Yeah.
Jalen
Brunson.
I'm just talking about Oklahoma City.
Well, he's going through
I'm talking about all these teams.
Yeah. Well, I think that's pretty much what we're dealing with now. Is you're gonna have more of that because of the super maxes. You have to make decisions and get rid of guys early. But Sam Presti built that team that's a Sam Presti built team. That was genius. Him stealing SGA after 1 year. Caruso and Hartenstein, just really good role players and understanding they don't cost you an arm and a leg. He's smart. mean, Sam Presti has done an amazing job. That's how you put a team together. You know, Daryl got lazy. Daryl went from being a guy who could rip people off in the draft to being a guy who just followed this super lazy model of just trying to just get one star and just collect guys around them. And it was a bad model. Presti's the way you build it. That's good. And so far, I think Rafael Stone's done a really good job too. But Rafael Stone is at a new level where you got to click the tumbler to unlock the safe to get the goodies now. And this is a way harder thing to do. Daryl struggled with it. Rafael's already there. Like, he's already at that point where he's got some really important decisions to make to just, to figure out whether or not the Rockets are going to be major players for years to come. They should be. Just in and of themselves, they should be. So you got to be careful, because you can make a decision that either vaults you towards being more competitive or maybe takes away some of that window that you have. So I think draft night's really intriguing, because is Jabari going to be a Rocket? Is Jalen Green still going to be a Rocket? Is Alperen going to be a Rocket in a super pick? Now, chances are it will happen before the draft if they were going to do something like that. But I could see Cam Whitmore being dealt for a second rounder at some point in this draft.
I could see Jalen not being here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I could too.
I mean, I just think that, you know what? And that's the kind of – but see, our Rockets fans, let's say you get a young Shea, you get a young Tyrese Halliburton. But Jalen Brunson was a little bit more established than those guys were. But, I mean, are we going to have – is that the kind of thing they're going to do, or get an established guy? Because I think they're going after an established guy.
Established.
That.
But I mean, I could see Cam Whitmore being dealt for a second rounder, though.
Yeah. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about Jalen, giving up Jalen for a Kevin Durant, or somebody who's already. And he's a big piece, as opposed to making a trade and picking up a Shea who hasn't proven anything in the league yet, or a Tyrese Halliburton who hasn't proven anything in the league yet. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they're making that kind of move. They're making a move for an established guy that is going to contribute right now.
Well, they have enough of the guys in that second column, guys who are still trying to find their way, and those guys don't get to play here. I don't foresee them. Yeah. Like, we know why OKC made the move, because Paul George wanted to go. So they had to find a way to reset themselves. The Rockets aren't in a position where they have a bunch of established guys and some guy wants out, so you have to go young and get picks. They're likely to make a consolidation trade to go get an established guy.
Listen, the Rockets may be giving up the guy that didn't have a chance to play here, and all of a sudden becomes a star in the league. That's more likely than the Rockets going and getting a guy like that. With between Cam and Jabari and Tari and Reed, they're more likely to give up a guy who's going to be a really, really good player in the future.
Why are people so terrible? Bravo on Twitch says, somebody said Anthony Edwards is playing uncomfortable like he's got a condom on. That's not the way that we're describing someone's play. Granted, he doesn't like kids. We know that for a fact.
So,
by the way, Mason had to tell my wife the whole
Anthony.
Man, he hates kids. He already paid for his kid 18 years in advance.
That didn't happen, because why would a woman ever agree to that?
Yeah,
a woman who's allegedly looking for money. Why would she ever agree to that?
Said, "What are you talking about?" I had to tell her the deal. Like,
or you get to re-up all the time. You get to re-up.
Yeah.
As he continues to make more money, you get to re-up.
Hey, some people want that money now.
Any person who's in that game, like one of those assassins, would know. Like, I don't know the woman he's with or was with, but a woman who would know, who does that for kind of a living, would know. You don't take the big check early, because that's a max guy for years to come.
Those assassins.
You heard what I said.
Those paid hitmen.
If you are of that ilk, there's always another contract coming where you can go back in, and you know what?
They know when Supermax.
Hey,
comes.
it's private schools cost this, or swim lessons cost this, over and over again. You can have those conversations.
Or you go about it like Jordan, as opposed to Kyle Tucker.
What? You think there are more Jordans out there?
Not
Bregman did it.
Yeah.
Jordan did it.
Yeah, those are
if he got
baseball
together
players.
with a Jordan, but if he got together with a Kyle Tucker, they're not taking.
They're
the early deal.
They're more like wide receivers than they are Astros young stars.
They're not taking the early deal.
Think Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, less Bregman and Jordan when it comes to how they go about getting their money.
We're really talking about love right now, aren't we?
Yeah. Yes, early Bregman. And by the way, Bregman just turned into an assassin too later too, by the way.
Yeah.
He eventually evolved.
Oh, listen, even if Anthony Edwards gives up that money early, she's coming back at him.
Anthony Edwards was trying to buy out the arbitration years?
Yes. The arbitration years of that kid. Let me buy out all 18 now. But she's coming back at him anyway.
Yeah, but I think allegedly part of that whole deal is that you're signing away any ability to come back. And even if that was a real proposition, there's no way she would sign that.
I got a solution, Anthony. Wait until marriage. Yeah.
Look at that.
Just wait until you're married and everything will be better, Anthony. And I think that's going to start becoming a big thing in NBA circles. Waiting until they're married.
He defended himself yesterday for his performance by saying, I was showing patience and making the right basketball plays. Maybe you should show more patience in other aspects of your life.
Yeah. Maybe a little more patience.
He said he made every right. He said, I made all the right plays.
Yeah.
I gave the ball up when I was, and he actually made some good passes, but you gotta.
He also did turn the ball over 5 times.
He did, but they had some shuffle cuts where Julius Randle did. I think Julius Randle's such a.
Hey. He's got 2 good games in the series.
Julius Randle.
He's got 2 good games.
He's not a smart passer.
He's been great this postseason.
Yeah, Julius Randle's pitiful to watch.
What is wrong with you?
Backing it in, turns, backing it in, turning, back and turning. It's like watching washed-up Charles Barkley.
Worked against Golden State. Would have loved to have him in the Rockets series. How he got after Draymond, dominated Draymond.
Well, because he is a more skilled Draymond.
All right, we got a break. We got to talk about Houston Powder Coaters. What we got to talk about now. I got to talk about Robin and what she's doing in the community, not only the community, but all over the city. There is nowhere that you go, honestly, where you don't see Houston Powder Coater work. I mean, it's all over. You don't even know. You're at NRG. You're at the Waterway in the Woodlands. You're at the Ferris wheel downtown. It really doesn't matter. There's work all over that it's unbelievable how good they are. Pickup and delivery is absolutely free. Okay. So I don't know what metal that you have that you need fixing. If you have any kind of metal that is not nearly what it used to be, you want to save it. You want to make it look new again. And trust me, if you've got older patio furniture, you want to keep that as opposed to the new stuff, because the new stuff, the metal is not nearly as good. Houston Powder Coaters is here for you. Houston Powder Coaters is their customer service, everything about Houston Powder Coaters. So the process, the workmanship, everything about it. When you see what they do, and you don't even have to go because they'll pick it up and they'll deliver it back absolutely free. You will deal with Robin. And you're going to get the best in service that you can possibly get. All at HoustonPowderCoaters.com. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97. We haven't even touched on probably the most important story in America today. Caitlin Clark out 2 weeks with a quad strain. I mean, what does this do to the WNBA?
Shuts them
She's
down.
no
They're
longer
done.
the favorite now to win the MVP.
They're done. They're not
3
going to play
games
for.
in.
They said they're going to suspend all games for 2 weeks.
Do you think they should play another game in the WNBA until Caitlin Clark gets
No,
back?
they're extending their season 2 weeks, and they're not going to play. They all get 2 weeks off.
Yeah, it's like when soccer has their international break, so
Same.
all the guys can go play for their countries. This is what we're going to do here. We're just going to shut it down.
Right.
No more WNBA.
Hockey does it. Everybody. You know what? Baseball did it for the World Baseball Classic.
Usually not for a singular injury, but things have to adapt.
You gotta adapt. If you can't have Caitlin Clark, will WNBA ratings plummet while she's out?
Well, yeah, the Fever games will definitely.
Yeah.
I don't know if her absence will affect the Sparks versus the Wings, but yeah, Fever games won't be as highly rated.
I think general interest in the whole league might wait.
I don't know I feel like if people were locking in to see Paige Beckers versus Cameron Brink, they'll just watch it, even if Caitlin Clark's not around, because she wasn't going to be around anyway.
I don't know. I kind of feel like it's when the Astros don't make the playoffs. You're just like, nah.
Well, for us, yeah.
I don't care about them.
Yeah, for us.
But that's everybody in the league now.
I don't know. I feel like that Sparks game wasn't going to be that highly rated because she wasn't playing in it anyway.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's that. But, now all the white people are going to be turning away.
John just said the quiet part out loud.
Well,
yep.
He's talking about you, Lance.
That's kind of true.
I think she's a phenomenal talent, one that I haven't really seen, but then I wasn't watching enough of Aja Wilson to know that she's pretty good too.
The best player in the league.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, she is the best player in the league.
Yeah.
I don't know if her games are on TV. Though.
She's not the favorite.
I don't know. Like, I assume her games are on TV. I don't know. Only Caitlin Clark's games are on TV.
She gets the prime spots, definitely.
And Angel Reese, who's on a pretty bad team.
Yeah.
No, they're terrible.
How are they so bad when they had Angel Reese and that one huge girl from
you
what's her
mean
name
Cardoso?
Yeah, Cardoso. I thought they were
that one huge girl, as you say.
Yeah, I thought big as in like big. Well, all the way around, but I thought they were going to dominate
back
their front
big
court.
back.
Oh, man, oh man. So they had
She's
two
not
top
a
10 picks
big-
last year
She's not big back.
and got worse. They had two.
Yeah,
I think top 10 picks and
two
got
top
worse.
10 picks and got worse somehow.
And aren't.
Yeah.
But I don't know if.
But their pregame fits are.
Did you ever
amazing.
watch
If you
Angel
say
Reese
so.
play? Why do you think they're going to be good?
Well, she was a
won
top
a
draft pick.
championship.
She was on a championship team.
Yeah.
And
Never seen her
started.
play though.
At
Yeah,
LSU?
she
I
started.
hope Wendy hears you talking bad about
she started
LSU.
on a national championship team.
Yeah.
What are you saying?
Yeah,
Yeah, I know.
she was an All-American on that team.
I've seen her shoot.
No, she's not a
Understood.
scorer.
But she's a
Dennis
rebounder.
Rodman. She just
Yeah.
needs to know she's
She
Dennis
gets all
Rodman.
her own misses. That's how she wins rebounding
She gets she
titles.
gets a lot of defensive rebounds too. She just needs to know she's just a rebounder. She is
Yeah.
Charles Oakley. It's okay. Be that.
That's all. Dennis Rodman more.
It's like if Dennis Rodman said, "People are also watching because of me, not just Michael Jordan." Like, well, I mean,
Well,
you're
some people are-
interesting.
Some
yeah.
people are watching because
Yeah,
of Dennis. They want to see what he does.
See, I think Angel Reese is pretty cute. I know there's some people get a little upset about
Are
that.
we
They
supposed
try
to have this conversation?
Well, no, I'm just saying. She puts that
That's why
out
you
there.
watch?
No, she puts that out there as she wants to be. And I
I
think
saw her at a
I think there are
concert
some.
once.
I know there are some guys who think that they are attracted to her or whatever.
Yeah.
That's
I saw her
she's feminine too.
for a concert
Here we
once.
go.
Well, no, I mean, I'm saying it. You don't like, but she is like, she wants to be a basketball player. She wants to be a feminine,
She doesn't.
pretty
She wants to
attractive
be
girl
more
off
than
the-
a WNBA
Yes,
player. Yes, she
thank
has
you.
other interests.
Thank
Yes,
you.
Yeah.
Thank
you.
you're welcome.
You make it sound creepy.
Well, you said it. What do you mean?
Well-
I make it sound creepy. This is what you said.
Right.
Some of the way I said
Well,
it was
and I will say
incomplete.
this. It was a little different, watching her go to that concert and what she was wearing, and watching Caitlin Clark walk in the other day with her Allstate uniform on.
That was her trying to be sexy. That was her trying to have her fit, and I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Just ball. Just play ball.
What is wrong with you two?
Just play ball. I don't know.
What's wrong with you two?
I just felt like
Why
she
do
was
we have
trying to
do
look
this?
at my fit. Like,
why do we have to do this? It could have just been 2 weeks. She's out.
It's John.
Get our
John
ratings.
makes this.
No, this is you this time. Get our ratings jokes off if you want, and then move on. Why are you doing this?
I don't know. She was wearing her overcoat.
She's a basketball player.
And her Allstate.
She's not a fashion.
Allstate insurance.
No, she's not. She's not a fashionista.
No. All right. Who's on hold though?
Oh, what a follow. Let's go to Trey.
What up,
Trey, follow this. You want to tell us what Gilbert's watching?
Yeah, first off, John, I thought y'all had the shortest wait times in the history of radio.
We used to.
Gallant, he gets all his guys on.
Thank you.
And I think Gilbert is watching Girls Gone Wild right now.
It's not what he's watching.
He would if it was on.
Yeah.
But don't make no mistake. If he could, he would.
With his mom unable to check him, probably.
Yeah.
So.
Well, nobody. Even when his mom was there, he was telling us about the Gilligan's Island.
Well, she can't. Is she going to a police network television just because Ginger's on it?
No.
That woman got other things in her mind. She just keep the door closed, son.
Yeah.
Keep it closed.
Yeah. There's a reason Gilbert's tired all the time.
I thought he had a sleep issue.
He does.
He does, but
he stays up, goes to sleep,
stays up
watches
all night
TV.
watching stuff.
He just watches TV.
I get it. I love TV. We got Kevin.
What
Kevin.
up, Kevin?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How y'all doing this morning?
Red Raider.
What's up, Kev?
How we doing?
What's going on, man? Y'all doing all right?
Yeah, doing good.
Hey, let me tell you this first off. There's nothing wrong with Angel Reese in a two-piece. I prefer she play her games that way.
See, we didn't say that, Del.
Saying, if we're going,
we didn't say that, Del.
Right.
Kev said that.
You laid the groundwork, though.
Hey, look. Here's at the end of the day, I'm about ratings. And if we're trying to get the numbers up, I say let's get the numbers up.
I'm not the commissioner, but if Kevin was the commissioner, he's got ideas. That's all he's saying.
The lingerie WNBA league.
Yeah.
Hey, there you go. Hey, look. If the big three works, I definitely think the two-piece all-female league would work.
Yeah,
I do. Yeah, I'd invest in that. I put my money in that stock. Hey, look. That's really not why I hit you guys, but it was low hanging fruit, so I had to throw that out there. But look, so you guys were speaking on the Rockets earlier, and I heard something very interesting from Stone and Ime, man, where they're like locked in on this youth movement thing that they ain't really to pull off of yet. And so when I scoured trying to rick my brain myself, just as a fan of sports, thinking about a convenient trade where they can keep that same mode of thinking, then how about a reset for Ja Morant and Jalen Green being the two interesting trade options with each team, and maybe throw in a Zach Edey on their end, and we throw in a Jabari Smith Jr. on our end, youth for youth, length for length. And we're adding another big guy, which is what we need, because I don't know if Adams is coming back here. So at least we'll get some size, along with staying young. So, I mean, it might sound absurd, but I think it's something to think about.
Other than getting rid of the problems that Ja brings, why would Memphis do that?
I think getting rid of the problems he brings is something they will. I think that's something they will think about.
Jalen and Jabari are not even close to Ja and Edey.
Ooh, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, you're throwing in picks.
Talent-wise, there's no way.
I mean, Jalen is. You got to remember now. You're not getting dollar for dollar for John Morant. There's too much history there with him. It's too much negative stuff with him. I don't think they get full dollar for dollar value for him in a trade. You have to remember that. And Edey is, I mean,
yeah, and I'm looking at it, John, honestly, from a reset form. Hey, look, Houston, do you want to see this Rocket team give Jalen Green max dollars? I personally don't, because when I watch a Shea and, I'm watching Ant-Man, although he didn't have a great game last night, numbers-wise, scoring-wise, he was more of a distributor. I just don't see a young kid, man, that's really got the heart of a max dollar guy. Like, I just think you are who you are. I'd rather see Jalen force the game downhill, taking a bunch of bad shots or making smarter plays and seeming like he's totally uninvolved when we need you to step up on the damn offensive end of a playoff game. If I got to motivate you to play, to do your job, then you're not my guy.
Well, do you feel the same way about Anthony Edwards today?
I feel like Anthony Edwards is going to be
about him today. I think everybody's entitled to an off night. But what I can say he did do last night.
Well, he's had a couple in this series.
But John,
now.
He's in a Western Conference final too.
Yeah, but he's also had.
He's playing hard downhill. He's staying aggressive, and that's all I want to see Jalen do is stay aggressive.
He's defending too. He's way better than Jalen Green. That's not your question.
No, I
is it,
get
John?
that, but I get that. But wait a minute. He's staying aggressive. He had 2 shots in the first half.
I got to tell you, I think Oklahoma City, who's, by the way, the best defensive team in basketball, I think Oklahoma City is really legitimately doing a great job on him, away from the ball and on ball.
Great. Okay. Is Golden State? And Golden State shut Jalen down. If I'm an NBA team, I ain't trading Ja Morant for Jalen Green. I need no way.
What do you think Ja Morant is going to fetch?
Ja Morant is a star.
He's been injured. He's had multiple injuries. He's had multiple suspensions. He still can't stop doing gun stuff, even though the league tells him not to do it. Ja Morant is not far from another suspension. You know that, right?
Well, and that's another quotient to this is, do the Rockets want that headache? I mean, honestly.
No. Well, you mean of Ja Morant?
Yeah.
I'm not sure it's a trade that if what Kevin's proposing, I think Memphis hangs up the phone on the Rockets unless they're throwing in a bit all your picks to make it even work for Memphis.
I think that
Jalen Green's not I know what people put on him,
and he scores.
He can play all he wants, but look at he scores because no one else on the Rockets scores. But he's like I don't want to do this again with Jay. I don't want to get after him, but he's a average, when I mean league average, I mean like 14, 15 type of a league guard. I'm including point guards who are scorers, all those things. He's not in the top 15 of those guys.
I don't want this trade, but if you threw in the 10th pick and Jabari Smith, I think they'd consider.
I think Memphis would say, "Excuse me,
because Jabari is
no way."
Because they also are.
I don't think the Rockets
Jabari's a culture guy.
Listen,
I wouldn't do it.
Either team wants.
I don't think either team would do it
if I'm the Rockets.
I think the Rockets aren't going to.
I would hate that trade.
Upset what they believe they have going.
And I don't need another. I don't want an anchor in the post. Edey would not be the right big for me personally.
I don't. Yeah, well, that's
because he's not a shot blocker. He's not a rim runner. He's not the shot blocker that Steven Adams is. Steven Adams is actually pretty good athlete. But Steven Adams also isn't a 34-minute a game guy like Edey would need to be.
Well, he wouldn't be here.
34 minutes, no way.
He wouldn't be here. You have Alfred for that.
He'd be about 24.
Yeah, be in that 20 to 25 range. But yeah, I think it's a trade neither team would do. I think for the Rockets don't do it because as Kevin talked about, they love their young guys, and if they're going to trade them, they're going to trade them for a surefire franchise type, even if it is for a short term like Kevin Durant. For the Grizzlies, we don't take into account a lot what trades do and mean for franchises and cities. We just saw what happened with Dallas and Luka. Now it may not be to the same point with Ja, but Ja's their dude in Memphis. For all the things we're talking about, that city loves him. So they're just not going to trade him away for a Jalen Green who's not going to affect their team and make them win more. That's not a superstar trade that they're going to consider.
Listen, and you're maybe right, Lance. We're overestimating, but we're maybe overestimating what Jalen's worth. After this postseason, I mean, I don't know that anybody's looking at Jalen as their as a huge piece to their
I
championship.
think Jalen. I think if you have a number one, look, if you're looking at Jalen as number one, correct. If you're looking at him as a number two scorer, as a scorer who's a number two and an explosive player, an athlete who has improved a great deal defensively and can get his own shot, I think he's still got tremendous value.
Well,
he's just never going to be a number one.
If you get rid of Ja in Memphis, who's their number one with Jalen number two?
Yeah, but sometimes you just don't. Sometimes you got to get rid of problems.
Yeah.
I think Ja is not worth it anymore to me. I think getting rid of Ja, getting rid of Zion Williamson should be the first thing those two organizations should do. Ja Morant is not, to me, too much trouble, and I don't think it's ever changing.
What you need to do if you want to get your gamble on is get over to the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of the Golden Nugget Las Vegas. Don't get me wrong. I go there. When I go to Vegas, I stay at the Golden Nugget Las Vegas. I love it. But we've got just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. We don't have to take the flight. You don't have to pay for the flight. What are flights now to Vegas? Back and forth is at least $500. Okay? You got that in your pocket. You're driving. It's $20 to get to the Golden Nugget Lake Charles versus $500 round trip. By the time you save hours, you save 5 hours or so in the travel. So much easier driving down I-10 and getting to the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. The hotel is just as nice as any hotel in Vegas. Not any hotel in Vegas. Obviously, there's really, really spectacular hotels in Vegas. But at Golden Nugget Lake Charles, I'm telling you, the rooms are beautiful, wonderful. We love them. Concert hall, restaurants, a dozen of them, nightclub, casino, pool, golf. What? You got it all. GoldenNuggetLC.com. Tell them that you heard it right here. But I'm telling you, if you're going to go and want to get your gamble on, you only got a couple of days to do it. Don't waste all that time going to Vegas. Get to GoldenNuggetLC.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, well, this is the time of the show where we figure out. I don't think we did anything wrong today. I think this was a flawless show.
Feels pretty, I don't want to say flawless, but it feels like a pretty,
Yeah.
It's like clean sheet for us. As they say in soccer, is a clean sheet. I would say pretty much everything we said was correct.
Correct.
Accurate.
Dead on. Yeah.
Professional. It
Well,
covers the spectrum there.
Yeah, not that so much, but is there anything that we missed? Did we miss any? We talked about the NBA. We didn't talk much. We didn't talk any hockey, but
Well, what did we find out about hockey? That the
Carolina came back and Florida had been bludgeoning people, and they won 3-0 yesterday.
Yeah, it was 1-0
they're
for
down
most of it,
3-1.
and then it was they tacked on goals late because of empty nets and stuff like that. Carolina hadn't won a
I didn't even see that.
conference finals game in their last 15 tries.
Yeah,
or did it get to 16? But either way, they ended their long streak of losing conference finals games. They hadn't won one since 2006 or something. Their current coach was on the team who did win a conference finals game. So they did that. Florida has done this postseason. They had a game 6 at home to close out the previous series and lost in a stinker. Didn't score a goal, I think, in that one too, and then had to go up to Toronto and win game 7. So yeah, they got plenty of tries. They're up 3-1. They'll probably close it out. They even rested guys. They're like, you know what? Some of our top guys are banged up. We're not going to play them in this game. Well, we know hockey guys will play, so I think that series ends maybe in game 5.
And that'll be pretty interesting. Connor McDavid against Florida. That'll be interesting.
We're talking about a burgeoning dynasty with the Thunder, which I think is funny because we just had the stat where no team has gone back-to-back in the last 7 seasons. So why are the Thunder going to be unique? We'll find out. But if they make it, that's 3 straight Stanley Cup Finals for the Panthers.
Well, and I'm looking at. There's a story. The NBA better watch out for Oklahoma City's big 3.
I've heard this, yeah.
And I was like, are they really?
I mean, Jalen Williams was second-team All-NBA, or at least All-Defense. I think he made an All-NBA team as well, so he's really good. And Chet knocked down big shots last night. He was big on the perimeter. But I don't know if I'm going to allow one playoff run to determine.
No,
what a
Chet,
big
I think Jalen Williams is slowly sneaking into a category where people are going to have to just he is going to be that Paul George type player. Like, I think he's going to get there. Chet Holmgren, I don't think is ever going to get there. He has to play against a certain type of guy.
He does more than you think.
He does. He does. He's a nice piece. He is, you know what he is? He's a bigger, taller, more active Jabari where he plays his role. He's not looking to do more than he needs to do. He plays inside the scheme, can defend multiple positions. He's still very light in the rear and always will be. You see him he gets knocked to the ground kind of easily. But he's nice for what they need. But big 3, I'm with you. I don't know if I can go there with Holmgren.
Yeah. Well, there was a couple of stuff that we missed. Did you see the pictures of Brittany Mahomes then and now?
Mm-mm.
Oh, yeah. You should.
She done some stuff to herself?
Yeah, she's developed.
Developed.
She's developed. Yeah.
Like a 3-star prospect?
Well, yeah.
She's turned herself into a.
I don't know what star she is now, but yeah, she seems to be overdeveloped.
Oh, so it's overdeveloped.
Yeah.
It's just don't pay any attention to him.
What's he doing?
He's saying something. He's saying something is what would Wendy say?
Oh.
If you did this in front of if Wendy know you were saying this on the radio, how would she respond? That's a new thing that we're going to play.
Well, that was just out there this weekend was pictures of Brittany Mahomes 5 years ago and now. And it just seems like there's
glow up. Is it a glow up?
It's different. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
It's just bigger, better.
Oh, so you think it's better?
Well, I don't want. Okay, I'm not going to judge that way. I just
he stopped. Now he takes the stand. He's putting his foot down.
Do you want to plead?
Well, now she'd be not guilty in my court.
Well,
okay, now I know what it means. Okay, he's been dancing around this. Now I know. Oh, okay, it's a positive for him.
Yeah. Okay. And then we got Greg Sankey. We didn't play this.
Oh man.
How about so the SEC is getting 4 automatics. Brett Yormark thinks we should just do what's best for college football, right?
Yeah, well, I think a lot of people around college football say, "Hey, isn't this one big organization, college athletics?" And basically, the Big Ten and the SEC have literally they're just waiting to jump ship. Even my son, who works at Alabama, he's at Alabama. He's already, he's all in on. You know what? If these other conferences are going to continue to try to push us by having SMU make it before Alabama, and I said, slow down. You had your worst season in 18 years at Alabama. Slow down.
Yeah. Well, he's kind of right. I mean, look at the baseball tournament. 6 of the top 8 seeds are SEC. 6 of the top 8 are out of the SEC.
So you got all the advantages. So what's the problem?
No, what are they complaining about?
Yeah, what does the SEC complain about? They have
what's the SEC's
tons
issue?
of advantages.
Well, no,
they get everything they want. What's the problem?
They make more money.
Listen to Greg Sankey here, and then he'll tell you what they're complaining about.
Better for the whole. Look at a track record. We didn't need 12. Had we stayed at 4, we would have had half the 4 last year. I don't need lectures from others about good of the game. I don't lecture others about good of the game. And coordinating press releases about good of the game. You know, again, okay, you can issue your press statement, but I'm actually looking for ideas to move us forward.
Okay. No, well, he's really not. He just told Brett Yormark, hey, you know what? Just take your 2 and like it.
Stay in your lane is what he just told him.
You just keep your 2 teams and like it. I don't want to hear from you.
And the good of the game comment is from the fact that I guess Brett Yormark and others voted for straight seating.
Yeah, which I'm not a fan of that. Like, to me, that's literally voting for yourself, not good of the game. Straight seating meaning, no, they voted against it.
No, I think when I looked at the article, they were one of, I guess, several who voted for.
But straight seating, I thought was the best teams.
Yeah, but that is for the good of the game.
That's what he said. We did it for the good of the game.
We did it for the good of the game.
Yeah, I'm in the Big 12, but I still voted for the good of the game. Yeah. The best for the game is to have the best teams getting buys and all that stuff.
Oh, I thought that he wasn't happy with them.
No.
Saying, letting SMU be
he wanted to let everybody
being ranked higher. You know what I mean?
No. He wanted to let everybody know, even though it didn't benefit him, it was for the good of the game.
Oh, okay.
And Greg Sankey didn't appreciate, I guess, the sanctimonious tone to those comments.
Yeah, but so I'm going to get a guy named Noah Henderson on the show. He wrote an article that is phenomenal. He is an NIL professor. He has an NIL column, and he talks about the prisoner's dilemma. And it's a game theory prisoner's dilemma. I just read this article during a couple breaks, and it is the best I've read on NIL and what the NFL or what college football is facing. And he's a professor also at he's director of sports management at Loyola Chicago. And I'm going to get him on the air to talk about this because this is fascinating. How basically I'll let him explain it, but prisoner's dilemma basically is, you got 2 different people, and are you going to work collectively for a good benefit, or are you going to try to work on your own trying to get a great benefit that could actually end up, but the downside could be a very, very bad downside. It's like the idea of two people who are being questioned, and if you both decide you're not going to talk, you could end up getting light sentences. But if one guy, the dilemma is I could turn on the other guy, and if he doesn't talk, but I turn on him, I could get off scot-free and he goes to jail for a long time. Or we could both admit that we're guilty and have a moderate sentence. And so it's considered the prisoner's dilemma. And he said that's what college football has right now with Big Ten. Are the Big Ten and the SEC going to play by the rules for the good of the game, or are they going to do what's just best for them? I think we know how that's going to go.
Yeah. All right, we got a break. We got one segment to go. News of the Weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Today, title event game 2 at Texas Card House. Texas Card House has $300,000 on the line. Okay, it is so freaking good. If you're looking for a great way to just have so much fun, how about $300,000? They've had $650,000 in this Poker Atlas Poker series going on right now. Poker Atlas, it's Poker Atlas Tour is in Houston on Westheimer, and it is just so good. It's just big. It's just huge. It's just awesome, and it's a Texas Card House. Texas Card House is our premier location now. Is our premier poker room. It is the best poker room in Houston now in spring and on Westheimer at Greenridge, and I love it. There's always games going on. 24. It's open 24 hours, 7 days a week. The bar is open till 2 a.m. every night. Always a game going on. Always a cash game going on. But this huge Poker Atlas tour has been unbelievable. And you guys made it so, and it's just fantastic. I love it. And if you're a poker player, the place to get to is Texas Card House, either on Westheimer and Greenridge or up in Spring. It's the best place to play right now in the city of Houston. TexasCardHouse.com. That's TexasCardHouse.com. Well, a Harvard professor did a research story on dishonesty. Harvard had to fire him for fabricating the piece. How ironic is it that you're doing a piece on dishonesty and you're dishonest?
I don't know. It feels like
that's
we
about
see
right.
more and more of this kind of.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a lot of irony in the world today.
Well, it's that age-old adage: those who can do, those who can't teach.
Wow.
Yeah,
Hey,
Harvard professor.
I see who's against the teachers unions.
Well, no, he couldn't himself be honest, so he just taught about being honest.
Oh, I got you.
I got you. A new Chat GPT model refuses to be shut down when instructed to. Is this the beginning of the end of humanity?
No, we've already crossed that threshold. It's just a matter of how long it's going to take.
It won't shut down when it's told to.
Yeah, no. It's major problems are coming. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. What we need to do is keep making them smarter and giving them more power.
That's what we need
That's
to do.
probably going to get them to back off.
That's what you think we need to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we give them more power, more access, and train them even more, I think we're going to be in pretty good shape here in about 5 years.
Speaking of shutting them down, J.D. Vance says dating apps are destructive. Do you think he should shut them down when he becomes president?
You close everything down. Shut everything down.
Shut
every
down.
app down. Eliminate smartphones.
Everything.
Yeah.
You're
Pizza
right.
out. Smartphones out.
Pizza out?
Yep. We're shutting pizza down too.
Oh,
Because I may have gotten sick from pizza. I'm not sure.
Well, I ain't doing that.
Kangaroo tartar gone.
A 26-year-old man has a never-ending cough. He's being diagnosed with parrot chlamydia after accidentally breathing in chicken poo.
What
have you ever thought, man, it would be good to start breathing in some chicken poo?
No, but if he's just sitting there, he's too close to it. What a terrible, that's terrible luck right there.
Aren't people around chicken poo a lot?
Yeah, maybe there's some of this that's maybe some of it's worse than others. Maybe you got a diseased chicken.
Maybe. You don't know. But I do know this. I had to clean up bird poop off my patio because we had a nest that they put, and it was cool. They had their little birds in there. It was in a light fixture. But cleaning that poo out, man, birds poo. They live in that filth and floor.
At least hey, you're in LA. At least there wasn't a man up in your light fixture pooing all over the place.
Well, no, I don't know.
Because I bet it would be worse cleaning that up.
Yeah, no, if it was man poo, yes, it would have been worse. But bird poo's bad enough.
Yeah, you're in LA. You better thank
all
your lucky
over.
stars.
You think that a man could sit in my light fixture and poo all over?
Just maybe lay on your back porch.
Well, yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure he could lay on my
I bet
back
you
porch.
he's a lot worse to clean up after.
Yeah, I would think so. I'd much rather, I guess, clean up bird poop.
Yeah.
But if
Like
it's
I
anything
said.
like chicken poop, do you want parrot chlamydia?
No. No, I don't.
Why do parrots have chlamydia?
I don't know. Maybe that's a different kind.
Parrot chlamydia, beaver chlamydia. No, chlamydia.
I don't want any of it.
There's
I
no
don't want
form.
a disease.
There's no form of
You
chlamydia
can't
that I
tell-
want.
I don't want irritable bowel syndrome. I don't want any disease that you tell me about.
You don't want any diseases.
No disease.
Okay. Well, parrot chlamydia sounds especially
It
not
all
something.
sounds terrible.
Parrot chlamydia is something I'm not interested in right now. We are done.
Does a parrot chlamydia repeat and talk back? What else does
I
it
don't
force
know
you
why
to
they-
repeat things and
why
talk
do
back like
they-
a parrot?
Why do parrots are they spreading chlamydia?
Is that the reason parrots won't shut up? Is because they have chlamydia?
Maybe, and they're nuts, and the chlamydia makes them nuts. I don't know. You don't know.
I know. That's why I asked you. I know. I don't know.
You think I'm an expert on?
You
parrot
have the
chlamydia.
article. I thought it might have given you some information.
It doesn't give you any. All it says is
You've
parrot
got more
chlamydia.
information than any of us.
Yeah.
It's your story.
If there is an expert at the station, it's you.
John
Well,
Granato, Parachlamydia expert.
Actually, I just read the headlines. That's all I do.
Like
One
Ron
of the two.
Burgundy.
That's what I do. Read the headlines. And
Here's a
then
headline for you. No Mapes today. It'll be Joe and me doing the show.
Mopey and Joe. Mopey and Joe. Next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Have a great day, everybody. We'll talk to you again tomorrow.
Welcome into the show. Sean Mapes, still not with us, but Joe George is here, the host of, or at least one of the hosts of Inside the Icebox, the Astro-centric podcast that you can listen to. So we will talk certainly some baseball with him. We'll get into what happened over the weekend. It was a long one. And, of course, the NBA playoffs continue, so we'll get into that as well. But my first question for the co-host of Inside the Icebox is this. Bigger deal, Christian Walker hitting the game winner on Sunday or the 5 hits over 2 games? Because I see a lot of people looking at the home run as going, man, couldn't have been a better thing for that guy at that moment, considering how he had struggled. And it helped the Astros get a win. That's big. He was very excited, as you might imagine. I think he shaved his mustache. I don't know if that was strictly, hey, to get hot or whatever, but people were pointing to that. But that's 5 hits over 2 days. That's a culmination of a good 2 days for him. So, yes, big moment, cool. But if he had gone 1 for 9 over the course of 2 games, I would have just looked at it as a moment. How should I look at what he did over the last 2 games of that series?
I think it's the 5 hits, definitely. Just because he needs to get going. He's been so bad. He's been Jose Abreu offensively bad. Maybe not his final 40 games with the Astros for Abreu, but Christian Walker's not been good. And so you need him to be much better. And I know there's a bunch of weird numbers where it's like he's pretty much the worst hitter in baseball when he's hitting in the 3 spot. He's much better when he's hitting 4th or 5th. So I'll take the 5 hits as the positive. Now the home run might be like what really gets his confidence
it's
going.
fun. It's great.
But
he's probably got his first, hey, welcome to the club type thing, or at least welcome to the fan base and applauding him, because a lot of people have been upset because of his struggles. The assumption was we were going to get better than Abreu and Singleton, and it just has been a bad run of Astros first baseman. He was supposed to change that, and he hadn't up until really the last couple of days. And then you have, of course, the other faction defending him, saying, hey, look at what he's done over his career. It'll get going. But I think as far as Christian Walker really introducing himself to like the average fan, the ones who aren't looking into his numbers, his splits, I mean, what he is in the 3-hole, stuff like that, people who are just going to games, that was probably his first moment. Oh, yeah, that was nice for a lot of people to see him perform. So good for him. It's just been a real tough run for him. And you look to the other corner and Isaac Paredes, how he continues to hit the baseball. Of course, it's in direct comparison to what's going on in Boston, where Alex Bregman, he cooled down a bit, but he's still performing well.
Well, now he's out
but he won't be doing that for a while.
2 months, maybe?
Yeah. Oh, if he comps it to the hamstring issue he had when he was here, and that was about a 2-month injury. So you get the hot start from Bregman, but it looks like he's going to be down for a while. That is now a Red Sox problem. Isaac Paredes, pray to whatever being you want to make sure he's healthy, because he has been one of the dudes over the last month or so for the Astros to kind of bolster a lineup that's had his issues, partly because of Christian Walker's problems. But hey, you take 3 out of 4 from the Mariners, do it in exciting fashion. And you want to credit that bullpen quite a bit. Chandler Rome has a big article in The Athletic today about what that bullpen has done, and it's been a team venture. There have been moments where people are like, oh, no, this isn't a Bray or Hater night because they've had to work so much, and you're concerned about the Okert, mostly because of his name. Just people don't like saying Okert and Ort and things, and Ort's probably worse, to be honest with you. If we're talking about guys who you don't think are going to perform because of their names, Ort has to be one of them.
Yep.
It does not sound like a name of a guy who's going to bail you out of a 7th inning jam. But him, King, and Okert have been dudes, and Dubin's now trying to do his thing too. So that article you can check out, and some of the numbers are spectacular for them. They lowered their bullpen ERA to 2.75 after the game yesterday. It is the lowest in baseball. They also have the lowest batting average allowed in baseball for their bullpen. So, and you talk about what they've done over the 17-game span, this recent 17-game run that they had without a day off, they have an ERA of 2.66. There are a lot of numbers in there you can check out, but just know, if you are watching occasionally, maybe you're not watching every day, but you tune in and you, oh, look, that was a big jam to get out of, or that was a big moment to get out of. They've been doing that really throughout the year, and really has been special over the 17 games without a break. It's just been a big time job by Dana Brown and others to put that bullpen together. And Josh Hader, quoted in the article, talks about how we're not a traditional bullpen. It's not what you expect the bullpen to be, but we get it going. I think Josh Miller mentioned how they're probably exceeding expectations as well, and I don't think there's any doubt about it. Look, over the course of a decade, you're going to have to find things to win on the margins, and I harp on the fact that the Astros starting pitching is one that probably has delivered above expectations when you consider some of the pedigrees of the guys who come in. Not, obviously not Verlander, and of course Cole was a guy who they made better when he got here. But you think about, I always talk about the Urquidy, who I will always remember what he did against Washington in that World Series. And there are other stories like that, like Christian Javier and Framber Valdez, all those guys who at times how many people had heard of until they were moving their way up the ranks, and they have become part of a I don't know if the word dynasty should be used when it's two over the course of about a decade, 2 World Series. But look, best team in the AL over the course of a decade. That's what they've contributed to. So they found ways to win in spots maybe you didn't expect. And this bullpen this year's another one. Like, you lost out on Scott because he was one of those guys last year.
Yep.
Who could not duplicate it. And now you get the Kings and the Okerts and the Orts, and they're doing it again. So as much as we will roll our eyes and go, why, when we hear about another arm injury for a starter, they put together a really good bullpen one again. You got to give them credit for that.
Yeah, I love how, and they just do it in so many different ways. Like whether it's, when you brought in Presley and you moved him from really an 8th inning guy to a 9th inning guy, and it worked out so well for you for so many years. But you have Brian Abreu, and then you go out and pay Josh Hader, who, like, we all know was great last year in closing situations, but in non-closing situations, it was kind of a disaster. But this year, I mean, he's arguably the best closer in baseball this year, what he's doing. I mean, it's the Astros I think they're 4th in runs allowed in all of baseball this year. It's like 4th or 5th. So they're just not letting guys score. So that's the rotation, it's the bullpen, and that's why they're in the position they're in. Because the offense hasn't been good for the most part. But
no, it has been disappointing.
Hopefully, like with what we talked about with Christian Walker, hopefully this 4-game series versus Seattle, winning 3 out of the 4, game and a half back now in the division. Hopefully, like, this is what like really gets the team going as well.
Yeah,
and hopefully Jordan will come back at some point.
Well, I mean, we can certainly hope, because every time we hear a Jordan update, it's like, oh, he seems quite a bit away. And remember, we were told, and look, you take everything the Astros say about injuries with a grain of salt. It was about, after this 10-day IL, he'll start swinging the bat, and you just assume that means he's going to come back. Now, they didn't say that explicitly, but it felt like, okay, this isn't a major thing. He'll be back shortly. And look, we're long past when he should have been able to pick up a bat. We're still waiting. He's doing all those baseball things like Kyle Tucker was allegedly doing while he spent all that time away. Look, the injury's not going to be as bad as that. I won't say that.
He's running.
Cool. My issue with Jordan wasn't running. And frankly, even when he was healthy, swinging the bat was the problem. So hopefully this time away and whatever things they can do to fix his early season slump, hopefully those things are being worked on. And we, of course, timing and all those things. So do you think Jordan is going to spend a half a week in Sugar Land, or you think he's playing?
I think he's just playing.
Okay, they're not going to send him down to get his timing back?
No, I think we saw him in Sugar Land 2 years ago when we had the 97.5 night there. I think he was.
I remember that.
Yeah, but like, I think they just bring him back up and just get him back into the fold. There's no reason to put him in the minors. It's just let him come back up to the majors. It's fine.
Yeah, let's get it. You need his bat, even if he had struggled in the early part of the year, just as a threat. And maybe he'll work himself out on the major league level as opposed to getting his swings in on the PCL level. All right, let's all slice you. We'll go to break. We'll get to you. John and Lance, of course, extend their show as much as they bemoan how much they work, which is not a lot. They always love to extend their show into my time, which is a clear lack of respect. Sean and I have talked about this before. Who would be the most furious if they did that to them on their show? Like, if there was someone else, if it wasn't me following them up at 10,
who's most likely, who currently does a show?
I mean, everyone from 12 to 6 is the top candidate for sure. But I'm gonna go. I'm sorry, Joel. I know you're listening. I'm sure, but I'm gonna go blank.
I think he would take it as a sign of disrespect as opposed to unprofessionalism, which it actually is. I think he will look at it as, oh, okay, they don't respect my time. It's not it wouldn't be the case, Joel. They probably don't respect my time, but just realize if it happened to you, it's just because they're unprofessional.
Yes.
That's all. All right, we'll go to break with that. If you want to get in, you want to be next after La Salsa, you can. 713-780-3776. A lot to get to, some college football news, and really just a war of words to get to. And I got some thoughts on the reaction to the free throw shooting contest that happened late in game 4 last night. And I got to say, I don't get it, but we'll get to that and more when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
I didn't mention this. I did throw in that Joe is the co-host of the Inside the Icebox podcast. He does that with Jeremy Branham. You can hear it right here on ESPN 97.5 from 6 to 7 p.m. on Thursday. So if you're want an Astros focused podcast or just show overall, since you're going to hear it on the station, you can listen to it there and at that time, but also it's in podcast form wherever you listen to podcasts. Joe and Jeremy break down what's going on, the big goings on with the Astros on a week-to-week basis. So you can take a listen to that. Let's get to La Salsa, then we'll get into what happened last night in the NBA. What's up, La Salsa?
Hey, what's up, Deli Belly?
It's not my
Hey,
name.
what's going on, Ho George? So I had a chance to watch two movies I've been wanting to watch. I watched them yesterday. One being Novocaine and the other one being Mickey 17. I was wondering if you got a chance to watch them. I thought they were both dope. And that'll be it. You stay classy, Houston.
Joe, before we get into what he wants to get into, first, I don't think I really need to ask you how you feel about the name Ho George. Probably not a fan.
I mean, it made me chuckle.
Yeah, I did see you get a little bit out of you, but I don't know if you want to be known as Ho George.
Probably not.
Probably not. What do you think about callers who've got bits? Like most of my callers have bits. They will, well, the guys who call in a lot, they have bits. What do you think about guys who have their thing? It doesn't really matter what's going on. Oh, look, this show welcomes to TV movie talk, so it's not that. It's just I got to get my stuff off, and it doesn't matter what's the rhythm of the show. I got to get my thing off. How do you feel about it?
I think it depends on the caller.
Okay.
La Salsa's fine.
It's short and sweet. Didn't take very
exactly.
long.
It's short and sweet. It's not a 3-minute 49ers question or anything like that.
Okay, that seems directed at one person specifically.
And I like him, but it depends on what the bit is.
Understood.
Yeah, but La Salsa's short and sweet. That's fine.
It's fine. Yeah, I'm actually taking longer on it than he did. As far as Novocaine, haven't seen it. It's a Jack Quaid movie. Jack Quaid doing a lot of work right now. Son of Dennis Quaid, Houston. One of our top Houston sports fans, Dennis Quaid. But Jack, I don't know who he roots for. I haven't seen him in any of those videos. We'll have some news regarding the Cougars in a little bit here as well. But I did watch the first 20 minutes of Mickey 17. It's not because I stopped enjoying it. That's not the reason I only watched 20 minutes. I just got distracted by something else that I was like, oh yeah, this is on. I need to watch this. So I'll get back to it. Thanks to my my TV. A lot of people got smart TVs. It's right there. Tells me, hey, you want to keep watching this? I'm like, yeah, I'll get back to it. So I enjoyed the first 15 to 20 minutes or so of that. The Robert Pattinson movie has Stephen Yin from Walking Dead. He's been in some other stuff. Minari is a pretty good movie that you might want to check out. It's a very serious movie. If you guys watch Sinners, the Ryan Coogler movie, it's a vampire movie, kind of a prestigious vampire movie. It would belong on like HBO if they turned into a series. It was that level quality of a movie. HBO Sunday nights. There was a Korean. I don't know if they're Korean, but they're Asian grocers in the South. And if you watch the movie, some people who don't know the history might think that's a little out of place. Well, Minari is about the story of an Asian family in the South, and as they try to make their way through the world. So I immediately think of that because I did not know there was such a strong Asian population in the Deep South at that time. So Minari is a story about that family going through life in America. But yeah, Mickey 17, I'm in on.
What'd you watch this weekend?
What did I watch this weekend?
We had a 3-day weekend.
Man, I got caught up. I love a historical drama.
Okay.
And I like Jodie Comer.
Okay.
She of Killing Eve. She plays the killing part of Eve. Sandra Oh is the Eve part. So I watched the White Princess. I only watch it a lot of things because I think I've seen it, but I didn't complete it. It's just about the War of the Roses, which is kind of what Game of Thrones is based on. The red roses versus the white roses. So I watched that. Certainly watched a lot of basketball, some hockey. I watched And I watched, of course, The Last of Us season finale on Sunday, which for some people was a little polarizing. I enjoyed it. But for others, a lot of game watcher or game players had their issues. And it's funny because a lot of the issues for that show right now, for some people, are like, I don't like the main character. Well, I don't think you're supposed to. And I think it's hard for people to watch something where the main character is centered and you don't like them. Like I talk about Sunday nights on HBO, a lot of anti-heroes from and just in prestige television overall. Obviously Tony Soprano, giant anti-hero. Walter White, now going to AMC. Don Draper, another one. While nothing he really did was heroic, but if you're going to put him in the role of main character, Don Draper didn't do a lot of good things.
No, very few good things.
Yeah, but you grew to like him for reasons or the other. I don't think you're supposed to. I know people like Pedro Pascal, but he did a really awful thing at the end of season 1, and his daughter is on that time too. I don't think the creator's message was you should be liking these characters. They're living in a violent world doing very violent things. Maybe we're trying to show you that your love of them from the video game misplaced. They haven't come out and said that's their message, but I would not be surprised if part of their message was, hey, you guys kind of didn't get the point of the game. Yeah, it's fun. You're playing it. You're playing as those characters, so you're gonna grow to love them. But what they're doing is not good, and we forced you to do that to keep playing. But maybe you missed out on the message a little bit, and maybe it's slapping you in the face a little bit in the TV show. But hey, that's just my one opinion. Before we go, since I do want to stay on time a little bit, the Western Conference Finals, Game 4. And we'll get into it more when we come back, but because we're going to hear from Anthony Edwards, he had a particular defense for his game that is eerily similar to the Rockets' defense of Jalen Green's performance in the playoffs. If I went after the Rockets, I guess I got to go after Anthony Edwards because I don't really buy what he's saying, but we'll get into that. But the free throw shooting thing, if you missed it, the Thunder throughout kept batting the Wolves away. Every time they made a run, the Thunder would make a shot. Chet might knock down a three. Of course, Shea would hit a mid-range jumper. Jalen Williams knocked down some big shots. But the Thunder could not put the Wolves away, and the Wolves could not overtake them. So at a point, it became a free-throw shooting contest because with the Wolves down 3, the Thunder weren't going to allow them to get up a shot to tie the game. So they kept fouling, making free throws on the Wolves end, and the Thunder would make their own. So the Wolves could never get to a point until the very end where they had 0.3 seconds, and even at that point, it would have taken a miracle. But I saw a lot of reaction to, hey, the NBA's got to change the rule with the intentional fouls down late. I think the scarcity of it happening is why it's so impactful to people. A lot of people were tweeting, "Hey, this isn't how a great playoff game should end." Why am I watching a great playoff game only for it to become a free throw shooting contest? Well, I'll ask you this, and Joe, we watch all the sports. How come if I'm watching a great playoff game, the last minute 40 can be a snapping and kneeling contest? No one rushes to Twitter to go, hey, the NFL needs to change these rules. It's not fun after a great game between throwing whoever, let's say the Texans, and wouldn't be the Ravens because they're never great or fun. Look, the Texans versus the Chiefs in a great playoff game. How come the Chiefs get to run out the clock? That's no fun. That's not how I want to see this game in. No one runs to Twitter to talk about that. Maybe because we've been indoctrinated to that's the smart way to end the game.
Yeah, I do feel like basketball, it was always the obvious thing to do, right? It was always the right thing to do, but it's not something that people did. Like coaches didn't foul.
They don't trust their team to execute or trust them to make free throws. Coaches don't do it. So I think it's the fact that it doesn't happen that much is why people are so taken aback. Because a lot of NBA Twitter, the people who make their living doing podcasts about the NBA are tweeting about how they need this rule to change because
unfortunately they're going to change it.
Well,
I'll call my shot right now. They're going to change it because they're the only league that just thinks that social media, specifically Twitter, is right about everything. It's why the NBA is where it's at today. Like, I think the NBA will change this 100%.
Well, it wasn't specifically a free throw shooting contest, but we're all forgetting how the Pacers beat the Cavs in a game where Halliburton's at the line. Now he was going up for a shot and got fouled. It wasn't the Cavs putting him on the free throw line on purpose, but he goes up for a shot, down 3. what was he down? Yeah, down 3. He makes the first, misses the second one on purpose. There's a wild scramble. He winds up knocking down a 3 to win the game with, I don't know, 2 seconds or so to go, and then the Cavs have a desperation shot that they miss. So we just saw in the playoffs less than 2 weeks ago the execution of the make one, miss one, get the ball back, and knock down a 3 to win the game. So while I understand you would have rather seen Anthony Edwards rise up for a 3 to tie the game, the Wolves were in a spot where they made one on purpose, missed one, and if someone could have gotten to the ball, a free ball before Shea did, he winds up throwing the ball out of bounds, and they get like a shot with 0.3 seconds ago. They could have had their opportunity too. I think it's such a rare occurrence that people are just shocked by it. Wait a minute, because as you mentioned, coaches don't always do it. Like some coaches would rather take their shot defending a 3-point opportunity than having to put guys on the line to make free throws and then having to box out on a final free throw attempt. Because if you got Steven Adams on the offensive end, we saw how often he was causing havoc on missed free throws to give the Rockets more opportunities. So I think it's a tactical decision that is not a guarantee all the time. So why would I change it? Because it happens once, every 5 times, if that, there's an opportunity. It's like when people were freaking out when the Saints and the Rams played in the NFC title game, and there was that pass interference that wasn't called. So everyone's like, "Hey, we got to change the rule," and they did change it. The rest said, "You're not gonna put our decisions like that under a microscope." So whenever there was a review for pass interference, the guys in the booth were like, "Nope, call stays the same," and then they just got rid of the rule. So the NFL was reactionary to one call because people were up in arms, and then the ref said, "We're going to show you. You're not gonna."
Then they got rid of it after a year.
You're not gonna make us the point of contention when it comes to this. And I don't know if it was collusion by the in the booth refs with their partners on the field, but it wasn't consequential enough for that rule to remain. So they changed it back. I think it's not a one-time thing, but a rare thing that shouldn't be looked at as, well, got to be changed. I think the game is fine in that regard, because coaches will let guys rise up for those threes that inevitably get missed because most of those clutch shots don't go down anyway. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll hear from Ant Edwards when we come back. We went a bit longer on it, so we'll just get to Ant Edwards when we come back. He had thoughts on his performance and why he didn't struggle. We will see if we agree. We'll do that and more when we get back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So after dominating game 3, the Wolves lose to the Thunder at home. Great game. Best game of the series, but on the brink of elimination. And their star guard, one of the best players in the league, and his performance last night's already led to the conversations on the typical ones on ESPN. Was he crowned too soon? You mean, aren't you guys just like Tim Robinson going, I want to know who did this. You guys did this.
Yes.
You guys did this.
They are the guilty party.
Yeah, why are you asking everyone else or asking yourselves on the panel? You're the ones who crowned him too soon, if anyone did. But whatever. But the guy who was crowned too soon, apparently, is Anthony Edwards, because God forbid at 23 years old, you get knocked out of the conference finals twice in a row. Too soon to crown you. Either way, he looks like he's on the verge of that after what Luka did to them last year and what SGA is about to do to them, closing them out this year. But Anthony Edwards didn't get a lot of shots up early and didn't have a great night from 3. He was 1 for 7, showed a little bit of his frustration just reacting to shots going in and out. He has been an improved three-point shooter. It's a big part of his game. I think he made the most threes this year. I certainly took a lot of them, but had a pretty good percentage, but didn't go down last night. And the questions started getting asked about his struggles. Here's Anthony Edwards on that question. Did he struggle? According to him, he did not.
I don't look at it like I struggled or he struggled. They had a good game plan, making us get off the ball. Especially for me, man, it was super in the gaps. I made the right play all night, so I don't really look at it like I struggled. I didn't get enough shots to say I struggled, so that might be how you guys look at it. But yeah, I didn't struggle at all. It's just I made the right play.
I don't know if you go 1 for 7 from 3, you kind of struggle. Look, you can do the semantic-y thing and go, look, man, I didn't get a lot of shots. That's another thing that I don't buy. That's what James Harden did when he was with the Sixers against the Heat, I think, in a conference semifinal in an elimination game. Hey, the ball just didn't come back to me. That is not an excuse for a star guard. It's not an excuse for Anthony Edwards either. If you made the right play, that's fine. But it wasn't like you were lighting up the nets when you did shoot the ball. So you can accept struggling. You didn't shoot the ball well from the perimeter, and you didn't get enough shots up. A team can, even by their game plan, even if it's a great one, you want to give them credit, cool. But it's not something you can digest from a guy of his caliber. It's why, while he's not the same type of player, certainly he hasn't accomplished the same, I didn't buy the Rockets' excuses for Jalen Green. Well, they play great defense against him. The Warriors' plan was to take him out of the game. Said it before. I guess I'll say it one more time. You only get that off his first playoff run. It's not a reasonable thing to expect people to have to digest going forward if he's supposed to be your star, your best perimeter player.
Especially because, like, for Ant, he has the pelts on the wall already.
Yeah,
like he's already got multiple major moments in the NBA. Like, yeah, he had a bad game. It's okay to say he had a bad game.
Yeah, I mean, you're in the heat of it, so maybe you don't want to admit to it. He mentioned the other guy. He's talking about Julius Randle, who's making me look really dumb.
He did have a bad game.
He was bad. He talked about he mentioned something along the lines of not getting enough shots, not getting shots up. He said he didn't take his first shot till relatively late in the second quarter. So he acknowledges maybe a lack of aggressiveness. And look, OKC, swarming defense, best defense in the league. It is difficult to give them any bail for that. And by them, I mean Randall and Edwards, because of how dominant they were in game 3. Look, maybe the Thunder didn't come with the same intensity because they had a 2-game lead. That's human nature. The Wolves were certainly more desperate, but it wasn't all this great defense talk when you were lighting them up in game 3. So while their level of play was going to raise, yours has 2-2. And now you're down 3-1 instead of 2-2. And that this series looks over. Of course, the Knicks over the weekend saved themselves. Cat was big. They were down 20 in the second quarter, late in the second quarter. Fought back, I think, at the end of the quarter. I think they were down 13 or so. So they stemmed the tide, got back in it, and eventually in that fourth quarter found a way to win. Cat had a big fourth quarter in that one, and we'll have game 4 tonight. We'll see if the Pacers in the different venue, because of course the Wolves were able, at least the Thunder were able to take game 4 on the road. We'll see if the Pacers can take game 4 at home and go back to MSG with the chance to close out the Knicks. So there we are.
I know like a lot of people are going to say, like, oh, the NBA is screwed for OKC, Indiana because of the market size. And yes, I'm actually very excited for that final series.
I think it'll be fun if that
I think
happens.
that'll be a fun series.
Yeah. If we're watching the swarming defense of OKC being spread out across the floor and playing with pace, these two different, well, defense, offense, clearly different, but the way OKC wants to play the game and their high intensity style of defense versus the freedom of which and how the Pacers want to play. It's interesting to see which style went out, because the Pacers will push the pace, while OKC's defense is supposed to force you to play deep into the shot clock. Can the Pacers and their style get good looks, get them early, and just play free? I like it. Look, Rick Carlisle already has one of these on his belt, beating the team who allegedly could never be beaten. His 2011 Mavs team beat that LeBron-led Heat team, and frankly, in the finals, it was Wade leading the team. So he already has one of those where you're going to be a giant underdog. Now, Dirk at his peak is better than Halliburton is now, but I think as a whole, the offensive talent on that Pacers team is better than what the Mavs had. The Mavs just had like a 5'10" guard bullying LeBron and JJ Barea somehow, some way. So if it comes down to that, I wouldn't just push aside Rick Carlisle's acumen for this type of thing, and he will have a style of play that will put the Thunder under stress. Of course, we're not even there yet, and if the Knicks pull this one out tonight, then we may be recentering what we think that series will be. So we'll continue to obviously talk about that series and the NBA as a whole as we continue. All right, when we come back, we've got a Texan on a watch list. Yes, that sounds inflammatory, but it's not what you think. It is just a list because it is that time of the year where lists are being made. The NFL writers and analysts got to prove why they're being paid somehow. So we'll talk about which Texan made the list on a long list of guys who are ones to watch. We'll get to that when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So I mentioned the Texan on a watch list. It is an ESPN list for people to pay attention to, and we're getting ever closer to football. I know this because the 100-day stuff started last week, and now because it's a full-time thing year round. I saw the dates for mini camps, and or are they called OTAs this time? I don't know, but I saw official dates for team activities, and we'll have some this week. In fact, I think some teams are with their veterans and rookies all together doing it today. So we have that. Will people put on helmets? I can't say, but we know they'll be in shorts and jerseys, practice jerseys.
They'll have helmets some days.
They'll put helmets on today if they're
maybe not today.
They're practicing today.
Maybe not today.
But helmets, maybe there's some acclimation period like in college football where you can't wear your helmet, or actually that's pads. You can't wear your pads for the first couple of days when you're back at practice. But either way, we're almost here, even though it's only May. People are gearing up, and that means a list. And on this list, courtesy of ESPN and Benjamin Solak, we have people to pay attention to. And I say people because the Texans, their representative isn't a player. It's Nick Caley, the OC. And in the little blurb on him, 10 names to know, the question is he too far removed from the originals of the Sean McVay tree to actually be a good hire? Because is the tree too diluted? Because you weren't the first in line. You weren't the second or third. You're about what? 5 to 6 or so? Is that too far removed from the actual guy to be good at it? Now, he does get shots of bail here by saying he wasn't always with Sean McVay. So it wasn't just like he got passed over by all these other guys. He was in New England for a while. So if you wanted to give Nick Caley some bail and not call him Sean McVay's coffee getter like Sean Mapes does, you would say he wasn't always in New England. So, of course, he wasn't going to be first in line. He wasn't going to be the guys who got head coaching jobs under McVay. Wasn't it LaFleur? Wasn't he under McVay?
Yeah, LaFleur. Well, both LaFleurs. I guess only one of them got a head coaching job. But
Liam Cohen.
Yep, Liam Cohen. One.
So Nick Caley go, hey, I was at New England. So when I came over to work under McVay, I moved up the ranks. So do you buy it, Joe? Do you think there is a thing as a dilution of the tree? He wasn't 2, 3, 4, 5. He's about the sixth dude who moved on to hopefully for his sake bigger or better things.
I'm saying okay. So no, I don't. I don't think there's a dilution of the tree because I think that so many of these guys that we've gone into from the Shanahan and McVay, tree that we've all assumed are just going to be like God's gift to earth have not been. And a lot of them have been great. Like the hit rate is far higher than the fail rate for sure. But it's just such a crapshoot because he's not a McVay guy. Like he's a Belichick guy. I mean, he was with the Patriots from 2015 to 2022. So I don't view him as a Sean McVay guy. So frankly, I'd be more inclined to say he's going to be another failed Belichick prodigy,
which actually is scarier.
Yes,
because the hit rate for that. Is there a hit rate? Who would be the one? Is there a hit? I mean, the fact that Bill O'Brien won,
he's the most successful. It's not even close.
Several division titles makes him the biggest winner.
Because Vrabel doesn't count. Because Vrabel's a Texan and an Urban Meyer guy. He was a player for the Patriots, but
yes, he
wasn't. He doesn't count for the Belichick tree.
Yeah, he doesn't. He didn't. Did he ever coach there? If he did, it wasn't very long.
No, I think this is his first time coaching the Patriots now as head coach.
Got it.
But I don't think that. Now most of the failures for Belichick, they were all head coaches, right? Like that's they all failed as head coaches. Josh McDaniels, Eric Mangini, all those guys.
It's when they're elevated beyond, I guess,
OC,
their station. If you were some British person from the 1760s, but when they got out over their skis and decided to take on the head coaching responsibility, they weren't good. Yeah, Vrabel. Yeah, I'm looking at him only as a player for New England. It looks like.
So I think there's pressure on Nick Caley for sure. But I don't think that it's fair to say, if the tree is run dry or anything like that, because it's also not going to. Like if Nick Caley fails dramatically, it doesn't matter. In a year,
there will be someone else who gets a job.
Yes, or in 6 months, there'll be someone from the McVay coaching staff that gets a job somewhere.
Yeah, they have enough hits like Zach Taylor. I mentioned Matt LaFleur, Brandon Staley, but he did get a head coaching job. Jed Fish, who is now coaching at Washington, who's been in the NFL, and then he was at Arizona, now Washington. Kevin O'Connell, probably his O'Connell, LaFleur, you'd give them, and only one of them's been to the Super Bowl, and that's Zach Taylor. So
yeah, but
if we're talking about biggest hits,
I think I give O'Connell the biggest hit.
Because
we'll see what he does with JJ.
He turned Sam Darnold into something.
I mean, look what he did with Kirk Cousins. Like he turned Kirk Cousins into like a really good quarterback, and it wasn't just stats. And they didn't win anything, and he got Kirk Cousins paid. He got Sam Darnold paid. We'll see what he does with JJ McCarthy. But KOC is the guy for me. That's the biggest hit. LaFleur and him are close.
I mean, because of what O'Connell had to work with, I agree. His quarterbacks. I mean,
because I would say the Packers have been below expectations in the Jordan Love era. Now, and I don't think that's LaFleur's fault, but it's like they have not reached to where I think most people thought they were going to go, especially after that first season with Jordan Love. They haven't really achieved anything. Now, to LaFleur's credit, Aaron Rodgers has been doo-doo since he left Green Bay.
Mm-hmm.
And he might play in Pittsburgh this year, but we'll see.
Now, Jordan Love's, was it second year as a starter, or was the first year? They should have beat San Francisco and made it to the NFC title game. And Detroit, throw them in there too, where they blew a chance to beat San Francisco. So he has been to a couple divisionals. But yeah, to your point, he hadn't got to that NFC title game in a while now. And of course, Zach Taylor had the #1 overall pick, so he had a good head start.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I would lean O'Connell. Now Caley does have CJ Stroud, who he's going to be dependent on to improve because after year 2, well, I don't think there are a lot of questions about CJ overall. You just need to see him take a step closer to year 1. In fact, now that we're getting into year 3, you would need probably an improvement over year 1, just to show progression. But you just need year 2 not to happen, and that's not all Nick Caley's responsibility. We played the sound last week, and I played it this morning for John and Lance. Nick Caserio has a lot to do with that, and he thinks we should not be concerned about their offensive line because he and D'Amico aren't. And that, by the way, I know I credited Aaron Wilson last week. That was courtesy of Aaron Wilson's YouTube. He was there at the event, and he mentioned, or at least he had that there, and that's where it came from. It was just a fan who they gave a microphone to.
Yeah, it was like a season ticket event.
Yeah, he had a Southern accent and pretty much said, "Bless CJ's heart for having to run around and get pressured and sacked, all that." And he wanted to know, you guys took wide receivers early when he was running for his life. He pretty much said, "What's that about?" And the people were like, "Yeah, good." And then Nick Caserio at the very end, he did a lot of his Nick Caserio things where he talks about how they value players and kind of the process. And there was a lot of stuff where if you're a fan just looking for an answer, you're probably having your eyes glazed over. And then he got to the very end, he goes, "We're not concerned about it. And if we're not, you shouldn't be." Okay. Okay, man. All right.
I think we'll be circling back to that clip at some point this year.
If the Rams are torturing CJ in week 1, that clip definitely gets played that Monday afterwards.
Oh, you mean like when they have, Jared Verse and Braden Fisk
yes.
and all these guys they've drafted recently who are awesome.
Whatever the lineup is, that 5 for the Texans, they're going to get tested really early. So we'll see how concerned everyone should be after week 1. And maybe he's right. Maybe Nick Caley, maybe Cole Popovich, they all come together to put a scheme in place that takes pressure off of what, as it stands right now, is a questionable offensive line. And they go out there and go put up 28 points, and CJ barely has a scratch on him. But if the other scenario takes place, that clip probably will live in infamy, at least on this show, just because of the nature of the dismissing tone of it all. Like, look, man, we're good here. I know what we're doing. No, you don't. Your off the line choices so far have proven to be at best mediocre, and that's only because I don't know anything about Blake Fisher yet. Although PFF will tell me he wasn't very good last year, but he was a rookie, so I'll give him and the draft pick a chance. No reason to kill him yet, but the trading of Ed Ingram and Cam Robinson leads me to believe concern should be a major part of the vibes going into week 1 for the Texans as they get tested early on the road in Los Angeles. Okay, we'll go to break with that. If you want to call in, you can 713-780-3776. It's me and Joe till noon, and then Paul Gallant after us as we're all back. We had the long weekend and we're back doing what I was going to say love. I'm not sure everyone loves. I'm going to say doing what we like. I don't want to speak for everyone. I love it, but I don't know about everyone else. So I'm going to say doing what we like. We'll hear from Greg Sankey, the commissioner of the SEC, because he's in a bit of a war of words with the Big 12 and the ACC's commissioner. She didn't like their statement. So we'll get into that, and we'll get back into the Astros as well. And if you didn't know that Jock Landale is a very introspective person, you're like me. I didn't know, but he was on a podcast, so we might get to that as well. So hour 2 when we get back. So I got a DM, not a fun one. It wasn't that. I wouldn't have brought that to the table if it was a fun one. I got a DM about this song.
Okay.
A listener asked me the name of it. I was like, you know what? That's appropriate for my life. I get someone hopping into my DMs. Of course, it's Twitter, so it's gonna be less fun. Period. It's not an Instagram DM. And Scott wanted to know the name of the song, and he also had some nice words for me. That is Childish Gambino's "Earth, the Oldest Computer" from "It's Because the Internet" album. But Scott's a listener. Appreciate that. I'm sorry, I was trying to look at the board and it's grayed out. We'll get to the phone call here when I can see the name, but that's what it is. It's a lot of guys like Irv or Larasa DMing me about stuff.
Yeah, I don't even want to know what that looks like.
I mean, in a moment of weakness, and I say it because it's not my personality, but we were at one of the listener events and he's like, "Hey man, what's your number?" I was like,
"No, you didn't."
I gave it to him. So he will text me random things and it's mostly things I can't say on the air about like there are a couple of players that have names that he thinks are very funny, their last names. Like there's a tight end named Luke, but that's not the objectionable part. It's a name that you have to be very careful with saying. It's like with Michael Che and Colin Jost for the season finale of SNL where they switch and they write each other's jokes for Weekend Update. And Steve Kerr has a son named Nicholas Kerr. Yep, you get it.
I get it.
Yeah, yeah. It's stuff like that that Lorasso will send me. And it's simply because at a listener party, I was like, hey, you know what? Sure.
You know what's so funny is because if you drank, Dell,
it would make some sense.
It would make some sense. I'd be like, I could see myself doing that.
Yeah, but
a couple beers deep, being like, yeah, man.
Yeah, what am I supposed to do when a guy like it's the one time I felt like a woman. Like women have pressure to like and I know him enough where I can't just give him a fake number like a woman would. Like, well, I'll give this guy a fake number and I'll never see him.
You could have given him like Granado's number.
I didn't think that. He probably he would know. Like he would actually text Granado. He would text me. The problem is he would text Granado like, who is this? And then it would be over for me. So I can't do that.
Yeah,
I can't give him a number that. Yeah, so I was cooked. And now occasionally it'll be something during the show which I can't mention. So that's what it is. And I was rude to you earlier today because you asked me what I watched and I did not get to ask you what you watched.
That's okay.
What did you watch this weekend?
I finished a rewatch of Stranger Things.
Getting ready for the final season.
Yeah, whenever that comes out.
Of course.
Some point this year.
Sure.
I watched that. I watched a documentary last night. The Tylenol murders.
Have not heard of it.
It happened. It just came out on Netflix. It happened in like 82 in Chicago. Like 7 people got poisoned with cyanide. They like someone, they don't know who. It's an unsolved case. Put cyanide pills in extra strength Tylenol and it killed 7 people. So I watched that this weekend and a lot of baseball, a lot of basketball. And let's see what else I watched this weekend. Bluey, Blaze.
Wow, that's for certain reasons, yes.
Spidey, the YouTube kid Spider-Man, which isn't bad, actually.
I had not heard of that.
It's not terrible. It's not the worst thing I watched.
It's not going to make sense for look. I watch Marvel stuff, but is it to a point where if you don't have a kid, there's really no reason to watch this?
No. It's like more like Saturday morning cartoon.
Okay.
Because like Black Panther, Iron Man, Hulk are like all make appearances, but like it's Miles, Gwen, and Peter are all in it.
Okay.
The theme song is actually Fall Out Boy.
Got it.
It's not the worst thing my son makes me watch.
What is the worst thing?
Bluey. I don't like it.
Is it?
It's not. I know a lot of parents do. I don't like it.
It's not well made. What's your issue with this?
I don't know. It just annoys me.
Okay.
I think it's their voices. They just annoy me.
Because they have Australian accents. Do they have Australian accents?
It might be that.
Okay, they do. I just looked it up, and the first thing I saw was Australian animated series. This thing hasn't had a new episode Oh, okay. It's present. They just listed it as 3 seasons, but it looked like it had only been on since 2018 and ended 2021. Bluey has been around for a while. It's just the animated series is a representation of. Hold on. Okay, no, I thought it was the animated dog version of the 1976 cop show because it's listed under Wiki.
Yeah.
But no, it is not that. It is completely different, just with the same name. Okay, I was wondering.
I can't wait for this.
What Julian wants to tell you?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you mentioned Julian in a less than, let's say, complimentary way earlier today.
I like Julian.
Julian, did you hear what Joe said about you?
I heard it, man, but that's like after, you start dating this chick, right? It's like X amount of months into it, she invites you over and she cooks for you. You like her, she has a banging body, and then she cooks for you and she asks you, did you like it? And you're like, not bad.
So which one are you?
That's how I feel right now.
No, I just don't like the 49ers.
So
everything else I like.
So you're the girl with the banging body?
But I don't even talk about the 49ers a lot. I've chilled out on 49ers stuff quite a bit.
You called in several times last week because of Fred Warner.
But listen, here's Robert Saleh. Robert Saleh said it best, brother. If you ain't got haters, you ain't popping. Have a good day.
Wait. Are you the girl in this situation?
He left.
Is he the one with the banging body? Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
I think so.
So is he suggesting that all his calls compare to a great-looking woman who just doesn't cook good? Is that what he's saying?
Yes.
Not a chance.
I think so.
I don't know, man.
That's Dell. That's not me.
I'm just trying to figure out who's the woman with the banging body in his analogy. I don't know that your calls represent that. You're more, anything I say is going to get me in trouble now. This is about making fun of you. I'm not going to put myself in a spot where I get in trouble. So we'll leave that alone. Thanks, Julian, for the call. Joe George's disrespect noted, but I agree with him. So
I just don't like the 49ers.
Yeah.
They're one of those teams that I just do not enjoy.
I don't like them, the conversations about them. And mostly, for whatever reason, it's less to do with Kyle Shanahan, but the hero worship of Kyle Shanahan that I don't like. And it's mostly from like NFL nerd types, like the guys who do the podcasts and stuff.
I think that's kind of the same thing. Maybe it's not necessarily the 49ers like themselves. It's how much people gas them up is kind of exhausting.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there's a lot of teams like that. Like Chase kind of called me on, our intern, about the Packers. Like, that's how I feel about the Packers. Like, you just get gassed up for what? They've won 2 Super Bowls in my lifetime.
I feel it that way for some obvious reasons about the Bills. I hear about Josh Allen, the Bills, quite a bit. I understand he's a great player, but they're kind of one of those. I feel like one of those teams who's missed their opportunity. Like, I think they'll always be competitive, but this version of them, I think they are. I think there's a ceiling on what they can be, how they're constructed now. It has nothing to do with Josh Allen. I just think the way they've decided to go about things, there's not a lot of outside weapons on that team, and they force him to do a lot to be successful. And I don't think that can work. We see what happens when they play the best teams in football. They don't win unless Mark Andrews is dropping a pass. That's a game where we're even in that one at home. If Lamar Jackson isn't careless with the football, Mark Andrews doesn't drop a couple passes. One of them was a fumble. They don't win that game.
Yep.
So I think there's a ceiling to what the Bills can be with what they are, but I'm going to hear about them again, about how this is the year for them. Okay, sure. Speaking of teams who in our lives have never won anything, you talk about the Packers, at least they got 2.
That's true. They do have 2, unlike the Bills. I mean, 49ers in my life.
Look, there's a lot of teams
nothing.
you can throw in there. Look, the Bills aren't alone, but for a team who has been in the conversation as much as they have been over the last 5-6 years, I'm a little tired of hearing about this is the Bills' year. You got your MVP. I think they're much like the Rockets, except their star, for the most part, is more likable. I don't think people dislike Josh Allen's play the way people dislike James's play.
No, I don't think there's an NFL comp to how dislikable James Harden was for a lot of people.
Yeah. I just think the Bills are in that Rockets realm where they were battling the best teams in the sport. They just never got over the hump. And I think the Bills are due for maybe not this year because AFC East is not very good. But I think that's a team who will win their 11 games again and then surely get knocked out in the divisional round by someone, whether it be a Bengals team that makes the playoffs or one of the teams we always think is going to be there, like the Chiefs or the Ravens. And certainly we hope the Texans can become one of those teams too. And they were very aggressive in trying to make a selection in the draft. We'll get to that when we come back. And we'll also get to Chris. Chris, I see you. We'll get to you when we come back. If you want to get in on the show, if you have an irrational hate for a team like I do, the Bills, welcome. We welcome all comers. And if you dislike Julian as much as Joe, you can call in about that too. And once again, not Julian himself, just a team he roots for. So we got about 40 minutes or so to go before we're out of here for the day. Get in if you want. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So I was going to tell you, and I guess I'll do it now, but I was going to actually have the conversation with the Texans being very aggressive and trying to draft Arante Ursary. They wound up getting him anyway. They did trade up to get him, but they were willing to give up a third-round pick next year to do it. Maybe that's why Nick Casario feels so good about his offensive line. Why we shouldn't be concerned? They were willing to give up a future day 2 pick for him. They wound up doing that anyway for Woody Marks of all people. So I don't know. Your backup running back, you gave up a future 3rd-round pick. It's happened. I think the Dolphins did it for Jalen Wright last draft, and the Texans do it this year for Woody Marks. So while the Dolphins gave up a future 3rd for Jalen Wright, they figured, hey, let's see if another team will do that. And then they took the Texans' future 3rd, so the Texans could trade up to get in position to take Woody Marks, the running back out of USC. So they loved themselves some Ron Terracery. They were willing to give up premium draft picks to do it. We will see how he plays, if he actually gets time this year, or maybe he follows the Blake Fisher route where he doesn't play early, but he plays later in the year as circumstances demand it. But Joe and I have a conversion rate conversation we need to have. But first, let's get to Chris. Chris, what's up?
Hey guys, Dale. Listen to you all the time. Love your talk about movies and shows and everything. Joe said something that concerned or kind of got me intrigued. What does he not like about Bluey? Bluey is like one of the best shows for adults and kids that I have ever seen. So I'm just curious what it is that turns him off to Bluey.
Chris, did you say Bluey to the intern, or did you say Bills? Because I think he assumed you said Bills, because he wrote up there Bills. But we can talk about Bluey certainly. All right, Joe.
I don't know. I just don't like it. I just don't like it. It's just not. It's just not for me. Maybe Joseph doesn't really like it as much as everyone else too, because like it's on very sporadically. But of all the shows he watches, I think it's my least favorite.
I think you need to take a deeper look into it. And depending on how old your kiddos are, like once you get to the age of Bluey's kids, like it's going to speak to you, man. So I think you need to take a deeper look into Bluey, take a little better, I don't know, insight into it, and I think you'll appreciate it more. Because Bluey, I love shows, and I mean it might be top 5, top 10 for me, because it's so good once you get through all of them.
Wait, top 5, top 10 for like including the shows that you watch?
Animated shows, kid shows, or just shows overall?
Like, say it again.
You talking about kid shows you watch because of your children, or shows period? Top 10 of all the shows you watch.
Period. No.
That's
shows. Period.
Great.
It's up there with Seinfeld, Breaking Bad. It's up there with all of them. When you have kids and you get into it, it's a great show. And y'all are laughing at me. I get that, but no, it's up there.
I can't speak to the quality because I haven't watched it. There's been no reason to for me. I'm just surprised, considering Joe's thoughts on it, that you have such a different opinion of it. But hey, you're watching it. Everyone's got shows they love, and Joe apparently.
I guess I'm just not locked in enough. I need to lock in.
So Bluey has 154 episodes according to Wiki right now. It's only had 3 series. That's how they term it in Australia. A season is a series, and it premiered in 2018, and they're about 7 minutes long. It looks like. Is that what it is, Joe? They're 7-minute episodes?
I think there's some that are longer than that.
Okay.
Oh, it's hard with YouTube because like they just like put everything together in these like long episodes.
Got it.
What is and what is not an episode?
So
is not clear.
we are talking about talking dogs, by the way.
Yes.
I
mean, look, when Sean's not here, the show's different.
No, it's not that. I'm just trying to explain to people while Chris loves an animated show, it's not animated humanoids, and it goes back to my thing, kind of how I figured out I'm an alien racist because I don't like Star Wars when aliens are involved. But I don't mind talking animals, so maybe I would love Bluey, those dogs with their Australian accents. I don't know, but either way, it's there, and Joe has a
are you saying
different opinion? Oh, so you have an alien racist question?
Yeah. So Star Wars, you like Star Wars when there's not aliens on the screen?
I know it's weird to say,
but it's just when the aliens are there.
I don't like hearing aliens speak on the show. I don't care about their thoughts on galactic politics. I don't like the Porgs from the sequel trilogy. I'm not a giant fan of Baby Yoda or Yoda in general. I could do without Chewbacca, honestly. At least he shoots a whatever you want to call that, a laser, or
crossbow.
Yeah, whatever. At least he shoots people. I don't like aliens unless we're murdering them or they're trying to murder us in TV shows and movies. Like, I'll watch Alien. I'll watch the Predator movie that's coming out. I love all that stuff, but I need the aliens to pose a threat. I don't need them to be our friends. It's not the aliens I want to. I don't want aliens walking on 2 feet, talking to us and being our friends. If their goal is to invade our planet, take us over, and kill us all, those are the movies I want to watch.
Okay.
That's all. Galactic Senate, get out of here.
Okay.
Like, we got people look like aliens who look like walruses talking. No, that's why I like Andor so much. There's barely any aliens in it.
That's true. There's not. There's like
unless they're on Coruscant, then you'll see an alien walking by maybe.
Yeah, but
or
that's
in the
it,
Senate,
really.
But that's it. But not when the action's going down.
Yeah, I think you've self-identified yourself very well. Then you are an alien racist.
I am
for sure.
In a galactic world where aliens are our friends, I'm an isolationist.
I mean, like, so if they just like showed up and like they looked like walruses and were like, and they called into the show, you would tell them to get lost.
I don't know how I would respond in real life. I just know I don't want to see them on my television.
Gotcha.
Like maybe me and an alien could be friends. But as far as
I mean, I feel like you gave LaRossi your phone number. I feel like
there's
like
a joke there to make, but I'm not gonna make it.
You and aliens would be fine.
See, there's a joke about aliens that I'm not gonna make regarding him. But I don't want him on my television. Stay out of my Star Wars, which can never happen. So I don't like Star Trek either. They're everywhere in Star Trek. It's part of the gig.
Star Trek was the one I never really got into. Like, I mean, the Chris Pine movies are fine, but they're not. I mean, I don't know. Most of Star Trek was like over. I feel like before I was like even like old enough to watch television.
Yeah, the J.J. Abrams ones, which is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Chris Pine being the star, the Captain Kirk of those, they're fine, but I'm never gonna revisit them. I don't feel the need to rewatch them at all. It's fine. I watched them because I love pop culture stuff, but as far as the lore of Star Trek, nah, miss me with all that. All right, we'll go to break with that. If you have differing viewpoints on animated dog shows with Australian accents, you can challenge show too. 713-780-3776. Thanks, Chris, for the call. Anyone else want to get in? That's the number. We will be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Before we got distracted by my blatant and virulent alien racism, I brought up we had to have a discussion about conversion rates and what is allowed when you accomplish something great. And does the time frame in which you do it affect how people should respond to you? If you don't know, Mary Lou Retton won a gold medal in the all-around gymnastics in 1984. So we're talking summer of 1984. So we're getting close to 41 years ago. That was in LA. The next Olympics is in LA in 2028. That's where flag football will make its first appearance. So, of course, the flag football guys like, hey, it's a different sport. We shouldn't be overlooked. Guys, stop. This is not a battle you can win. No one cares what you guys do when potentially Justin Jefferson could be out there who is looking to win a gold medal. I didn't think those guys would care that much after this round. Like if it's 2032 and they have to go to a country they don't want to go to, maybe the flag football guys get their opportunity. But the first time in Los Angeles, pack it up, guys.
Yeah, I think it's a one-off. Just like the breakdancing was a one-off.
Yeah. If the U.S. dominates, which we expect, and it's not competitive, I don't know that the world is so in the flag football that it needs to be something that they push and strive to match the U.S. in for like 2032 and beyond. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and even like if they do the whole like, well, like your family's from your great grandfather.
They're trying to.
He's from Italy. Well, that's what they're gonna do.
Okay.
There's no way they're not gonna there's gonna be NFL players on every team.
Like when France, although
like there's only like how many NFL players are from other countries? Like a small handful.
Well, we see the guys they're allowed to put a flag of where their parents or grandparents are from. So I get what you're saying. That it could be something like that. But like when Embiid, although the French accused him of doing it just because he wanted a visa, and then eventually he decided to play for the U.S. anyway, where he could have played for France. There are others who, like the Thompson twins, are being talked to either over the weekend or late last weekend. They didn't rule out playing for Jamaica.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
I mean, we know that Carl Anthony Towns, he plays for the Dominican Republic.
Yeah, so we see it happen. So I guess it could happen. I just don't know that those guys would do it, considering how many other NFL players who are from their country, or at least have parents from their country, could they get together on one team that be in any way competitive, or maybe they would just do it to represent their country in a way that they didn't think they could. But that was actually besides the point, but it is an Olympic event. I mentioned the conversion thing because of this. Not only did she win a gold medal, Mary Lou Retton, in 1984, 41 years later, she was arrested for a driving offense. It was for a DUI, charged with DUI. So, Joe, I asked him during the break before we got to it, we'll get to it now. What's the conversion rate? If you win a gold medal in 1984, how much leeway should you get? And is it determined by what crime you actually commit? So, for example, she's driving under the influence. That's a dangerous thing to do. We know how it can change someone's life. So, Mary Lou Retton, in a way, since I'll say it on air, it'll be different from my thoughts off air. The joke I made to Joe. On air, of course, she's got to get arrested. That's dangerous.
Now it's a misdemeanor DUI. I don't know what that means.
I don't know what it means either. Now
it was in West Virginia, so like that might be like a 2.0 in West Virginia, but like you never know.
She refused a roadside breath test and the blood test, but they smelled alcohol on her, according to reports, and she was slurring her words, according to the cops. We don't know. I wasn't there, and she failed a field sobriety test. Mary Lou was driving a Porsche. I respect it. You want to gold medal at like 16 years old? If you're 57, you want to drive a Porsche? Cool. What's the level of offense before we just say, hey, Mary Lou, you won that gold medal in 1984. We're going to let you ride on this one. If she robs a CVS, but with no gun, she just goes, hey, or she decides, I really want a vitamin water. She grabs and just walks out, and the security pulls her back. Do we just, hey, I'm Mary Lou Retton? And you go, okay, good. You get to go. Understood. You're Mary Lou Retton. That
like
is that
40 years ago, though.
This is what I'm saying. It's not something that happened in the last decade where you could remember it and have a memory of, but you have to go to some grainy footage on YouTube to watch her win her gold medal. And to be honest, you comp her to what Simone Biles is doing, you're like, This is like gym calisthenics. What you're doing right now.
I feel like her free passes have passed.
You think it should have ended? How many years after her winning a gold medal does her free pass commit misdemeanors go away? We're talking a decade before HD television, which means into the aughts. When does Mary Lou Retton winning a gold medal mean or doesn't mean she can get a pass anymore?
What we do? Well, let's do. How about 4 years for every medal you get?
So she
every
won
gold medal you get.
So she won the gold. She also won 2 silvers and 2 bronzes.
Well, those don't count. You don't get free passes for those.
You know, there are it means she was either the second or third best person in the world at the time, but they don't count. Okay.
No.
All right. So all I see is 1 gold, but it was for the all around. It wasn't for an individual event. It was for the all around at the Olympics. So she was the best gymnast in the world, combining all those disciplines.
I would say I think it was like a decade of dumb decisions
that as long as they don't rise above misdemeanors, you can get away with.
Yeah, I mean, like what's his name? The real stupid guy from the swim team.
You're talking about Phelps?
Lochte?
Oh, Ryan Lochte.
Yeah, didn't he get in trouble in another country?
Yes, he did some dumb things. Yes.
Yeah, I feel like you get like a decade after you win a gold medal to have pretty much anything that's like you're not putting someone in harm's way. You get a little bit of a pass.
So by the time the Barcelona Olympics were a distant memory because it happened in 92, the 94 Olympics were the Winter Olympics. She couldn't get off anything else. She had to have gotten all her bad things out of her. Because at that time, in 94, she would have been 26.
I would say like outside, especially like outside your hometown. Because outside your hometown, like in your hometown, it's different. You're like a god, I'd imagine, even to this day. Like it's like when a college football player wins a national championship. They could live there forever, open a car dealership, and make millions of dollars because everyone would buy their car from, any quarterback's
of course
dealership.
Of course.
So I feel like in her hometown, you get like a lifetime pass, and the rest of the country, you get like a decade. Let's call it. That you're not like directly putting someone in harm's way.
I don't hate that approach, because now she has had some health issues, but as far as because of her sport, she had hip replacement surgery. She was born with hip dysplasia, which speaks to how incredible it was for her to accomplish what she accomplished. And she had a real bad case of pneumonia a couple years ago. Don't know her health right now, but she was out and about and got a DUI. Yeah,
she's healthy enough to drink and drive.
Yeah. We're not going to excuse the dumb decision she made because of what could be current health concerns. I would say, you know what, 10 years is probably a good run, but it's an Olympic gold medal. I would give it 15. The question is it being shaded by our lack of interest in Olympics gymnastics? Let's use a star close to your heart. Let's say Michael Jordan. How long does Michael Jordan get to do dumb things misdemeanor wise before you stop shooting him some bail?
That's a tough comp because he's the GOAT.
I went from the one sport you barely care about to someone you care about deeply. As far as sports is concerned.
He's a lifetime achievement award. I mean, he probably got kicked out of the NBA for gambling. No one cares. And my guy's father killed. No one cares.
Wow.
What? You don't believe that conspiracy theory? Wow. I mean, it's out there.
I don't know. I don't know that you're wrong. I don't know that you're right. I'm surprised it came from a native Chicagoan.
I think it's the one like thing where like I think I stand apart from a lot of people I grew up with. Like for him just to quit basketball for 2 years, it's strange to me.
It is strange.
It's very strange. And it wasn't even a full 2 years.
He was playing sports again to honor his father. He played baseball, right?
Yes.
Okay. Does that do you believe that leads credence to that theory that he went because of his guilt, he went on to play baseball?
I think he got suspended and that was a giant cover up.
Man,
It's the NBA. Like
you believe in the draft.
I believe in the draft lottery conspiracies.
That's true. You believe in that too. I am not a conspiracy person, but I welcome your thoughts. This is an open-minded forum.
I believe in the fact that you have certain referees that when you need a series to go to not be a 4-game sweep, you put them on the court.
So Scott Foster was the ref in Game 4 of Knicks Pacers. No, Game 3.
Game 3.
Game 4 tonight. But it didn't look like Scott Foster was having any impact.
No, it didn't.
They were getting their ass kicked. They were down by 20, and then they fought back to win. I kind of laid that out early in the show where they were down 20 in the second quarter, got within like 13 and fought their way back in the third and fourth to win it. So Scott Foster, known as the extender, you believe, played a part. Well, they better put Scott Foster in Oklahoma City if they want that series to go long in Game 5.
Yeah, the only thing I hate about the NBA playoffs is that June 6th is game one of the finals, no matter what.
Yeah,
and both these series could be over in the next 3 days.
But that's not unique to them, right? Does the World Series do that too?
Yes, it's a huge problem. I baseball, yeah, right. Baseball and basketball, I despise it.
Yeah,
you have series that you can have a week off,
all for TV purposes.
Yeah, but it ruins the vibe. Like if these series are over by Thursday, then we're going to be waiting 7 days.
I guess the NBA would say you guys don't mind waiting 2 weeks for the NFL.
Yeah, but that's built.
It's built into the. I know, because
it's built in because
because there's a firm date for the conference finals in the championship games in football where you never know when the conference finals will end in basketball, which is probably why they do it. Okay, we don't know, and scheduling for our biggest event where it's international media, it's national media. It's an event everyone who covers basketball worldwide wants to be a part of if they can get a credential. So they want to have firm dates for hotels for the 2 days or maybe 4 days for games 1 and 2, and then of course
I do get that
games 3 and 4.
Like it's best for fans. Like if you're an OKC fan, you can plan your trips to
Minnesota, or excuse me, Indianapolis or New York,
and New York kind of ahead of time.
Yeah.
But you're still having to book potentially 2 flights.
Yeah, I think it's more for the logistics of the league and their media partners and the people who have to cover the games and stuff like that. It just makes more sense for them to know the dates of those games as opposed to guessing on the fly with a week out, because they got a lot. Of course, they don't know the cities until a week out, but hey, at least the dates are squared away in it. I guess it goes for all of the NBA markets. Like, the Wizards don't have to do it, but every arena has to have open dates those days. So you have to do that as well. It'd be funny if the Wizards are like, come on, guys.
Like, we can't book Taylor Swift that night?
No, no.
We know we ain't going.
Yeah, what are we doing? Of course, hockey, which doesn't take precedent, but a lot of those arenas are multi-functional arenas. They will have a hockey. They could have a hockey Stanley Cup Finals game and also an NBA Finals game. Won't be the case this year with the Rangers out. That was the only team that really could have been a part of it. Do the Wild still exist?
Yeah.
Okay, then the Minnesota Wild, I guess, could have been a part of that as well. But no, not the case. So those arenas are clear. All right, we got one more segment to go here before we are done for the day. If you think Michael Jordan is responsible for something like Joe does, you can voice your opinion on that or anything else. 713-780-3776. We will be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Last year about this time, the show put a lot of focus on CFB 25. We will probably pay less attention to it on the show this time around, frankly, because it's not a decade-long wait this time. It's just the annual release. But we do have a couple of the cover athletes on it. If you don't know what CFB 25 is, let me explain. College Football 25, the EA game that had been gone for a decade plus. A lot of us of my age range and younger played that game in college and before. Just a big game. In fact, the current iteration of the show has a game tonight.
Big Ten championship.
Where Joe and I play for the Big Ten title.
Boise State versus UCF.
Very Big Ten-ish of
Very
us.
Big Ten.
Yes, as I was in the Big 12 until beating up on Kansas State and others got boring. So now I'm playing Joe for the title. Undefeated season, trying to go undefeated and a three-peat. Yes, that's right. I'm the two-time defending national champion.
You are.
So we'll see how that plays out. I've never beat Joe, only played him once. He beat me. I've beaten everyone else in the league at least once. Joe, he's 1-0 against me. He beat me in like a quarterfinal, semifinal game, something like that. Either way, we'll play tonight, see how it plays out. But as far as 26 is concerned, Ryan Williams and Jeremiah Smith are two, I guess maybe on the basic edition of the game, because there's a deluxe edition and you have like coaches on it and other players.
Tebow, Reggie Bush is on there.
Yeah, so maybe the regular edition of the game will be those guys as a cover. You know, the two big-time freshman receivers from last year. Ryan Williams initially took all the hype, partly because of his eye black that said "kill everyone," and all the talk about him being only 17. And then we look out as the season kept going, and hey, look at the kid at Ohio State and Columbus doing what he's doing. Jeremiah Smith, he goes on to win a national title with his Buckeyes. So those two on the cover. And sticking with college football, let's stick to the guy who runs the conference. Ryan Williams is in. Greg Sankey, one of the power brokers in college football, and he's not thrilled with the comments, or at least the written comments, from the Big 12 and the ACC. Those conferences are taking issue with the way Greg Sankey and his Big Ten counterpart are kind of just gobbling up the sport. And if you missed it last week, it was confirmed that there won't be automatic bids given to conference winners, while those two, the automatic buys. They'll get bids, but they won't get buys in the likely final year of the 12-team playoff. Going forward, the top four seeds who get buys, that'll be just straight seeding. So if the committee thinks you're one of the best four teams in the country, you get a buy. Doesn't matter if you won your conference or not. Although the SEC and the Big Ten, I bet, expect that their conference winner will get an automatic buy, and that's just part of the game. The Big 12 and the ACC aren't thrilled, but they got to go along with it. And they couch their voting on seeding with doing what's best for the game, which appeared to be a shot at the Big Ten and the SEC. Well, Greg Sankey didn't like it, and here are some of his comments about what the Big 12 and the ACC have had to say.
Look at a track record. We didn't need 12. If we stayed at 4, we would have had half the 4 last year. I don't need lectures from others about good of the game. I don't lecture others about good of the game. And coordinating press releases about good of the game. You know, again, okay, you can issue your press statement, but I'm actually looking for ideas to move us forward.
The SEC and the Big Ten, and the SEC is taking most of the shots on this, but the Big Ten is culpable in this too. They are looked at as a entity that is not working for the best interest of the game. This is about them, how they can make their conference all the more powerful, whether they're taking established names like Texas and Oklahoma from the SEC, from the Big 12, to securing themselves what appears to be 4 bids automatically in what will be a 16-team playoff. And then who knows how many at-larges they will get. They aren't looked at as a conference who who is doing anything but furthering themselves. And are they killing off college football? Killing off, I think, is strong. I think they are making the game as a whole more regional. The SEC on CBS did that as well. You hear players talk about all the time how they want to play in the SEC because it's the best players in the country play there. It wasn't always the case. It maybe feels like it has been, but you look at what has happened to West Coast football. Hell, Reggie Bush is on the cover of the new game. Reggie Bush, would he have gone to USC? Probably. But if the Pac-12 existed, it wouldn't be, as it is today, it wouldn't be looked at as a strong conference. Reggie Bush, as a great recruit, may have been pressured quite a bit, or at least felt the need to go play in the SEC to prove himself, as opposed to playing in the Pac-12, who, through some fault of their own, lessened themselves as a conference. They hired the wrong coaches, they hired the wrong ADs, and they were blindsided by how the game was going to change. And now, to try to recoup some of their losses, USC joined the Big Ten. UCLA went with them, and we know Washington, Oregon did too. And now Pac-12 football isn't a thing anymore. It's 2 teams. That's not a conference.
They got some teams coming.
Yeah, yes, they do. But it stands and how we grew up thinking about it, the sport has become less of a national thing as far as what we pay attention to, and more of a kind of a regional thing where the best football is played in the South, although the last 2 national champions are from the Big Ten. But the Big Ten is like, hey, we're here too, and it's been about them and the SEC for a while now, and it looks like it'll continue. And that is the narrative that the ACC and Big 12 are feeding into, that you guys have killed what a lot of people love about the sport. And I wouldn't blame those 2 conferences as a whole. ESPN has a lot to do with it too.
I don't blame them either, but at some point, just like stop talking, because the more you piss them off, I think they're just going to raid you. Like, the ACC is tough because their TV contract is pretty much impenetrable. It seems like teams can't leave even though they want to.
So they had
Clemson wants to leave, Florida State wants to leave, but like, if the SEC and the Big Ten decide to break off, they're just going to take the ACC and the Big 12 teams with them.
Yeah, the ACC,
what they want
in an attempt to keep their big name schools happy, are doing a thing where ratings and eyes on you and winning determines the cut that you get from the TV contract. So, for example, if Florida State has a lot of highly rated games, which they believe they will, although last year wasn't a good year for them to make that argument, but they still believe their brand is strong enough to do that, then, hey, we get a bigger cut than Wake Forest does, because people don't care about Wake Forest. They're not watching Wake Forest, NC State, but they will watch us against NC State because we're Florida State. So that is the way they're trying to keep their teams happy. And the teams with the lesser brands have kind of agreed, because they know if the big name schools leave, like Clemson, Florida State, and in some ways Miami, as far as name recognition, then the conference is done. But Greg Sankey won't be lectured. You heard him. Not by your marks of the world. You're not going to lecture me. So those battles will continue. All right, we're done for the day. Thanks to Joe, host of what's it again? Inside the Icebox.
Yep.
Inside the Icebox, Thursdays from 6 to 7 on ESPN 975. You can hear it in podcast form. He does that with Jeremy Branham. Since we're done for the day, Joe, what does that mean?
That peanut butter skin.
Yeah, Jason Whitlock. One of our more questionable decisions as far as a drop, but it remains. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Deep to left field. Ball game. Christian Walker walks it off, and the Astros win it and take 3 out of 4 from the Seattle Mariners.
That's the one Christian Walker wanted. Let him have it. Enjoy the moment, Christian.
That is how the Houston Astros walked off the Seattle Mariners on Sunday to take 3 of 4 in a pivotal American League West series. What is going on, everybody? Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show on this Tuesday, May 27th, 2025. I am Paul Gallant. We got AJ in for Sean behind the glass. We hope that you had a fantastic Memorial Day weekend, whether it's spending it with family or friends. I, for one, am very thankful for the many troops in our nation's history who gave their lives so that we get to have an incredible amount of freedoms that I think sometimes we take for granted. One of those freedoms is I get to do this job and basically say, for the most part, whatever I want, for the most part. I really appreciate it. Did those soldiers die for that? No, they didn't. I think they'd be very annoyed if I were to suggest that. But it was interesting. I spent the weekend in Boston. I was walking around Belmont, which is where my sister lives. Got to hang out with my nephew and my niece who just turned 1. It was really fun walking around. I saw all these memorial signs for troops who had given their lives, whether it was in World War II or in the Korean War, amongst many, many others. You're not forgotten. Anyway, a lot of stuff to dive into on today's show because I have been out since last Wednesday. Mainly this Astros weekend series against the Mariners is what I want to talk about. I know a lot of you guys are wondering, Paul, who were you rooting for? Did you wear the half Astros, half Mariners shirt? No, that was a 2 years ago regular season bit because I think a lot of you guys know I'm a bit of a baseball casual and I struggle to find things to talk about in the midst of a regular season. But I'm happy with what the Astros did. You should be as well. They wrapped up a really impressive stretch, 17 straight days of games with 3 wins and 4 against the Seattle Mariners, 10-7 over that stretch of 17 games without a day off. There are 1.5 games back in the American League West, despite adversity. They lost 2 starters from the season opening rotation. You are now putting out Ryan Gusto, Colton Gordon, Brandon Walter, and Lance McCullers in your starting rotation. You have no Yordan Alvarez. Your offense has been less than what we'd like. Let's just be frank on that front. You can complain or whine about it, or you can just highlight that. It hasn't been great, but they overcame all of that for a 10-7 record over that stretch. The bullpen really carrying them. Sunday, Brian King on a night without Josh Hader, a day without Brian Abreu. He gets the Astros to the finish line. So a lot of things to be happy about. And there's some promising signs too. Jose Altuve was 8 for 17 in that series against Seattle. And Christian Walker, the last 2 games, had 5 hits, including that walk-off home run. We're going to talk a little bit more about him at 12:15. I still think things could be better. And I still think you're allowed to complain about certain things. And perhaps it was being back with my family, remembering that I was essentially, unwillingly, taught about perfectionism by my parents being a little bit over the top when it came to what they expected out of me and my sister. My sister lived up to the expectations. She went to Harvard and is an ears, nose, and throat surgeon. I'm an idiot who does this for 3 hours a day. Some people actually listen to me. That's probably even giving myself too credit. But I always feel like I could do better, even when I do well at things, which is rare. I always feel like I could do a little bit better. You get straight A minuses throughout your school experience, which was the Paul Gallant experience. Your parents are like, oh, well, it could have been an A, could have been an A+. Thanks, older sister, for that. But the Astros could be doing a little bit better. And you are allowed to be annoyed and complain about some of the things that they're not doing.
sorry to be this guy, and I know that what Michael Schwab does, who is an Astros aggregator for those who don't know, I actually do think there is some value to what he does. I don't think there's any account on X that gets as much Astros content for you as him, whether you like it or you don't like it. But I saw something on Sunday while I was at the airport waiting to fly back from Boston to Houston and watching the game on my phone, and I saw while going on X just to observe what's going on. And after seeing a third or fourth Ryan Clark apology, I did finally see this Christian Walker home run, and I was excited about it. But I also saw Michael Schwab saying, like, the Astros offense is fine, give or take. I'm going to just paraphrase it here. He brought up a couple of advanced statistics that suggest that they've actually been doing pretty well in certain elements. Sure, fine, wonderful, splendid. Could be better, right? That's all. Not mad. Could be better. You're allowed to be annoyed or complain about it. You can at the very least highlight it. They were 2 for 12 with runners in scoring position in the series. They left the bases loaded in the 7th and the 8th inning on Sunday. There was a stretch in this series where the Astros had hit 24 straight singles. I know they won 3 out of 4, but can we get a little more than singles? You're playing at Dyken Park. Most people outside of Houston look at it as a Mickey Mouse ballpark. And I would actually, I agree with that. I mean, when you have Walt Disney World priced drinks like a $7,000 El Tiempo margarita with long lines now, it does feel a little bit like a Mickey Mouse kind of ballpark. But yeah, it's a small park. Left field, kind of a cheat code. Can we get some more power? Can we get some more homers? Can we get some more doubles? They've been pretty lucky, weirdly. I mean, a lot of what they've done this season has been in spite of, this is an advanced statistic that I just became aware of, barrel percentage. Yeah, that's a thing. Barrel percentage is a thing now. But the Astros are 24th in all of baseball in barrel percentages. They're 26th in all of baseball in hard hit percentage. They're top 5 in batting average on balls in play, which means that they're getting rather fortunate based off of what's expected of where they're putting balls in play. And you're getting carried by Jake Myers, who's one of the top 10 hitters in baseball this month, Isaac Paredes, Jeremy Pena, Victor Caratini, Mauricio Dubon, who should have been playing over Brendan Rodgers this whole time. No offense to Brendan Rodgers, who was a good fielder, but Mauricio Dubon also was a good fielder and is a better hitter. And even Cam Smith, who's been hitting .362 over the last 14 games. Like, there's some good things there. This is not me saying, oh, sky's falling, you know? Save that for another day. Say the Astros lose one of these games to the Athletics over the next 3. But all I'm saying is there's a lot of unsustainable stuff going on with the offense, and you're allowed to be annoyed that the Astros don't score that much. 12th in runs scored. I would like to be higher than that. I think we all have, perhaps because we're in denial, championship aspirations for this team, right? And until they go all the way back to square zero, yeah, that's further back than square one. That's the Stone Age. Unless they go all the way back to where they were from 2011 to 2014, I think we're always going to have that in the back of their minds. Well, they should be doing this. They should be doing that. I'm cool with that. Let's actually see a little bit more of it. That's all. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Shout out to the Astros starters who are getting things done in spite of a lot of injuries. Shout out to the Astros bullpen, which has been one of the best in baseball and was fantastic over this 17-game stretch. There were only 6 quality starts by Astros starters. 3 of them were by Framber Valdez. Who knows when we're going to see Luis Garcia, when we're going to see Christian Javier, when we're going to see Spencer Arrighetti again. So the bullpen has really been picking up the slack. And who would have thought that, especially considering the Astros lost this offseason? You even got Mr. Politician himself, Dana Brown. You have him looking at the bullpen and saying, oh, yeah, this is more than what we expected. Joe Spot is saying the same thing, too. Bullpen's been great. Really has been. I mean, Hader's had a fantastic season. But really, Brian King, I don't know where the hell this came from. And I don't know if it's going to last. And I would tell the Astros, hey, let's remember what happened with Rafael Montero and not give some of these guys long extensions because of a nice stretch that they're having. But, hey, man, Bullpen's getting it done. I would like to see the Astros offense start getting it done. I still think they're capable of it, but closer and closer we get to the trade deadline, as I've been saying, I do think that they're going to have to look at themselves in the mirror and perhaps get somebody, a lefty. Who knows when Jordan's going to be back? We'll talk about where the hell Jordan is at some point during today's show. A lot of stuff to dive into. A jam-packed in case you missed it. There's so many things that I missed over the weekend. I figured, hey, this would be a good weekend to get out of town. What? I actually missed sports on Memorial Day weekend? But up next, I'm going to continue to pee on the little mini Astros parade for winning 3 or 4 against the Mariners over the weekend, which, by the way, golf claps, but I'm going to continue to be a little rain cloud of negativity here. Something awesome happened in the last 2 games of this series. Hell, the last thing we saw in this series was also awesome. But I think we got to remember something that we just did a couple of weeks ago when it comes to how we talk about Christian Walker. I'll explain on the other side. AJ's in for Sean behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show. 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. You can jump in on YouTube. You can jump in on Twitch, at ESPN Houston on YouTube, at ESPN 975 on Twitch. It's the most interactive sports talk show in town. Stay put.
You're listening to The Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
This was a great weekend for Astros first baseman Christian Walker, who's really been struggling to open up the year. Walker got going on Saturday with a 2-for-4 performance. No extra base hits, but hey, I will take a multi-hit game from Christian Walker, considering there have not been many of them over the course of this season. He had 0 multi-hit games in March. He had, if I'm counting correctly, I think he had 6 or 7 multi-hit games in April. And in May, which is getting closer and closer to the end, Christian Walker, going into this weekend series, had just 4 multi-hit games this month. If you're hitting cleanup, that's not enough. You got to do more, especially when you consider that Christian Walker has regularly found himself batting with runners in scoring position. So going into Saturday's game, he had a 600 OPS. Only 7 qualified American League hitters had a lower one. And he has the most at-bats for the Astros with runners on base. And he's really struggling going into this weekend series, at least, when there were guys on base. He was slashing 204, 262, 344 going into Saturday. And of his 45 at-bats with a runner in scoring position, 25 have ended in a strikeout. 33 of his 57 strikeouts going into Saturday's game had come with a runner on base. So lots of reason to debate changing the channel whenever Christian Walker comes up to the plate. But I want to give him credit for what he did on Saturday with the 2-for-4 performance. And then, of course, on Sunday, where he has the walk-off homer, but he also had a clutch RBI hit, and he had 3 hits, a 3-for-5 game. So he's 5 for his last 9. And afterwards, there was a celebration for Christian Walker. And let's just hear what he had to say, because you can tell the guy's been pressing to actually make things happen. I'm not going to dump on a guy who's slumping, but it does get more and more frustrating, especially when we went through this with the last first baseman, who certainly was being handsomely compensated for his services. Here he is on the field with Lauren Callender talking about the resilience of the Astros after his walk-off homer Sunday.
Win this season?
Yeah, I think that's something we try to identify with. The game's never over. We're never out of a game, especially at home in front of our fans. In division stuff, the energy's high. It's a lot of fun right now.
Yeah. Vibes up. It doesn't sound exactly that peppy, which is good. It's good. It means that he, like me, realizes he could do a little bit more. He's measured. He's trying to keep calm. More from Christian Walker after the game, talking about the walk-off homer.
Considering everything you've been battling through this year?
Yeah. It feels good for sure. It's nice to execute in a big moment. It's nice to come through for the guys. This lineup's been picking each other up all year, so I feel like you're earning your keep a little bit, winning a big series at home. Good crowd today. The whole thing was enjoyable for sure.
That was
There we go. So shout out to Christian Walker. I like what I've seen the last 2 games. Can we relax? Can we stop acting like it is official? Christian Walker has arrived. Christian Walker became a Houston Astro on Sunday. I saw a lot of that on social media. I know that social media does not reflect all Astros fans, and I do want to make it clear, very happy for him. I feel for guys, especially in baseball, who have prolonged slumps, no matter how much money they're making. I do feel bad for them. Like, I don't think Christian Walker's not trying out there, But we just did this. We just did this a couple of weeks ago. We acted as if one game made up for all of the struggles from this oft-criticized Houston athlete a couple of weeks ago. Game 2 between the Rockets and Golden State Warriors, Jalen Green scored 38 points. It was awesome, and everyone was excited, and I saw a lot of the same thing. People basically throwing a parade for Jalen Green. All the haters have to eat it now. You have to shove what you said, that big old hot take of yours, back in your mouth. and I hope you choke on it. Like, there was a lot of that. And good for Jalen Green having that one game. I don't think Jalen Green is a lost cause. But people acted like this is the Jalen Green game. And he sucked other than that game for the entirety of the series, which happens. And he's young. But I'm not making a 2-game sample size for Christian Walker into more than it was. It's a promising sign. Can we please keep it in our pants just a little bit? Let's give it a little more time. I want to see the consistency. He's batting cleanup, for God's sake, right? I mean, I still think that you should consider moving him out of that spot. You've had him in the cleanup spot so much. It was a nice couple of games, but they're paying him a lot of money. They're paying him more than they paid Jose Abreu, and they're getting Jose Abreu production again. By the way, they're still paying for Jose Abreu. It's just one more year. They're still paying for him. I saw a lot of that, though. Christian Walker has finally arrived as a Houston Astro. Sure, Jan. I need more. And maybe more will come against the Athletics. Maybe this is the hot streak that he needs to relax and stop overthinking it. And this is a guy who's really overthinking it. Chandler Rome had a piece in The Athletic that showed all the things that Christian Walker's been doing to try to get out of the slump. And it makes me feel bad for him. I do have empathy, believe it or not. Seeing Christian Walker say, quote, I'll do whatever I can to try to get the baseball god's attention. Good God, dude. That's unhealthy. That is unhealthy. I think a lot of people have seen Major League. If you haven't, Dennis Haysbert, who was the State Farm actor for the longest time, or was it Allstate? I forget. Whatever the case. You know what I'm talking about. He was President Palmer in 24. That's what we really know him as. That's the only person I'll call president. Yeah. President Wayne Palmer. Hell yeah, dude. Anyway, bringing it back to Pedro Serrano in the movie Major League. The guy was superstitious. He starts making offerings to this, I guess, actually, I don't know. I'm not going to act like I know. Some sort of god named Jobu. He's offering him rum. He's offering him cigars. He's really getting superstitious. But here's what Christian Walker's been doing. He had a mustache for a couple of games on the homestand, but he only had one single in his first 8 at-bats, so he shaved it. He has switched his locker. He started wearing high socks. Like, the guy's getting a little bit crazy when it comes to trying to get this thing going. And maybe Saturday and Sunday got it going. We need to see more. That's all I'm saying. I think that's fair to ask for more. It's fair to ask for more from the Astros offense. It's fair to ask for more from Christian Walker. Let's stop giving the guy a parade for a 2-game performance, because he's not giving himself one. You know, he's not all of a sudden walking up to the plate like he's Babe Ruth or swinging his thing around like he's a Savannah banana. You know, he's not doing that. You even heard him in the post game. Very measured, very calm. Yeah, one game at a time, blah, 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 all the cliches that you want. Good. I like that. But he needs to do this more. And I still think the Astros should be looking at his spot in the lineup and wondering about whether or not he needs to be in the cleanup role. I get that he's done it in the past. This season has been rough. We're 2 months in. It's been rough. Hopefully this is the start of something new, and that we can all think to ourselves about Christian Walker. Looking back at this season, this was a home run signing by Dana Brown, but I'm going to be skeptical and cynical about it for now. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. You can also get after us on all sorts of different apps. Did you know that we're on the Facebook at ESPN Houston? Yeah, I called it the Facebook. We're on the gram at ESPN 975. I guess we're on TikTok live now, which is fun. So there you go. Oh, wow. The first text on the text line. You know what? It's good to be back. The first text on the text line is just this wild political take. Oh, I thought that people would want to talk about Christian Walker. I thought people would want to talk about the Astros winning 3 out of 4 games. Alas, earwax. Walker is still struggling, Christian Walker. I like what I've seen these last 2 games, but let's see it some more before we start acting like he has finally arrived as a Houston Astro. I feel like we did this with Jose Abreu, and I know that we did this with Jalen Green just a couple of weeks ago. That's all I'm asking for. So you know how to get aboard on the most interactive sports talk show in town. Also, here's the latest on Yordan Alvarez. And we'll discuss this more in the 1 o'clock hour. When he was in Tampa, Yordan said he still felt pain in his hand while swinging a bat. And I saw some people acting like because he was running the bases over the weekend, that this is a good sign as far as a potential Yordan Alvarez return. Not so fast, my friends, to quote the great Lee Corso. Not so fast, my friends. Let's dial it back a little bit here. Okay? Just because you're running does not mean your hand is okay. And I'm still shocked that the Astros, per Joe Espada, have not re-imaged Yordan Alvarez's hand to see if there is an injury beyond a muscle strain. What are we doing? Are you being cheap about MRIs right now? It's your most important hitter. Your most important hitter who's off to a slow start. What? We're not going to take a second look at it? Is Yordan not telling them what hand is hurt again? Like he did that one time? A little annoying. A little annoying. So, just like with Christian Walker, dial it back with Yordan Alvarez excitement. I'm pretty nervous about how long this injury might last, just given last year, and I think you should too. So there you go. He did run over the weekend, so there's that at least. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, everything that you missed over a long Memorial Day weekend in sports. We run through it really quickly. The Paul Gallant Show, AJ in for Sean. Stay put. Everything you missed over the weekend in sports. First off, Thunder T-Wolves. It appears to be done. Good job. Good effort. Good job. Good effort by the T-Wolves in game 4. But the Thunder and that suffocating defense now have a 3-1 series lead on Minnesota. This is the measuring stick for the Houston Rockets next year. The Thunder actually lived up, and I get it, they still have to cross the finish line, but they actually lived up to the expectations that the record that they had created for them. The Rockets, meanwhile, even though they were an upstart team that's perhaps ahead of schedule, were the 2 seed in the Western Conference and did lose in round 1 to a team that's best players with 35 plus. Obviously, they're some of the best ever. Talking about Steph Curry, talking about as far as their era, Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green. Curry, obviously one of the greatest of all time in basketball. And honestly, one of my favorites. And yeah, I would more so to annoy Kobe Bryant stands than anything, but I would put Steph Curry over Kobe. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Kobe's last game, did it affect every single one of the games before that? In my opinion, I don't know. I'm just asking the question. More, in case you missed it. What else happened? Knicks Pacers, not over. Great series. It's been fun. Now, I will admit that I may have gotten a little bit worked up at Karl Anthony Towns doing Karl Anthony Towns things in the midst of game 3 while watching that game at Down the Street on Sunday night. But, man, it's been a lot of fun this series. Game 1, I watched it on the plane as I was flying from Houston to Boston for the weekend. And not going to lie, I was very loud and very obnoxious and perhaps a little intoxicated on this plane watching the Knicks blow that late lead, 14 points in 2.5 minutes. And then Tyrese Halliburton down 2, dribbles behind the 3-point line, hits the 3 for the win, and starts holding up the choke sign afterwards like he's Reggie Miller. That was so cool. And then all of a sudden I saw all sorts of ridiculous memes online about how Tyrese Halliburton is the Halliban. Goodness gracious, people have no chill online. There was also in this series, because it's on TNT, this moment from Kevin Harlan. This is just now a context moment that took place in game 2.
That's what I'm talking about. Good action right there. I'm wet. I'm dirty. Oh, my. Stuff all over the place, and here comes Brunson again.
I have no idea why he said that, but I love Kevin Harlan, and that was hilarious. I'm wet. I'm dirty. There's stuff all over the place. He's the best. Also, very interesting, because game 4 tonight in Indianapolis for Pacers Knicks, it seems that Tyrese Halliburton's father's ban from Pacers games is over. He will once again be allowed to attend Pacers home games after, in round 1, between the Pacers and Bucks, he famously, right after the Pacers had won the series, got in Giannis Antetokounmpo's face. He may or may not have been a little bit intoxicated. Pacers made it seem like he was never going to get to go to a game again. But now all of a sudden, the series is 2-1 Pacers. They just lost game 3. Knicks have a little bit of momentum, and they're bringing John Halliburton back. John Halliburton versus Karl Anthony Towns. I am here for it, baby. I am here for it. And you know it's happening. You know it's happening with that guy. There was some sad news. This happened right. The news at least became public as I was sitting at the Busch Intercontinental Terminal A El Tiempo, drinking a frozen margarita, as I always would. Jim Irsay passed away at age 65. For those who don't know, Jim Irsay was the owner of the Indianapolis Colts. I said this about him after he passed. I think of all NFL owners, there is no NFL owner, even if he owns the Colts, that you'd more want to have a drink with than that guy. Perhaps some other things. I get it. Funny posts online. I remember one time, I think he was watching the South Park episode that was showing all the NFL owners and Robo Goodell, and he's laughing at it. And there's clearly some woman that is lying on top of him as he is watching this episode of South Park. He has also made posts like this. June 14th, 2011 at 5:51 p.m. Hey, what's the matter, man? We're going to come around at noon with some Puerto Rican girls that are just dying to meet you. I think he meant to send that out as a text. He also posted this on December 22nd of 2010. I know it's a sin, but I have a crush on Sarah Palin's feet. So the man was constantly horny online. We appreciate that. He's one of the reasons that Dan Snyder is no longer an NFL owner. He's made some ballsy decisions over the course of his career. Some of them didn't work out so well, like releasing Peyton Manning. He got arrested for a DUI in 2014. I think this was the incident where he had the garbage bag full of drugs in the front seat of the car. And famously, a couple of years ago, he claimed the arrest was because he was being prejudiced against as a rich white billionaire, which is just a hilarious, out-of-touch thing to say. But again, Irsay seemed like a cool dude to hang out with, and the guy could squat 525. Hell yeah. RIP to Jim Irsay. Let's stay in Indiana. Oh, no. What's the WNBA going to do? Caitlin Clark is hurt and out for 2 weeks with a left quadricep strain. Oh, man. I hate WNBA discourse. It was nice to be away from it for a little bit of time. Per a NBC News report, and some rando university associate professor of finance at Columbus University, which is not Columbia, I don't know, she could have a $1 billion economic impact on the WNBA. Let's see the WNBA make a profit for a year before we start talking about the $1 billion economic impact, because it still lost $40 million last year. It's fine. I hope the league succeeds. It's just not for me. Also, ticket prices for the the Chicago Sky, Angel Reese, Indiana Fever game on June 7th. Ticket prices were originally $85. They have since dropped to $25 with Caitlin Clark out. But yes, they are watching for Angel Reese as well and her great offensive rebounding ability. More fun WNBA discourse. Brittany Griner, remember her? Yeah, she was in jail in Russia. Now she's back. And there was a lot of stupid debate over lip reading Brittany Griner after a moment where Caitlin Clark clearly flopped. Definitely a flop. Brittany Griner is seen on the bench, and everyone was trying to lip read her. And, you know, some of the people, some of the usual suspects, some of the, I'll call them grifters, were acting like she said bleeping white girl. I have no idea that she said that. Some people wondered if she said the call was bleeping trash. Other people said bleeping whiner. I thought she might have said bleeping whiner. Bleeping whack call. Everyone was lip reading. This is the WNBA. We're just getting mad online and debating stupid stuff like what someone mouthed after someone flopped, and it was justifiable for Brittany Griner to be pissed off, I think, for that moment. You know what? Whatever she said, don't blame her. That was a terrible call. It was. That's all. Should be just that. Why can't we just say the Angel Reese Caitlin Clark moment was a hard foul? And why can't we just say that the call where Caitlin Clark clearly flopped and Brittany Griner got called for a foul was bad? Why? I get it. You got to drive engagement. But geez, Louise. By the way, Brittany Griner is really leaning into the WWE element of the WNBA. She yelled at referees, I think, after that call was made, right before a sideline interview post-game. I like it. I like that. I mean, they're giving us stuff to talk about, so I'll give them that, but the discourse, it is so bad for all things WNBA. In case you missed it, continues. The Indy 500 happened. Some guy named Alex Palou won. Don't ever compare Indy racing to F1 around F1 fans. They're psychos about it. Just something to keep in mind. Or unless you're a troll like me, then do it. Lean into it. Oh, what's the difference? So the Indy 500's like better F1? Just do that. Tom Brady was there. He got booed. And maybe we need to invade Indianapolis and arrest people for, you know, I get it. There's free speech in all the United States of America. But Tom Brady slander, I mean, we should be focusing on that. There's also, before the Indy 500, something called the Weenie 500. Here's how the final call of that sounded. Nice. Slippery wiener in an Australian accent or South African accent or English accent. I don't know. They all sound the same to me. Paul, that's racist. fine, whatever. Ted Cruz over the weekend on the anniversary of Hakeem Olajuwon putting the Spurs in a blender in 1995. Ted Cruz admitted that he was at the 2 home games that Hakeem Olajuwon played so well in, and that the Rockets lost in that 1995 Western Conference Finals series. So now you know. Now you know. The last Around the Horn episode aired. Was that on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday? I don't know. People were giving it a funeral afterwards. It was a good show. It was. I enjoyed it growing up. Also, I stopped watching it. Much like I stopped watching a lot of sports on TV things. Paul, that's such a hypocritical thing to say because people are listening to sports radio anymore. Well, at least we're live and I can just go on random tangents and stuff. But you're right. That's fair. But can we stop acting like the end of this show is the end of American innocence? People were giving funerals to Tony Reale. Tony Reale had a TV show in primetime for 21 years. And I love Tony Reale. But my God, the sad little violins playing for Around the Horn. The show lasted 21 years. 21 years. That's insane. I haven't had the same show in sports radio for more than, get this, 2 years. Never, not once. It's never lasted longer than 2 years. A co-host is gone. A producer is gone. Time slot changes, blah, blah, blah. Like, I've never had more than 2 years. He had 21 years. Stop crying for this guy. Also, Ryan Clark has not stopped talking about Robert Griffin III. We'll get into that a little bit later and some of the other terrible takes that we saw over the weekend. I did think, though, to once again pour one out for Jim Irsay, that we needed to have the Colts fan who always has a little song before every single Colts game to pay tribute to Jim Irsay.
This will be your Colts. This will be your team. We love you, Mr. Irsay. This will be our Colts, whether win or lose. We love you. For the shoe, we'll win for you. We'll honor your memory this season. This is our team. Go Colts. Yay.
The sad
Just in
nay.
case, Mr. Irsay. Prayers for you guys.
The sad nay at the end. I think I like this guy. His name's Seth. I think Seth should have practiced that out. I think he should have practiced that out because I didn't really feel like he was super emotional while he was singing it. And also he stumbled. And I don't think that was the best possible way to pay tribute to Jim Irsay. Like, you had to tear up and you had to really sing it with a gusto that Jim Irsay would have appreciated. But Jim Irsay passed away at 65 last week. And that is in case you missed it. Everything that I missed the chance to talk about on Thursday, on Friday, and yesterday. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Ryan Clark has spent the entire weekend talking about the same exact stupid debate about Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese, to the point where this needs to be called out. It needs to be stopped. And of all the blabbers, of all the pundits in sports media right now, has Ryan Clark taken the crown as worst take man? We'll discuss that on the other side. First, though, let me tell you about my friends at risehealth.com. RIIZE health.com. Listen, as you get older, things don't work as well as they used to, right? You might get a little embarrassed about it. Totally natural thing to get embarrassed about. You don't want to talk about it. You're mad at yourself. You're like, what the hell? What's going on? Well, fret no more. All you got to do is go to risehealth.com and talk with a board-certified physician for about 5 minutes or so. And they're going to hook you up at risehealth.com with the Rise Reds Max. It's a revolutionary, rapid-enhanced dissolving strip combining sildenafil, tadalafil, and oxytocin for superior sexual performance. Skyrocket in flight. Whoop! It works quick. It's a strip. It's in a condom-sized packet. You take it out. It's super discreet. You put it under your tongue. It dissolves super quickly. You don't need a pill. You don't need water. You don't need food. Boing! There's going to be a lot of that. Yeah. It's a lot of fun. You'll rise up. You'll rise up. You'll rise up with Rise Health, RIIZE health.com. You enter promo code 975. You'll get 20% off your first order. Again, promo code 975. Try it out, guys. Save your relationship. Feel like you used to feel with Rise Health today.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Who's the worst hot take artist out there? Paul, it's you son of a bitch. Granted, I at least think that I'm at times amusing, intentionally, unintentionally. And at the very least, there is a novelty to this show. No, we go all over the place. We go on long tangents. For the most part, we talk about Houston sports, but some, I think, believe that I'm at my best when I'm angry about something that's trivial and unimportant. So this is what drove me crazy over the weekend. I'm hanging out with my family, and when I'm with my family, I try to stay away from my phone as much as possible. I don't get to see them that often. They live in the northeastern part of the United States and in St. Petersburg, Florida. Like, that's what they split their time all year living in. At least my parents do. And my sister, I'm one of two, who's got two beautiful kids. She lives up in the Boston area. I got to see all of my family this weekend. It was really good to do it, but I don't get to do it that often. I probably see my immediate family like 2 to 3 times a year, So I try to stay off my phone when I'm with them, which is hard to do in 2025, and especially hard to do when you're in an industry like this, where when you put your phone down, you feel like you might be missing out on some big thing that's happening, whether it's in sports or in the world or anything. So I only went on social media apps a couple of times this weekend. I went on specifically Twitter, also known as X, 4 times, once a day. Each time that I went on the app, I bleep you not, immediately after I got on the app, I saw Ryan Clark, former Steelers safety, now ESPN analyst, looking towards a camera, but not directly at the camera, with another camera that was showing a side profile of him, apologizing for saying a variety of things that had nothing to do with Caitlin Clark hard fouling Angel Reese in a foul that probably should have been a common foul that was ruled a flagrant foul. Because it led to him saying of RG3, who suggested that Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese hates Caitlin Clark. Ryan Clark responded saying, essentially, that Robert Griffin III, who is married to a white woman, can't weigh in on this because he's married to a white woman. Everyone crushed him for it, deservedly so. Whether you agree with what RG3 said or not, and I'm not sure I did, to say that Angel Reese hates Caitlin Clark, I'm sure she doesn't like her, hates her. I don't know. I don't know. It does stand to reason that she might hate her. Whatever. That's not what we're here to talk about. Ryan Clark has decided I am going to just squeeze every little every little last drip of content out of this steaming turd that I set on fire. And I'm going to make sure that people are going to see these clips and they're going to tune into the Pivot podcast. So I bleep you not, posted 4 different apologies with multiple camera angles where he's not looking at the camera and looking like he's about to cry. And I used to like Ryan Clark. I really did. But now I can't do it anymore. I can't. And this guy's one of the worst ones out there because he constantly feels the need to talk to you like he's some sort of scholar talking to you about something really serious. By the way, the thing he's talking about, it's not serious. He was talking about a foul in the WNBA, which no one even watches, and somehow turned it into a conversation about race and who can talk about what. And by the way, along the way, little racist to say that you can't talk about something because of your family. And people called him out because he apparently has a child that he had with a white woman, which, by the way, no one cares about anymore. No one cares about it anymore. And he felt the need to bring this into the conversation and felt the need to apologize to his family and also felt the need to do all of this online instead of just doing it directly to his family, because that's really the sign of somebody who's in a great family, right? I empathize with Ryan Clark. I don't talk to my family face to face, you know? I only talk about them through posts on X, you know? Like I played the other day. You might have missed this because I took it down because my dad was upset about it. But I posted The Cats in the Cradle. You know, that famous song. Was it Harry Chapin or Cat Stevens? I don't know. But it's a song about like how, you know, there's a father and a son, and the father never has time for the son. And then at the end of the song, the son never has time for the father. So I posted that. And it was like a, you know, one of those veiled shots at my dad, and he didn't like it, so I took it down. But I have to learn to not talk to my family online. By the way, totally kidding about all of that. Ryan Clark was not. He brought up all of his family members by name and apologized to every single one of them individually. It's just crazy. But this is what the industry has turned into. And this was not the only bad take. You would think on Memorial Day weekend that all of the usual suspects would be on vacation and it would be relatively tame because there wasn't that much going on, right? Yeah, there's some conference final series going on. There's the Indy 500, blah, blah, blah. No, oh my God. You know, all those 70,000 apologies Ryan Clark put on social media, put them to the side because people were angling for that crown at the top. First off, here's Emmanuel Acho talking about the Knicks winning Game 3.
I think they incidentally won that game last night. I don't think they intentionally did. I don't know, Shady, if you've ever, missed a hole, but it still turned into a 35-yard gain. Actually, I know you have because that's what you do. You turn things into 35-yard gains. I don't know, Jay, if you ever ran the wrong route, but somehow that was still an explosive play. Oh. I know sometimes I may have stumbled over an offensive lineman, but somehow tripped into the tackle. I incidentally have success instead of intentionally. If Brunson doesn't get in foul trouble, I don't think they win that game. Brunson was having an off night. We already know that Brunson's primary impact on a basketball game is his clutch ability and his scoring, not necessarily his defense. If he doesn't get in foul trouble, the
Man, you corny. He's got these big, just ridiculous glasses on too. Like they're comically sized glasses, and I think he's wearing them to show that he's smarter. This is a new move, by the way. Like people are wearing glasses, and it's like a fashionable. I'm intelligent. That's what they're trying to come off as. A lot of people do this. I don't think that they need them, but hey, that's neither here nor there. Emmanuel Acho might have had something there if he just said, yeah, the Knicks were better with Jalen Brunson off the court in that game. Instead, he was like, they unintentionally won that game. No, they won it because they were trying to win it, because that's what teams do when they play sports against each other. They try to win the game. They unintentionally won the game? What are you talking about? Why every single time that you talk, does it feel like you are reading this directly off of a script? How are you so unnatural talking to us? It's wild. But he's everywhere. You can't get away from Emmanuel Acho. And I've said this before. I was at an airport once. There's books by Emmanuel Acho that are on the front display of this bookstore. Emmanuel, listen, nothing against Emmanuel Acho. Credit to him for writing a book. But this is at the front of the bookstore? What? There's nothing better? Anyway, that's neither here nor there. That's just Emmanuel Acho. He's trying to get back in there, but man, I don't think he's got bleep on these two. First off, here's Jay Williams. So SGA, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, NBA MVP from the Oklahoma City Thunder. Looks like they're about to go to the NBA Finals. He went off on a weird tangent talking about why we haven't had an American MVP, because SGA, Canadian, in a real long time. The last one, by the way, James Harden, the last American MVP. Here's Jay Williams with a take.
And people aren't going to like it, but I really don't care. So how much of this do you think is cancel culture and the political aspects of where we were compared to where we're going? Can we get back to a little bit more, this is what it takes, or be a little bit more in your face direct instead of I'm worried about because I hear a lot of coaches talk about they don't feel like they can coach young kids anymore because anything that they say could get used against them or get twisted if caught the wrong way.
NBA has a
Oh my God. Cancel culture is the reason that we haven't had an American MVP? Because coaches aren't hard enough on the players? We're calling it cancel culture. No, I think there's more of an entitlement problem with basketball players, and perhaps American players are a little more entitled. I don't think Jay's entirely wrong here, but to say, cancel culture, people are going to like this, but cancel culture is the reason we haven't had an American MVP in a couple of years. It's not that, but you throw that out there and people are going to click on it. You're going to get engagement. Cancel culture, the reason we haven't had an American MVP. But again, all this pales in comparison to Kendrick Perkins, who, by the way, one-upped himself minutes ago. I'll read that in a moment. This is Kendrick Perkins talking about the Thunder being about to return to the Western Conference Finals.
Never went to the NBA Finals until Kendrick Perkins arrived on that team. Because
oh my God. Oh my God. And the funny thing is, I could have played that clip and AJ could have had you guess. And I think you've heard enough Kendrick Perkins to know what Kendrick Perkins sounds like, because God, we hear his takes all the time. But if I just played that and someone said, the Oklahoma City Thunder didn't make it to the finals until Kendrick Perkins got there. You could think anyone was saying that. But it was actually Kendrick Perkins. Kendrick Perkins said that, and he one-upped himself today. Kendrick Perkins, listen, shout out to him for helping the Celtics win a championship. Okay? Shout out. I'll always appreciate him for that. And shout out to the man being from the greater Houston area. No, guy has done pretty well on the talking head side of things, and I am at times jealous of his career. Here's his latest take, with now the Thunder up 3-1 on Anthony Edwards and the Minnesota Timberwolves. Quote, you got to check the boxes when you're the face of the league. Bird, Magic, MJ, Kobe, Shaq, LeBron, Steph. They were all family men. They were married with kids. So that's why Anthony Edwards and the Timberwolves aren't looking so good in this series, because he's not a family man. By the way, we're bringing up Magic and Kobe as family men. I mean, both of those guys, at least in the case of Magic was known as somebody who had himself a good old time. Kobe Bryant, infamous scandal, where at the very least he stepped out of his marriage once. We're bringing these up as reasons that Anthony Edwards isn't successful. Good God, Kendrick Perkins. Tip of the hat to you. Thank you for listening to this episode of Worst Take. This might be what powers us through the summer. Just playing the absolute worst takes on the Speak for Your Pizza TV shows that are on mute at the gym. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Who's the most insufferable hot taker in the world? Skip Bayless. He's not in the speak for your pizza game anymore. The crown is there to be had. Kendrick Perkins has the crown. Who has the crown? Is it Kendrick Perkins? 713-780-3776 to call the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. HTX Rhinos are suggesting new segment, Worst Take Tuesday. You know what? Great idea. Great idea. I like it. I'm sure we'll hear a lot of Killer Bees takes going forward. Bazinga! Coming up next. What the hell's going on with Yordan Alvarez? Paul Gallant Show, stay put. Most interactive sports talk show in town. Astros had Memorial Day off. Big miss by baseball, by the way, not having every single team playing a baseball game on Memorial Day. No? I mean, it's a day that you could own in the sports calendar. People love to have a hot dog on Memorial Day. why was baseball only playing what? Let's do the math here. Do a little counting. You had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So could have had 15 games, but you only had 12 games on Memorial Day Monday. What's up with that? What's up with that? Great idea, I actually heard. Why not do something that you see at the beginning of the college basketball slate where you have one baseball game with like a 10 a.m. first pitch, another 1 p.m., another at 4. Like you get the best games for that day. You flex them into prime time, maybe a week ahead of time. Shouldn't be that hard to do. And you just do a baseball marathon. I mean, you're not competing with anything, really. I suppose you could say, well, there might be an NBA playoff game. Sure, that's it. That's it. You missed out here, baseball. I'm not the biggest baseball fan. I do have ideas, though. I do have ideas. Maybe you need an outsider. Maybe you need a casual to save the sport. But speaking of the sport, Astros, they took 3 of 4 against the Mariners over the weekend. That's nice to see. Walk-off home run by Christian Walker on Sunday capped off a rally. The Astros were down 3-0 fairly early in that game. They ultimately win. Hopefully, Christian Walker is able to keep doing what he did the last 2 games. He's 5 for his last 9, including that home run. I'm a little skeptical to continue. As I was Wednesday, hoping that at some point while I was gone, that Yordan Alvarez would be back out on the diamond for the Astros. I am still concerned that Yordan Alvarez is about to have a Kyle Tucker kind of absence. I was reading the quotes and looking at the video of Yordan Alvarez practicing running the bases, and I thought, these don't seem to add up. Yordan running around the bases. I agree with Jeremy Branham here. Does stand to reason that he's probably going to be back sooner rather than later. But then you think about it. Does a hand injury, a strained muscle, does that hold you back from running? Probably not. Now, I know the Astros would probably prefer that Yordan Alvarez never runs because they're always afraid that some random injury is going to happen to him. And guess what? A random injury already happened to him. Dealing with this muscle strain. Joe Espada said this about Alvarez when they were in Tampa for that series at the minor league stadium, George Steinbrenner Field. Per Espada, Alvarez said he still felt pain in his hand when swinging a bat in Tampa. Astros officials expressed that they want Alvarez to be able to swing entirely pain-free before they activate him. But on Sunday, Dana Brown said, I think the Astros pregame show, a return date for Alvarez is, quote, still unknown, end quote. Said Brown, quote, mainly it's how does the hand feel? Once he gets to a place where it feels pretty good, we're going to turn him loose. The one thing we don't want for him is to come back too soon, re-injure it, and be sitting out another 3 weeks. Because I guess that's where we're at now. 3 weeks. Feels like a month because of the struggles of the Astros offense at the plate. And honestly, just given how slow Alvarez started off the season, feels like he hasn't been here all year. You could say the same thing about Christian Walker up to the last 2 games. But I'm freaking out a little bit. Just a little bit. Not too much. It's entirely because of the Astros track record, whether it's the training staff or the medical staff. I just do not trust these guys to get it right. And this little blurb from a Chandler Rome piece about Alvarez and about what the Astros are going through. Quote, Espada said at the onset of the homestand, the Astros had not re-imaged Yordan Alvarez's hand to see if there is injury beyond a muscle strain. End quote. All right, man. We're talking about a sore hand that's making it painful for him to swing a bat for 3 weeks. We're not going to look any further. We're not going to get an MRI. We're not going to get an X-ray or anything. We're not going to do that? It can be tough to see what goes on in the hand. I take it from me when I broke the scaphoid bone in my right wrist the second day I was on campus at Syracuse University. I was playing a little flag football, dove for a pylon, ball rolled under my hand. We did score, hell yeah. But it rolled under my hand after I landed. It felt weird. I didn't do anything about it for 2 to 3 weeks. I didn't do anything about it. I was like, oh, it's a sore. I can't really bend it all the way. What's going on here? So I got it looked at Syracuse's best hospitals. Got an x-ray, got an MRI. I got a CT scan. I mean, I got everything done, and they found that, yeah, I had a broken scaphoid bone. So they put me in a hard cast. First semester of college, by the way. Put me in a hard cast, and I was in that thing for 8 to 9 weeks. 8 to 9 weeks, perhaps longer. It was itchy, just scratching it nonstop with a ruler. It was brutal, absolutely brutal. But they kept on looking to see if there was an actual injury. Why is a professional baseball team not doing that? I'm an idiot in college. Why are we looking at that? Far be it from me to second guess doctors, but they were calling a fractured shin last year a bruise. Do you believe it's a muscle strain? I don't. He might have hand aids. I don't know. That's probably not even a thing. But would the Astros catch it if it was? They sure wouldn't. He might have hand Ebola. I'm just thinking of diseases that might be there. I don't know what's there. All I know is I don't trust these guys. And I think it's crazy that we've got no further update. And it feels like they don't want to know, which has happened before, right? Maybe you delayed going to the doctors because you knew you had something and you didn't want to deal with the surgery. But you're, again, not an athlete, probably. You're not an athlete. What are they doing here? Why is this taking so long? And listen, all that matters is if he's ready to go for the postseason. And given the way that the American League West looks right now, especially this Mariners series, I mean, the Astros technically should be 7-0 against the Mariners right now, given that I think they've had a lead going into the 5th inning in every single one of the games that they have played. So they had a chance to win all of these games. They're probably going to be right in there at the end of the year because this American League West does look down. You just need them healthy for the playoffs. But can we be a little more proactive here instead of this? Oh, yeah, we're just waiting for him to be pain free. That might not happen. So if this is still happening and it's been 3 weeks in a body part that has all sorts of little tiny parts that could theoretically get damaged, why aren't we looking a little bit harder at what the hell's going on here? Is Jordan not letting you? Like, what is this all about? I truly don't understand it. If you can explain it to me, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. You want to weigh in on Jordan Alvarez's health? You can. Also, is Christian Walker officially a Houston Astro? All of that and more. Stick around.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
To jump in, 713-780-3776. That's how you call. That's how you text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. So, as far as Yordan Alvarez goes, I'm concerned. I wonder what's going on. On the Twitch, Kobe P31 says, Yordan needs to do some peptides. Does that help? Is that illegal? Are peptides like those things that you take when you're dealing with a sore throat or something like that? Steroids, corticozoids or something. I don't know. I feel like that coming out of my mouth, that wasn't actually a real word. But there are times where I wonder if the Astros medical staff or training staff, how much more well-versed they are than me. They are definitely less versed than my doctor's sister. So perhaps I'm holding them up to too high of a standard, much like I'm holding the Astros offense up to too high of a standard. As far as Christian Walker goes, somebody texted in earlier that Victor Caratini should be playing first. For what it's worth, Victor Caratini has been playing pretty damn well in the limited opportunities that he has been getting. And I think if you want to make a doctrine for the Astros and lineup creation going forward, some people are into that kind of conversation. Not me. But I do think it's time to find more ways to get Victor Caratini into the lineup, even when Yordan Alvarez, hopefully, is healthy at some point this year. And also, more Mauricio Dubon. It's so weird. Dubon is overlooked very often by this Astros team. And he had an important hit on Sunday. It's very strange the way people in the Astros decision-making process have always looked at him versus Chas McCormick and Jake Myers. At least Jake Myers is playing well this year. Or now this year with Brendan Rodgers, and they've thought to themselves, yeah, we're going to put somebody else here. Oh, the utility gold glove guy that actually was semi-productive in an Astros-Rangers series where no one could hit. It's bizarre to me. I've never quite understood it. I guess Sunday, since it was Star Wars Day at the park, they had a Mauricio Dubon Rebel Alliance bobblehead of some sort. So that's fun. But yeah, it's weird. More Dubon. Doobie do it. More Dubon. And on top of that, I want to see a little more Victor Caratini. So there you go. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 713, I couldn't wait to come back on Tuesday where everybody's back. We can talk good on the Astros. What do the Astros have to do to get some respect on their name? I hate that saying. Ugh, hate it. Whatever. It's fine. Look, what they did against the Mariners, I'm giving them credit for it. The bullpen's been awesome this season. One of the best in baseball, which is surprising because they moved on from Ryan Presley. They're better for it. Brian King, this has been fun. This has been really fun, huh? Is it going to last? I don't know, but it's been really good thus far. You got pretty damn good 7, 8, and 9 guys in King and Abreu and Josh Hader. And the starting pitching, despite a variety of injuries that have you with Ryan Gusto now a actual part of the rotation. They have confirmed, yep, he is part of our rotation now due to the injuries, with Hayden Wisniewski out and Spencer Arrighetti out and Luis Garcia and Christian Javier supposedly not going to be back until late July, early August. I mean, they have been holding things together with duct tape, rubber bands, and a lot of Framber Valdez over these last couple of outings. And you hope it continues. Will it continue? I don't know. I mean, I'm wondering what the hell's going on with Ronald Blanco. Like, is that elbow issue that he was dealing with? Is that something that's going to cause him to miss at some point this year a prolonged period of time? But starting pitching is doing the best it can. Shout out to them. Bullpen has been great. I just think they're better offensively than what they've been showing. And until they start scoring runs, I'm not going to be telling people online to stop complaining about the lack of runs. They've been getting rather lucky. There are actual metrics that suggest that they have been getting lucky. And on top of that, I mean, look at all these guys in the lineup. All of these guys in the lineup, you at the very least are brand name aware of them. And where's the production been? Nice series for Jose Altuve. He was 8 for 17, but where's it been all year? Yordan Alvarez, when he was healthy, what was he? Christian Walker's your cleanup guy, and while he had a nice last couple of games, they could be better. So, look, if you're looking for someone to put respect on the Astros name, the fact that we're talking about them is the respect. The fact that we are talking about a baseball team like this, as much as we do, that's the respect. We know people care about them, but can't they be better? I would say that the average Houston sports fan probably has more affinity to the Houston Astros than any other team in town right now. But I do think that times change. If another one of these teams ends up winning a championship or two, people will be all on that team. This is how a lot of sports towns work, by the way. That's the respect. We know what they've done, but you're allowed to hold them to a higher level because of that. I think you should, especially with this offense. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. This is a interesting story. So listen, I'm not going to act like I know much about the sport of gymnastics, other than that Simone Biles from Houston is the GOAT, I think. Don't get mad at me, gymnastics people. And Livy Dunn is a strong, powerful, independent woman. That's all I know about gymnastics. But I saw this story, and it's surprising on a variety of different levels. Gymnastics icon Mary Lou Retton faces a misdemeanor charge of driving under the influence following her arrest in her West Virginia hometown. Now, please don't get mad at me. I didn't think that they arrested people for that in West Virginia. I thought that was one of the states where like that's sort of looked the other way on. Forgive me, okay? Forgive me for talking down on the state of West Virginia as a whole. I thought they looked the other way on that. But did you know that the reason I got my first show had to do with Mary Lou Retton indirectly? Because someone got fired for a lewd haiku that they read on the air at the Texans flagship. It's my guy, Fred Davis. A couple of people, you've heard Fred a couple of times. Fred's up on the air in Dallas now at 105.3. And good for him. Love Fred. Fred, when I was doing radio shows with Fred, those are probably the favorite shows that I ever did with the co-hosts. No offense to all the co-hosts I've had. I've had a bunch. Fun with Vanessa, fun with Joe here, fun with my co-host in Seattle, fun with Brian Straub. But the shows I did with Fred were very fun. Fred did this thing called Hump Day Haikus every single Wednesday. And I'm not going to read the specifics of one of the poems, but people would send in their own haikus, and one of them involved Mary Lou Retton. It was a little bit graphic, but guess what, guys? She got arrested. She was driving a Porsche, driving it erratically. She smelled of alcohol, was slurring her words, failed a field sobriety test, refused a roadside breath test and blood test, and played a $1,500 bond to get out of jail. So there you go. I know a Mary Lou Retton story. Paul Gallant on the air in Houston, Texas, because of the existence of Mary Lou Retton? He might be, because old Fred, let's just say, sort of stood by the poem that he read on the air. And next thing I know, he wasn't doing the show anymore. And all of a sudden, I was doing the night show. That's how it worked. Someone got canned over a Mary Lou Retton haiku. Welcome to radio. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. You know how to get in. Up next, the 10-minute drill. There is football happening. sort of. I'm really getting excited about this upcoming NFL production that won't be taking place on a gridiron. It'll be taking place in a movie theater. What's that? Find out on the other side. Stay put. Voluntary workouts. Hell yeah, man. Right around the corner. Some have even started in the National Football League. Some guys are reporting, some guys aren't. Guess what? They don't have to, technically, if they're good enough. But if they're not good enough, they have to. You're welcome. This has been Paul Gallant talking about off-season training activities. But it's time to talk about something more important. I have never been more excited for a sports movie than I am about the upcoming movie that will star Nick Cage as John Madden and Christian Bale as Raiders owner, the late Al Davis. There is a picture that went viral of the two of them, of Nick Cage with the very least John Madden's wig, and of Christian Bale with an Al Davis kind of look. And I guess things are already crazy on the set of this movie. So one of the reasons that people are, I guess, on the set of this movie getting a little bit burnt out is that both Nick Cage and Christian Bale are method actors. So they have been acting like John Madden and Al Davis, two very large figures as far as being larger than life, like two of the largest larger than life folks in NFL history. I guess they're just method acting as them all the time. I mean, can you imagine being on set of a movie with Nick Cage and Nick Cage is just going, boom, let's talk about the turducken, or Christian Bale pretending to be Al Davis, and I feel like he had a raspy voice, and this has got to be something else to be on. So that's part of it, but there's more. An unnamed actor and the director of this Madden movie, David O. Russell, got in a disagreement. Russell was working with an actor on an impromptu monologue, and I guess while instructing how to do this monologue, he just dropped an N-bomb. Unbelievable. It upset the actor along with others. They walked off set before they broke for lunch, wrapped for the day. It's very, very interesting seeing what's going on. I think the making of this movie, a movie about the making of this movie, a sports movie starring two of the biggest names in Hollywood, I think it's going to be more entertaining than the actual movie itself. And I wonder if there will be a movie about the making of this movie. Already, you got enough. I would love to see someone playing Nick Cage playing John Madden. I would also love to see someone playing Christian Bale playing Al Davis. And then all the other drama that happens behind the scenes. I need this in the worst kind of way. So that's the biggest NFL story going on right now. You're welcome for that. The league is looking at the NFL salary cap as part of the CBA and is potentially going to change it. Interesting. I guess they are hoping that every single NFL team is trying their hardest to compete, with the salary cap, of course, being a limit on the best teams spending as much as possible. There are some teams, the Bengals, who perhaps in the past have not spent as much money as they could to give their fan base a competitive product. So I'm really curious to see if there are any changes made, but at the very least, the league is floating that out there, that they are going to reevaluate the salary cap system and perhaps impose penalties on the teams that aren't doing their best to compete. Ray Lewis, he turned 50 this weekend. That made me feel old. Ray Lewis turned 50 years old. I know this because a video went viral of his birthday party. For those who don't know, Ray Lewis, very religious man. No judgment there, right? No judgment, no judgment, no judgment, okay? And at his birthday party, some Christian jams started playing. Yeah. I don't know what's being said, but these are some Christian bangers, and Ray Lewis is he's just hanging out, dancing along to this music. Oh man. I gotta say, be a little bit of a vibe killer, religious music at a birthday party. Just a little bit. Not trying to dump on the religious folks out there. All I'm saying is Ray Lewis, he's 50, and they were playing that. They were playing KSBJ at at his birthday party. Fun little detail that took place in the debate about the tush push. And the league might be cracking down on Jeffrey Lurie, owner of the Philadelphia Eagles, for this quote. Toward the end of a speech that lasted close to an hour, they had an hour-long speech about the tush push. Good God, no one has time for that. AJ shaking his head behind the glass. I'm with you, man.
Typical Eagles.
Typical Eagles. Oh, he's a Cowboys fan. Forgot about this. 3 minutes in, out. Shut up. That's every speech. every speech longer than 3 minutes, that is a filibuster. That is not a speech. But Jeffrey Lurie spoke for an hour about the tush push, which still is a part of the NFL. And in said hour-long speech, he made an off-the-cuff analogy that it was, quote, like a wet dream for a teenage boy, end quote. That's kind of gross. To create a play that was so successful that the only way for it to be stopped was for it to be banned. Later in the meeting, get this is a former Philadelphia Eagle, NFL EVP Troy Vincent chastised him for it. Man, Troy Vincent has become such a narc. We talk about the no fun league. Troy Vincent, as far as ex-players turned league executives, no one has taken more of a nosedive in terms of being cool than Troy Vincent. For those who don't remember, Troy Vincent with those early 2000s, late 90s Andy Reid Philadelphia Eagles teams, there was only one defensive player that was probably, maybe two, that was more popular than Troy Vincent and better than Troy Vincent. Strong argument could be made for Jeremiah Trotter, but it was Brian Dawkins. Brian Dawkins was the coolest guy in the Philadelphia Eagles. He was a safety. He hit hard. His visor was just black. He looked kind of like Darth Vader out there, and he was drilling people. Every Eagles fan was obsessed with Brian Dawkins, but they liked Troy Vincent, and Vincent's become a real fuddy-duddy, a real stick in the mud. So Troy Vincent is chastising NFL owners for making wet dream comparisons. Again, a lot going on in the National Football League. And this went viral, and I don't even know why it went viral. But I'm sorry. I'm really scraping the bottom of the barrel when it comes to NFL content. But per at ML Football, one of those awful aggregator NFL accounts, Jaguars first-round pick Travis Hunter does not have a prenup agreement with his new wife. And he gave her a $200,000 Mercedes-Benz at their wedding. He signed a 4-year deal worth $46.65 million with a $30.5 million signing bonus. I think he'll be okay. You would think. But what a weird post. And this is how little content there is to talk about right now in the National Football League. So now you know, everybody. Now you know. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. It is the most interactive sports talk show in town. So that's how you call in. That's how you text in. Couple of comments from the 281 talking about Ray Lewis. Hey, Ray Lewis is a changed man, I think. He's a changed man. Okay? All you texters. Ray Lewis is 50. That made me feel old. And he celebrates his birthday a little bit different than us. And sure, there were some things. It was obstruction of justice. Get it right. Okay? It wasn't uppercutting anyone outside of an elevator, though the Ravens are familiar with that. It wasn't a kicker that's gone to a few too many parlors, though the Ravens are familiar with that. It wasn't a pass rusher who was threatening to pour bleach on the mother of his child while she was holding that child. They're familiar with that too. No. Okay, that was just obstruction of justice and a $250,000 fine. And that's it. And Ray Lewis is a man of the cloth now. Okay? So back off. And he's funny when he speaks in tongues. 713-780-3776 to call to the text. There you go. That is the 10-minute drill. Up next, I am very curious to know if there's anyone out there who has ever considered suing a Houston sports team, because I saw something over the weekend, and this might be one of the best lawsuits I've ever seen levied against a team that stinks. You'll hear it on the other side. Stay put, the Paul Gallant Show.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Shout out to this Colorado Rockies fan because he's been through it. The man was watching a Rockies game, and he is suing the Colorado Rockies. Getting hit in the eye with a foul ball. Can you sue someone for that? I don't know. I mean, if you go to a baseball game, there are signs everywhere that at the very least you would think attempt to remove any blame off of a professional baseball team if you get hurt. This was a fun thing to read on my credential. And I don't think that this is on credentials for any other sports teams, but basically per the credential that I generally get for Astros games, the Astros are not responsible for my death if my death happens at the ballpark. I remember reading the fine print when my car got hit and run that one time because I was going to ask, like, hey, can you guys pay the deductible for my car getting hit and run in your parking lot? And they were like, nope, read the fine print. And I saw in the fine print, Astros are not responsible for you if you die at Dyken Park. Okay. So how would the Rockies be responsible for a person getting hit by a foul ball? Here's how. The central claim of this lawsuit is that the product on the field is so poor that fans were not paying attention to the game. I love this. I love this. I mean, that's a pretty good one. It's from the Denver Post. A man sued the Colorado Rockies for negligence after he was struck in the face with a foul ball while sitting in a Coors Field luxury box. Man, how do you get hit in the face in a luxury box? In part, blaming the team's poor performance for the injury. Timothy Rocco suffered, quote, catastrophic and permanent injuries. Can we see them? When he was hit in the face and right eye by a foul ball, better be blind, right? During the Rockies' July 16th, 2023 game against the New York Yankees. The team's poor track record, claims this guy, Timothy Rocco, is to blame for the injuries. Here is the quote from the lawsuit. Defendants' long-standing poor performance on the field has contributed to a game day environment in which spectators, particularly those in luxury suites, are less engaged with the action on the field. I mean, that's certainly true of all baseball games. I go to a baseball game, I'm not expecting to be watching the baseball game unless I'm there in a work capacity with that credential that clears the Astros of being responsible for me dying, which is neither here nor there. We're focusing on the things that are important here, right? If you go to a baseball game, it's a social event. You might be there with your family. You might be there with friends. You're probably going to have a few drinks, a couple of hot dogs, whatever. And you get to watch some baseball, but are you going to be locked in unless it's the playoffs? Probably not unless you're a diehard baseball fan. So this is a very interesting strategy, suing the team because they're so bad that I wasn't really watching the game that much. And because I wasn't watching the game, I got smashed in the face by a baseball. It's going to be interesting. And it had me wondering off the top of my head, if you could sue any Houston sports team for anything, which is something you probably wouldn't do right now because we are in a little bit of a gold age of Houston sports. Maybe it's a bronze age. I don't know. The teams are all doing pretty well right now. But if you were to sue, what would you sue for? I saw somebody texted in immediately. Weren't there Texans fans who sued the Texans over Deshaun Watson? I think they did. I think that they did. Now, I know that there were some lawsuits recently filed this offseason because of the policies that lead to higher pricing and restricted resale. This is an all across the NFL thing that's going on right now, where teams are trying to stop people who buy tickets and flip them and sell them to out-of-town people for a profit. They're trying to stop that. And some Texans fans this was an April 1st lawsuit, not an April Fool's Day, where they're actually suing the Texans for it. But I'm not sure if there was something about Deshaun Watson. I'm just reading this off the text line. We got some other ideas of what Houston sports fans could sue teams for. Because there's definitely obviously a lawsuit that involved the Houston Texans filed by Tony Busby. But I don't know if there were fans that actually sued the Houston Texans because of Deshaun Watson and everything that they did, you know? Things that you could sue the local Houston sports teams for. I mean, you could maybe, if you had a really good lawyer, sue the Astros for the money that they invested in back contracts. Jose Abreu, Rafael Montero, Michael Brantley. I mean, think about if they had put that money elsewhere. What happens in 2023? Do they beat the Rangers? Took them to 7. Whoever won that ALCS was winning the World Series that year. So that's something I suppose you could do. You could sue the Astros injury staff for lies, fabrication that affect your emotional and mental well-being. I just can't survive if Kyle Tucker's not healthy in the Astros lineup. I just can't survive if Yordan Alvarez is dealing with this muscle strain. Why aren't the Astros doing their due diligence to make my favorite player better? From the 713. Easy argument. If they are so bad, the Rockies, why go to the game? Because he's a diehard fan. That's why, sir. You bootlicker. You're sticking up for the Rockies here. I'm being sarcastic here. That is a very fair point to just bring up. Like, we're such a bad product. He knew what he was signing up for. But it is one of the problems of the sport. There's so many bad baseball teams that I would like to see some of these ridiculous lawsuits actually work. And the person filing it is amusing. But did he really suffer catastrophic and permanent injuries? Did he really need to flex that the watching experience for people in a luxury box is really bad these days because of how bad the team is? It seems like a little bit of a reach. From the 832, sue the Rockets for making me watch Jalen Green in the playoffs. Yeah. Well, he did have game 2. It wasn't so bad all 7 of those games, but it was good in 6 of the 7 games. So that's not good. Another text. This is from the 936. Sue the Rockets for emotional distress for always losing to the Warriors. Eric the Driver. Honestly, I feel like the Rockets probably thought long and hard about suing the Warriors for the 2018 Western Conference Finals, specifically game 6 and 7 and all the supposed missed calls that there were. Like, they definitely thought about suing the NBA. That would have been funny, huh? Maybe that would have been the thing that instead of being against each other on opposing ends of the bench or whatever you call it in court, that could have been where Tony Busby and Rusty Harden team up and sue. Maybe Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz could make up for it. All the games that he's in attendance for that Houston sports teams lose by suing the Warriors or suing, I don't know, a local Houston sports team that keeps on coming up short in the biggest moments. Yeah, I think you could definitely sue the Houston Texans for constantly losing in the second round of the playoffs. Could I sue for time spent? Could we do a class action lawsuit for however much parking and the ticket prices were for all of those games? Just get that back. I want my time back. It was such a hard game. I thought I had an ant on me. You ever had that happen? Feel like there's an insect crawling over your body?
Hate when that happens.
It actually happened to me this weekend, AJ. I was just walking around. There were like 2 ants on my leg. And like they had been in my sock, and I've been scratching my sock all day. And then I rolled down my sock. Yeah, there's just 2 ants just chilling down there, digging into my skin.
Did you get that bite mark afterwards? You know?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Little flesh. Yeah. It was like itchy. I was like, what the hell's going on? Like, oh, this insect is digesting my flesh. Huh. That's not good. Thought it was happening again. I'm a little traumatized right now. From the 747, Key from LA says you can sue the Astros for cheating. No, because they cheated to make us win, right? So, like, honestly, I if I'm one of the other 29 fan bases in baseball, specifically the Dodgers with all of their disappointments in the playoffs, I would sue the Dodgers for not cheating well enough, because they did cheat, but they just didn't cheat well enough. So the Astros care about its fans. Do the Dodgers? Although now you definitely can't argue against that. The Dodgers just completely going through loopholes to sign guys to ridiculous contracts, and somehow it's not going to hurt them with the luxury balance tax. Or at least they just don't care about it. Could be that too. Probably got that BlackRock money. From the 281, can I sue the Dynamo and Astros for scheduling games at the same time? Huh. Well, who would you sue? Who would you sue between those two? That's a weird one. I'm going to disallow that. But he says from the 281, ridiculous Uber surcharges to Ito when that happens. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, there's ridiculous surcharges for driving all the time now, you know? It's tough. Like, I hate Uber and Lyft now because every single time you get into it, you have no idea what's going to happen. So very often, and bumps me out, it's part of getting older. I am 36 after all. But one of the reasons I've been staying in a lot more than I normally do is because Uber home, so expensive, way too much. Like if you leave a bar at 1 or 2 a.m. in the Heights, it can sometimes be up to like $60 for just a 15-minute drive. They get you. It used to be so cheap too. You used to be able to take an Uber from one part of town to the next, and it was like $10. And I suppose there's inflation and stuff like that, but 10 was doable. 50, 60, too much. This segment was not brought to you by Lyft or Uber. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. What would you sue a Houston sports team for? In the same vein as that Rockies fan who got hit by a foul ball in the luxury box, suing the Rockies and then saying, I was distracted because they were bad. If you can come up with your own idea, have at it. It's the most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Astros playing the Athletics over the next couple of games. Do we feel better about them after taking 3 of 4 against the Mariners over the weekend? Specifically, this part of their team that still hasn't shown up. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put. Astros had yesterday off after a stretch where they played 17 games in 17 days. They went 10-7 over that stretch despite losing multiple members of their starting rotation and being without Yordan Alvarez for much of that. So shout out to them. Game and a half back of the Seattle Mariners in the American League West after winning 3 of 4 against them. Of course, a walk-off 2-run homer on Sunday, the latest victory. Tonight, a game against the Athletics. This game is at Dyken Park. It's a 2-game series, which is bizarre. No. Today, 7:10 first pitch. Tomorrow, 1:10 first pitch. And then they have a 4-game home series against the Rays after that before they begin the month of June after their game on Sunday in Pittsburgh. So, are they going to be able to keep doing what they've been doing? I wonder. It is amazing that they are playing the way that they are playing and getting the wins that they are getting, given the limitations of their starting staff. And on top of that, given the inconsistency of their lineup, a lineup that does not hit for power, that does not slug particularly well. Sure, you're getting some really good contributions out of guys that you didn't expect going into the year. Jake Myers more than anybody, but also from Jeremy Pena, who's having a very good season this year. You've also seen Isaac Paredes catch fire over the last couple of series. Victor Caratini, Mauricio Dubon, when they play, have looked good. Cam Smith's been playing well the last 2 weeks. A lot of good for the Astros in the offense, all things considered, but struggles by Jose Altuve. What's the deal? Struggles by, after Jose Altuve, Christian Walker. Walker had a nice game on Sunday. He had a nice game on Saturday, but does that mean he's going to keep this up going forward? These are my questions. Hopefully the offense is able to get going against the A's these next 2 games. You got Hunter Brown on the hill tonight, looking to bounce back from a crappy start, his last time out. And then you get Lance McCullers tomorrow afternoon. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. If you could sue a Houston sports team in the same way that Rockies fan who got hit in the face by a foul ball in a luxury box, fancy lad that he was, because the Rockies were so bad he just wasn't paying attention and felt disconnected to the game, who would you sue? From the 281, I would sue to see more Shelby Coppage during Astros pre and post game. Strong, powerful, independent woman. Yeah, Shelby Coppage is now doing the fill-in work for Astros pre and post. Gotta say, it's not Vanessa Richardson. I would prefer it to be Vanessa Richardson, but Shelby Coppage, do your thing, girl. More texts from the 409. Not the Astros, but I wish that the owners would pay the deductible for my car, which also got assaulted in the Minute Maid at the time parking lot after the Astros lost to the Red Sox in the AL Championship. Damn, we're like brothers, me and you. Happened to me when the Astros lost to the Rangers in the ALCS. Happened to you when the Astros lost to the Red Sox. Assault in the Minute Maid now Dyken Park parking lot. I don't like that kind of thing. I don't think you do either. So could we get Rusty Harden on that? Could we get Tony Busby on that? Could we get them to combine and join forces on that? The super team, the NWO of lawyers. Some more texts. Sue the Astros or Major League Baseball for wages lost all the times they played in the playoffs at 1 p.m. on a Tuesday. Yeah. I mean, that's like March Madness days at work. You're playing in the middle of the afternoon. Woof. I would sue Major League Baseball on that front a little bit more. It does feel like the Astros are always playing one of those afternoon games and not a primetime game. And you would think, like, aren't people hate watching them? But I don't know that the hate watching is still happening the same way that it was maybe a couple of years ago with them, right after the cheating allegations. Paul, they were caught red-handed. Well, I mean, they were one of many teams. It feels like they got railroaded more than everybody else. Paul, you're justifying cheating. They tried to cheat for us to win. You should sue your local baseball team for not cheating to win. You should sue all of your sports teams if they're not trying to do everything they can to win, which, yes, is an interesting way to say cheat. But hey, they tried. They tried harder. They bent the rules. They broke them, in fact. That's how hard they bent them, because they care about you. Cheating can be justified. I'm a professional gaslighter. More. Eric the driver says, sue Ted Cruz. You know why? I think you'd lose if you sued Ted Cruz. I think you'd lose. I think Ted Cruz would actually be able to pull up enough receipts of him going to Houston sporting events where the teams won, and he would actually probably win. He's a really good lawyer. I know we don't like him showing up at sporting events because it does feel like the teams that you like, whenever he's there, they lose. But I'm sure he's been there for a lot of victories. It just is unfortunate for him that over the last couple of days, on the anniversary of one of Hakeem Olajuwon's huge games against the San Antonio Spurs in the 1995 Western Conference Finals, it's unfortunate that Ted Cruz said, like, yeah, I was there for a couple of his home games. It was pointed out immediately that the Rockets lost 2 of their home games at the Summit in that 95 Western Conference Finals series. Zach says that Biatch, Amy Adams' skunk, Bazinga, got her, for holding Houston hostage. No, that's Bud. That's Bud. Bud Adams is the one who did that. And Bud Adams, dead and gone forever. Can't hurt you anymore, you know? So what, you're gonna sue a dead man? Or you're gonna sue a dead man's kid? I mean, that's a really petty move to do. The Amy Adams Strong thing does feel petty as far as the obsession with the Oilers jerseys. To her credit, I do think it's soft by the Titans, but to the Titans' credit, seems like they're moving away from that finally. I think they finally realized that it looks bad. So now they're just going to go with Titan blue going forward. So they like the color. Those uniforms are cool. It is a shame that they're going to have to go to a museum like the Ark of the Covenant, etc., handled by top men, going forward. But it does feel like she is taking a knee, falling on the sword, waving the white flag on this one. And she has, for what it's worth, just trying to be fair and balanced here, been very cool to ex-Houston Oiler players who, because of the weird dynamic of the Oilers leaving for Tennessee, they haven't been able to be honored at a Houston sporting event. I really do think that there should be some sort of handshake agreement between the Texans and Titans so that Oilers legends can be honored at a Texans-Oilers game. Would that be so hard to do? A Texans-Titans game, excuse me. Would that be so hard to do? Because it is kind of weird that guys like Warren Moon and Dan Pastorini and Dr. Doom, Robert Brazil, amongst others, are like going up to a Titans game to be honored by people in Nashville who never watched them play. But that's just me. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Allegedly per se 69 asks, can we sue the Killer Bees? Well, you can sue anybody. You can sue anybody. That's the United States of America. Shout out, a tip of the hat to all those who've fought for our country, who died for our country. Memorial Day was yesterday, and they died. And sadly, one of the things that they died for is for your ability to sue someone for something, but also for freedom and all the amazing things that we sometimes take for granted. But that's another thing. A very wacky court system where you can theoretically sue people for damages for things that perhaps are a stretch. Like this Rockies fan who was suing the Rockies because the Rockies are so ass, and he got hurt by a foul ball because of how ass they were, Anyway, what else do we have on the most interactive sports talk show in town? What would you be willing to sue? What would you be willing to sue? From the 281, can we sue whoever is responsible for putting and keeping Jeremy on air using the same damages caused by poor performance reasoning? What's going on? Why is everyone going after the Killer Beast today? Did Jeremy do something while I was gone?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I didn't hear
Okay.
the show.
Okay, AJ. Yeah, I this is weird. This is weird. Listen, sometimes I just read the text as they come and I don't do a little bit of editing,
Right.
a little bit of censoring just to make sure. Sometimes I just read it. This has happened a couple of times where people will send in something for me to say on Espanol, and then I find out after reading it that whatever I said I probably shouldn't have said, but wink, wink, nudge, nudge, that kind of deal. From the 346, I would sue the Houston Oilers and get all of our hardware and history back in Houston where it belongs. I would sue the people in Houston that did not sue to keep the history of the team here in town. That is on them. Seattle did it well. There's a reason the Oklahoma City Thunder aren't wearing Seattle Sonics unis ever. They're not allowed to. Seattle sued so that they couldn't wear them. There was such a level of hatred between the city of Houston, like the local government, and the Oilers themselves that I think the city of Houston was like, F you guys, leave. And they didn't really think about, hey, what will things be like 30 years from now? Look it up. Like, we are partly to blame as far as the history being gone. Them actually moving, it's on Bud Adams and a bluff that failed. Like, they were very unprepared to move to Nashville. That was something that they floated out there hoping that they would get the Astrodome refinanced again. And it didn't happen. And the city of Houston called them on it. Correctly so, by the way. Like, they just renovated it. And Bud was like, all right, well, I guess we're going to move. And then they played in 2 different stadiums for the first 2 years of their existence, still wearing the Oilers uniforms. They were the Tennessee Oilers, 97 and 98. They were the Titans in 99. So there you go, a little history lesson there. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. So you want to keep that one going on the most interactive sports talk show in town. Houston-based sports teams, you would sue because you're mad at them, much like that Rockies fan. Also up next, good news for probably the best team in Houston sports. Stick around.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
We were talking about Houston sports teams that you could sue. You can't sue our beloved Cougs. And guess what? Some good news for them. Just when you thought they might be losing one of their key players from a tournament run all the way to the final seconds of the national championship game, which they, of course, lost to Florida. But get this. Houston guard Milos Uzan will withdraw his name from the 2025 NBA draft. All Big 12 second team, 11.4 points a game. Shot 43% from outside. Hell yeah, AJ. Let's go. Okay. So some good news. Can't sue the Cougs. Can't do it. I imagine somebody's texted in, well, Paul, they lost NC State. It was a bunch of bums, back in the day. And it was on a missed 3-point shot that turned into a pass. Nope. Can't do it. This is the number one Coug show in Houston sports radio. And you know what separates me from all the actual Cougs? I didn't pay to be a Coug. I chose to be a Coug. Something to keep in mind from the many Cougs in town, okay? Paul, aren't you stealing valor? Shh. Shh. Paul, aren't you being a bandwagoner? Shh. It's called following the strong. Shh. Okay? I would root for the Cougs over Syracuse. The last time they played in the NCAA tournament, I did not do that. That was because I was in Seattle. Right now, it's the most consistent team in town over these last few years. They have taken a step past the Astros. They haven't won a championship, but they have been the most consistent and dominant team in town, and Milos Uzan is coming back. So you can't sue them, okay? You can't do it. But we have more people texting in, like that Rockies fan. What would you sue? Someone from the 409, sue the Astros for the long lines on dollar dog days. Oh, man. There's really long lines at Dyken Park this year. I suppose that's good for the Astros. That means business is booming. The concessions have not been affected by a possible recession. Bazinga, am I right? But the lines have really seemed long for just the El Tiempo margaritas, whether it's the one on the third base line. For those who go to the park, that's the quicker line. They're just a lot more efficient in the margarita line there. And then there's the one in center field that has an express line, but the express line's honestly longer than the food line, which is crazy. But the lines have been long at Dyken Park this year. Dollar dog, that makes sense. But I mean, you know what? Every day can be a dollar dog day. Just go to Costco. Go to Costco. Oh, Paul, the annual membership's too much. This was not brought to you by Costco. It's worth it. You get 12 chickens for $25. 12 chicken breasts. Boom. It's the only place I go for chicken. That's the best place for meat. Paul, what the hell, man? Why are you advertising for Costco? I'm just saying. Okay, I'm just saying. Just saying things. What would you sue a Houston sports team for? Like that Rockies fan who is suing the Rockies because they're so bad and it caused him to be distracted while he was in his luxury box, this hoity-toity cake-eating bastard. And he has suffered irreparable harm that's going to be with him for the rest of his life. He better have an eye patch. When he's going to court, he's got to have an eye patch on. The neck brace is going to be hard. From the 832, I want to sue Chris Paul's hamstring. Okay. That's a good one. I think I would just sue the basketball god who is in charge of Chris Paul's luck, because the guy's had just brutal luck over the course of his career. James Espinosa tweets, hey, Paul, sue the Astros for forcing me to watch Jose Abreu play first base for 176 games. Was it that many? Feels like it was more. Yeah. I mean, Christian Walker's hopefully not heading in that direction any longer after his last 2 games. 3-hit game and a walk-off home run on Sunday. 2 hits on Saturday. He's been working and trying to figure out a superstition that's going to have him more consistent at the plate. He's doing high socks now. He wore a mustache. He changed his locker. I mean, he's been really desperate to get on the right track. Maybe Jose Abreu didn't do enough of that. Really felt like with Jose Abreu, they were so patient, and that's what made it more annoying. Oh, yeah, back of the baseball card. It's going to come around eventually. And they're not doing that with Christian Walker. I do think that we all have to press pause on saying Christian Walker is finally a Houston Astro. No, let's see him up at 250. If he's hitting 250, if he has a normal baseball player batting average, and I get it's not the end all be all anymore. If he has a normal batting average and not a 200 batting average in the cleanup spot, I will be willing to say that Christian Walker is a Houston Astro. But that's what we need to get to. The man needs to be batting at least 250. Is that so much to ask? He's the cleanup hitter. 250 is not that much to ask. Paul, baseball's changed. It's about the launch angles and the barrels and the blah. His Klondorf, man. Come on. No. Just bat 250. It's not that hard. Paul, actually it is. I know what you're saying, and you're right. But I'm right too, okay? Sheesh. 713-780-3776 to call the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Damn. Some of you guys are being really mean on the text line. And on the Twitch. I'm not going to read that one either. From I can't. Fupa Mario says, I would sue the Texans for ignoring ESPN Houston, even though the station has talked about them, perhaps more than any station in town. No, we're not quite flagship level. But listen, NFL and football, generally, that's what people want to hear about. Generally. Now, this sports radio market is a strange one because for some reason we have free radio stations, which I'm very thankful we do. I think ours is the best. Ours is the one that is beholden to nobody. We're the fun one. We're the wacky one. We're the strange one. But there was one station that I used to work at where you were basically told, talk about this team nonstop. I'm thankful I no longer work there from that side of things because, oh my. But at a certain point, too, you realize, oh, yeah, I just like football more than the other sports. So there are times where I'm like, I wish that the people that listen to us like football a little bit more because I don't think that people like football that much that listen to this station. Or maybe the Texans have just turned them off so much that football and the Texans, like, it's just something that they just don't want to hear. But people like the Astros takes that I have, even though I'm a baseball casual, more than they like the football takes, which drives me crazy. From the 832, I'm suing Rice University football for their piss troughs. You can't say that. What is that what they're called? Just troughs? Nothing worse than when you go to the bathroom and you shake it and it gets on your pants. You got a little splash. That's why you always got to wear dark colored shorts or pants if you're going to a ball game, just in case there's a little splash on your pants. You know? From the 215, this guy's from Philadelphia. I would sue the Astros for beating the Phillies in the World Series. I can tell. I can tell you're from Philly. 215, that's a Philly number. So there you go. Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show. I want to sue the WNBA for all the discourse that has come from Caitlin Clark, but not actually from Caitlin Clark. I would like to sue the WNBA for making me tired. I would like to sue Ryan Clark for whatever he is paying to make it so that whenever I go on X, the first thing I see is the latest Ryan Clark apology. I think he's scheduled a post for every single day over Labor Day weekend at 12:30. I think every single day. It was just at 12:30. Here's Ryan Clark. I'm apologizing for the thing I already apologized for that people want me to apologize for. Why am I apologizing? Well, I don't want to apologize. And also, the guy who disagreed with me is wrong and stupid. But it's not about him. It's about my family. I have to be a better man. It's about not throwing my family under the bus. It's about not using my family to make a point. So I want to apologize to my family in this video that I'm doing to apologize to my family and not to promote my podcast. It's me, Ryan Clark. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. AJ in for Sean behind the glass. A lot of people want to sue Houston sports teams. In a conversation that was inspired by a Rockies fan who got hit by a foul ball, who decided to sue the Rockies and is blaming their poor play for distracting him from watching the game. He was distracted by the not baseball in his luxury suite. From the 832, I'd sue the Astros for always misleading us with injuries. Yeah, to bring it back to Yordan Alvarez, I am a bit concerned. I was hoping that I would come back from my little vacation up to Boston, my time with family, and I thought that we would see that Yordan Alvarez is back out in the lineup. And whether or not he's back to the Yordan of the past, that's honestly the secondary thing. I just want to see that Yordan's not dealing with something that could potentially keep him out for months at a time. But it's a muscle strain in his right hand, and it's painful to swing a bat. I mean, that's concerning, especially when you consider that the Astros are waiting for him to not have pain. And it sounds like he's going to need some sort of rehab stint whenever he comes back, since he's been out a good amount of time. So how long is that going to take? What happens if he re-aggravates the muscle strain in his hand on said rehab stint? What if it's not a muscle strain? Which I feel like we're all wondering quietly, because the Astros training staff has put us in this spot where it's difficult to believe that they're on top of it. Kyle Tucker had a fractured shin last year. They called it a bone bruise. That's not real. That doesn't exist. My sister's a doctor. It's not me flexing. I remember I brought it up with her and she laughed at me. And I said, oh, well, that's what they're saying. There's a bone bruise? What are you talking about? It's not a real thing. And the way the Astros handled it, I'm sure, led to them eventually thinking, you know what, shoot, we're not going to be able to make any progress in negotiations with Kyle Tucker for an extension. Let's just trade him. And I know that they've been billing it as, look at all the years of control we traded for. Paredes has been good. Cam Smith's been pretty good. So, hey, trade's looking solid right now. Long term, it's going to look better than it looks in the short term. From the 713, people are texting in teams that they'd like to sue in the Houston area. A texter from the 713, can I sue the Dallas Cowboys for giving me high blood pressure and depression? Well, you know what you signed up for. You know what you signed up for. I know AJ behind the glass is a Cowboys fan. You know what you signed up for. You know.
I don't have high blood pressure or depression because of Cowboys, but
well, I would hope not, AJ, because you're a young man, and I would be very upset if a young man had high blood pressure due to a football team. Right. So, were the Cowboys bestowed upon you by your parents, or is this one you just came to this decision? I know you've told me this before, and I just want to reset it.
No, it's free will because my dad, he's a Bucs fan. My mom's a Cowboys fan, so my mom's side, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
So it's your mom's side. You inherited your Cowboy fandom. Bucs fan, interesting.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Shout out to the Bay. That's interesting. It's tough. It's tough to be a Cowboys fan these days. If you're a Cowboys fan now, I always feel like Cowboys fans are painted with a broad brush and they're not actually as bad as everyone makes them out to be. I know the really insufferable dolt Cowboy fans that probably don't know who's playing for the team and think that Michael Irvin might still be out there, Emmitt Smith, Troy Aikman. Like, those people are the worst. I dealt with them a lot when I was growing up in the Northeast, but I have three friends who are Cowboys fans. All of them are self-loathing Cowboys fans. And it's weird. Like, I feel like I have not seen a Cowboy fan with a lot of arrogance. There's one person who texts in all the time. He's like, yeah, go Cowboys, America's team. But I'm sure that guy's drunk. And again, hey, listen, some people have different schedules in the day. Maybe you're off work. I'm not judging. I like that you like to throw a few back and listen to the show. But yeah, I feel for you Cowboys fans, but you know what you signed up for. You know what you signed up for, okay? It's not 1996 anymore. It's almost been 30 years. Goodness gracious. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 346, I want to sue Gary and the other bozo who keeps calling the shows and preaching about Angel Reese actually being good at basketball. Well, listen. Angel Reese was talking out of her ass when she said that people are watching the WNBA for her. She was 100% talking out of her ass on that front. And there is at least a level of jealousy that she has for Caitlin Clark. I got to get it. She did beat Caitlin Clark in a national championship. Maybe there's hatred. That's neither here nor there. She is good at rebounding. She is good at defense. She's not very skilled as an offensive player. She's not. You know who else isn't? Rudy Gobert. Rudy Gobert's a good player. Rudy Gobert's a great player. But there are limitations. And you watch him play. He's winning all these defensive player of the years. And while you're watching him, you're like, how is he so bad on offense? Not everybody's well-rounded. So I think Angel Reese is good at what she does best. Compared to Caitlin Clark, it is just not as fun to watch. And I think we all agree on that. Caitlin Clark can dribble. Caitlin Clark can shoot. And that is the direction that the NBA has gone. And she's pretty efficient now in her second year with both. How much of her do I watch? Very little. How much WNBA do I watch? Very little, because the discourse is terrible. And it does feel like there's a lot of people that are saying Angel Reese sucks. She doesn't suck. She's just not good at offense. I don't think that makes her bad, you know? Like, she probably is a little too confident in her offensive ability on top of that. But years from now, a lot of these basketball players could theoretically be better at offense if they put in the work. You know, they're young. I don't know how old Angel Reese is. I'm guessing, 23, 24, something like that. Yeah. Right. So, yeah. Anyway, probably too much WNBA talk here, but get this. See, what you heard from me was a nuanced discussion about the actual basketball as opposed to the stupid ass culture war that everyone keeps trying to force us into. And now they're bringing Brittany Griner into it again. You know, old reliable. The woman who was in a Russian prison. Let's bring her back out there. We still got some characters here. The WNBA, let's talk about everything but the basketball. Oh, I really do feel for the ladies who play in it. I really do. You know, like, people are constantly, who aren't watching it, calling the sport a joke. I think it's more physical basketball than the NBA. And at times there's a level of WNBA play that I can appreciate. However, there's no WNBA team here and I'm not going to go out of my way to watch it. That's my take on the WNBA right now. If the Comets were here, I would watch it if they were good. So, but if they were good, and people are actually as passionate about the Comets as they were about heated, unnecessary arguments and debates about Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese that do seem to be heavily steeped in race. If there were other conversations to be had and people liked them, great. But this is all it is. It's just rage bait. I don't have time for that. You don't have time for it either. Paul, you're at your best when you're angry. That's true. But just the actual discussion about it itself angers me. I mean, Ryan Clark has been grifting up a storm by apologizing to somebody he disagreed with in Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese for saying he couldn't weigh in on it because his wife is white. I mean, that's what it leads to. Anyway, the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text. Virginia Buttonweed says, I'd like to sue the NHL commissioner for not getting a team to Houston. Yeah, Gary Bettman sucks. Gary Bettman sucks. The first year that I really fell in love with hockey was my freshman year of high school in St. Pete, Florida. My uncle and I went to 12 Tampa Bay Lightning games. It was like $10 a ticket. It was insane. So we're sitting in the 300 level over one of the nets, and we went to 12 Lightning games a year that they won the Stanley Cup. we were so excited for the next year. And guess what happened right after they won the Stanley Cup? Season-long lockout. Just completely killed the vibes. They didn't play a game that year. I was so excited for it. And then I was like, all right, well, don't really care about hockey anymore. And the Lightning have been awesome, but I could have been a very passionate hockey fan at that moment in time. I probably played that hockey video game more than I was playing Madden and more than I was playing the college football game and the basketball game. I was all about it. And then the lockout happened. So yeah, I'd like to sue Gary Bettman for making me not in love with hockey. It's his fault. 100%. I don't know what the reasons were for the actual lockout itself and the specifics of it, but yeah, it would be great to have an NHL team here. I don't think it would be, though, as popular as a lot of people are making it out to be. Sure, amongst transplants, people would go to the games, but I think it would be a lot like what you see with Texans games where there's a lot of fans of other teams that are there, Maybe you're coming down here during the cold months of the year and hey, I like hockey. I'm going to go watch a little bit. But the team would have to win, I think, for people to care, and they'd have to win almost right away. And while that's not impossible, we've seen it with the Kraken in Seattle, and we've seen it with the Vegas Golden Knights even more so. It's definitely possible, but I don't think it's likely. And this is just as far as passion about sports. It's not the most diehard sports city in the world. No problem with that. I accept us for who we are, don't you know? What else do we have? Clutch City says, I'd like to sue Tiger Woods for not coming to the Houston tournament for most of his career. Oh, yeah, that does suck. Houston Open. Yeah, that would suck. I guess you get to a certain point when you're the best golfer in the world, and also you're dealing with injury issues, where you can get away with not going to specific venues. But yeah, if you're going to watch a golf event and you're paying whatever it costs for tickets, you would 100% want to see the best guy there. Alas, earwax. So I feel for you. That's a good one. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. A little garbage time before we get out of here and turn things over to the Killer Bees. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put. Garbage time. Last chance to dance, the most interactive sports talk show in town. Before we get into that, this is something that I'll admit I missed in show prep today. One of these days where I was told by Centerpoint Energy that at some point this afternoon, they were going to stop the power to my place. I came into work early and I spent, I think, like 30 minutes trying to figure out how to use my computer before a show. Took me a little bit of time. I'm older than I used to be, and I'm definitely technologically challenged. But miss this. SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey has announced that the SEC will be breaking away from the NCAA effective for the 2028 and 2029 academic calendar year. This comes after months of speculation about the move. This was coming at some point. I'm honestly surprised that it's taken until now for us to hear a concrete plan put in by somebody with power. But I have said this a bunch over the last couple of years. I think that at some point in the near future, we are going to have a SEC and Big Ten super conference combined entity for college football. And maybe it's 32 teams, maybe it's 64 teams, but it will be something like that. Some of the games will be broadcast on ESPN and CBS. Other games will be broadcast on Fox. It's going to be two networks that are essentially running two different leagues that I imagine will merge together and have a national championship, but also have the ability to do with whatever money they have, whatever they want. It is about damn time the NCAA's always, I think, overstepped its boundaries. I mean, they stand in the way of actual capitalism. They're anti-American. Yeah, that's right. I made it all political. What is happening? What is going on? I'll tell you what's going on. NCAA is dead. I am curious as to what schools will be left in the cold, though. And I do think that for the Cougs in particular, this could very much suck for the tournament. It's a great basketball program. The football programs had a couple of decent years, but they've been few and far between. It's in a huge city. They have a pretty nice stadium for football. They have a great stadium for basketball. Would the Cougs get left behind in some future college football world, college basketball world, college sports world that will see the SEC running the show and probably the Big Ten too? I do not know the answer to that. I imagine that Texas will try its best to block things like they have in the past. I imagine if I were the Texas A&M Aggies, I also would probably try to block the University of Houston from getting a seat at the table. It'll be interesting to see what happens. But that's pretty big news. And F the NCAA. So there you go. All right, let's get into actual garbage time. And in garbage time, I saw this and I thought that Raheel might be trolling us again, pranking us again, because for those who don't know, whenever it hails in Houston, Raheel will often go to his freezer and post a picture of ice in his freezer and say, wow, look at the hail that we have outside. It's a funny bit. But apparently we have real grapefruit-sized hail from this past weekend in Dallas. Maybe it was from that storm that we were dealing with last night, early this morning. Grapefruit-sized hail. And my first reaction was, wait a second, are these just sphere-shaped ice cubes from someone's fridge? Nope. This was real thing. There was grapefruit-sized hail in Dallas. That would suck. Is that considered an act of God on your car insurance? Do they actually pay you for that? We're in a tricky spot right now in my condo complex. And, they keep on trying to make me the president of the HOA there. But my carport just got like completely messed up. I came home from being gone for 5 days, and the carport was basically collapsed on top of my car, as close to being collapsed on top of my car as possible, where I still actually could get out. It was wild to see that earlier today. I've also been saying wild a lot recently. Get used to that. Speaking of wild, American soccer finally has hooligans, and I'm sure Glenn Davis will talk about this on Soccer Matters. But have you seen all of the shenanigans that San Diego FC's fans have been up to? Good God, these people are savages. To the point where Major League Soccer is considering levying sanctions on San Diego FC. I saw an article on Barstool. It was titled, "Move Over, Philadelphia. We might have a new meanest fan base in professional sports in the United States of America." San Diego FC is in their first year as an MLS franchise. They have played 8 games at their stadium, but at their stadium, regularly, there are brawls taking place where they are beating the hell out of fans who are wearing the other colors of another team. We saw this Saturday in a San Diego FC LA Galaxy match. We saw this in March with a San Diego FC LAFC match. Basically, the people of San Diego, which I thought was a chill, mild-mannered city, have been beating the hell out of people. And this does seem actually consistent with the history, at least based off of what my dad used to tell me. My dad, a guy who traveled across the United States, he always used to tell me that Calcon's Stadium, where the Chargers played, was kind of a dicey situation. You know, you little more aggressive than you would think, considering it's San Diego and you think everyone's chill just by proxy. But San Diego FC has hooligans. Some of the incidents from San Diego FC, including the brawls that have taken place in the 2 games against LA teams. Homophobic chants during the first home match. Okay, well, that's just a Mexico soccer thing. Fights outside Snapdragon Stadium against LAFC. Smoke bombs and unauthorized items against Colorado. What's next? Flares. Brawls within and outside the stadium. The club meets with the supporters union this morning as part of the full compliance with MLS's investigation. So that took place on Sunday. Goodness gracious. So there's some crazy people out there. Danica Patrick, she was on Sage Steele, formerly of ESPN's podcast, and she talked about her relationship with Aaron Rodgers. She said it was emotionally abusive, and that their breakup with Aaron Rodgers in 2020 was the worst thing that ever happened in her life. Man, as far as 2 athletes that have dated one another, this has got to be the most insufferable couple in Houston, not in Houston, in American sports athlete history. Despite seeing the red flags, Patrick explained why she stayed in the relationship for too long. I ignored it, but in real life, it was just like, I would say all the time, I'm built for hard things. I can handle hard things. So I just saw it as a hard thing. And my nature is to try harder and do more. Since their breakup in 2020, Rodgers has become quite the media sensation. Between his frequent appearances on the Pat McAfee show, his will he won't he regarding playing for the Steelers, and I guess he was just on a recent episode of Rogan. There you go. Danica Patrick. It's the worst thing she's ever been through, to break up with him. More fun. Guess what, guys? Looking for a new documentary? Well, now you can watch a documentary on Netflix, and it's about the Ocean Gate Titan submarine implosion. It's going to shine light on its, quote, borderline psychopath, end quote, CEO who wanted fame. Yeah. There's going to be a documentary on a tragedy. Who could have seen it coming? And it's probably going to make a rich guy look like an a-hole. You know, Jim Irsay, R.I.P., he said that billionaires get discriminated against too. That's why you got that DUI that one time. It was just billionaire discrimination. So now you're going to have dead billionaire discrimination, theoretically. I mean, I remember when we were trying to figure out what happened to the Ocean Gate sub, the Titan, and I watched a trailer that showed what they were using to dive. They were using a GameCube controller. I knew they were dead as soon as I saw that video. They used a GameCube controller to go to the depths of the ocean. I'll be honest. I'm not interested in this documentary at all. I mean, they tested the limits of the planet that we live on. And despite being a billionaire, they took shortcuts and now they're dead. Do we need a documentary on this? Do we need a 3-part documentary on this? But there you go, everybody. That's garbage time. And guess what? The United States is going to stop manufacturing pennies starting in 2026. A shame. So actually, that means you gotta keep your pennies, and then like 50 years from now, they're gonna be worth a lot of money. So hold on to your pennies, everybody. Big thanks to AJ and for Sean today. I am merely Paul Gallant. Thanks to everyone who listened, especially our Twitchers, YouTubers, texters, and callers on the most interactive sports talk show in town. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful Tuesday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace!
Ooh,
What up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's AJ. That doesn't look like Brian. In what ways do AJ and Brian look differently?
I mean, how much time do you have? Honestly.
AJ's in better shape.
Even with a broken leg.
Despite not being able to work out for 6 months.
Yeah.
I'm back working out already. I just can't run.
Oh, look at that flex.
There you go.
All right, well, that's a difference that you and Brian. Do you park well? Actually, I know that you don't park good. I know you don't park good.
That was one time.
Because he parked the company SUV, and he parked like 5 feet from the curb, and like you had to literally go around the company SUV to go down the ramp, and it was a real big problem because that's a pretty heavily trafficked area for our second story parking.
Right.
So like it's right before you went down the ramp, so there's a good chance you could have hit a car that's going up the ramp.
You let the ass end of the vehicle out over.
Big time.
What are you doing?
Not only for like a day or two, it was for like 2 months.
I know. I have an SUV now though, so I'm more used to driving those type of cars.
There you go.
You
When
wanna
you
get
back it in.
You want to get into the details of why you have an SUV now? No, let's not do that. But let's just say that maybe lessons learned along the way as well.
You don't remember that? It was like that for like 2 months.
I know it never moved. I never saw it hanging out
Oh,
over
it was
the edge.
bad.
I know that vehicle rarely moves.
I texted Joe. I was like, who parked this thing? Like, we need to move it. Like, I volunteered to do it. I was like, can you give me the keys? Like, this is a hazard. Like, something could happen here. Could lead to a wreck.
Well, you knew BMAC didn't park it.
No, I knew that.
Because that way then it would be crooked too.
Yeah, he doesn't park straight.
Right.
Yeah, he parks like at a 45-degree angle. Somehow between the lines in a 45-degree angle, it happens. Lots to get to today. It is a Tuesday. We had a 3-day weekend. We'll still do Mailbag Monday on a Tuesday, though, because everybody loves asking us questions. Get into some texts and stuff. The offensive incompetency, is that a word? It existed last year. What was the reason? We'll discuss that a little bit later. Perhaps a new name emerging in the Rockets' off-season plans. I mean, there hasn't been there haven't been any sort of clues to this happening, but maybe a name to throw around. Maybe they should be interested.
I was going to say, I
in
think
this
it's
player.
a more rational name than some of the other names that might get thrown out there too frequently.
It's more realistic.
For sure.
It wouldn't be as big a splash.
No, but it might be more effective in certain ways.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. We'll discuss that a little bit later. But as we always do, first show of the week, we start with the good, the bad, and the ugly of the Astros weekend. And they had 4 games. I hate how they don't play on Memorial Day, by the way.
I do too.
I know they usually do, and I know baseball did play, but that was a scheduling gaffe.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's like, I guess because of the fact that they had played 17 straight days, that there are going to be a couple of teams with however that they schedule for Monday that don't get to play. But I would think that's a day that you want every team possible to play. And that, you know, again, normally they're showcasing something or they're trying to do something extra special on that day. Yeah, it was a little, I understand from an Astros perspective, that day off came after 17 straight days, so they needed it. At the same time, it really, you felt a little bit kind of looking for baseball on yesterday.
By and large, teams never have off Friday, Saturday, Sunday, ever. Like, there's a rare one every now and then. But by and large, every team in baseball plays every Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I mean, the reasons are obvious. Why? Well, it's the best chance to have the attendance be up. It's not a work night. It's not a school night. I mean, I guess Sunday is, but they play during the day. Every baseball team plays Friday, Saturday, Sunday by and large. That should also be the case on holidays. Memorial Day, every team should be playing. It should be a weekend game. July 4th, every team should be playing. The Oakland A's didn't play yesterday. They were home for the Phillies on Sunday. They could have easily played this 2-game series Monday, Tuesday, and have the off day tomorrow. Made no sense whatsoever.
It doesn't. And again, from a baseball perspective, it's just smart, right? It's marketing and, like you said, a chance to reach an audience on on an opportunity with a holiday for the whole family to get out and not have to worry about things to where you could play baseball. And I think that was a miss.
You're going to have more people show up for a Monday Memorial Day, Tuesday series than a Tuesday, Wednesday series. You're missing out on basically an extra weekend date by doing that.
Absolutely no doubt. And again, you can schedule it, during the day. You're not looking for a Monday night game. Understandably, that would handcuff people. I think a Monday day game, a matinee game would be perfect.
I blame it on Robert Manfred.
I blame everything on him because I can't stand it.
I blame it on Manfred. But off our tangent, good, bad, and ugly from the Astros weekend. Astros take 3 of 4, so we always start with the positive whenever they win a series. What are you leading off with? Forgive the pun.
I mean, yeah. I think that for me, there's so many positives to take away from this. Is the fact that Paredes just continues to rake the baseball. Paredes to me is a guy that is going from kind of under the radar all-star candidate to the Astros all-star candidate right now. I mean, the way he's hitting the baseball and what he was 6 of 14 over the weekend continues to either set the table, knock guys in, come up with big base hits. As much as, he got off to a slow start, he has found it. He continues to deliver on it. And I love the fact that, and you were the first to get in there when Altuve needed to be moved down the lineup. But Paredes has been so solid in the top three. So I love everything about what he's doing.
Yeah. The Isak's been awesome. Do you know that Isak Paredes, people still get mad at the way I spell his name, by the way. Which, I mean, it's just I think it's a compliment. It's a term of endearment, spelling Isak. I like to spell phonetically.
First of all, people need to get over it. Too.
It's silly.
Especially people in media that also say a lot of dumb stuff should not be the first people to point fingers and go, that you shouldn't call him that. Okay, well, you shouldn't quote Biggie lyrics that have a really, really bad word coming next on sports reports on Channel 2. Just saying.
What word is it that comes next?
It's an N-bomb.
That was a long time ago, though. He hadn't done that. I mean, it was only the one time.
It's just don't sit there like you're on this high horse and on the throne where you can critique others when you do dumb stuff too.
It was funny.
But yeah, it's even my daughter, because Taylor's starting to watch more and more games with me. And she's like, Daddy, why does he pronounce it that way when it looks like Isaac? And I'm like, well, I mean, and you can ask your mom in terms of culturally how people pronunciations. But I'm like, it is a little bit odd in terms of the pronunciation based on the spelling.
It is. And like whenever you spell phonetically, you don't spell an obvious name phonetically. Like if his name was Jose, you wouldn't spell that phonetically because it's pronounced Jose, right? I was happy. I was proud of my tweet the other day, by the way. Whenever Jose Altuve threw out the big dumper. What does he call it? The big dump? Big dumper?
Big dumper.
Big dumper?
Yeah.
He threw him out, and I said more like Hose Altuve.
Okay. There you go. I like it.
That might be my greatest dad joke of all time. Instead of Jose Altuve, it's Hose Altuve, but there's an H right there, so you want to say Jose Altuve. I thought it was. I was very proud of it. It deserved. It deserved more than the thousands of likes that it got. Isak has a higher WAR than Kyle Tucker. Did I say that already? Entering yesterday, he had a 2.2 WAR. Kyle Tucker was a 2.1.
Okay.
So, yes, Kyle Tucker's a better baseball player than Isak Paredes, but Isak Paredes, according to WAR, has outproduced Kyle Tucker this year. And that's before you even throw in the Cam Smith has been pretty dang good as a rookie. I know the Hayden Wesneski thing kind of stinks, and that's even before you throw in Cubs might only have Tucker for a year, where the Astros get multiple years of Isak, at least 6 years of Cam Smith, multiple years of Hayden Wesneski. So if the Astros have one player in that trade that outproduces Kyle Tucker this season, what a major win that is for Dana Brown.
No doubt about it. And I think that on top of everything else, you got something from a player that we all knew in our heart of hearts was gone. So unlike what the track record had been previously with all the other guys that we've seen walk out the door and how they've told us time and time again, hey, we were in go for it mode, and then we were going to ride it out and see whatever we could do to work something out, and hopefully we could get there. This one, they played smart baseball. They played the business side as well as the baseball side, and right now they're in a really good position, regardless of what Kyle Tucker and the Cubs do with those three players.
Yeah, really good. What else you got? Good.
I mean, look, Altuve starting to show signs of coming out of it. Right. I mean, and the fact that he was 6 of 13 and you look at this graphic and you're like, oh my God, I can't even believe with how, that he's had the career he's had to have, they're chasing the all-time hits against the Mariners and some of the names that were on that list. And at the start of the series, I'm like, man, he might get like a couple more. He probably won't even climb up the list. And then by the end of the series, you're like 6 for 13. Surpassing guys on that list is one thing, but coming up and doing the kind of things we're used to seeing Jose Altuve doing, that's a huge shot in the arm for the whole team, let alone exactly what Altuve needed.
He had a hit in every game in the series. What did he have? 8 hits, you said? 8 hits and 13
6 of 13. I had him down for 6 for 13.
I think you might have missed a day. Did you not count Thursday because it wasn't the weekend?
I didn't count Thursday.
Okay, there you go.
The last 3 days.
Yeah, he had 8 in the 4 game. You're right, 6 in the last 3 games. If you go back to the last 2 games against Tampa, so cherry picking, sure, but 6 games for Jose Altuve, which we kind of saw the swing starting to turn around a little bit. We saw, okay, Jose Altuve's got a little left in the tank, little engine that could. I think I can. In the last 6 games, he's 10 for 24. He's actually walked a few times, which is shocking whenever you look Jose Altuve. He's homered in a couple of games. So, yeah, I mean, he's coming along. Jose Altuve is coming along. His demise has been greatly exaggerated. So good to see that. I am curious. No Jordan today in the lineup, by the way, today. At this point, you might as well just sit him out against Oakland.
Yeah, for 2 games.
Yeah, you might as well just sit him out, maybe get him back for Tampa. Who knows? I mean, it seems like it's coming because he's running the bases and running in circles and stuff like that. But I wonder what they do with the order when Jordan comes back.
It is going to be interesting to see because, and the way that they've been juggling and Espada's been juggling like 4 and beyond, but now you got some guys heating up too. So it's going to be interesting to see, do you just like insert him right back into top 3 or top 4, dare I say, in the lineup, or, what are you going to do? You're not going to ease him back. And especially since they were already kind of tiptoeing around the fact that he's not going to do a rehab assignment, they're going to throw him right back in the lineup like he wants and they like to do. I'm just curious because the top of the lineup, which has been less than for the most part early in the season, now seems to be settling in where you've got some continuity and some guys that are doing some things in the top of the lineup.
I just put him 4th.
I don't mind
top
that.
Like this top 3 has been pretty good. Like Jeremy Pena has been unbelievable. You just talked about how great Isaac Paredes has been. Jose Altuve's coming along. I value the cleanup spot, which is something that it seems like nobody does modern day. Just put Jordan in the cleanup spot. Like, you don't disrupt the top 3. Put some value back in the cleanup spot. Jordan Alvarez, if you look at his career numbers of the top 4 spots in the order, hits the best in the cleanup spot. Give me a little Jordan Alvarez in the cleanup spot.
I'm fine with it. I mean, look, I think that if you go with, the way I was brought up on baseball, that your best and most powerful hitter is always going to be in the 4 spot. And I know that modern day baseball has changed a lot since then, but there's nothing wrong with him either playing second leadoff or having the table set for him and going back and getting comfortable hitting again by hitting it in the cleanup spot instead of hitting it with 2 outs or trying to force his way, with more at bats. I'm fine with him in the 4 spot.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of putting your best offensive player in the 4 spot and then stacking the top 3 ahead of him with the best on-base guys. And I think you do it. Like Jeremy Pena has been getting on base a ton. Isak's been getting on base a ton. Altuve, not really an on-base guy, but, should have a good batting average and get on base enough and then get people on base for Jordan. And then if you have an inning where you don't, okay, well, fine. Jordan Alvarez can lead off the second and try to spark something. I hope that that's what Joe Espada does. I kind of have a feeling he's gonna.
I think, and I don't. I think that's actually from Jordan's perspective. I think that's really good for him too, because you already know that he got off to a slow start, and he's probably going to want to be pressing, hitting in the 2 or 3 spot coming back. I think he can ease back in. I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities if these guys keep hitting the way they're hitting in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
There'll be a lot of opportunities for him in the first inning to really capitalize on that.
You know how I feel? I feel like players have personalities, and some guys like to clear the table. Some guys like to set the table. Pena, I think he's a table setter. Jordan Alvarez, I think he's a table clearer. So give me that. What other goods you have?
I think Christian Walker, the walk-off is one thing, but Christian Walker in the series 5 for 11 seems like he's finding it. Seems like for all the people that were like really quick to point the finger and look at this as another Abreu situation, the fact is that more people that saw him consistently over the last several years know he can hit the baseball, and he's starting to hit the baseball. And I think it's great for him again, another guy that needed this, but I think it's been right place, right time for this team to go 5 for 11 with a walk-off when they needed it for his confidence and to get Big Mo back on his side a little bit.
I hope it was like a dam and it unleashes the water. Because I do think he was stressing. I do think that he was kind of reeling where he was trying to get hit an 8-run home run with 1 at bat. He was trying to do too much. I hope that was the case. And this home run should, if that was the case, open everything up for him. I do think that it's going to go a long way.
It's very similar to Altuve. These 2 guys over the course of their career can hit. It's just you're waiting and playing the waiting game going, when are they going to do it? This series for both of those guys could be extremely big when we look back at the end of the season going, that's when the wake-up call happened, when they really started to fall back to being who they consistently have been to help this team win.
Yeah, for sure. 713-780-ESPN. What do you think of all the little superstitious things he's been doing? Shaved his mustache, moved lockers. Do you know whose locker he used? He was in, though.
No.
He was in Jose Abreu's old locker.
Ooh.
Yeah,
well, maybe there was the ghost of the past.
So last year it was Jose Abreu's locker, and then whenever they claimed Jason Hayward or brought him in, it was Jason Hayward's locker. Okay. And it was, I believe it was in the Chandler Rome article in The Athletic. I think that's where I read it. Walker said that it really wasn't his doing. It was somebody else's suggestion, and he's like, okay, let's try it. So I think it might have been the ghost of Jose Abreu that was causing Christian Walker's. No, he's playing with his kids in Florida.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's just cashing in.
Which is kind of weird.
Because he tried to
He
make
played
a
winter ball.
comeback. Yeah.
Played winter ball. Like, no Major League Baseball organization even signed him to a minor league deal. Like, maybe there was interest and he was like, no, I'm too good for the minors. Like, that could exist and it hadn't been reported. But it is surprising to me that he is done.
Yeah, even if he just wanted to stay in Florida, somewhere there had to be an opportunity where he could, get at bats, show that he could still hit the base if there was a desire to play.
Or just a spring training invite. Like, that's where half the league plays spring training.
But if you got that pillow, to fall back on, and you got all the financial security in the world, then so be it.
But it's weird that he went to play winter ball.
Yeah, I mean, that told me that all winter long, his desire was to get back to Major League Baseball and to prove everybody wrong, right? Like, this isn't the end, and I can still do this. And in winter ball, he had some success. So you would think that would catch the eye of some Major League team to go, with this guy's back of his baseball card, he should at least get an invite.
I wonder if it was one of those, like, they have their TrackMan numbers and his bat speed.
I think his bat speed is just done.
Toast.
Yeah, because, I mean, you hear stories all the time if they're a bad dude, too, that they're, they don't want bad dudes in the clubhouse.
Yeah.
But they were all pulling for this guy. Everybody says he's a great dude. So it must be just the diminishing physical skills.
Yeah, I think he's done. I've heard nothing but good things about him, too. So it's not the personality thing. 713-780-ESPN. It is funny, though. It could have been the ghost of Jose Abreu that was dooming Christian Walker. He changed lockers, and now he's hitting walk-off home runs. Christian Walker, it's going to be the summer of CW. 713-780-ESPN. Good, bad, and uglies from the Astros weekend. Lots to get to. We'll talk about the curious case of Yordan Alvarez's hand a little bit later. We'll bring up the name that could – it hadn't been reported, but a name that the Rockets should be interested in. We'll get to some texts and stuff as well. Mailbag Monday on a Tuesday. Lots to get to. 713-780-3776. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Good, bad, ugly from the Astros weekend. Taking 3-4 against Seattle. Could have easily been a sweep.
Definitely.
Very
It actually
easily.
bothered me that it wasn't. And you know that those kind of games bother me, but they were dominant for just by inning for almost the entire series.
Yeah, it was a little annoying. 713-780-ESPN. What other goods do you have?
I've got a couple. I think Cam has to be mentioned. I know that Israel's already emojiing up to try and pump him up as much as he possibly can.
Killer Cam, he said.
But
With
Killer
flex
Cam
emojis.
batting 500 over the last 3 games of the series, 6 for 12 in the last 3 games. Looks like he's really getting comfortable, really starting to show what the Astros saw in him when they made this trade, and I'm happy for the kid. So it's a good turnaround for him.
I bet you his mother's very happy.
Sure.
She's very happy. She was very emotional when she was brought into the clubhouse when the Astros.
When they made the announcement.
Hey, Cam, you're going to be up with us. Let's bring in his mother and celebrate that here in the clubhouse with players that we're going to cut at his expense. But no, it's he has been really, really good these last few weeks. As a rookie, the numbers are very good. A 109 OPS plus, 1.3 WAR. He's been fantastic defensively in right field, which he's probably carved out his full-time home.
Oh yeah,
in right field. Like they toyed with the idea of him in center, but you're not moving Jake from center.
No,
at least right now.
And again, it's crazy, but it's kind of a product of the guys we were talking about picking it up. That DeCenzo is only playing 1 game in the entire series and kind of back on the bench.
Kind of
again.
faded a bit. Yeah, he's kind of faded a bit. Cam has taken the shine off of, because 2 weeks ago we were having that conversation, like Cam or DeCenzo, who do you want to get at bats to right now? And I think it was fair. I think I said DeCenzo, and it was fair to say DeCenzo at the time. I would be wrong there because Cam has passed him up on the depth chart, and it's fine because he's been better.
Yep.
I like to look at recent stats when looking at players, because a lot of times we look at the big numbers and it's hard to tell trends and things like that. If you look at Cam Smith's last 28 days, like that's a decent sample.
That's good, yeah.
18 games, 71 plate appearances in his last 28 days. Cam's hitting 317 with a 791 OPS. That's legit. That's legit.
No doubt legit. I mean, those are Israel numbers.
394 on base.
Rookie of the year numbers.
That's legit.
I mean, yeah, if he's hitting over 300 and his OPS is over 700, which we know is league average. But when you look at it, when he's comfortable, he's able to go the other way, like especially with 2 strikes. But he takes balls to right field really well. We still probably would like to see more power, but at the same time, if he's hitting for average, the rest of it's going to come.
It's coming. He hit that ball in Tampa that he yanked foul 450 feet and had 184 exit velocity on that thing. Last 14 days for Cam Smith, 359 average over 42 plate appearances. Smaller sample, obviously, with 14 days. But 14 days, 42 plate appearances. This is over 11 games. 359 average, 405 on base, 866 OPS. Cam Smith's emerging into a good baseball player.
Yeah. And I think he's only going to get better. I mean, again, it's a lot to ask of any player when they make their first trip up to the bigs. But for a kid to be that young with the lack of experience in any kind of minor league baseball, to be thrust into that situation, knowing the team is desperate to find any kind of help in the outfield, that's a whole hell of a lot to shoulder no matter how mature you are at your age. And so, we've seen it with other guys like Bregman and others when they struggled when they first came up to the bigs. But this kid at this age to kind of endure all that and now find his way a little bit is great to see because the team sorely needs it.
Texture says we can't call him Killer Cam because it's copyright infringement of the New York rapper. What's he going to do? What's he going to do to me? What's Killer Cam going to do? He's going to come down in Houston and get me? I'm going to get got by Killer Cam?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not scared of Killer Cam.
Okay.
I can call Cam Smith Killer Cam.
You got to watch out, man.
Until he threatens a lawsuit against me, and then I'll stop. If he sends me a cease and desist, well, I'll stop calling him Killer Cam. I'll call him not so Killer Cam.
Okay.
Cease and desist will get me. A random texter saying I can't do it ain't going to get me. Now, if his people send me a cease and desist, then I will never say it ever again. 713-780-ESPN. You had one more good?
Look, I thought for the most part, the middle innings, the bullpen, everybody, obviously the hiccup from Abreu hurt. But I thought overall the bullpen did a hell of a job picking up when starters didn't go as deep or right when in a tight game, being able to keep them in the game. For the most part, I felt really good about a majority of the relief pitching.
Bullpen's been great. That was one of my goods too. And just going down the list here of guys in their bullpen, Josh Hader has been terrific. 157 ERA. Brian Abreu, who had the hiccup. I like the way you said that hiccup. 190 ERA. Brian King, who has emerged into the seventh inning guy, 152 ERA. Steven Okert has a 190 ERA and is averaging over 10 strikeouts per 9 innings. Taylor Scott's gone because he couldn't cut it. Bennett Souza, 216 ERA. Caleb Ort, 208 ERA. Sean Dubin has not given up an earned run this season. Forrest Whitley, not so great. He only had that couple of appearances, but I mean, small sample. The bullpen has been unbelievable for the Astros. And it's a collection of like misfit toys outside of Josh Hader and Brian Abreu. Like if we always talk about GMs in the city and their, how good they are and all of this stuff. One of Dana Brown's strengths, or the things that he's been the best at so far in his short tenure with the Astros, is finding Major League Baseball bullpen pieces.
Yeah, and I think that the other thing that you have to kind of give credit where credit is due, but as much as we've talked about in the past that the Astros had this magic formula for finding strong arms and turning them into strong pitchers in some of the situations like you're talking about, but the majority of the credit was not given to Miller and Murphy. And Miller and Murphy seem to be guys that when they get their hands on these pitchers, and you look no further than what they did last year when they made the trade that they made to get a pitcher that they desperately needed to get into their starting rotation, and what he's done since, you realize they have that kind of magic touch in terms of finding and capitalizing on what the strengths of a pitcher are and getting the most out of them, maximizing them. Now, it doesn't last always as long as we'd like Taylor Scott, but they're doing a hell of a job.
Yeah, that's the one I had at the top of my list. The bullpen's been very, very good. Jose Altuve, you brought up the offense. How about him throwing out the big dump at the plate?
Loved it. Now, the good and the bad, right? I mean,
good throughout the guy.
That was great, and I love that. The bad was the decision when he needed to keep the other runner at from getting to second base.
Didn't hurt him.
Thankfully, it didn't hurt him, but that's one of those where even Blummer and the guys had to be honest and say, yeah, that's one where if you'd like to have that one back, you need to make that hit the cutoff and get to second base.
He had visions of throwing out the big dump.
Oh,
twice.
He wanted to. There's no doubt. Yeah.
No, that was a poor throw decision, but there was 2 outs, threw to third base, should have thrown to second, so the trail runner didn't get into scoring position. But I can't remember who was pitching, but he got there was 2 outs in the inning, ended up getting out of the inning.
Was it King?
May have been.
Maybe King came
May
in.
have been. But yeah, so King got kind of bailed Altuve out by getting the final out. Base hit there, scores 2 when it should have only scored 1 if Altuve makes a good throw decision. Now, I thought where you were going with the bad of it is that the send, because it was an aggressive send. I don't think they send the big dumper in that spot because there was only 1 out. There was less than 2 outs.
They're not expecting.
You're not sending the big dumper in that spot against any normal left fielder in baseball.
Nope.
It was a disrespectful send,
which is understandable, I think, from another team's perspective, but also the realization that as bad as he is when he's playing second base and the way his arm looks sometimes, with a running start, he can put a little something on the baseball. Now, it's not going to be a laser beam by any stretch of the imagination, but he can put a little something on it if he can get a little, running start behind it, and that helps him.
He throws it with all his might.
He threw out a catcher, for God's sake.
His it does show you though, like how good these guys are, because Altuve has one of the worst arms in baseball, no doubt about it. He still cranks it up there like 87.
I mean, I go back to I hosted an event one time with Little League kids where he was the guest speaker, and you come in and you see these guys on television. I did another one with Springer. You don't realize, because you just see him on TV until you stand next to them. Like, granted, Jose Altuve is shorter in stature.
He's tiny.
He is extremely he's in unbelievable physical condition.
Oh, he is.
And he is very strong. George Springer looks like he should play running back in the NFL when you stand next to him. And it's like the biggest difference when we see guys on TV and then you realize in person what kind of athletes they are. They are elite. Yeah. And not just at the position that they play.
It's just funny seeing like one of the worst arms in baseball still heaving it up 87, 88 to the plate.
Yeah, that's
a
hard
terrible
to believe.
Arm. Like it throws harder than that little Brandon Walton guy the Astros brought up. He's throwing harder than Lance McCullers. Like Altuve is gearing up, throwing it harder than Lance McCullers whenever McCullers is on the mound. but one of the worst arms in left field, which it is. Jose Altuve does have one of the worst arms in left field. It's just kind of crazy when you put the numbers to it. Framber Valdez, another good for me. He's been fantastic lately. 6 innings, 1 run, 4 hits, strikes out 5. Lifts the Astros to a 2-1 win. So, like, he was good when the Astros weren't scoring, which is one of my bads, the lack of piling on runs or hitting with runners in scoring position. But it's now 4 straight quality starts for Framber Valdez, who is a quality start merchant. He's been really good lately. The ERA on the season for Framber is now under 340 on the year. Just Framber doing Framber-like things. He's going to tick you off every now and then, tick you off 2 or 3 times a year, and then you look up and he's posted 190 innings and has a 3.25 ERA.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, and I think that this is what you sometimes waver on, or I sometimes get a little skeptical, like how many times can he keep doing this? But he's just shown consistency in the fact that even when he does have a little bump in the road, he finds a way to settle back in. You're never going to see him be one of, an outstanding fielder that you can't hold your breath anytime that there's a bunt or a play that he has to make in the field. But you know that his stuff translates to outs, and ground balls is one thing, but he gets strikeouts, he gets outs, he has stuff that plays, and it's good to see that he's found it back in his sweet spot.
I think that clears out my goods. Let's see, 3 or 4: Walker, Isak, Altuve, Killicam, Framber. Yep, that wraps up my goods.
You know what? He gave up a lot of hits, but Colton Gordon to me is a guy that I think is better than serviceable as a starting pitcher too. I like his competitive fire. I think that's a guy that can compete for this team. He's better than Blue Ball right now, no matter how much they like Blue Ball going into the season and what he did a year ago. But I still like what I see from Colton Gordon.
Yeah, he can get away with giving up a few more hits whenever they're not extra bases and he's not walking guys. Like that's why whip is so important. Walks plus hits. The 3 runs he gave up also all came with 2 outs. So, like, he's 2 pitches away from getting out of all of those situations. I think it was 2 runs in the first inning, right? He was a pitch away from getting out of that inning unscathed. So the 3 2-out runs kind of like helps the cause of your argument, I think. And then also that final run he gave up, I thought was 100% Yainer Diaz's fault. Like, you had a runner at first base. Yainer can't catch like a slider that's running away from him. Goes to the backstop, roll it a wild pitch, and then Yainer doesn't block a pitch in the dirt. All of a sudden, runner at third base. Then I think it was a fly ball, ground out, can't remember. And he scores on manufacturing a run when he should have been at first base. So that 3rd run that Gordon gave up to me was the responsibility of Yainer Diaz.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, look, that was completely and almost entirely on Yainer. I mean, when we had talked about in the past about his shortcomings as a catcher, it's one thing to talk about his framing or lack of framing skill. It's another thing to watch those kind of things happen and go, come on, man, you're a major league catcher, starting major league catcher. It's got to get better, and you have to give more than that. His inability to block baseballs, or it's almost like just his kind of laissez-faire kind of carelessness of just, nonchalanting things. You're not there yet.
Yeah, the sabermetric, like the computers actually think he's decent at blocking balls. I'm with you. Like my eye test tells me differently, but then his framing is like one of the worst in baseball.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's a combination of things that we've been talking about since he looked like he was the heir apparent to the starting job, even when Maldi was still catching. You look at it now and go, all that should have been proved by now. All of that should be so much better. And you got the benefit of the doubt early on because everybody's like, oh, it's so taxing your first year catching full time in the major leagues and all that stuff. By now, there's no excuses.
Yeah. All right. That kind of teased one of my bads, but that's okay. What were the bad from the Astros 4-game series against Seattle? Shouldn't be a ton, right? Because the Astros took 3 of 4. 713-780 ESPN. Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Alex asks, who has a stronger arm, Altuve or Myers? Altuve is slightly stronger than Myers, according to Baseball Savant, but it's razor thin.
I believe that.
Razor thin. Jake Myers used to pitch in college.
Did he really?
Two-way player
At
in Nebraska.
Nebraska? Really?
Sure was. 713-780-ESPN. Ocho, can you explain why Josh Hader was unavailable on Sunday with an off day on Monday? Would his arm fall off? That was one of my bads, actually, was a spot as usage of Josh Hader, using him down by 2 runs on Friday.
Agree with you. I didn't like it at the time. That's a game that was already ticking me off because of the fact that they were in control for most of it. It would be a big win for them in that situation against the team that they're chasing and all of the above. But then when you gave up the bomb and the runs and Abreu did what he did, I'm not going to burn my closer. I just think that was that's a big series. You're probably going to call on him again.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was completely unnecessary.
Now, it turned out where it didn't cost you. It didn't hurt you. Like, it hurt with the idea that you wouldn't be able to use him. So, like, whenever you use him in that spot Friday, you're saying to yourself, okay, well, I can use him in a close game Saturday. He did. But if I do that, now I can't use him for the series finale on Sunday because they're not going to use their relief pitchers 3 days in a row in May. They're just not.
Yeah.
They're hesitant to do it even in the postseason. They might do it in the postseason, but they're hesitant to do it. It's usually a universal rule in baseball. Don't use a reliever 3 days in a row. Even it's more so than the don't use a reliever 3 days of the 4. But 3 in a row is taboo in Major League Baseball these days. So you're just not going to see it. So I didn't like the using him in a 2-run deficit. But you won. Yes, you won the final 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
So it didn't cost him. I didn't love the decision from Espada, but the team bailed him out with victories on Saturday and Sunday to where what I think is a poor decision did not cost him. Now, to Ocho's point, I think we kind of answered it. Like, you're just not going to see Major League Baseball managers use relievers 3 days in a row. Ain't going to happen. Not in May.
No, and you
not in May.
You absolutely should not do it, right? I mean, you don't need to be doing those kind of things early. You try to avoid doing those things ever. But at the same time, you realize how hyper important the back end of that bullpen is and how much you've already been relying on them and they've been getting the job done. Let's not do something to like hinder one of the guys that's really gotten right from last year to this year in Hader.
And like, we want to win all these games, right? And you want to win it against Seattle because they're in first place in the AL West. Your season isn't going to be defined on May 25th. You're not going to do anything that's going to potentially hurt you long-term at the end of May. Just not something you can do. Texture, Paul, you were such a troll. I don't know what kind of emoji that is. And then laughing emoji. I wonder if the text line's still behind. That was the case last week. Cam, or not Cam. What's our guy's name? Israel. Israel says he's a rookie. He has a 1.3 WAR. Talking about Cam Smith, one of the best on the team. That's crazy. He's 4th on the team in WAR. Cam Smith.
I could say, yeah.
For position players.
Okay. Well, I mean, look, and we were talking about last week about his defense in terms of his range, his arm, his ability to make plays. He certainly has gotten comfortable, to your right, to the point where he's going to be a corner outfielder for this team, no matter what he came up as a third baseman and what the expectations might have been back then. I think it's a point of no return because of the fact that returns are so good and only going to get better for him as a corner outfielder. And if, as I mentioned, if he gets the power stroke going, there's no reason to believe that, the power is going to be a significant factor as he gets even more comfortable and settles in as a big leaguer to where he's going to be a middle of the lineup corner outfielder that has the potential of being your big time replacement for Kyle Tucker.
713-780-ESPN. Should the Astros trade Jake Myers now while he's hot, or should they hold on to him?
Look, you know how I feel, but I also feel like in this situation with this team, he's been so huge as a shot in the arm and so unexpected when other guys unexpectedly have been less than. I don't think you trade him right now because right now you're trying to add a left-handed bat as well as get Yordan back as you try to strengthen this team as it gets healthier. I don't think you're trading Jake Myers.
As much as we think of players as commodities, and a lot of times they are, like, these aren't day trading commodities. You're not just, okay, this guy's value's hot, we're going to trade him while he's hot. That way we get the most on the value. Like, it is more of a long-term play than these little, like, short-term, make these quick trades, and you just can't do that, really. Rocky, I want to talk about is when does Jake turn back into a pumpkin?
See, everybody's going to be focused on that. Now, the hope should, instead of being focused like that, like when does the bottom fall out? is this the turning point where he stays consistent? Is this the turning point that everybody's been hoping for, that, former general managers have seen in this kid to be the heir apparent, to be the guy that you think can be the long-term center fielder for this franchise? I mean, we even heard Dana talk about it early in his tenure, where this is a guy that could be the long-term situation in center field. If it doesn't, and it's unrealistic, I think, to think he's going to stay as hot as he's been, but if he settles in better than he has been and he continues to play good defense, that's all you can ask for from your center fielder right now.
No, last May he was really, really good. And then his numbers were really good through the end of May, and then he fell off in the summer. So that's the fear. Like, if you dive in deep to it, though, it seems like he's trading some of his big swings and power, trying to put the ball in play more, and that has been a success. So, hopefully that's something that continues. 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to more of the bad when we return. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. If Jake regresses to a league average hitter and stays playing Elite D, then that's a W. Don't trade. I agree. It's hard to find good defensive center fielders. He's built like a center fielder athlete and has finally found his stroke. He's got a few more good years. I don't disagree. Now, he was very good last year up until June as well.
Yeah, I mean, again,
Can't ignore that.
And we talk about tendencies for guys, right? It's the same thing when we're talking about Christian Walker or Altuve not doing, and the age factor rolls in with Altuve as well, and Walker to some degree as well too. But we look at the back of the baseball card as much as we joke about it. Even as far as going back and saying that when we re-signed Montero and we gave him the big deal, the back of his baseball card and his track record says he's never been consistently an above average pitcher, no matter what role he's played, from starter to relief pitcher to otherwise. Now, he was part of a great bullpen for a year. Did that warrant a 3-year deal, upwards of $30 million? No, absolutely not. But it's not what you should expect. I think with Jake, it's the same thing. You shouldn't expect that this breakout is going to be what he does for the rest. I think Pena in some regard is like that too. Maybe because of Pena's age and other things like the World Series and some things when he was early on, people want to believe that he could be a 300 hitter or a better hitter and have these kind of numbers. I think it's unrealistic from both guys' perspective to think that this is the kind of player they're going to be for the rest of their career. Like from a Pena perspective, he's already cooled off a little bit, and he's gone through a stretch now as hot as he was in the leadoff spot where he had cooled off. But I don't think Jeremy Pena is going to be a 275-ish hitter.
I'll take that bet.
Okay, another bet.
I think he'll be like I've taken a deep dive on Pena today, actually, like looking to see what changed with him offensively, because he's been a better offensive player than his career. Okay, why? Like, I like to know why. Why is it a fluke? Is it because he's just getting lucky? Like, what is the reason and sometimes you find it to be lucky. There's times whenever you're like, okay, nothing has changed from this year to last year with a given player. The only thing that's changing is like a few of his balls are dropping in, so his numbers look higher than what they probably should be if you were just factoring in like the average effects or whatever. Jeremy Pena has improved a great deal in chasing bad pitches. So he's eliminated and it's still like his chase numbers still aren't great,
right? But
they are far better than what they've been at any point in his big league career. So if he can keep the chase rate down, which he's doing a good job of it, I do think that his numbers can become more sustainable. That's going to be the great answer here is if he can keep that up, not chasing the pitches off the zone, only swinging good pitches, walk a little bit more. I do think he can be a 275 hitter, north of a 275 hitter.
I think, though, when we look at it, too, that's the most difficult thing in baseball and hitting to some degree to do, which is we see the same thing with Yiner. Their inability to stay off the off-speed pitches on the outside corner or chase the pitches that mentally they think and they're locked into that's going to be a strike, and they flail and they put themselves in their own peril, and then they end up being less than as a hitter. It's easier said than done, no matter what kind of teaching and training methods and things that they go through to do it. And I think that we see the ability in both guys. I think that from a Pena perspective, you and I have been on the bandwagon more of how great a defense he can play too, where a lot of people want to crap on that. But he's shown in the past he can be an above average defender. If he just is a 275 hitter and does some of the things he's doing now, he's going to get paid very well and be a cornerstone for you on this franchise if you keep him.
After 200, he has 200 at-bats this year, Pena. I don't think it's a fluke. I don't think that his chase rate being as improved as it is fluky. After 200 at-bats, I have to put credence into that.
And that's fair to say, because we talked about Cam after 100 at bats, but now after 71 more, Cam's a different player. So we can say that, hey, look, after 200 bats this season, and we know that he's been tinkering with his swing the last couple of seasons. If he's finally found something, is it beyond the shadow of reality that I think of him being able to find it and say, yeah, now he's suddenly coming out of who he was to be this player that everybody thought he was going to be? I can be on board with that. I just got to see more.
How much more?
I got to see the rest of the season. It's kind of like what we said with Jake, maybe not as drastic, but the same way with Jake, we've seen this before, so I need to see more. With Pena, I've seen the good and I've seen the bad and ugly of Jeremy Pena to the point where this has been really good. Now, where do you level off and show me who you're going to be for the rest of the season? Maybe that's not unfair, but maybe that's not fair, but that's kind of what I feel like. I got to see the rest of the season to know he's different than what he's been the last couple seasons.
Yeah. I think he's different. I believe after 200 at-bats this season, what I've seen from his approach, I'm not saying he's going to hit 295 and be an 800 OPS guy, but I think that his swing decisions have taken a huge leap.
Yeah,
I think it's real.
You mentioned his chase is definitely improved. I think Yiner needs whatever he's
Yiner's one of the worst in baseball.
Yiner has to take a whole bunch of lessons out of Pena's book and figure out what he did that worked or something like it to try and
It's
figure it out.
Probably attitude.
Maybe that too. But yeah, and maybe, and part of it, for as much as we talk about coaching and other things, maybe he just needs some tough love of someone to kind of set him straight and go, bro, look, as much as, they kind of loved you when they got you and the way you hit the ball early on, there's so much more to this game you're not doing.
You don't think they've told him that?
Look, we always say we don't know what we don't know.
I
would think that guys, they've been harping on him to some degree, but the reality check is you aren't who everybody thought you were going to be after your first partial season in the bigs. And you need to kind of really hyper focus on both offense and defense right now. Pena has taken it all. I'm sure he hears and reacts more than he's going to let on, but Pena has really worked at his craft to the point where we saw the stories of him working on his swing, changing things. We saw the power numbers go down, the average start to go up in the past, where it was one, not the other. Now both are kind of coming together, and I believe that this is something that he can sustain. I hope it is, but I got to see more.
Yeah. I mean, we don't know what we don't know, but I have to imagine that the hitting coaches have told Yiner to be a little bit more selective.
Yeah, but it's, and again, you kind of find out things after the fact sometimes too, but it's one thing to say that, but I mean, what are you doing to try and lay off the chase? What are you doing to work with him on his approach when he comes up against, in certain situations? We don't know all of that. And sometimes we find out way after the fact, coaches were doing a little of it or some of it, but not to the extent that certain players need. Again, I don't know.
I felt really confident, though. Like, these guys are hitting coaches in Major League Baseball, and the easiest thing to look out with Yiner is be like, hey, man, swing at better pitches.
Okay, but one, you got to have the buy-in from the guy. And two, he's got – some guys just can't do it either, right?
I agree with that. Like,
so,
you can lead a horse to water. You can't make the horse drink. I think that's probably something that's going on. But I can say very confidently, without knowing, that Snitker and Cintron have been whoever's responsible for Yiner, that they've worked with Yiner about trying to be more selective. Yeah, everybody talks about that.
I would think so, but again, it comes down to what's working, what's not working, or can we try something else? And then at a certain point, is Espada going to be able to? And I think you're kind of seeing some of this right now when he's being more comfortable keeping him out of the lineup or putting him in different spots. That's just from a defensive perspective. At a certain point with his offense too, that's going to affect a lot of things as well. And it should start with his playing time.
Yeah, he's moved him down in the order a bit, and I do wonder if
when Jordan comes back, I think it's a bigger issue.
Yeah, he could lose at bats.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a decision for a spotter. There's no doubt about that. All right, what bads did you have? Bad and uglies.
So the first bad for me is just how many 0-2 counts turned into positive things for the Seattle Mariners. Throughout the series, 0-2 count after 0-2 count, when you go back and look at it, they did damage. And you and I have talked about it this past. It's a hot button for me. The fact is that when you are that far up in the count, you can nibble at the corners, down and into the dirt. You can get them to try and chase something that looks like a strike but has no chance of being put into play, or at least damage done when it's put into play. Instead, way too many hittable 0-2 pitches were hit and hurt the Astros all weekend long.
Yeah, I've noticed there were times, too, whenever they would lose the count. Like, they would go from 0-2 to 3-2. It's like you go from a huge – so it's kind of like slippery slope a little bit, little catch-22. I hate non-competitive pitches 0-2, but I hate strikes 0-2. So it's a very fine line, but I also hate going from 0-2 to 3-2.
It's also the fine art of pitching, right?
It ticks me off.
Because you're right. You see it all the time, even from college to as they progress. The fact is there is a fine art to being able to throw a ball that's not a strike, but is advantageous to an at-bat, right? In your advantage. Like, don't make it so non-competitive that a guy doesn't even have to think twice about not swinging at it. But, tease the corners and try and get them to look at something overprotective and do what we're talking about with Yiner and Pena and some of these guys. Chase it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you go from 0-2 to like high fastball. Okay, no, that never had a chance of the guy swinging. And then you have two sliders that are 5 feet outside. Okay, nobody swinging at that. Nope. All of a sudden, it's 3-2 count.
That's right.
Drives me nuts. Get some more of the bad and the ugly. The one that I noticed too, just to tease this, and I'm curious what y'all think, so y'all can think about it during the break. 713-780-3776. They showed Luis Garcia throwing a bullpen. He was just throwing a bullpen at the dike, trying to loosen. He had a big elbow sleeve on his arm too. I thought he looked a little chunky. If you saw that, did you? I'll retweet it too. Do you think that Luis Garcia looks a little chunky? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Israel, the hate Cam is proving people wrong, or he should have been in the minors. Laughing emoji, laughing emoji. Cam's been good. I don't think anybody disagrees that Cam has been good, Israel.
Yeah.
I think you're fighting against yourself here. Now, I will say the 2 months of production you've gotten from Cam isn't worth the extra year of club control. I will say that.
That's where I think that Israel has to take a different look and approach to the situation. It's one thing to say, I don't think anybody quit believing that Cam Smith has major league ability and he was going to be a good player. And you just don't know how great he's going to be. But on the flip side, the bigger picture is for the long term, you have to realize that, and this was the point that you were harping on, as good as he might be figuring things out in his first year, do you want that to be where you have team control, or do you want it to control after he's figured everything out? And you, regardless of whether you're going to re-sign him or not, you want that last year where he is at his absolute peak in the middle of what should be his best prime years.
Yeah, you can game the system. I mean, you can game the system by not starting him with the bigs for 2 months, and then all of a sudden you gain a full year of club control. Would you rather have 6 years of club control? Or would you rather have 6 years and 4 months of club control? And where the 4 months are going to be like in his prime. So to me, it's an easy decision, but whatever. It is what it is. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. I do wonder with like a texter saying that I'm more worried about DeZinzo than I am Walker. Sure, Walker's a professional hitter, all that stuff. I do wonder, though, if they send DeZinzo down at some point over the next couple of weeks, just trying to, like, get him every day at bats, because he can't be sitting on the bench every day.
That's the key.
He's too young, and he's too good of a prospect to be doing that with.
It's fair to say that because of the track record and the career so far of Christian Walker, that you have more confidence and faith in Christian Walker, and you should believe in him. And I understand DeCenzo's a younger player. But with limited time getting consistent at bats, DeCenzo has shown he can hit major league pitching too. And to your point, I think that's where, if this is going to be what they're going to ride with, and when Jordan comes back, it's going to be one less spot in the lineup, and they're going to have to do even more kind of tweaking of this. If it's going to affect him to where this is the kind of at bats he's not getting, then you're better suited for him to get back down to Sugarland, get hits, get at bats every day, and realize that whether there's a situation that calls for it, or he just plays his way back in, or a combination of both, he needs to get consistent at bats at this young stage in his career.
It is something like, if they're also going to try to play Caratini and Yiner a lot, then you would want to keep a third catcher in Salazar. Salazar's been up with the club ever since Jordan got placed on the IL, and he's literally not played in a single game.
Yeah,
which is crazy.
It is. I mean, and you look at it from the simple standpoint of, from DeCenzo alone, it's one thing to say he needs those at bats. They're valuable in like his continued development. But from the standpoint, Chaz should be ticked off too, because Chaz is hardly playing at all, and he's a veteran, and everybody was wondering what he was going to be this year. Honestly, he hasn't really gotten a fair chance to prove which Chaz he's going to be this year, because of the fact that they pushed Cam early. DeCenzo started to play well, and the outfield overall has been better than we expected him to be.
Eric, can we please stop feeding the race-baiting Israel? John and Lance just mock him now. Everybody's got a voice with the Killer Bees, Eric. We're an equal opportunity show. Everybody gets a voice. Give Zach AAA reps, sign Gamble to ride the pine if that's the case. I'm with you. Like that, I'm okay with that too.
Tiger system, right?
Yeah, but he probably has some sort of that opt-out deal where if a big league club
Rogers just had.
A little different. Like I think he has the service time where he can opt out of a minor league deal. Okay. So, I mean, that's something that I would entertain as well. All right, so Luis Garcia was shown. The Shin took video footage of him throwing a bullpen at the Dike, which is great. Hey, he's throwing. Like, thought he was going to be back last summer, and he made 3 rehab assignment appearances, and then they shut him down, and he's recycling the whole rehab process. Dana Brown also said Javier, they're expecting him back in the summer. He said they're expecting Luis Garcia and Javier back sometime in July. So we'll see.
July or August for guys that are 1 year plus past their Tommy John.
Well, Javier wouldn't be.
Oh, not
Garcia
Javier.
would.
Yeah, but I'm sorry. I was thinking about Urquidy, and they ended up letting him go. But look, this is a bigger issue, and we'll get to it. But at the same time, this shouldn't be happening with almost every single one of the pitchers whenever they have a medical procedure. It takes way longer than expected. And we continue to get kind of the bait and switch of, oh, he's making a bullpen. Oh, he's making a rehab start. Oh, we're shutting him down. Oh, he's not good again. it's a broken record that takes everybody in a bad place every time another one of these situations pops up. You hope he's ready by July or August.
Yeah, I mean, they did that last year. Oh, we expect McCullers and Garcia back in July, and you got neither one back by July. Luis Garcia made 3 rehab appearances, but then ultimately got shut down, and his entire 2024 season was banged. As we know, Lance McCullers' entire 2024 season was banged as well. Now, like, I'm with you with the Astros injuries and all that stuff too, but like, a player also takes on responsibility in their rehab.
Sure.
Like, to be in good shape. Like, they're professional athletes. Their body is their temple. In this video of Luis Garcia that I saw, I don't think he looks like he's in great shape, Blankers. He looks a little overweight to me. And this is coupled with the fact too, and I didn't tweet this because I think it's proprietary to the Killer Bees. We have had texters text us in pictures of Luis Garcia liking to party a little bit.
Oh, that's right.
We've seen pictures of Luis Garcia saying, "Don't take a picture of me," like he's embarrassed by the amount of party, or he doesn't want to see people, or he doesn't want people to see him out partying. So, like, the fact that we've had text about Luis Garcia really enjoying his time while he's not on the mound, and hey, more power to him. I'm not saying that he shouldn't have any fun, but at the same time, maybe be in a little bit better shape, Luis Garcia. I wonder how much of his long delay in getting back onto the mound, and it doesn't seem like it's anytime soon, is Luis Garcia being out of shape.
I don't know. I can't speak on that. I didn't really look at the pictures before and afters enough
Pretty chunky
to really get into it. I know it's something that you've brought up in the past with pitchers not named Luis Garcia as well, in terms of
Christian Javier.
I think in today's modern baseball, and I was talking to about this with a buddy of mine the other day, you have to realize that it's totally different than pitchers of even the near past, in the fact that when you start implementing the pitch clock, when they're cracking down like never before on spider tack and all the different ways the pitchers were able to like grip and control a baseball. Now they're squeezing the ball. Look, Glasnow's been on this kick over and over again, highlighting and documenting all the different things that he's had to do, and then the fallout with the medical issues he's had based on trying to survive as a pitcher in today's Major League Baseball. Part of it is the pitch clock means you got to be in better shape. I think that Bartolo Colon's, the days of Bartolo Colon-sized pitchers pitching into their 40s and getting by are gone, because you have to be in the physical condition of being able to rock, fire, and reload within 15 seconds.
Yeah, and look, there's a lot of responsibility for the player to return. There's
Sure.
like, whenever you're recovering from an injury, a lot of the responsibility is on the player. It goes back to what we were saying about Yiner and his swing decisions. Like, you can lead a horse to water, you can't make the horse drink. And we bang on the Astros training staff a lot, and rightfully so. I think they're deserving of what they get. This is an example of where I think you can stick up for the Astros training staff. Like Luis Garcia pitched in baseball games last year. He pitched in minor league rehab assignments last summer. There could be a variable of Luis Garcia not crushing his rehab like you would expect from a pro baseball player. And there are multiple clues, whether it's the pictures that we've received on this show about him having a little fun, or whether it's the video that we saw over the weekend where Luis Garcia is not crushing his rehab. And there's also the fact that he's probably 10 months behind schedule.
I think that's the thing too. When you've gotten to the point, and he has a contract now, so all these things are on the table, so everything's fair game. Is it the player and his inability to focus and work the way he's supposed? Is it the coaching staff and the training staff not tough loving and cracking down on him enough if he's not doing it, or doing enough of it to make sure that he does? Is it all of the above? Is it the organization? Is it the surgery that wasn't either done right, or the fact that this is another in the medical mysteries that the Astros seem to produce more than other teams? You don't know, but everything's fair game to be discussed, because here's a guy that's way behind schedule that, like you mentioned, had enough setbacks to where he was written off for the majority of this season yet again. After you've already done it with McCullers, you've seen other guys that we're still waiting on, like Javier, what you've been through with other pitchers already, to say everything should be scrutinized, but you should be, all hands on deck to fix it. And you don't know what's truly truth and not, but you would surely hope that a guy that's being compensated really well, that hasn't pitched in way beyond when he was supposed to be back, that should be being addressed as well.
I have concerns about his professionalism.
And I know that I don't have any reason to doubt you on that. And people, Look, regardless of where that comes from, just the results alone or the lack thereof, and where we are with his lack of being able to get back on the major league field, that's fair to me, because something's not right. Like I said, whether it is literally that he's had something physically break down again within his arm is one thing. But if your legs aren't right, if you aren't doing your cardio, if you're not doing the things to stay on your rehab and be completely committed to getting back as soon as you can, that's a problem.
Likes water parks, which is not me.
But he wears his T-shirt when he goes in the pool.
That's what's wrong with that.
I'm just saying it because, normally that's when you don't want the pictures taken.
Yeah. I remember he said after they won, I can't remember, they won a crucial series, and somebody interviewing him was like, what are you going to do now that I think it was the year they won the World Series. He's like, what are you going to do? And he's like, yeah, I'm going to go to a water park.
Are you T-shirt in the pool guy?
No, usually not. No, but I don't body shame people.
No, I mean, people do whatever they want to do. But I mean, if you're a Major League Baseball pitcher, whether you're T-shirt in the pool guy or not, you should probably be in pretty good physical condition.
I said he pitched in 3 minor league games last year. I gave him 1 too many. He pitched in 2 minor league games. He pitched in rookie ball, or he gave up. He went 1 no-hit inning, and Schwab was like, he's back. He's back. And then he pitched in Corpus. He got 4 outs, gave up 4 runs on 3 hits. And then Schwab was like, oh, you can't put any stock in minor league rehab assignments. And then they shut him down. He hasn't pitched in any game since then, which this last appearance, that was summer last year. It was probably what, July?
Yeah, I mean,
July of 2024. We're talking about May. We're talking about getting him back 2 years removed from Tommy John.
If this was an anomaly and this was the only situation that we were dealing with this, then it would be one thing. The only problem I have is that the track record here states that we are way too familiar with this kind of situation. We don't know all the reasons why.
Mm-hmm.
We're told some of the reasons we're supposed to believe as to why, but we got a whole lot more questions than answers. And what we don't have is these players on the field.
Ocho says maybe he aspires to be CC Sabathia or Bartolo Colon, who played 21 seasons. Well, Luis Garcia's going to have a tough time getting to 21 seasons based on what he's already missed at least a year and a half. If he hits his most optimistic goal of pitching for the Astros in the summer of 2025, he's missed 18 months. So I don't think he's going to rack up 21 years, Ocho, if that's the case. And also, CC and Bartolo Colon didn't have to pitch with the pitch clock.
That's what I was going to say. I was just going to ask you as the counter to that, Ocho. I know you sometimes, do a little tongue-in-cheek or kid. The fact is I would, and I throw this to Jeremy first, but to Ocho, you as well, and anybody else. If Bartolo Colon had to pitch his whole career with the pitch clock, you think he'd have pitched that long?
Yeah, I do. I think we overrate the pitch clock a little bit.
I don't. I don't think so, because I think that it would be a combination of things. He'd have to be in better shape. He'd also, with the way that baseball is today, with all the things that I mentioned too, that there'd be a lot more taxing on his arm. I don't know that I don't think that you'd see him pitching that long.
You have 15 seconds from the time you catch the ball to deliver a pitch. If you don't leave the mound, it's not very difficult to get a pitch off in 15 seconds.
It's difficult to get pitches that are where you wanted them and everything like that. Especially if you're in. I think, look, if you see pitchers getting winded a little bit between pitches, and if innings get longer, and you realize that this guy's not exactly a specimen of cardiovascular fitness, I would be concerned.
I don't know. I think CC Sabathia is enough of an athlete, or Bartolo Colon enough of an athlete.
CC's a different story.
I mean, Bartolo hits dongs, man.
So does CC.
Bartolo hits dingers.
So does CC.
Oh, you said he was a different story. I thought you were ruling him out.
I think CC could get. I think CC could handle the running and the pitch clock and all and be in better shape. Bartolo, I'd have serious questions about.
Yeah. I think we overrate the difficulty of getting a pitch off in 15 seconds. That's almost like a full basketball possession.
I think it's the whole combination of everything. It's the fact that they can't use what they used to use to grip the baseball. The pitch clock changes everything in terms of
how does the spider tack affect conditioning, though?
I think from longevity perspective, it affects the durability of your arm.
But that's not what we're talking about.
But it's part of what would cut his career short.
But we're talking about heavy guys that would have issue with a pitch clock.
I was talking about the whole thing, because I was mentioning the fact that gone are the days where a guy's going to go into his 40s, I think, and be in not great shape and be able to pitch consistently for as long as he's pitched. But I really do think it's a factor. And I've talked to people that have said that the pitch clock does affect in terms of your cardio.
Big league pitchers right now.
I know people that know big league pitchers.
Well, agree to disagree on it.
Texter, it's a factor. I'm not saying it's gonna completely be the end all be all as to why he doesn't pitch as long. But I think that you have to be in better shape to be a pitcher these days.
I just think that it's very, very wussification of sports. If we're talking about an athlete, a professional pitcher at the highest level that has issues because he has 15 seconds between pitches, that's a lot of time.
But I think it's a bigger issue if it's an issue because he's not taking care of himself and he's not in the condition necessary. It's one thing to say, in 15 seconds I could throw another pitch, but is that pitch going to be exactly where you wanted it because you're sucking wind?
But we're not talking about the efficiency of the guy. We're talking about
but
the
you're not going to be around for that
gassed.
long if you're not getting guys out.
I feel like you're moving the goalpost a bit here.
Okay, I don't.
But we're talking about the ability of being able to throw a pitch in 15 seconds. Now you're talking about the efficiency of the pitch.
Right, because that matters in terms of the longevity of the player. If it's affecting your ability to be effective because you are winded and or you're rushing to get up there, then I think the outcome could be different in terms of what happens and how long you're able to sustain getting people out.
I just don't think 15 seconds is that against the clock, but agree to disagree. Texter, I feel like Brandon's been arguing just to argue lately. I feel like I've been on my best behavior. It took me 77 minutes to nitpick something. That's pretty good. That's like the signs of a 3-day weekend. I'm not against the pitch clock. I'm not overworked. I have all the time in the world. 77 minutes without nitpicking something. It might be a Branham record. Just released Luis Garcia at this point. That's pointless. They're paying him pennies, and he's under club control. And if he gets back, he can potentially help you. There's no risk carrying Luis Garcia. He's not taking a roster spot. He's not even taking a 40-man roster spot because if you're placed on the 60-day IL, you don't take up a 40-man roster spot. There is zero harm carrying Luis Garcia on your roster.
Right, but didn't they extend him? Didn't they give him an extension with good money?
No, they've never extended him.
I thought
they extended Javier.
I know they did Javier, but I also thought they did Luis Garcia.
They might have avoided arbitration. No, he wouldn't have even been arbitration eligible. I don't think he's been in the bigs that long, but maybe they avoided salary arbitration with him and gave him a 1-year deal to avoid arbitration, but they've not extended Luis Garcia beyond his controllable years. I agree with Blank. Branham's playing semantics. I mean, I guess. I just don't think it's that taxing for a big league pitcher to throw a pitch in 15 seconds. Texter, pitch clock is overrated. There's not a significant uptick in number of pitches, but probably a shorter time to do it for what it's worth.
You're right. He's on a 1-year, $1.875 million contract.
I call your guy Verlander and ask him the difference between pitching without a pitch clock and pitching with a pitch clock. He won't be able to tell you if there's a difference. That's not fair. That's you're telling me that Justin Verlander 4 to 5 years ago, before the invention of a pitch clock, was better than he is now at the age of 44? That's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous argument. It's a straw man argument is what that is. We're going to take Verlander's sample of pitch clock years when he's in his 40s, as opposed to the last 3 years prior to the pitch clock when he was winning Cy Youngs. That seems like a pretty good argument there. /S. That's a ridiculous counterpoint. 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to our mailbag Monday on a Tuesday. That's next. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Get to the Mailbag Monday in 7 minutes. You get your questions, though, 713-780-3776. Alex is crushing Luis Garcia on the Twitch. Luis Garcia is rehabbing at Taqueria Grandes.
I asked him if it was plural. I said one or the other, and it could be both.
There are worse places to do your rehab than Taqueria Grandes. You could start off with a little bit of some ceviche. You could throw in some fajitas, of course, some margarita to wash it down. How about a little tres leches or pan dulce?
I would start out with the quesadillas if you know me. Just saying.
You can get that from the kids menu.
Oh, okay.
Alex said, lead Garcia to water. He'll drink tequila. Alex is roasting Luis Garcia right now. He's just a little chunky, and Alex is saying he's doing his rehab at Taqueria Grandes, and he's saying lead him to water, and he'll drink tequila.
You said we can't verify he is a little chunky.
I
thought he looked a little chunky.
I trust these eyes. These old eyes have never failed me. I'm 2015, baby.
I mean, let's go playing weight to what he weighs now, and
we don't have that information.
I understand that.
You're telling me from what you saw on Luis Garcia in that video that he looks the same size.
I'm gonna go look at it because I haven't really paid
he
that
looks a
close
little he looks at least 20 pounds heavy. And I know this because I'm 30 pounds heavy. Game, no game. If anybody knows about dudes gaining weight, it is me. Why, Branham? Because I'm an expert at gaining weight. I am fantastic at it.
I mean, look, I'm looking at.
You can see it around the neck.
The one you just reposted. I'm looking, but just from body type, he looks about the same as when he pitched the last time.
Chunky to me. To me. Go watch him. Go watch him in the World Series in 2022 and tell me that he looks like that.
Well, I also think that when you are pitching every fifth day and doing all the conditioning because you're on the major league roster,
why wouldn't you be doing that off of surgery?
Because you're not playing. And because
that's time that you should be doing.
You're not going to do the same regimen of things that you were doing when you were a starting pitcher every fifth day.
Do you need a healthy UCL to go run some laps? Run some poles, Luis Garcia.
I know
Get
what
in shape.
It takes,
we need you.
But I don't know how much they're making him do all that stuff while he's in rehabbing it. They're trying to get the arm right. I'm not sure they're worried about getting all the conditioning you would if you were a starting pitcher in the bigs.
That's a mistake. And Luis Garcia, as a professional athlete, should take it upon himself to be in tip-top shape. If you can't throw, you have plenty of time to run. Walk, run some pole, jog some steps. They're paying you money to be at your best shape.
Mm-hmm.
And you're running around drinking tequila in Washington Avenue and gaining 15 to 20 pounds.
I thought the pictures we were sent sometime we were in Midtown, but
Midtown? That's right. They were in Midtown, yeah.
But at the same time, look, I mean, you see it all the time with guys that, even in the NBA, when they're supposed to be rehabbing to get back from an injury, depending on where the team is in the standings and everything else, there are guys that when they're not on the roster as an active player, they're not doing the same things that they were doing when they were rehabbing.
Needs to be in shape. They pay him all the money to be in shape. Texter said, tell the haters to stop ratting Luis Garcia out, aka Gossip Girls. That's a fair point. I'm not against it, though. That's like saying if you run a mile in 40 minutes, it should affect you if you have to run it in 20. You're comparing running a mile to throwing a baseball? What are you doing right now? How is that anywhere near the same thing? We're running a mile in 40 minutes versus doing it in 20 minutes is akin to throwing a baseball in 15 seconds. And by the way, you get 3 extra seconds if there's a runner on base. And you can step off twice if you want.
Okay, but at the same time, the point I'm making, though, is that if you aren't, this isn't something that you've been doing your whole career or you don't realize. And we saw it the first year, the adjustment that pitchers had to make. And they were looking, some guys different than others, obviously, but there were guys that looked like it was affecting them, that they were rushing, that they were winded, that other things were affecting them because of the pitch clock. I just think it could be a factor.
Yeah, I mean, we disagree on it, and people are weighing in, and that's fine. 713-780-ESPN. Seattle used every 18 seconds for every pitch Sunday. A lot of that too is controlling the running game. Like people will do that, which the Astros could do a little bit more of that. By the way, they're they're one of the worst in baseball at controlling the running game.
Yeah, they're one of the worst in baseball. Period on getting stolen upon. But at the same time, good pitchers, whether it's that's being part of the game as well, but they're working the pitch clock on every single pitch, trying to keep a hitter off balance, trying to make sure that there's a little bit more of a guessing game involved of when they're going to deliver the pitch. So there's part of the mental game is the pitch clock.
You can catch another 5-minute break if you claim that your communications isn't working and they have to bring another one out to the mountain. That's facts.
That is true.
Hey, this rosin bag doesn't have any more rosin in it. There's ways to game the system if you need a break. Like, you still get pitching visits. You still get mound visits, although Carlos Correa isn't here anymore. How could the Astros ever recover from that?
But some umpires are smart to it, and others let you get away with it.
They are. But, I mean, you do have your disengagements. Like,
Right. But
you
what
can
I'm
only do that
saying
with a
is,
runner on base, though.
Yeah, especially guys that are out of disengagements for a hitter. They're going to jump on it right away and say, no. I know you're going to say pitch clock. Your pitch clock isn't working. But the bottom line is you're trying to buy one over on me, and we're not going to do it. That's a bull.
The texture is stupid. Running a 40-minute mile, even a 20-minute mile is just walking. That's a great point. I didn't really factor in that math. I can walk a mile in 20 minutes.
I hope so.
Yeah. I'm not sure Luis Garcia can.
Okay, I'm not going that far.
I'm not sure he could walk a mile in 20 minutes.
You think you could beat Luis Garcia running?
Give me 2 weeks.
Okay.
Give me 2 weeks. I got to stretch out this IT band. It's in Luis Garcia shape right now.
Still doing the squats and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. My back's been irritated. I'm not sure I could beat Luis Garcia in a race.
Yeah, see, that's good.
I don't think
it's
so.
going to play a factor.
In my heyday, I can beat Luis Garcia in a race.
If you're worried about being able to play a tune on your hamstrings,
You know what my favorite thing on the internet right now is, though, is whenever I criticize somebody, they'll be like, "I bet you can't do it." No crap, I shouldn't. I work in radio, talking behind a microphone. Like I have the excuse of like being the laziest person in the world if I wanted to. My job isn't my body at all. I could be a 400-pound man. I wouldn't live very long, and I don't want to do that. I'm trying to work on things to cut back the weight a little bit. But comparing a professional athlete to a radio host is quite literally the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Like I posted about the Luis. Well, what do you mean? You're in bad shape. So what? I'm not being paid to be a professional athlete to have a good body. I think I tweeted the other day about Chas McCormick not laying down a bunt. Well, you couldn't lay down a bunt. Of course, I'm not paid by a baseball team to lay down bunts. Why would you make the comparison between the two? That's the stupidest argument I've ever heard.
I mean, that is as dumb as it gets to start thinking that because you are being critical of a professional baseball player that you should be expected to be held to the same standard.
Yeah. You can't say you can't lay down a bunt. You go see 92 and try to lay down a sacrifice. That's not my job. My job is to criticize the players that can't lay down a bunt.
Tell them to get in here and do a live read within 60 seconds.
I actually want to start doing that. Do you think we could pull that off?
What?
Like, people are like, you work in radio, anybody could do it. You think we could get them on for a segment? Like, do you think the bosses would approve that?
I think you'd have to vet it a little bit so that
I really want to do it, though.
You don't put on some idiots that just could go off the
And we got a
handles.
dumb button.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, this is a brainchild, and obviously in the infancy, and I wasn't going to bring it up anytime soon before I thought about it more. But one of my thoughts that I had, because you have people that do, anybody could do it. Okay, let's see it. Let's come on up. 5353 West Alabama, a block away from the Galleria.
Don't tell the Twitchers that.
We have a security clearance. You have to have a keypad to enter, so I feel like we're safe. As me guarding the front door, I feel like we're safe there too. Yeah, I feel like we should do that. Like, anybody can do it. Okay, come on. Let's see it. Let's do it.
Some of the meltdowns
Yeah.
of people that think it's just so easy.
I think it'd be good
Turn
radio.
on the microphone and you just go.
It would be so bad that it would be good radio. And
yeah.
maybe we stumble into the next Sean Pendergast. Like, Sean Pendergast was
Right.
a listener to Jim Rome, the Catalan Asian, 6-time whatever, Rock the Mics or whatever. Not Rock the Mics.
Slap Fest.
I can't remember what it was called. It wasn't Slapfest.
Wasn't?
No, Smack Off.
Smack Off.
He won all of those, and then like he was so good at it that he got, PDs wanted to hire him, and they did, and he worked his way up in Houston, and he's doing fantastic. He's fantastic, one of the best in the city. Maybe we stumble into that by getting some jabroni saying anybody can do it. All right, well, come on. You got 5 minutes. Let's see what you got.
And plus, do both jobs. One, it's one thing to say do a live read or something like that, or get us back from a commercial break, get us into a segment, know how to do a tease, don't stutter and trip all over yourself. There's so many different things. You're right. It is true that so many people's judgmental behavior is, I could do that.
No, you can't say that Chas McCormick can't lay down. You can't say that Chaz is bad at fundamentals when you can't lay down a bunt. No kidding, dude. I work at ESPN 97.5, not for the Houston Astros. 713-780-ESPN. Sorry, I got a soapbox there. Let's get into the Mailbag Monday. What's your question for the Bees? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. What's your question for the Killer Bees? 713-780-ESPN. Question for the Bees, 713-780-3776. Does Blankers put ketchup on brats?
No.
What do you put on brats?
It depends. Again, when people used to try and say that I put it on steak, I don't, unless it's the absolute end all be all where I'm at somebody, you have to eat steak and it's the only thing you have to eat, and in media press rooms and stuff like that. I would never put ketchup on steak. But in terms of like burgers, eggs, things like that, it would be only at if the people screwed up in how they prepared it. Like a brat to me, if done the right way, all you needed, I could put some onions on it. I could sometimes you can put some barbecue sauce on it. But if a brat is cooked the right way, all I need is some grilled onions, and even not even that, and I'm good.
Yeah, I like if you get a good brat, I don't mind it plain.
Yeah,
I'll put ketchup on a hot dog every now and then, like a hot dog, not a brat. I don't really love mustard. So
I don't either. I don't like mustard at all. But I put ketchup. I could put chopped onions. I could put a lot of things on a hot dog too. But like the difference is there's the brat that isn't boiled, pre-boiled.
Huh.
And so you just get the fresh bratwurst. Fresh brats are so much better than the pre-boiled, and the boiled have more like a white skin on them. And if you got a fresh brat and you grill it, I don't need anything on it.
You like sauerkraut?
I don't.
I love it.
I've never liked it.
It's so good. Love it. Put it on a little
I love
schnitzel.
grilled onions. I don't like sauerkraut.
I like the sour. I don't like grilled onions. I like sauerkraut though. 713-780-ESPN. Question for the Bees. Do you think Travis Hunter would have still won the Heisman if he was only one position?
That's a good question. I mean, a lot of it is who else could have wanted it doing more. I think that Genty probably would have won it if he just played one side of the ball.
Yeah, I don't think there's any chance Hunter wins it. I think that was part of his mystique, was part of his allure, was that he played multiple positions. If he played defensive back, he's not getting it. Like, who's the last one that won it? Was it Woodson? Woodson won the last.
Charles Woodson, yep.
He won the last Heisman as a defensive back. And then as a receiver, he just didn't put up the numbers.
No,
he
was the perfect storm for him too. He played both sides of the football. He played for Deion Sanders at Colorado, where he was getting attention every week, and then he's a hell of a football player.
713-780-ESPN. What's your question for the Killer Bees? 713-780-3776. Key from LA. If you had to get rid of one holiday, which holiday would it be and why?
I mean, some of the holidays are like
easy.
Overblown. I mean, are you talking about the major holidays or just any holiday?
He said you'd have to ask Key.
I mean,
he said one holiday.
I don't need Arbor Day or President's Day, or
you don't have respect for the former presidents of our great country.
But do I need a day for them?
It's messed up. Yeah.
Okay, I don't.
Valentine's Day, easy.
Well, you don't get off of work for Valentine's Day.
You don't get off work for Arbor Day.
President's Day, you do. You're supposed to. I mean, it depends on where you work.
No, Valentine's Day. It's a commercialized holiday.
Oh, it's just a cash
You should
cow.
love your significant other on that. Why don't you love your significant other every other day?
Restaurants jack the prices
Yeah.
up at flower shops.
Chocolate covered strawberries are $20 a piece.
Yeah.
Roses are $50. I can't. I don't like Valentine's Day. My wife might be listening. She'd be like, "Oh, you blah blah blah." I don't like it, and it also falls on the calendar too, right around her birthday, right around our anniversary. So it's like boom, boom, boom.
Yeah. My wife's
get rid of
good about
Valentine's
that.
Day.
My wife's like, don't waste your money on flowers that are going to die in a week anyway. We can, the kids and everything else.
No, she's not materialistic. She just wants a little love.
I understand that.
And I mean, yes. Come on now. 713-780-ESPN. What's your question for the Killer Bees? What's a tougher job to do for a first-timer, radio host or producer?
I think they're both equally tough, because I think producer, I mean, AJ will tell you, I mean, there's so many different things between the board and the levels and the mics and things you control and the commercials and the system and things like that. And then from an on-air perspective, again, you think it's easy, but just it's not as simple as turning on the mic and knowing your ins and outs, your cues, what's coming up, reads that have to be done, organize that, and then presenting your thoughts in a broadcast manner. Yeah,
anybody can do this job. This job's easy. Producer's way harder.
Anyone.
Yeah, anyone. Anyone can do it. And if you want to, 713-780-3776.
That's what I thought.
Let's give you a 3-minute tryout. Producer's way harder. I couldn't walk into the production room today and do that job. No chance.
But you shouldn't be able to come in and do your job except for the fact that you have experience.
But if you just pulled anybody from the street, it's way easier to turn this button on and start talking than it is to press those buttons in there.
But you can still screw up. And
No, I'm not saying
more
either job's
dramatic.
easy. The question isn't like which job is easy. The question is what's more difficult. As a first timer that's never done it, it's that one.
Probably
Without a
because
doubt.
of the board.
You couldn't do it. No offense, but you couldn't just go in there and pull audio. And do you even know what button would turn on my mic?
Yeah,
you do.
I think.
Let's go see. Let's go see you mute my mic. I think I'm
Right
calling
now?
I'm calling your bluff.
Right now?
Yes. I don't think you would know which button.
I mean, if I know if it's not labeled, if I know based on what these stations are at this desk, I know on the board which 1, 2, 3, or 4
are they labeled like that. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, you technically don't even have to go in here.
You might have a chance
do
then.
it.
Okay.
Well, no, but it's different. Like I could turn on my mic right now, but it's a little different because it's like you're here in person.
Right.
Like, do you know the button to press to run the spots?
No.
Yeah, no chance.
No.
That's a way more difficult job. Like there's more elements of what he's doing. He has to turn our mics on. He has to press the commercials. He has to hit the drops. He's got to make sure everything's on schedule. Like he's got to keep up with our rundown. What's coming up next? Do I need to play anything for them? All we technically have to do, and there's a lot of things that we do that'd be good, and in our case, very, very mediocre, not good at all, very, very decent, wall of shame, whatever. But all that we technically need is to press this button and start spewing.
Technically,
This is an easier job to do.
If you know how to, I'm not going to say.
No one knows how to speak?
If you know how to speak
I'm
clearly,
not saying it's an easy job to
precisely,
do. But if you're if
You just want candidates.
You go, no, I'm serious. You go walk at the Galleria, you pull in one random person, and you give them the opportunity to do this job and that job. They're going to screw up that one way more than this one. They're going to screw up both. They're going to
Yes.
screw up both.
That's my
But
point.
that one could take us completely off the air. This one, they're just
This
gonna
one
sound
could too, depending on what you
No.
say and how many times you say it.
because
You
AJ's
drop a couple of bombs.
AJ will hit the dumb button. And honestly, being really, really bad would get a lot of laughs. That job is more difficult.
Okay.
For a first timer.
They're
But
both, you're going to screw up on both. This is where I'm at.
yeah. Now it takes talent to do this one.
Yeah.
It takes talent to do this one. 713-780-ESPN. Softball mom Allison. I love Mauricio Dubon. Do you think he will / should have a set position, or is he currently being used in the best way?
Well, I think right now, because of the fact that he's been pretty steady and good playing second base, that for the short term or for the foreseeable future right now, that Rogers probably isn't going to play a whole hell of a lot, and he's going to be your second baseman.
Everything you said is accurate. I'm not a huge Mauricio Dubon fan. I like him okay. I think we tend to overrate Mauricio Dubon a little bit because he's a good defender and he touches the baseball, but he never walks. He doesn't have any power. That said, I do think he should be the most day second baseman. If Jose Altuve is going to play left field DH, especially when Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez pitch, Mauricio Dubon is your best second baseman if we're not counting Jose Altuve. He's a better bat currently than Brendan Rodgers, and he's a better glove currently than Brendan Rodgers. Brendan Rodgers has not been very good. It's hard to call him a bust because he signed for $2 million late in spring training, but it was weird that he was the opening day second baseman when you were planning to move Jose Altuve to left field. Dana Brown issues, but I think Dubon should be your primary second baseman.
I mean, here's the thing. It's based on necessity. Right now, the necessity is he's your best option at second base. He should be playing almost every day at second base. If you had a better option, then we might be talking about him being super utility or playing somewhere else or playing more outfield.
Yeah.
Right now, he's your best option at second base.
Yeah, and he's fine there. He's an elite defensive second baseman. And I mean that sincerely. He's an elite defensive second baseman, and he's fine in the 9 spot. Doesn't kill you in the 9 spot. I think his best role in a really good team is super utility. But on this team, he should be your second baseman batting 9th. And any day that Jose Altuve is not playing second base, which is most of them. Just think about when John was pepper sprayed. Yeah, what happened there? I don't remember. I remember the event. I remember the event, but I don't remember the what happened after he was pepper sprayed. Like, did they go to break? Did they know how to go to break? Maybe not.
I do not remember because I was still in my other job. That I don't remember exactly what happened, but I know that they got punished for it, and I know that he had some issues like the minute it happened.
Yeah, I don't know if they what the next couple of minutes were like in terms of not having a producer. I don't remember the backlash, I guess. Have you all seen Travis Hunter's routes? They look like a middle schooler to me. Have you seen them?
I have not.
I've seen.
I know
them.
he's been criticized.
Yeah, they're very choppy. They're not very smooth. But maybe if he plays the position full time, he's a really good athlete. What is your favorite HBO series that's not Entourage or The Sopranos? That's a tough question. There's so many good ones.
You know me, Entourage would be it for me.
That's the only HBO show you've watched.
We
HBO's
don't
full
have
of
HBO.
great television. But you watched Entourage?
Yeah, back in the day.
Back in the day, there was great shows.
You know me, I don't watch those shows much.
Oh man, you have The Wire. Like that would probably be my favorite drama. And then you have Curb. Curb's my favorite comedy
Oh, you do love Larry
ever.
David. Yeah.
Ever. So if I could separate between drama and comedy, give me The Wire and give me Curb. There's a lot. I like Veep. Veep's not bad.
Oh, that's with
Julia.
Elaine?
Yeah, with Elaine.
Julia Louis-Dreyfus.
We've been watching that Friends and Neighbors show on Apple TV. It's good. It's got John Hamm in it. Hands May Tell. We're about done with that. I think the season finale came out yesterday. Got to finish that up. And then we're watching the what's that show with the dude from This Is Us? What's it called? I always forget the name of show. Paradise on Hulu. That's a good show.
See, I think if you can do it as like something that you and your wife do together, then it makes a whole lot of sense. But we're both so busy, and then when we do things with the kids, it's about their sports and their activities and their dancing and all that other stuff. And at night, it's
like you got plenty of time.
Nope. You think you believe me? I guarantee you have no idea.
What you're going to be home at what time tonight?
Hopefully 6:30, 6:45.
All right. And then let's say you watch the Astros game. So that'd be over around like 10, which should probably be over before 10. What time do the kids go to bed?
Well, around 10.
All right. So you have 10 o'clock. Lisa in bed by that time? Or
Lisa's got to get up earlier than me.
Yeah. So she's already asleep.
Either already asleep or supposed to be sleeping already.
So you're done with wife duty at 10.
Yeah.
What do you have? What time do you go to bed?
10:30.
You got 30 minutes right there.
I don't.
You can watch almost a full show.
News.
You watch the news?
Yeah,
Who watches
what
the
happened in
news these
Houston?
days?
I try to stay current with what's going on in Houston. Yeah, I watch the news.
Do you watch the news these days?
There's a great question.
I don't believe that you go to bed at 10:30.
I mean, I think my family will vouch for it.
They're asleep. How could they vouch for it?
My kids are falling asleep. They know when I go to bed.
No, I'm just messing with you. How To with John Wilson or Curb. I've never seen How To. All right. 713-780-ESPN. That wraps it up for Mailbag Monday. A good edition of Mailbag Monday. So if you go back to last year with the Texans, Joe's going to be happy we're doing this. If you go back to last year with the Texans, the offense wasn't good. Why was the offense not good? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line. Can't do it this week right now.
You go.
Ocho's saying some guy on national radio referred to Caitlin Clark as an attractive white woman carrying the WNBA. He said that woman is not attractive at all. Ocho did.
Wow.
Yeah, it's mean, Ocho.
A woman has a quad issue. It's going to keep her out for 2 weeks.
Why would you subjectify women to their looks, Ocho? I did see a press release from the WNBA about 20 minutes ago.
Okay. Why are you looking at it?
It popped up on my timeline.
Oh.
Yeah. It said the WNBA today issued the following statement regarding the Chicago Sky and Indiana Fever game. We have investigated the report of a racist fan behavior in the vicinity of the court during the game. Based on information gathered to date, including from relevant fans, team and arena staff, as well as audio and video review of the game, we have not substantiated it.
You know where else that we haven't heard anything updates on that kind of stuff?
Where?
Just with threats.
Where?
Major League Baseball.
What happened there?
Lance McCullers. Well, don't you think by now we should have heard a little update?
It depends on how long the investigation takes. So do you think Lance McCullers was lying that he
say that? Just wondering why we haven't gotten another update as to we've either.
I mean, what are you trying to? You can't just drop a bomb and walk away.
I'm not dropping a bomb, and you've dropped these kind of bombs before of insinuation.
I don't walk away.
I'm not walking away. I'm asking the question: why have we not gotten another update from the Astros and/or Major League Baseball, who said that they were investigating these threats to Lance McCullers' family?
Maybe the investigation is not complete.
Okay, how long does it take when you know that? I mean,
I don't know.
We can all
I'm not a
pretty
detective,
but you're on social media enough to realize that we could probably track it down.
Similar?
Because you could, even if they try and retract it, there's ways you could find it, and especially if you're the authority.
If some random on Twitter DM'd you and said, like, you know, I'm not going to say what they said, but they threatened you and your family.
Yeah.
You can find out that person's location and who they are.
I can tell you that from some experience within my family that it was found pretty quickly.
Really? Okay. All right. Interesting.
That's why I broached the question.
You calling them McCullers?
I'm not calling anybody anything. I'm asking, is it not fair to
Lance Smollett
to assume that because that's that's the thing that came up right away was the Jesse Smollett makes us believe that at least there's a shadow of a doubt. Well, all I'm saying is I'm not trying to get to that level. I'm asking why shouldn't we have had an update by now?
I'm kind of asking.
Is that fair?
Do you like Lance Smollett or Jesse McCullers better? What are we going to put on the headline here whenever AJ puts this on the podcast?
The latter probably flows better.
Which one was the latter again? I forgot.
Jesse.
I have a bad short-term memory. Is it Jesse or it's not pronounced Jesse, is it?
Jesse Smollett? I believe so.
Is it Jesse?
I think so. Yeah, I think it's Jesse.
It's spelled J-U. I thought it was always Jesse.
I think it's Jesse Smollett.
It's pronounced Jesse?
I believe so.
But spelled J-U?
Yeah.
That's a bigger crime than anything he did in Chicago that one night. Spelling his name. I've never seen a guy's or anybody's name spelled Jesse with a J-U. Ever. Have you?
I've never seen Jesse spelled.
His parents put him on the wrong track.
Okay.
Thing is what happened.
Leave that one right there, AJ. Leave it alone.
I can't believe you're calling Lance a liar.
I'm not calling him a liar. You're putting words in my mouth. I'm asking why we haven't gotten an update on that situation.
So it's a private, personal thing.
They made it public the day it happened.
Spotted banging on the table.
Yeah, dang right.
Whenever he banged on the table, do you think it was forced? Spada?
He was trying to make, yeah, I think it was forced to emphasize his point. Yes.
It was like one final,
he's also been criticized for not being very emotional.
Yeah, it was like one final act of gusto.
Mm-hmm.
Not Ryan Gusto. One final act of gusto. He's like, okay, questions. But I'm not going to talk about what I just brought up. Myles Garrett lied too. What did Garrett lie about? Do y'all know?
No.
I just remember the thing with him and Mason Rudolph.
Yeah, with the helmet swinging. I don't. Oh, he said that Mason Rudolph made some kind of in the process or something like. Didn't he say that Mason Rudolph made some kind of a slur?
So is that what he lied about? I didn't know that ever got.
I'm guessing if that's what they're referring to.
He lied about wanting to win because he first axed out and then he just signed a contract to stay.
Yeah, he did. I want to win. Okay, give me big money. Okay,
Right.
I don't care about winning anymore. Texture says it's Jussie.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, it'd be a weird.
Most of the news people don't refer to him as Jussie. Am I right, AJ?
Yeah, I've heard Jesse on the news and stuff.
Yeah.
So
How do you pronounce Jesse Smollett's name? 713-780-ESPN. You never know what you're going to get with the Killer Bees. With VPNs and IP blockers, it's pretty easy to cover your trails with a burner account, says a texter.
You sure I was a texter?
What do you mean?
There's other people that do that a lot better in other.
I'm just reading the text from the texter.
Okay. I think that dealing with the authorities and friends of mine that work in that field of police departments, you could track it down.
Huh. Yeah, I wonder.
Especially, too, because you're talking about a public figure that is followed by, I would assume, I haven't looked at his follower count lately, but if it was on Twitter, that someone would have screen captured that and or commented on that and witnessed it to be able to.
I think it was a DM.
That.
I think it was a DM.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it was on. I don't think it was like on a public timeline. I think it was probably a DM on IG or on Twitter.
I wouldn't know. I would think. I was thinking that it was just someone that.
Well,
tweeted him.
whenever you threaten people, do you do it publicly or on DM?
I don't. So I don't.
If you were going to, would you do it on DM or publicly?
You know me. I'm not the most social media savvy.
I mean, I think it was a DM. Pretty
Okay.
sure it was a DM.
Right.
Big C says that you can find the IP address. Good to see you, Big C.
What up, Big C?
But I think if you have a VPN, you can hide the IP address.
I wouldn't know. I just know that it's pretty easy. In my personal experiences, it's pretty easy to track down people.
Yeah, I have no idea. I like this new producer. Can't we please promote BMAC? What do you want to promote BMAC to? What is his promotion? Joe's
Promoting
job?
him?
Yeah. What has he done to deserve a promotion?
He gets rewarded for having someone fill in really well for him.
He gets rewarded for
Missing
not working.
more time. Yeah.
Yeah. He's not working today, and we're trying to promote him. What's the deal with that? Texture to leave this one alone. Probably should. All right. Let's talk about the Texans
You just wanted
and
me to take the fall for it.
I didn't want you to take the fall. I thought it was entertaining conversation.
I mean, you wanted me to come out. And say
So they call him Juicy, our text line saying?
No.
Why do they call him Juicy?
Come on. Go ahead. You bought into that one. So
Why do they call him Juicy, Blankers?
because they don't.
Two different people have texted us that. One person texted, one person tweeted.
I think it's in sarcasm based on
I think it's his nickname.
body of work. I don't think it's his nickname.
He calls himself Juicy, says Google.
Okie doke.
That's what it says on the Google.
Okay, Google could never be wrong. Okay.
That's what it says. What do you know about this, AJ?
no comment. But if you look deeper, you'll find the context.
Good answer, AJ. Smart answer.
Yeah. All right. 713-780-ESPN. This is way more entertaining than the Texans and their
Oh,
offense.
no question. We're not doing what the suits want, but it's much more entertainment.
Joe just texted me. So let's go talk about the Texans and their offensive failures last year. What was the cause for it? That boring segment next. 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Dave Chappelle called him Juice.
Okay. It's different.
You like Chappelle?
It's different. Yes. It's different than his nickname or what he goes by.
It's Chappelle's nickname for him?
Just saying, just because Jay Chappelle calls somebody something doesn't mean that that's what he goes by.
That's what I call him.
Okay, that's different.
I like Chappelle. Chappelle's funny. I like a good stand-up comedian. The guy from New York's pretty good. The guy looks like a vampire with a mustache. I forget his name. He had a Netflix special out like a month ago. He's pretty good.
Looks like a vampire.
Yeah, he was on the roast.
I don't know who that is.
He's pretty good. Do you watch a bunch of stand-up? Yeah, I know the answer to that. Stand-up comedy, Netflix special. He's got a mustache from New York. He's a big Knicks fan.
I don't know who you're talking about.
I'll find it later.
I'll find Knicks fan. I don't know.
Oh, it's Andrew Schultz.
Oh, that's the guy that was on Club Shay Shay or whatever that he was.
Was he on Club Shay Shay?
Yeah, and then he was taking shots at. I think he and Ryan Clark got into it. Shocking, but I think he and
Andrew Schultz and Clark did.
They went back and forth because of something that I think he said while he was on with Shannon Sharp.
How could you be offended by anything a comedian says?
I mean, come on.
They're comedians.
Right. Well,
it's funny.
I'm not going to say that I haven't had my beefs with comedians over the years, but it's a different situation.
Yeah, it's not stand up.
True.
I guess his podcast wasn't stand up either, though. I can't just.
It was a one-on-one interview.
So funny.
They broached a ton of topics.
Like, how could you think a comedian's ever being serious to where you're gonna like be offended by what a comedian is saying to you? That's funny to me. All right. Anyway, 713-780 ESPN. We've milked the clock enough. Alex says, tell Joe to leave this show the way that it is. Yeah. Send an email or send a DM, AV. Maybe that'll help us out, but that's all we can say to you. But the Texans offense had failures last year. They had some shortcomings. Aaron Wilson said some stuff about this, huh?
He did. Yeah. It finally came out. I was a little surprised about it because we had questions about where the breakdowns as it specifically relates first and foremost to the offensive line, all the changes they made and things that we were guessing on were going on behind the scenes. And then in the bigger picture of how it may have affected the offense.
And behind the scenes, there were players that had issues with Bobby and they didn't think he was listening to feedback and not running plays they wanted him to run. And then we had discord in the offensive line room between Chris Strausser and Cole Popovich, and Strausser has seemed checked out for years to me and others. And so my sources have told me that it was Strausser controlled the playing time, but it was Popovich who was giving the players the guidance that they'd hoped for, and the coaching and the feedback, and being really personally invested in these players and their developments. But with everything, things change, and now they're trying to overhaul this group, this offense, and the whole season to me will be a referendum on the offense if it's good enough, and if it's not.
Yeah, to cut off that sentence.
Yeah.
Aaron goes a little run on sit and see at times.
Yeah, he gets a little chatty, but at the same time, I mean, this gives you a little bit kind of a peel back of the curtain of kind of answering some of the things we were wondering about, from personnel to how they were coaching them up to the fact that it seems kind of odd that it was so dysfunctional that your assistant line coach was actually giving them the guidance, but that your line coach was the one that dictated who played. And then
I don't think that's not that crazy. I really don't.
I think that they can both be. If you're the line coach, you know exactly what you want out of players. You should be at least in part partaking in what you're working with and asking these players to work on and do.
Do we know if Strausser was on the field or in the booth?
That I do not know.
I mean, that could be a factor.
Sure.
Like if Strausser's in the booth, then that's a huge factor.
But you would think at practice during the week, this is what the time that you're actually working on getting these guys better, improving and cleaning up mistakes and doing things like that they would both be on the field for practices.
Yeah. There's a lot of times though where you go a little good cop, bad cop. So like that, this isn't out of the realm of possibility. Like, do I think it's the most ideal thing, most optimal thing? I'm not saying that's the case, but it doesn't shock me as one who's been around coaching staffs, like on the sideline and on the field and stuff like that. Like, you have a lot of position coaches that might not be as in touch game day that you would
Game day's
expect.
different.
Now,
Yep.
practices are different. I
Yep.
would agree there.
Yep. And then from the standpoint of the first part of the quote in the comment is that CJ or others? But if you're saying that there are guys that were not happy with the fact that they wanted certain plays to be run and there were certain things that they wanted that they weren't getting from Slowick as well, maybe there was a whole lot more dysfunction that they were leading on, because at the end of the year, it almost seemed like they were protecting Slowick. They were going out of their way to celebrate and talk about how much they loved Bobby Slowick. But now this is the first we're hearing that maybe behind the scenes, the truth of the matter was there wasn't all that kumbaya continuity and that there were issues.
See, this is all hard to grasp. I'm not saying that Aaron's wrong per se, but there's a lot of things that I think you can ask that throws a wrench into this. And then the one thing you can also go back to is, why was their offensive line pretty decent 2 years ago when they had no talent? Strouser was the O-line coach then. He got less interested and got more talent, and the line was worse. Like, that's kind of curious to me. Like, I don't know why that was the case. And look, maybe it all was Strouser's fault. But I also, and look, I'm guilty of it too. I think there's a part of fans and Texans fans that want the Texans to be good this year, and everybody does, that are pointing at Strouser and Slowick as the reasons that the Texans offense wasn't good. Because if they were the reasons that the Texans offense was not good, that means that addition by subtraction, you get rid of them, voila, the Texans offense is going to be good. So I wonder how much reaching there is here. I wonder how much of like moving the goalpost there is going on here as a way to excuse a poor offense and a way to also be optimistic about this year's offense.
Now, there's a way to look at this from both sides, right? Because if you're looking at it from the Texans' perspective, you're probably feeding and maybe one of the sources for telling Aaron Wilson so that the word gets out there so that it can look like, hey, this was all about the continuity of our coaching staff. This is why the changes had to be made. The guys we are bringing in are going to be much better. However, because it worked in lockstep with the fact that they got rid of 3/5 of their starting offensive linemen, that maybe that there's more to this in terms of the fact that there is some truth to the fact that maybe the coaching staff was one part of it. But the other thing was that in terms of trying to make sure it doesn't happen again, they had to addition by subtraction some guys that were being problem children during the week.
And then the second question I would have to this is, if it was so dysfunctional, so bad, like we're being led to believe, and again, I'm not dismissing that. I hope it's the case, because if that's the case, then there's probably more reason for optimism of offensive success this year. But the question that I would have is, if it was so dysfunctional, why didn't D'Amico get rid of them?
Because during the season, I think it would be too difficult, especially if
it was so dysfunctional and we're talking addition by subtraction. Why was it so hard?
Players or coaches?
The coaches.
See, from a coaching perspective, I think, and he's made mention of this towards the end of the year or after the year, that it would be, especially because you're not going to get rid of Slowick in the middle of the year.
Why not? If it's so dysfunctional and you think you're better without him, why wouldn't you?
Because who you replacing him with? Even if
there's multiple options.
You could go to Gerard. I get it.
Or you can go Bill Lazor, former offense coordinator in the NFL.
I just think that removing an OC mid-season just basically turns everything on its ear with a team that's going to be going to the playoffs. I think that it could just be so disruptive that I just don't think that that's an in-season thing you do, especially if you're talking about removing him and the head offensive line coach.
Look, they promoted the assistant offensive line coach,
which tells me that they believe in his abilities, but that he was stifled by the guy in front of him.
Why wouldn't you get rid of him?
Because of continuity during the year. I just don't think those are moves that you make during the course of a season. If you're a team that's going nowhere, sure, then absolutely. And now you're going to get a trial run for guys that you think you believe could do the job better. But I think that if you're a playoff caliber team, a division winning team, I don't think that's something that you do in the middle of the season.
Look, I mostly agree with you. And we're kind of workshopping and talking out a very specific scenario. But if you think the dude is that big a problem and he is the reason that you're not having success in really whatever industry, then you get rid of the problem.
See, I think that, again, when we're talking about the fact that it goes deeper than just your O-line coach, too, because it's as it relates to his boss, which is your OC, and the fact that we've talked about, and I think at the end of the season it came out, too, that maybe schematically they could do things differently to run things that are more advantageous to take advantage of the personnel that they have on the roster that maybe they didn't do a year ago, as well as some of the bad apples that were maybe not willing to do what they were not asked to do. But I think that that's why it could completely just sink
I don't know why you
the
would,
ship in the middle of the
why,
season.
Why would it though? Like you have continuity there. Like they've been on your staff the last 2 years. Like if Bobby Slowick all of a sudden isn't calling plays, like I don't know how it's like you're not learning a new playbook. You're not learning a new scheme. It's just somebody else is calling the plays. And if you think that person is such a negative, you get rid of the person. Like it's the Taylor Scott thing. Like Taylor Scott was so bad of a pitcher, you think he's a negative, you get rid of the relief pitcher. Why wouldn't you do that for a coaching staff? Like just because Slowick's gone doesn't mean you don't have continuity.
I don't think you do both. I don't think you do both of them because I think it would be disruptive based on we all know that you get into a routine.
Why is it so disruptive though?
Because I think that it's someone completely different that's going to be.
They've been here the last 2 years,
but they're going to be on the clock too, so they're going to be expected to do what they're supposed to.
Real quick, not only have they been here the last 2 years, they're still on the staff. They're still on the staff.
Sure, but what I'm saying is if you do that in the middle of a season, that from a player's perspective, it can be completely disruptive. It could be the fact that, again, you also don't, like from a Tunsil perspective, if you're going to try and trade him in the offseason, then you're not going to do something with Laramie Tunsil if Popovich decides you're not going to sit him down, you're not going to healthy scratch him. And so, and as a new guy coming in that used to be the assistant, the first thing you're going to do is go after one of your best players at left tackle.
Well, I mean, why do you have to go after a guy?
But going after him means you're gonna bench him, or you're gonna.
Well, that's not happening. You weren't benching Laramie Tunsil.
But that's what I'm saying. And if you had plans on getting rid of him at the end of the year, that's something that is not going to be on the table. So how much are you going to change?
Hold on. I don't mean to like pick holes, but you think in week 15 they already knew they were moving on from Laramie Tunsil?
I think they had a pretty good indication that based on how he was acting behind the scenes, they knew what they didn't want to deal with again for another year. I really believe that.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like that's a stretch, but there's no way of proving that, so there's no sense in arguing it. I just don't know how disruptive it would be to fire a play caller. We see it all the time in the NFL.
I think it's the combination. I think you're firing a play caller and your offensive line coach, and I think that has a real legitimate chance to be disruptive to a playoff team.
But if they're so bad,
Jeremy,
I don't see the disruption there.
So bad was still allowing this team to be a playoff caliber team
because of their defense.
But you don't know what you don't know if you all of a sudden go to a guy that's never called plays before and or an offensive line coach that's never been an offensive line coach before.
They didn't have to do that. Laser has called plays before.
Okay. But by doing both in unison and not knowing what you don't know about everybody other than the guy that you mentioned, then I think that you set yourself up for failure more than success by doing it in the middle of the season.
But then they fired the guys.
Because again, I think they were putting Band-Aids all over the place because D'Amico also wants to show loyalty to his coaching staff. I don't think D'Amico, being friends of Bobby, wanted to get rid of Bobby in the middle of the season.
See, that's kind of where I'm going here. Like, I don't love that my head coach can't make difficult decisions in season because of loyalty.
But you know that that's not the first time it's happened either.
If it's the disruption thing, okay. Like, I can listen to that. Like, that's football reason.
Mm-hmm.
I might disagree with you about like the amount of disruption there, but if D'Amico's decision, no, we think that's too disruptive, we can't do that, we think it would, paralyze us. Okay, I can listen to that. I might disagree, but I can listen to that argument for sure. If the decision was, we know we can be better with Bill Lazor or Gerard Johnson calling plays than Bobby Slowick, but I'm not going to do it because he's my friend, that is a much bigger issue.
But you know that we've seen it throughout sports history where coaches don't.
That doesn't make it right, though.
You're right. You're right. Two things could be true, but you know that there are coaches that are hell-bent loyal to their guys that are, if it means that I keep my job, but I got to get rid of my staff, or that I got to get rid of someone that like you said, that you're loyal to, that they will go to their grave fighting tooth and nail for their loyalties to their people.
Yeah, 713-780-ESPN. Let's carry this over on the other side. Killer B, 713-780-3776. Killer B's ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Having a layered conversation. Texans offense not mandated by the suits at all on May 27th. 713-780-ESPN. Aaron Wilson detailing some of the struggles of the offense last year, the shortcomings of the offense last year, in large part because of Bobby Slowick and Charlie Strouser, the offensive line coach for the Houston Texans last year. Of course, both of those no longer with the organization. Nick Caley, the new offensive coordinator. El Jefe's son, Popovich, the new offensive line coach. He was the assistant last year. And then, I feel like these guys are getting all of the blame of the 2024 offensive struggles, because I think everybody wants them to be the blame, because if they are the blame, that means the 25 Texans offense should be better by default. And not dismissing that at all. I want it to be the case. And I don't think Slowick was great, and Strouser didn't have a good year last year. Although 2 years ago, I might do that. I might go pull back some old D'Amico Ryans press conference stuff, talking about the great job that Strouser did 2 years ago, because I remember he was doing it.
Well, it's funny, too, because
the offense. Hold on, let me finish real quick. The offensive line had so many injuries 2 years ago that every single press conference that D'Amico Ryans had, he was giving Strouser a lot of praise for being able to piece it together. And then last year, he's the world's worst.
Well, I was going to say, what's funny, too, is the fact that Aaron Wilson didn't go out and just say last year. He said that he thought
Interesting.
His sources told him that Strouser has been mailing it in.
Yeah, I heard that.
For multiple years.
That's
for the last couple of years.
Then why did
that would include what you're talking about?
Why did he make chicken salad at a?
Yeah, because are you going? Well, there's a bigger point of contention to wonder about is how far is he willing to go?
And D'Amico was praising him 2 years ago.
And then why didn't he change at the end of the year? Why he didn't change at the end of the first year was probably because of the fact that if the line was sustained, they did their job.
You're right.
Then why are you getting rid of it?
Yeah, I see what you're saying here. Because if he didn't do a good job 2 years ago, you move on.
That's right. Except for they had some success on the field.
Yeah. And I can listen to your argument of like the disruption part. Again, disagree with it. I can, and like that's okay to like keep a coach. Like I hear that argument, like 60-40 disagree. Like I can hear it. I don't love it, but I can live with it. The loyalty thing I can't. Like if you know that guy is a liability and you're keeping him because you're loyal to the soil, that's not a great look. I would expect. Look, if GM Todd right now he felt like Joe George was not a benefit to the station, I would hope that he wouldn't look at his loyalty to him and would try to find the best guy for the job. Maybe it's Brian. Twitch was trying to promote Brian earlier today. And of course, I don't have any sincerity.
But I think that
here.
also every situation is different in the fact that you might be loyal to a guy because you've worked with him previously in your career and you've had success. The problem is that every situation is different. The personnel you're dealing with could be, and their personalities, completely different than what worked for you the last time. But as coaches, because you know how volatile the business is, you do want to stay loyal to those that you've worked with and built relationships with. But you have to also realize that in the situation that sustainability is based on the success that team is having. And if he's not the right guy for the job, whether it be your players and their personalities or just that he's lost that fire, you got to move on.
I want to win games. So, like, I'm going to always have the person that is in the best position to win me football games. I don't care if it's before the season, the off season, or if it's in week 8. If I'm the head coach, that is always my focus. You owe that to the organization. You owe that to who's employing you. You owe that to the rest of the coaching staff. You owe that to the players. Every decision that you make should be about winning. And if he wasn't willing to move on from guys because he's friendly with them, that's an issue. I would also say it's an issue if you feel like firing him and Bill Lazor gives you a better chance to win, I think you should do it. If Strouser's fired in week 15 and you bring in Popovich, who you promoted anyways, that gives you a better chance of winning. I think that you should do it. Always.
That also goes back to how are the players going to react to it? And we don't know,
That's
right?
part of the equation.
We don't know, yeah. But I think that, it's easy to say that. I understand that where you're coming from in the fact that I'm not trying to belittle the point. I'm saying that, yes, the easy solution would be if you don't feel like they're getting the job done, to make the change. But it also goes a step further as to how your players are going to react to that. How are they going to react to it, like emotionally, systematically, and how are they going to be effectively on the field?
I mean, they're
because
pros,
of that?
though. Like,
they're supposed to be, Jeremy. We just got done talking about pitchers that are professional athletes that might not be taking the best care of themselves.
That's a bit different than the mentality.
But still, as a pro, you're supposed to be able to handle whatever is thrown your way,
right,
in the locker room.
But one's like
some guys
laziness.
aren't going to do that.
But like not keeping yourself in shape is laziness. That's not the
But
same
it's also
thing.
from the standpoint, missing, extended periods of time with injuries that we question whether you should be missing time for, or you're loyal to a coach because that coach has really, personally done a lot for you,
Mm-hmm.
even though at the end of the day, from the team perspective, he's not the right guy for the job, but it's going to affect you if he's no longer there.
Yeah. You're tight with AJ, which I mean,
are we tight? We're friends.
Okay.
Yeah.
AJ got fired right at the end of the show. You gonna have trouble doing a show tomorrow?
I mean, if he was our everyday regular producer, but I feel bad for AJ.
Would you have trouble doing the show tomorrow?
No.
There you go.
But it's
I don't think
okay,
CJ Stroud. I don't think CJ Stroud would have a lack of performance if they moved on from Bobby Slowick after Week 14 last year. I don't think any professional would.
But we're talking about 11 guys, and we're talking about more than that, and we're talking about
think
how
they
these
would.
guys react. I think that it's one thing to say if CJ Stroud can handle it. It's another thing
Nico
to say
Collins?
if other guys.
Joe
couldn't.
Mixon.
But you're talking about veterans. We're
Okay,
talking
well,
about
then
we had some young guys. We had
who was the
Patterson.
youngest-
We had Juice. We had younger guys on
Okay,
the
those guys.
offensive
Then
line.
you think Juice would be a lesser player in the final 4 games if they fired him before the final month of the year?
I think if there's significant change that goes with the firing,
And if they're better coaches too, by the way.
right? But you don't have training camps and practices. All of a sudden, if you're going to switch on a dime and you're expected to make it better in the middle of the season, you don't have the right time frame to be able to utilize all of what you might want to implement.
I don't think you're implementing though. I don't think a new interim coach is going to all of his, hey CJ, start throwing left-handed. Like you're not going to implement
No, but
anything
Jeremy,
crazy.
If you're saying stick with the same system but just change the person in charge, then I don't think you're going to get any better. So then why make the change in the middle of the season?
Why do it in the offseason?
Because in the offseason, you can change the system. You can change personnel if you need to. You can change a lot of things because you have the time and the practice time to do it.
That was a dumb question. The answer would be because you feel like the other guy gives you a better chance to win the game. Like look, it's rewinding, playing out a scenario after Week 14, whatever. If DeMeco Ryans felt that firing Slowick gave him a better chance of winning games and the offense being better because Gerard Johnson or Bill Lazor, who's a former offense coordinator in the NFL, gave him a better chance to win than Slowick, he should have made the move.
I think, but you have to weigh the fact that in the process of doing that, you said, do it to give you a better chance. But is there also a chance in the pitfalls of what could go wrong with this, that you could take a season where you were fighting for, but going to win the division and be a playoff team, and could it take it the wrong direction if it backfires, or there's the other side of the equation where it's not going to be successful and you could blow up what otherwise would have been a successful season with the coaches that were still in place?
I mean, the
I'm
Texans,
not doing that.
They dropped 2 of their last 3 and then went 1-1 in the playoffs. So, like, what was the
You're saying
gain?
if they did it at the Week 4, we don't know how long this was going on either, to where that you could have
Well, I
done
mean, Week 14 would have been the natural time to do it because it was after a bye.
Sure, but it could have, if this was going on all season long, we're focused on a Week 14. This could have, at any time, you could think about doing it, but that late in the season, with the big games that they had coming up in a short period of time too, with even less practice time, I don't know how that makes sense.
Because the other guy can call plays better. He's going to score more points.
But
for
we're
you.
talking about offensive line coach and offensive coordinator. So you don't know what you don't know, but I'm sure that
No, you're making
behind
an estimated guess on who would be better for the job.
But I also think behind the scenes, there was an estimated guess going on, discussions being had about if we did this now, weighing the pros and cons of saying, could the bottom fall out on us?
What if it helps your ceiling? Like, yes, there is
Right,
risk,
there's
but
the
there's
pros
also
and the
reward.
cons.
Sure.
It could go one way or the other.
And if your ceiling is tapped out as a divisional round team with Slowick, why wouldn't you do it?
Because I don't think that they felt like their season was tapped out at just a divisional round.
Well, they're foolish then.
Okay.
713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Gary, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Gary?
Hey, what's up, guys? Great discussion, by the way. Hey, I think I kind of want to agree with both of y'all a little bit. So I think it's really simple. I think I do agree that it's probably like a little extreme to fire the OC, right? But I just think it was a flat out mistake to keep the offensive line coach, especially with that late of a bye week. Like, we should have made the change, right? It's not like it could get much worse. Worst case, it stays the same. You send the message. I don't know, whatever cliche. The other part is, and I'm a Nick Caserio, not a Nick Caserio guy, but I feel like some of the stuff in the locker room came from the fact that I feel like they were forced to play Kenyon Green. Like, Kenyon Green stinks. Like, he's not even like an NFL level player. And, that was pretty apparent since he was a rookie. You guys said that the offensive line was great 2 years ago. Guess what happened 2 years ago? Kenyon Green was out for the whole freaking season. So I think stuff like that could cause harm in the locker room, basically like the coach playing his son, because he was such a high draft pick, they were forced to play him. That's more of a conspiracy theory, but that's what I think.
Appreciate the call, Gary. And see, I think that's where the scenario plays out too. If you just want to do what everybody was calling for, I don't think anybody was calling for Slowick's head during the season. I think Strasser was on the table.
Ooh, that happened. No, people were calling for Slowick. Like I remember Sarge asking D'Amico about, or was it Caserio? He might have asked Caserio about why Slowick was still the man for the job, and that's when Caserio stood on the table for Slowick.
This leads me to more of my point when I was hearing all this too from Aaron Wilson, is the fact that there was a whole hell of a lot more dysfunction than they let on. The fact that everybody was covering everybody else. They were covering for everybody else. They were wanting you to believe it was sunshine and rainbows. And if you just wanted to change Strasser, it's one thing. But I think that the thought of changing both your OC and your offensive line coach at that point, or anytime once the season got past the midway point, I just think that they probably weighed the fact, and at least they thought that there was too great of a risk that the season could bottom out instead of going where they were and eventually going to end up.
If you now we're just putting parameters on it, but it's fun. Mm-hmm. If you're D'Amico coming off the bye week 14, you're 8-5, and you know that you're going to go 2-2 down the stretch, win the division, you're going to win a wild card game, and then you lose in the division. You're going to go 2-2 and then finish in the division. But you're given the option of taking that, or option B, you can fire your OC and your offensive line coach, and you're either going to win out and win it all, or you're going to lose the rest of the games and miss the playoffs. You taking option A or option B?
I think they're taking option A. Because
no way.
Option A.
Option B.
I think option A. I understand what you're going to take, but I'm saying from an organizational standpoint, that's a successful season. That's a division win. That's progress as a team for the second straight year. That's doing things that way ahead of schedule. And then you can make changes in the offseason, as opposed to running the risk of not making the playoffs, and then everybody's asses are on the line and being questioned, and everything is a negative going into the entire offseason. I think as a franchise, they would rather take the division win and a playoff win than the boomer bust.
You're throwing away the chance at the first ever Super Bowl in Houston's
because there's also
history.
a chance you don't even make the playoffs.
I'm taking that chance
I know
every
what you're
day.
taking.
And I get your point, D'Amico and Caserio, their jobs are on the line. So it might be I see the point of your answer. Now, if you're Cal McNair, you're picking option B every time.
Right, but you're saying
because you don't have a
we're
hot
just
seat.
hypothetically, and we're having fun kicking it around. I just think from their standpoint, they're not going to put their own butts on the line, as opposed to knowing that they have everything stays status quo in terms of their jobs, their ability to do what they want to do with their football team, and everybody looking at it as, hey, that was a positive season.
Look, I'm not even a ring culture guy. I kind of despise ring culture. You can have a fantastic year, win 15 games, you lose by a field goal in the Super Bowl because of some fluke call, and everybody calls your season a disappointment. I don't believe in that. I think you can have great seasons without winning it all. But if you gave me an option of throwing away a divisional round appearance for even a 10% chance to win the Super Bowl versus a 90% chance to lose out, I'm taking the 10% chance to win it all. Taking the 10% chance to win the Super Bowl.
Okay. I just maybe, we obviously have different opinions, but I think that from the standpoint of most organizations, that they understand how far-fetched it is to win Super Bowls, especially in the situation they were in,
Isn't that more reason to take the risk on winning it?
Okay, I just think that from an organizational standpoint, from overall revenues and everything else, and positive, how to build on last season and everything else, they would rather have the division win and the playoff win, and the fact that they didn't get their doors blown off against Kansas City to build on, as opposed to the risk of not making the playoffs.
They're not putting that on the resume. They're not putting that on the 2024 resume. We didn't get beaten badly by Kansas City. They're going to hang the banner.
But it's part of it that they didn't get. You would be scrutinized more if you did.
Yeah, but you're not putting that on the resume.
I'm not trying to build a resume at this point. I'm trying to say that from this era of Texans football, you're building on all positives. If you got your doors blown off and got completely embarrassed like you did on Christmas, like by the Chiefs, it would be a hellacious offseason.
Yeah. Yeah. Give me a 10% chance to win it all.
I know where you're. I know where you.
Give
your
me
answer was gonna
rings.
be.
I like parades. If you have a chance of the ship and think a firing gives you a better chance, then pull the trigger, says a texter. Another texter, can't fire him that late in the season. Yeah, I would challenge. Why not? Well, it's disruptive. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Is this a potential name for the Rockets this offseason? We'll discuss next. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So, new name potentially emerging for the Rockets this offseason. Not that they're interested per se, but a name that could be out there that makes sense. New York Post reporting that the Brooklyn Nets could reportedly look to package Cam Johnson in a trade to acquire a second lottery pick. Oh, Rockets have a second lottery pick. They have pick number 10. What do you think of Cam Johnson's game?
I think they've been high on him for a long time. I think he fits what they sorely need with a little bit more. I think he's more than just an above average shooter and good NBA 3-point shooter. I think he's a guy that has some size as a three. I think that he gives you some versatility, but this team desperately needs shooting. And if all you're giving up is the 10 pick and some sweeteners of some case, I always say price matters. And that's why when we talked about Durant, if the price was substantially less than what we're talking about for Giannis or some of the big names, that's something that the Rockets should actually look into. If Cam Johnson is only going to cost you number 10 and some sweeteners, I think he's a huge upgrade for this team for what he brings to this team, not just from just flat out shooting, but he can do a lot. He's younger, he's active, he still finishes on the break. I think he'd be a great addition to this team.
Good score, at least it was last year, 19 points, which that was on a bad Brooklyn team, but still 19 points. His career, he's a 39% three-point shooter. So he's instantly one of your best three-point shooters. He shot 39% last year, too. His free throw shooting is very good. 89% last year, 85% over his career. Not a great rebounder for kind of being a bigger three. Averages just under 4 rebounds a game for his career, but 4.3 last year. I'm interested in Cam Johnson. I think he would be worth a look here.
I know they said it, but it was number 10. And what did they mention? Any more specifics?
No, I started to do kind of because there was a fella in my comments because I asked, "What should the Rockets do this?" And because Cam's going to make like 20-something million next year,
he gets
like right
paid
around
well.
20. So either you're trading 10 and Dylan Brooks, or you have to trade pick 10, Jock Landale, Aaron Holiday, and Tari Easton, it looks like. So those would be your two
I
options.
think they got to do you a solid. I think as part of it, if they want that lottery pick and they want to get out from under his contract, then they got to take your dead weight, or you're close to dead weight, right? You're less than. And so I would say that you would, if you could get away with 10, Jock, Aaron, Holiday, and who else?
Tari.
See, I'm fine with that. Tari, to me, is who he is. I said that we were going to find out a lot based on what happened with this playoffs, and maybe even more than that. Tari's not an above-average offensive player. Tari's not a smart basketball player in a lot of cases. Tari's a good defender. Tari's can finish around the finish on the break. Tari, to me, is a lesser than version of Amen Thompson, and he's a guy that's caught in the mix as doubles to what you already have enough of. I can afford to give up Tari, Jock, Aaron Holiday, and number 10 to get a guy that really helps me significantly with shooting and scoring like Cam.
So you rather do the second package, Jock, Holiday, Easton, and 10 versus Dylan Brooks and 10?
Yeah, I think Dylan still brings a lot to the table. As much as I've been critical, but Dylan does defend. He does give you an identity in terms of a guy that's not going to take any crap from anybody. Yeah, maybe I think he goes too far sometimes, but I think that overall he's still a starter for this team.
Yeah, I'm surprised to hear you say that.
Yeah, but I just because I think it's more so my feelings from Tari about Tari have changed as it relates to a guy that is who he is, but did what he was supposed to do and better because he shot the ball so well this year in Dylan Brooks.
I would do the second one myself too. I'm okay with trading pick 10. Like you have to eventually, and I talk about this all the time, like you have so much of a surplus, whether it's picks or it's young players, that eventually you're going to have to combine them to try to level up. Cam makes this team better. He like, I don't know if he starts for you, because if you're keeping Dylan Brooks, he's not starting ahead of Dylan.
Probably not, but I think that there's still enough significant minutes to be played at multiple different positions for him, but primarily the 3. And I think from the standpoint of like, I always make the analogy of like when you're collecting cards and you have doubles, like you have so many repetitive guys on this roster that you can afford to lose a Tari Eason in the process of gaining a guy that gives you so much that helps your team for right now. Because that's the other thing. You whoever you take at number 10, how soon are they going to be ready? We saw the number 3 pick in the draft be a guy that barely touched the floor at all this year.
Well, he's a bum.
So depending on who you talk to. But for me to say that if I'm going to rely on, I need that number 10 pick. No, you don't. You need a veteran that can help you right now.
Yeah. And I do like Tari's game, but what annoys me about Tari is he doesn't play a lot. Played 57 games this past year. He played 22 games 2 years ago, and it seems like that issue has not gone away.
I was going to say, it's one thing to say the things I said, and I didn't even factor in the medicals of this mysterious leg injury that doesn't seem, as much as they thought they got it a year ago, it didn't go away, and they were resting him in significant portions of time to hope that it got better or that he could be more effective. At the same time, you don't want to lose value on him. The book's starting to come out on him too, based on how he played in the playoffs in certain games, to where 2 years ago, the Knicks were willing to give you a whole hell of a lot to get a Tari Eason. How many more teams are going to be willing to do that if they keep seeing how he played?
Yeah, he didn't have a great playoff. I still think he has a good amount of value, and I don't want to define him based on one playoff series, but do agree that he didn't have a great playoff. The second angle that you have to look at this, I think, if you're Rafael Stone, he's going to come up on a contract decision pretty soon.
Like money.
You could actually extend Tari Eason this year if you wanted to.
Don't do it.
And the Rockets have extended guys early. They extended Alpi a year early. They extended Jalen a year early,
Exactly.
which I actually agree with both of those decisions because they ended up paying them less than what they would have gotten. And you don't let talent walk away for free. I'm not sure that they can afford to pay Tari. So if you can't afford to pay Tari, why not trade Tari for a guy who's going to help your rotation?
See, I think from the standpoint of what you just said, it's what Tari thinks he's worth as opposed to what you and the league thinks he's worth. And I think that that's where you have to understand that if Tari thinks he's going to get money similar to and or guys that you just named and others that are younger but are better players, that's a problem in itself that you're going to lose them anyway. So you need to do something now before it's too late for a guy that probably overvalues himself with him and his agent compared to what the league and everybody else and his play is telling you.
Yeah. And I feel like Cam just takes the Tari spot in the rotation.
Yeah. And again, Cam is stuff that I personally still think is fixable. And I think that he's got too much skill. I don't think Tari has the skill of Cam. And I think that also lends itself and this medical thing that is a huge concern behind the scenes to where before you get stuck holding the bag on that literally and a guy that can't stay healthy, you get rid of him.
Yeah, the medical and the contract are my biggest reasons. And I think that Cam's a better player than Tari. Yes, you're trading the number 10 overall pick too, but where does that fit
That
in the
has more
rotation?
value to teams that are rebuilding than it has a team that's already well past rebuilt with a bunch of young talent.
There you go. We figured it all out. We're okay with pick 10, Tari Easton, and then salary filler, Jock Holiday for Cam Johnson.
But I'm not done.
Okay.
I don't have to be. I mean, I'm saying I'll make that move, and then I'll still be considering other moves.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, this wouldn't be the one and done.
No.
You only get one off-season move type of deal. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Let's get to the car wreck of the day. What is yours? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
After the long holiday weekend, stocks bounced back sharply today after President Trump rolled back the possibility of new tariffs on the European Union, and the EU said it would fast-track trade negotiations with the United States. They have about a month to do that now that the deadline's been pushed back, but that was good enough news for the market to rally off of Friday's losses, and we had some mixed economic data with consumer confidence rebounding sharply, but durable goods orders falling notably. The Dow rallied 740 points or 1 3/4%. S&P up 2% or 118 points at 59.21, and the Nasdaq up nearly 2.5% or 462 points to 19,199. The markets now in the U.S. effectively flat on the year after being in negative territory. Bond yields fell to 4.45%. The dollar firmed. Oil slipped 47 cents to 61.06 the barrel, while gold slid $63. The safe haven trade evaporating a bit to 33.02 the ounce as we wait for NVIDIA's earnings tomorrow.
Car wrecks of the day, 713-780-ESPN. Hunter Brown's pitching for the Astros today.
The Diesel.
What do you expect from the Diesel?
I expect the Diesel. Again, don't sleep on the A's. They're not a bad baseball team, but I think he's going to bounce back from playing in that rinky-dink park, minor league park. I think he's going to shove. I think he's going to go. What are you shaking your head?
I love your take lock on the Sacramento A's.
What do you mean?
You've had take lock on the A's.
I think they got a lot of good young talent.
Didn't we have an argument about how many?
We argue about everything.
But I think you said they're going to be like close to 500 this year.
Okay. Maybe I did.
You kept up with the Oakland Athletics lately?
No.
I think they've lost 9 of their last 10.
Okay. It's a long season.
8 games below 500.
Sweet. They got
last
8 games
place
to make
in the AL West.
All right.
I like some of their pieces. I like Butler a lot.
There was a guy that I liked that you guys crapped on me for when I said he looked like he had a whole bunch of talent. I think BMAC was really all over me on it. And he's turned out to be a good player. It's one of their outfielders. I can't think of his name right now.
Must be really good.
No, but I'm just saying
It wasn't Lawrence Butler?
It might have been.
I like Butler. It wasn't Rooker?
Yeah. No, definitely. Rooker was already playing well.
You know what just hit me? I keep calling them Oakland. I don't care. Oakland A's. Who cares what I call the Oakland A's? I can call them Oakland. Who cares?
It's the city as opposed to the name.
What's their play-by-play name, lady?
The
I might
woman?
watch their broadcast. See if we get any good sound.
You should. Yeah.
Oh, hello. That ball's hit a long.
I don't
way.
know her name, but yeah, she's not great.
I might listen to their.
I think Hunter Brown's going 6 1/3, 1 run.
Oh, hello. Jenny Cavnar.
Jenny what?
Cavnar.
Okay.
I guess it's spelled Cavnar. Seems like a Cavnar to me, right?
Yeah, sure.
Jenny Cavnar.
That sounds like you said it right.
Are you opposed to me making fun of her calls?
No. Why would I ever be opposed to that?
I don't know. It might call me sexist or something.
Well, I mean, that's possible too.
I'm not sexist.
Okay.
No.
Says you.
If anything, it's showing how fair I am. Because if I'm unwilling to criticize her calls, but I'm willing to criticize a man's calls, that means I'm being sexist.
Okay.
But if I criticize them equally, I think I'm being fair and just.
Okay.
Right?
Sure.
I feel like you don't care that much.
I don't. To be honest, I don't.
All right. What's your car wreck of the day?
I got a couple. How about Coco Gauff shows up for her first match of the tournament and forgets her tennis rackets?
What?
All of them. She shows up with this big ass bag that all tennis players bring out onto the court. She walks out onto the court. She didn't forget her leather bomber jacket from some fashion designer. She didn't forget to take the kid's hand of some kid that they're, letting walk out with players. But she forgot the fact that your bag should feel a little lighter when you're missing 10 tennis rackets. They had to delay the match and find the rackets, and a ball boy had to run them out to her.
I think she knew.
She didn't know.
How could you, like you pointed out, how could you know that there's 10 rackets?
She blamed.
How could you not know?
She blamed
She
her
knew.
coach.
She wasn't ready to play.
Either that or from a marketing standpoint, she was trying to get some run out of it. But regardless,
No one watches
it's a car
tennis.
wreck that you show up for tennis. And
It's a car wreck, but I think she did it intentionally. I don't think she was either A, lathered up, or B, stretched out. I don't think so. I think this was a stalling tactic.
From a marketing standpoint, I have the ultimate example.
What?
When Jordan would wear the Air Jordans that were not sanctioned by the league.
There you go.
And he would walk in with the big gym bag with all the different colors that weren't approved. And he's like, it doesn't matter to me. They pay the fine and they're getting all the marketing they want out of it. So it's their tool. I'm just getting paid for it. I don't care.
Yeah, I think she knew.
You might be right. You might be onto something.
I think she knew. What else you got?
My favorite, Jordan Love threw out the first pitch at a Brewer game.
I didn't see this.
Oh my God, Jeremy, watch
video
it.
on here?
I should. Yeah, the link has the video. I should retweet it. It was just like one of his passes in a game. It was thrown up for grabs like a lob.
It wasn't that bad.
It was terrible. If you're a pitcher, at least throw it on somewhat of a line that it doesn't have an arc to it.
All right. Jordan Love wearing a Brewers jersey, steps to the mound, slow step, heave high into the air.
Yeah, it was like a slow pitch softball, and even then it wasn't a strike.
Did you realize that they had the radar on it?
No, I did not.
39 miles per
Yeah,
hour.
come on, man. I know Baker Mayfield once did it where he tried to throw gas and he actually threw it really hard and fast, but you don't do that.
This wasn't a bad throw. It was just
stop.
it was more of a too cool for school. He just went up there and kind of melted
As a quarterback known for you're supposed to be known
What
for
do you
being
want?
able to
You want him
throw
to go up there
things.
and throw a heater?
I want him to throw a strike or at least try to throw a strike or throw it on a line so that it doesn't come in like like a hot air balloon.
I actually don't. I think this is your disdain for Jordan Love.
That's part of it.
I don't mind this. You know why I don't mind this? Because if C.J. Stroud went to the dike and threw out the first pitch tonight, and he tried to throw it 93 and tore his UCL, I would be livid.
Don't have to throw it 93 to at least throw it so that it doesn't arc like that.
This is pass-fail. If you get out of the first pitch without blowing your UCL, it is a victory. I don't care how you do it. And if you don't embarrass yourself by heaving it to the backstop, by missing the catcher altogether, that's not that bad.
That was terrible.
That's not that bad.
Okay. That's what I have.
We'll pull the audience here in a little bit. Oh, it's Dove. I can't retweet it now. I hate this guy. The link. Yeah, I blocked him. I didn't.
There's
block
other
him, I muted
places
him.
you can get the video.
I'll have to look for the video elsewhere. I'm not retweeting this guy, this aggregator. All he does is click for engagement and farming results. No one does that. It's cheap tactics. I want to nominate Doris Burke. Do we have the audio of Doris Burke here? Doris Burke trying to be cool.
I don't know much about history, but I know the French and German don't like one another. And Rudy says, bonjour, Mr. Hartenstein. Have a little bit of that left-handed dunk.
Bonjour.
That was crazy. I heard it.
Play it one more time. Play it one more time.
I don't know much about history, but I know the French and German don't like one another. And Rudy says, bonjour, Mr. Hartenstein. Have a little bit of that left-handed dunk.
Why did she say like one another?
I don't know, but then
she's trying to be cool. She's not cool.
Last time she tried that, she got annihilated.
I thought that was unfair.
It probably was.
It's
But
unfair.
nonetheless, it made for good fodder.
Like one another. Why is she going with an
Mike
A?
Green didn't. Mike Green had his follow-up to it was pretty funny too. He said something like,
bonjour.
What are you actually trying to do here, Doris? Or something like that. Like
the way she said like one another kind of the way she said like one another annoys me more than the bonjour. She's trying to be hip. She's 58. Actually, she's older than that, I bet.
She's good too.
How old is she?
I don't know.
You can't be talking like that if you're above 55.
Probably true.
You can't be saying like one another. Like she's rapping and dropping bars. Google says she's about 60 years old. What does that mean? They stopped counting? I think they stopped counting. Mary Lou Retton got a DUI. She got a Dewey in West Virginia. You got to be doing something to get a Dewey in West Virginia. Alex wants us to nominate Brian for not being at work. Says the talent has to work. The producer should too. Vermont nominates Granado for saying the flight attendant, they got roughed up on a flight, but it was just the uniform and the scarf. All right, what wins?
You call it.
We'll let Age call it. AJ, who's
AJ,
the
what
winner?
wins?
I'd say Doris.
Yeah, Doris.
There you go.
Like one another. Bonjour. Bonjour to you, Houston. Talk to you tomorrow. Thank you, AJ, for all the hard work. He's blank on Branham. Talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Bonjour.
All right, welcome into Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5, the first of two shows this week, 6 o'clock Central Time tonight and on Wednesday. Welcome in, everybody. Hope everyone had a wonderful few days of gratitude around family and paid a little bit of acknowledgement to those who serve and paid the ultimate price. Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5 is on the air, presented by the Daspit Law Firm. As always, John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. So we appreciate John and his firm. Streaming at ESPN975.com. We got a lot to talk about. The topics abound. A lot of drama in major European leagues, mainly the Premier League there. The U.S. and the Gold Cup. Will they be in the final at Energy Stadium come July 6th? Don't know. U.S. Soccer making sure they are covering their bases. Dynamo draw 3-3 in San Jose, aided by another great goalkeeping performance from Jonathan Bond. And what we've learned is this has been an exceptional signing for the Houston Dynamo. More on that tonight. And they were slugging it out in San Diego. I mean, literally, the fan bases of San Diego and L.A. Not a good look out there. San Diego defeating the L.A. Galaxy 2-1. Chucky Lozano scoring the game winner there. So we got a lot to get into here tonight. We've got Houston Dynamo talk as well, and some observations from the San Jose game, and a little bit of pros and cons there, like always. The Dynamo remain locked in 10th place. But let's start tonight with the Premier League. Now, let me just reiterate to those, at the start of the weekend, Liverpool, Arsenal, Spurs all had Champions League places already secured. Spurs by virtue of their win over Manchester United in the Europa League. But then there were 5 teams in contention for 3 European places: Manchester City, Newcastle United, Aston Villa, Nottingham Forest, and Chelsea. Well, let's start with City, because Man City ends up grabbing 3rd place behind Liverpool and Arsenal. And they win 2-0 at Fulham. That grabs them 3rd place. They're safe. They got a Champions League spot. They get goals from Gundogan in the 21st. In the 72nd, it was Erling Haaland from the penalty spot. So remember, one of the big storylines of the year was the fall and the downward spiral of Manchester City. Well, Manchester City may have had an off year. They still end up 3rd. They still up in the Champions League money. And they end the season on a real high, winning 4 out of their last 5. I don't think they didn't lose a game. 4 wins and a draw. So they end up as one of the hottest teams. Chelsea grabs 4th place and a Champions League spot, winning at Nottingham Forest. This one kind of hurts me a little bit because I was really pulling for Nottingham Forest. Again, Nottingham Forest, was one of the big stories of this year because they were 1 point ahead last year of being relegated, 1 place ahead of relegation. And this year they were, for much of the year, in the top 4, but they kind of crashed and burned at the end here. We'll talk a little bit more about that. But Chelsea goes to Forest, and they get a European place. They get Champions League. Levi Colwill with the lone goal. Sounds more like a rodeo or a bull rider. But Levi Colwill with the lone goal. The 2 teams combined for a whopping total of 4 shots on goal, 2 for each team. I watched this game. These were definitely 2 teams gripped by caution and fear. But Chelsea gets 4th place. Newcastle United grab 5th. Yes, they lose at home to Everton at St. James Park. They lose at home. So Geordie Land, you better start wrapping some gifts, and you better send them to Manchester United, who saved your skin on the final day, because United's win over Aston Villa saved Newcastle United and got Eddie Howe and company into the Champions League. So I believe it would be in good decorum if you sent some gifts to Manchester United and Ruben Amorim. Aston Villa gets 6th place due to that loss at Manchester United, 2-0 at Old Trafford. Emi Martinez came racing off the goal line, the Argentine World Cup winning goalkeeper. Dexa United player who was in behind. It was like a Ronnie Lott shot in the NFL. Outside his box, he gets sent off. Villa lose 2-0. Instead of a Champions League place, they're going to end up in the Europa League. This is a buzzkill for the manager, Unai Emery, who's done a very good job there in the Villa faithful. So Europa League it is for Aston Villa. Nottingham Forest, 7th place, out of the money. Great story that was in the top 4 most of the season. Like I mentioned, we had on the beat writer for Nottingham Forest, Sarah Clapson. They miss out on the European money by 1 place, and this after just barely avoiding relegation last year. So tough for Nottingham Forest. And by the way, Spurs, who did so well, who got past Manchester United to win the Europa League and a European trophy and all that money, basically 30 million for the final alone. Spurs has a nightmare and loses 4-1, I think, to Brighton. So what a way for them to end it. They're probably still in party mode, Spurs. But, look, it's the way it went, and the money has been doled out now. We now know who has the European places, and that's it. And I think you got to remember that, at this point, when a season's over and you're that close to, let's say, if you're Nottingham Forest, you do a lot of soul searching. There's a lot of agony and ecstasy that goes into the final day. You're now thinking of singular plays that changed your season or might have cost you points or could have earned you points, moments in games, injuries, a referee decision. All of this then becomes looped back into the brain as to what might have and could have been. And you see that all the time. I mean, even Barcelona recently, when they played Inter Milan, I think they were complaining about, and Real Madrid's done it. Lots of teams do this. They complain about a singular referee's call, and then you're sitting there going, yeah, but if you produced and executed on the 4 clear chances you had, you probably wouldn't even be worried about this. But it's human nature. It's managers. This is what they go to as a singular call, when in fact you could be going to an element of your game that really let you down. And those bad calls can be absorbed. They can be absorbed if in fact you score goals and aren't playing on slim margins sometimes. And I've always said that about the Dynamo. When you're trying to win games 1-0, you're not leaving yourself a lot of room. Good news for the Dynamo, they scored 3 goals this weekend. Bad news for the Dynamo, they conceded 3, but we'll talk more about them tonight on the show. So let's get into some data. By the way, Liverpool ran away with it. All kudos to Liverpool. They got it done. They get it done with a new manager. That also is impressive. And then Arsenal end up safely in second, but not enough to compete for the title. So Liverpool runs away with it. Let's have a little bit of fun here with some final data and stats from the Premier League with some obvious categories. And then I pulled some data on some we don't normally think of right away that might be fun as well. So let's start it off here. Mo Salah, 29 goals, obviously leads it for Liverpool. 29 goals, tops in the league. Alexander Isak, 23 for Newcastle. Erling Haaland was third with 22. And then, unless you're watching Brentford a lot, you won't know that Brian Mbeumo had 22 or 21, I think. Most assists, Mo Salah, 18. I mean, Mo Salah, 29 goals, 18 assists. What a season. And there were times the Liverpool faithful thought he was leaving. The second most assists produced by a singular player in the Premier League from Newcastle with 12, 6 behind Mo Salah, Jacob Murphy. On to clean sheets. Goalkeeper, who had the most? David Raya, 13 for Arsenal. Now, here's where we get into some fun and some interesting pieces of data to look at and kind of talk about. Most backward passes. Yes, I said backward passes. Now, think about that for a second. Who would be making the most backward passes away from the goal you're attacking, and why? And I'm sure some of you, I'm giving you a second or two here because I know some of you are getting this. The team with the most backward passes was Manchester City with 3,859. How could that be, Glenn? I thought they were such an attacking team. They scored a lot of goals. I think second in the league behind Liverpool when it came to goals scored. 3,859 passes back. It's because they face so many deep defending opponents. So in order to try and create space, they're knocking the ball back. And even if it's from the end line, recirculated around the top of the box, there's a number of backwards passes there. Second was Manchester United, which is interesting too, because they're going to end up 16th or 17th in the table. 16th, I think. Not great, right? They're only a couple places above the relegation zone. So how are they second? Well, probably because they didn't have a very clear attack, and maybe a lack of accountability and playing penetrating passes, playing the ball backwards. And their attack maybe is a bit blurry, and maybe that's why they ended up being a team that passes the ball backwards a lot. And it comes down to the makeup of individual players too, I think. Most long passes, there you go, Everton and Bournemouth. That's Tyler Adams' team, Bournemouth. Most long passes, Everton and Bournemouth. Most crosses, Fulham and Bournemouth. So Fulham, and you can bet your bottom dollar Anthony Robinson, the U.S. international for Fulham, had a bunch of crosses going up and down that left side. Is top player for Fulham, top U.S. player is U.S. Player of the Year, I think. And then clean sheets. This gets back to some sensibility here. Liverpool, Arsenal, and Man City had the most clean sheets as a team. How about most headed in goals? Here's a good one. Brentford with 14, Arsenal with 13. So some really kind of fun stuff there to think about and contemplate. And there were other categories. I just pulled a few of them out of there. So we got a Premier League title to Liverpool. We got a Bundesliga title to Bayern Munich. We have Napoli winning the Italian Serie A. By the way, Scott McTominay, they called him McDominate at Manchester United, former United player, wins the Serie A. So does Roman Lukaku, both former United players. Spain, it's Barcelona, the title winners. Youth is king there right now. And then in the Netherlands, we had PSV. So there you go. Nipping Ajax, who at one point had a 9-point lead. Ajax probably losing their minds over that. All right, we're going to take a break here. We'll come back. We got Dynamo talk here tonight. I got a lot more, some Christian Pulisic talk as well. We'll talk about the San Jose match. We'll lead into the Dynamo going to Yankee Stadium on Wednesday and what it's going to be like to play in that matchbox of a field. That's even smaller than Robertson back in the days. And it's weird to watch it on TV. I watched that game today between New York City FC or over the weekend when they defeated Chicago 3-1. Senate Avenue Brewing. Small batch brewery and kitchen. They got handcrafted beer there. There's no mass production. The beer has won awards, 2 U.S. Open Beer Championship medals, 3 Texas Craft Brewers Cup medals. Andrew Mitchum and staff, they know how to make craft beer. It's Senate Avenue Brewing. You got 7 big screens in the tap room. Andrew's a big Dynamo fan, season ticket holder. Every second Tuesday of the month, we do a live show from Senate Avenue Brewing. Okay, every second Tuesday of the month. We want you out there. We had Pat Onstad out there recently. We had Griffin Dorsey. We bring a lot of the movers and shakers of the soccer community out there. It's a really, really comfortable atmosphere, dog-friendly patio. You go up 290 or you come down 290 to the Senate Avenue exit, go north a block, 16,000 Dillard. That's where it is. Amazing food, burgers, wings, fish and chips. I'm glad our show's on Tuesday because they do a Belogi Bowl, which I love, really healthy. Thursdays, they do a thing called Steak and Steins. You fill your stein for $20. And then Friday, the traditional fish and chips. But a great soccer watching venue, sports venue. And we're building towards World Cup 2026. So big thank you to Senate Avenue Brewing for being a huge part of Soccer Matters here on ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm. Nico's Greek and American Cafe. Big shout out there to Dimitri. His son is graduating. He's going to play football at UNLV. Incredible family business, started way back. I used to go to the original Montrose location. Now they got these beautiful 3 locations, these incredible places. You got I-10 in the Beltway near Katy. You got the new Woodlands location, also amazing. They did a ribbon cutting out there. And then you got the original in Montrose, which is my favorite. But Nico's Greek and American Cafe, the best in Greek favorites, souvlaki, gyro, lamb shanks, amazing soups, pastries. You want the best in Greek and American cafe food? Well, it is Nico's. So get out to Nico's. Tomorrow night, don't forget, be ready. Going to give some Gold Cup final tickets away. I'm going to give some Houston Dynamo tickets away. They'll return home on Saturday to take on Sporting Kansas City. All right, let's take a break here. We'll come back. We got more to talk about. Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, presented by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, daspitlaw.com, 713. Call now.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5, segment number 2 here of 3 tonight. Tomorrow we go again at 6 o'clock Central Time. And Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5 is always presented by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. It's daspitlaw.com, 713. Call now. All right, we got an epic July 6th here in Houston. We got the Gold Cup final. No telling who's going to be in it. Could be the U.S., Mexico, Panama is always pushing now as of late with Coco Carrasquilla. You got the Canadian national team. No telling what goes on. But that final is going to be something special, something epic. Get your tickets at lsse.net, lsse.net. That's Lone Star Sports and Entertainment, lsse.net. Suites, preferred parking. Get it all lined up ahead of time. It could be El Tree. Obviously, a lot going on there. Chucky Lozano just got called back up to the Mexican national team. So it's a Gold Cup final, July 6th here in Houston, and this is a wonderful precursor to the FIFA World Cup 2026 that we will have in Houston, Texas, with 7 games. And by the way, we have never hosted the Gold Cup final. First time ever. So it's another check mark in the ridiculous international competition that's come through Energy Stadium. Again, lsse.net for tickets. All right, let me switch gears here. We'll go to Dynamo. We'll go back to Gold Cup thoughts on some of the players and the U.S. national team specifically. Dynamo 3-3 at San Jose. That was a wild match. Dynamo now 4-5-6, 10th in the West, 17 points. Haven't really moved that position yet. But, you know, the 2 wins got them a nice bump of 4 spots. So the month of May has been crazy for the Dynamo. They have 3 wins right now, 3 losses and a draw coming into this week at New York City FC. In fact, they're there now. And they will play there tomorrow night. And then Saturday back home against Sporting Kansas City, Kick Cancer Night, which is very dear to my heart. And we'll be thinking of all the people that are fighting cancer. But 3 wins, 3 losses, and a draw, 2-2-1 in MLS play. And you got 2 games here and 6 points. You pull off 6 points here. This has been an incredible month of May. And we'll see. You might even say it's an incredible month if you pick off 1 out of 2. But to make it extremely special, you pick off all 6 points. But let's face it, it's about adrenaline right now. It's about putting the effort in. It's about figuring out how to get things done. It's about a fighting spirit here and an entire roster. So we'll see what Ben Olsen puts out tomorrow night. 3-3 in San Jose, wild. Jonathan Bond's the clear MVP of this game for the Houston Dynamo. Made 2 saves right in the first 20 minutes, one-on-one with Josef Martinez. The Dynamo had a hard time. He got in behind him a lot. He also was denied Martinez one-on-one in the second half. 5 saves for Jonathan Bond. You heard him on this show recently. He was a clear MVP, kept the Dynamo in the game early. He's a great signing as a goalkeeper. You went for more experience than Blake Gillingham, and we all know that goalkeeping can mask a lot of things on any given night. It's a position that can win you a game. So Jonathan Bond, big props. He was the MVP against San Jose. This was a game where both teams had a lot of positional and individual kind of mistakes, team mistakes made this interesting. Mistakes make it interesting. 6 goals. I'll take this game from an entertainment standpoint, not a results standpoint, but from an entertainment standpoint over the Minnesota United game any day of the week. Minnesota United offered nothing. This was up and down. This was a lot of mistakes that have to be cleaned up. But it is kind of a typical game in a month where there's a heavy load and you got some injuries. Better than watching a team pass a ball around forever. I see that in the Premier League sometimes. There was initiative. And we see some boring games in the greatest leagues in the world. The transition goal I posted on Instagram and on X, at Glenn Davis Sock at Soccer Matters. Love this goal. Brooklyn Reigns. Linger comes into a huge pocket in midfield. Brooklyn Reigns finds his feet. He's able to turn. There's nobody on him. He's got his head up. Dorsey's plowing forward on the right side, getting in front of the ball. The Dynamo sense a moment that San Jose is vulnerable and are deciding to go with conviction here, which we have seen the Dynamo pull the ball back and knock it back and slow things down. I love this goal. Meanwhile, as Dorsey's filing forward, Ezekiel Ponce, look at that video. Watch the run he makes to flare away from the side of the field the ball is on. Ponce's run is beautiful. And he pulls out behind everybody who are now staring at Dorsey, who's going to cross the ball, right? Because defenders are looking at him and they maybe lose him in behind him on a blind side. Anyway, pinpoint cross from Dorsey. Exceptional ball, exceptional finish, exceptional goal. For me, the best goal the Dynamo have scored this year from a standpoint of open play, transition. I mean, obviously we can go to the Jack McGlynn bombs and long-range hits. No question about it. It's a threat the Dynamo didn't have before. And the transition goal shows us the Dynamo can do this. So we'll see. And once Lawrence Anali is back, there's no telling what's going to happen because organically he's going to beat people and want to go with people. So there you go. But a great, great goal from the Houston Dynamo. Collective and individual defending on this night for both teams. Nobody gets high marks for either. I think Griffin Dorsey, we heard he's working on delivery. That was a dime of a ball to Ponce again. Can't say anything more. And then he got the great late equalizer. So assists, goals, Dorsey needs to produce those. And the Dynamo need Eric Sviatchenko healthy quickly. Don't beat up Femi Awodesu. He needs guidance right now. He's played more soccer games in this month than, this is almost like playing half a college season in a matter of 4 weeks. That, along with training, it's a really, really big transition for him. I don't think there's any question. And not have the guidance of a veteran next to him is important. Reigns made good use of the ball, but the Dynamo were vulnerable defensively a lot in this. So there's a big push these 2 games coming this week. You got New York City FC Wednesday, small field at Yankee Stadium. Box play is very important. The ball travels from one end, one goal to the other very, very quickly. You got to be good in boxes. You got to defend set pieces and free kicks. You don't want to give free kicks away. They're very good with the ball, by the way, in combination. You got to make decisions there very quickly because you don't have a lot of time on the ball. The long throw-in comes into play here. We're going to see Griffin Dorsey summon his best Rory DeLapp Stoke impersonation, I believe. You're going to see long throw-ins. But the box play, really, really important. Maxi Morales, Alonso Martinez, got to take care of those 2 guys. New York, 6th in the East, 7 wins, 5 losses, 3 draws. Ben Olsen addressed the press today, mentioned about trying to keep the team fresh and how the bench players, substitutes, everybody getting opportunity here. And they're watching workload, and it's tough on a manager right now. You got to watch the workload. You got to trust your instincts. You don't want to put people in a place where they, potentially get injured. Yet 6 points in a short amount of time this week is huge. All right, let me take you into the Gold Cup now. A number of U.S. players are going to be missing out on the Gold Cup due to wanting a break from the game and also due to the FIFA Club World Cup. This lends to the argument of the overuse of players, too much workload, too many games, recovering from injury, and we're a year out, essentially, from a World Cup. Now, I know what you're thinking, and I know you heard a lot of people with their takes on this. Modern players coddled. Where is the heart? I mean, the heart issue is not a problem. These guys have heart. You play on Juventus, you play on Milan, you have heart. You've had to get to the top under some incredibly severe pressure. And I don't think we on the outside get that. We don't understand that. We don't understand what it's like to play in Milan for a historic club where, as an American, you're going to be judged 3 times more difficult than anybody else. So you got to get that factored into this. But, the modern player is different now, and there's a lot of different things that come into this era. They are their own businesses right now. They do need rest. You do need to look out, especially with the World Cup, so much stake for our country here. They're making more money. Let's face it. They're making more money than any of these guys ever made. I can assure you Alexi Lalas is making more money in his TV career than he did as a player. But they have a lot more long-term at stake, I think, now. And they have the power to say no to a Gold Cup. Yes, it's the last competitive tournament before the World Cup for all the 3 host countries. Yes, we want to capture much-needed momentum, but Mauricio Pochettino's team building is, I guess, something you would think about here. Employing tactics, you would want to do it with your best players. But let's face it, Anthony Robinson's the left back. Dest is the right back. Matt Turner's likely the goalkeeper. Christian Pulisic's in the team. McKennie, Adams, Weah, they're all in the team pretty much, I would think. Diego Luna's making a push. Who's going to be our striker? Who are going to be our 2 center backs? And goalkeeper, really probably the key things, and who's going to be that additional midfield player. So I don't think it's about figuring out who's going to be in a starting lineup, but it might be about team building and setting up tactics and some of that. But look, it's now turned into big opportunity. And by the way, you're going to have a little time before the World Cup. Most of the team is set, I think, in Pochettino's mind, and it's really going to be a lot about motivation. I don't think any question. It's going to be about motivation come World Cup time. And there's a lot that can go on. So let me go back to CP and Christian Pulisic, because many are upset that he's not playing in the Gold Cup and asking for a break from U.S. soccer. So he put that forward to U.S. soccer. He's got a break. U.S. soccer put out the press release. Everybody's up in arms. Few facts to consider with Pulisic, right? I already mentioned the part where he plays for historic AC Milan. He gets judged big time, like he did in England, like he has his whole career. That is a huge mental and physical pressure. He produced arguably the greatest ever European season by a U.S. player. 17 goals, 12 assists in all competitions in the Italian Serie A. He is an American and a focal point of that team. He's a top 2 player of importance at that club of stature. Okay, yeah, that club, right? Think of the players that played there. Names like Maldini, Barrese, on and on we go. Rijkaard, Hullet. I mean, it's ridiculous, right? And he's an American on top of his game in Milan. I mentioned before when I said that U.S. players and Pulisic have the intestinal fortitude. They do. They have it. They just didn't have it in the last tournament. I would also say he doesn't need the additional pressure of being the captain. Maybe you gave it a shot. I would take it away from him. Give it to Tyler Adams. He's handled it before. Adams is back with Bournemouth and healthy, thank goodness. Anthony Robinson has an injury that needs healing. He's going to miss the Gold Cup. Yunus Musa, I guess, is asked out. And then you have some who are going to miss due to the FIFA Club World Cup. Now, these players, like I said, the guys we're mentioning here are known entities. They're not on trial like a Sebastian Berhalter, right, who's been playing very well and is in the camp, or some of these other new players. And I did mention the FIFA Club World Cup, right? So imagine this. FIFA starts a Club World Cup of this grand nature, right? A year prior to the FIFA World Cup in 2026, with the knowledge that a lot of these players are going to be playing additional games now, and these are going to be your stars of the 2026 World Cup. You just can't help yourself. You just got to make that money. You just got to keep pumping out tournaments and games. You just can't help yourself. FIFA Club World Cup a year prior to the FIFA World Cup. Incredible. And you know that it's going to strain players additionally. Or maybe you don't. But you don't want those players ultra fatigued in next summer's World Cup with 48 teams. What does that tell you? I don't know. Still, this is going to be an important Gold Cup for those that are going to get opportunity. It's going to be an important Gold Cup for countries now that are going to feel that they can poke some of the bears of CONCACAF, which is Mexico right now. Mexico's the king of CONCACAF, no question. The U.S. and Canada. So interesting times with the Gold Cup this summer. And again, I remind you, lssc.net, get your Gold Cup final tickets. Now, we got a lot of group games over at Shell Energy Stadium. It's going to be fun. I'm going to be in and around it and reporting on it and talking about it and hoping to hear from all of you. But it's going to be fun. And it's going to be a great sort of precursor to what goes on here next summer when we do host the FIFA World Cup. And tomorrow night, we're going to talk more about preparations in different cities. There's a lot of word coming out there as well. And we'll have some special guests tomorrow night, and we will give some of those Gold Cup final tickets away tomorrow night. LamontBrands.com, big thank you to them for our T-shirts and hats. Get them, Soccer Matters. Senate Avenue Brewing, big thank you to them for being great sponsors of this show. Second Tuesday of next month, we're going to be out there live. I got some great guests that I'm confirming. And then, of course, Nico's Greek and American Cafe. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back. We're going to talk some Romanian football when we come back. With Bogdan Passat, we'll talk about the differences in the MLS structure to promotion and relegation in Romania, the type of fans that are there. And then, of course, the Romanian champions, Steaua Bucharest, who've got this really eccentric and eclectic owner of the team. Let's take a break. The best in soccer talk, yes, self-proclaimed. It is Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, final segment of Soccer Matters tonight on ESPN 97.5. We roll on. Big thank you to our presenting sponsor, John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Look, nobody wants to get in a car accident, boat accident, motorcycle. Maybe you drive an 18-wheeler. But if you get into a situation, you need representation. Nobody better than the Daspit Law Firm. It's daspitlaw.com, 713-call now. Our presenting sponsor and been getting soccer on the airwaves here on ESPN 97.5 for years. I will remind you, Hector Herrera wins the Liga MX title with Toluca. But right now we switch gears here. We go over to Europe. We go to Bucharest. We're going to talk some Romanian football here. And there's a lot of ties to Romania and the World Cup. And we bring on our Romanian soccer expert. We've heard him on this show before. He is Bogdan Pasat. Bogdan, thank you very much for coming on tonight.
Greetings, Glenn. Pleasure to be on the show again.
How are things
it's raining here in Bucharest.
Yeah, I was going to say, how are things in Bucharest?
Rainy, but we'll take the rain over the crazy heat you guys have been having down there.
For sure. All right, let's talk quickly about a number of things here. I'm really interested to talk to you. Romanian First Division, Steaua wins it again. Cluj, Craiova, the top three. These are the power teams in Romania. Talk about a little bit to my audience. Steaua, it's FCSB actually, and their owner, Gigi Bacali, because he kind of props up the entire league. Take us into it.
Yeah, he's definitely a colorful owner for sure. So Steaua had one of the busiest schedules ever in terms of playing in the Europa League and advancing fairly deep. They had to make somewhat of a comeback from an early season slow start in the National League, but they actually won it with 9 points ahead of the second-ranked team, which is, as you mentioned, Cluj. This was probably a defining season for FCSB, who's been trying to dethrone Cluj for many, many years. This is their second title in a row. But it was good to see that Becali, who you mentioned, has finally figured out that you do need to maintain a core of players, to create a system, to have continuity, and to also rely on some of your youth in order to be successful. As you know, the payrolls here can't compare to Western Europe and so forth. But a little bit about Becali, because I want everyone to understand why this league is where it's at, right? You have the top 4 or 5, and then you have the have-beens or never been, right? And he actually invests all of his money in the club. He demands a lot from the folks. He wants accountability. He wants so it's as professionally run as you can have a club without being in the old communist regime. But look, he's getting results, right? Cluj and Craiova and the other Cluj team and Dinamo and Rapid, they're playing catch up primarily because they have not had a consistent idea of how to run things at the club level, right? Player development and so forth. Now, Cluj is falling on some hard times right now with some injuries. The club that has won this, I think, 8 or 9 titles in the last 20 years or so, if not more. You can see signs of weakness in there. But this was a tour de force, if you will, for FCSB, also known as Steaua. And I think if you're a fan of the team, you can just treasure their success in Europe, but also be very proud of what they've accomplished nationally.
He is Bogdan Pasat, our Romanian soccer expert from Bucharest tonight here. Gigi Bacali, by the way, just to kind of make an association here to America, might be like the Jerry Jones, highly involved in his team, is interviewed after games, etc. The Bucharest Derby, they call it the Eternal Derby. It's Steaua, Bacali's team, against Dinamo Bucharest. Just very quickly, it's got to be Cliff Notes. Steaua originally was, if I'm correct, the Romanian army team, and Dinamo was a team that represented the Ministry of Internal Affairs. So this
Correct.
runs deep.
This runs big. I think they're all created like a year apart, 47 versus 48 or something like that. Don't quote me on that. But yeah, this has been, because it was a battle of wits, a battle of egos, probably the best that communist departments had to offer for a long time, and the fans played along. So yeah, it hasn't been that much of a derby lately because Dynamo has fallen on hard times. They were relegated, but they're finally back. And to our surprise, as you may recall, they were very, very, very bad last year, and now they finished 5th. So good for them.
Sir, let me remind you, our Dynamo have not been relegated. We're in 10th place in the Western Conference. We are in a playoff league, not in a promotion and relegation league. That was a joke. You know that.
Look, I get it, and I'm a big Dynamo fan, as you know, but I just cannot stand the current management, and that's not why I called. But yeah, back in those days, you could cheer them on. They seem to have had something going in the early MLS, whatever, 1.0, but there's no comparison between the two leagues. And I'll tell you what makes the difference.
Well,
here.
take us, because I was being silly there and made a joke. Take us into, though, promotion, relegation versus MLS playoff system, and then the fan of Steaua Bucharest, the Romanian fan, and what it is they desire, because the history is ridiculous. So it's different than the young MLS and the young Houston Dynamo to a degree.
Yes. So what you have here is years and years of history, and just like EPL and La Liga, you know, parents grow up with kids who grow up with their kids, and it's a rite of passage, so to speak. The passion runs deep, and the thing is, the fans have a lot of control of what a club does, right? Especially nowadays when finance and having a responsible owner who can invest and maintain the team. Remember, you can no longer be a departmental team. This is why Steaua, the original Steaua, being part of the army still, they are not allowed to get promotion into the first division. Be that as it may, what the difference is here the desire to win. There is no, well, we just tied at home 3 times, and guess what? We kept 3 clean sheets. That's just BS. That's just MLS crap that, sorry to say it just doesn't sell, right? And you have the right fans there, which, let's face it, the fans are very superficial. They're spectators in Houston and in many other cities. I mean, so there's not a whole lot to talk about as long as there's no relegation in the United States, as long as there's no healthy pressure that you always mention, and as long as the fans are considering that, you know, they get happy when they get bobblehead dolls. They couldn't care less that the Dynamo laid an egg at home.
Yeah, I would be careful not to paint everybody with the same brush. I
It's
think
okay.
they're no, I think the
them.
fan is definitely different in MLS, and they come for a variety of reasons. And I'm not squashing your thoughts on it for sure, but it is. I don't know. You know, I've always tried to talk a lot about tactics and analysis here, and I think there is a group of fans who are very interested in that, but I think the majority of them aren't. If I go back to a Steaua fan, though, you have mentioned it's about history, it's about passing it on, and it is the only show really outside of other professional soccer teams in Bucharest. It's the only show, right? Like, there's no competition for 3 other traditional sports.
No, not really, unless it's international competition, and then you can introduce the team handball. But this team handball, that's only the men. They've been irrelevant for so long. It's only the women who do that. But yeah, in general, the Steaua, the Dinamo, the Rapid, the Cluj, it's relevant now, and it is good that you have the healthy competition and rivalries that really emanate in the post game, in the pre games, in the after the games, and you live the derby. You know, I laugh when I hear Dynamo and Dallas as the derby. It's just a made up crap. It doesn't exist. You know, there's just everything seems to me from afar as you travel around everything seems artificial in the MLS.
Well, it is.
And I'm sorry to say that.
Yeah, they are immensely different leagues, birthed in very different ways. MLS is a very controlled, centralized league. It's not as independent. Everybody shares in a lot of different things. They all share in the messy production, whether it's tickets, merchandising, and everything else. That's just the way the league goes. It does have a level of contrived nature to it, to me.
Right. Yeah,
but
that was the word.
on the other hand, there's an awful lot of people in a lot of markets that really enjoy the MLS product. But for me, I would love to see less teams make the playoffs, increase the consequence. I think that would make games better. Maybe you go, instead of 18 teams in the playoffs, you go to 7 in each division. Could you see that?
I would like that. I think even Romania, who has traditionally played out the, 20-team division, first division, where the number one would get everything. Now, after you play each other twice, it's a team of, I think the league has 16 teams. They split into the top 6 and then the rest of them, right? So they have this little playoff format, which the top 6 teams play each other twice. So now you're going to have essentially 10 weeks of derbies for teams that are fairly close in the standings, battling for supremacy. I mean, doesn't get any better than that. And that has been a success. MLS ought to do that, to push other teams from being just, you could just suck till September in MLS and still make the playoffs.
Well, I think baseball's set up this way too. It's to keep everybody engaged. The consequences lessened. I think that's what we see. Bogdan, listen, I want to bring you back on in the future. I want to talk about some of the great players like Georgie Hadji, the history in the World Cup of Romania, where the current national team is. Let's do that in the future, and let's continue our talk on Romanian soccer.
Sounds good. All the best to you and all the soccer fans in the U.S.
All right, that's Bogdan Pasac from Bucharest, Romania. That does it tonight for Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5. That's where you get the podcast, ESPN975.com, Spotify, Apple. You can get it there as well. Don't forget LamontBrands.com for your Soccer Matters t-shirts and hats. And don't forget to go to the legendary Cactus Music for all your vinyl CDs and all your t-shirt needs when it comes to rock and roll. That'll do it for us tonight. Tomorrow night, right back here, 6 o'clock Central Time. Join me. I'm Glenn Davis.